God Level Farm Chapter 532 to Chapter 574. The sea in the space was real seawater. Xiao Ruofei had soaked in it for half a day, so his body was naturally sticky and uncomfortable. Once he left the space, he went to the bathroom and took a shower. By the time he went downstairs, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. As soon as Lin Xiao saw Xiao Ruofei, she shouted, "Brother Ruofei, why are you hiding in your room? I've been calling you for lunch for half a day, didn't you hear me?" Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "I was a little tired in the morning, so I fell asleep. You slept too soundly." Lin Xiao muttered, "I went to knock on your door for half a day." There was no reaction at all. Xiao Ruofei laughed awkwardly. He was secretly glad that he remembered to lock the door. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would have broken in. Huzi's mother didn't go to rest either. She rebuked, "Xiaoer, how can you talk to your brother Ruofei like that? He fell asleep because he was too tired from work." After that, Huzi's mother smiled gently at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, wait for a while. The food is cold, I'll go heat it up for you." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Godmother, it's fine. It's summer, so there's no need to heat it up. I'll eat it directly." "That won't do." Huzi's mother said, "If it's cold, you'll get a stomachache. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll heat it up. It'll be quick." After that, Huzi's mother took the food from the table back to the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Lin Xiao was watching a drama on her tablet. She was barefooted and sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Her cotton pants were pulled up, revealing her snow-white thighs. However, she didn't care at all. She was eating dragon fruit with a toothpick while concentrating on her tablet. Xiao Ruofei glanced at her and quickly looked away. He thought that this girl didn't care about her image at all. Although they were at home, he wasn't related to her by blood. He wasn't her biological brother, so shouldn't she be more careful? However, Xiao Ruofei didn't know how to tell Lin Xiao. This topic was already very awkward. If he said it too harshly, he was afraid that Lin Xiao would be unhappy. If he tried to be tactful, he was afraid that she wouldn't understand. Moreover, Huzi's mother was in the kitchen not far away. It wasn't convenient to talk to Lin Xiao about this topic. Therefore, he sat up straight and stared at the TV. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wasn't paying attention to what was on the TV. Fortunately, Huzi's mother quickly heated up the food. Huzi's mother brought the food back to the table and called out, "Ruofei, come and eat." "Oh. Thank you, godmother," Xiao Ruofei said. He picked up the bowl of rice and wolfed it down. Huzi's mother looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Xiaoer, why don't you come and help me? You're always hugging your laptop. Don't just stand there. If you want to watch, go back to your room." Lin Xiao stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ruofei mischievously. Then, she hugged her laptop and went back to her room. Xiao Ruofei said as he ate, "Godmother, you should go back to your room and rest too. I'll clean up after I'm done eating." Usually, Huzi's mother would have gone to take an afternoon nap by this time. Today, Xiao Ruofei hadn't come down for lunch, so she waited until now. Xiao Ruofei felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little apologetic. Huzi's mother smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll wait for you to finish eating. You don't have to worry about the kitchen. I'll clean it up." Xiao Ruofei put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Godmother, I'm really sorry. Listen to me. Go back to your room and rest. Isn't it just a few bowls? I'll wash them." Xiao Ruofei persuaded Huzi's mother to go back to her room. Then, he sat down and continued eating. After eating, Xiao Ruofei cleaned up the table and washed the dishes. It was already past 2 o'clock. He didn't plan to take an afternoon nap. Instead, he strolled out the door. The midsummer sun was hot. It scattered spots of light under the shade of the trees on the farm path. Gusts of wind blew, and the branches of the trees on both sides of the path swayed slightly. The sound of cicadas could be heard in the distance. There was a special feeling of tranquility. Xiao Ruofei went to the iron maple bucket production site. As expected, Qin Xiaojun and the others were not resting. He was busy processing the dendrobium iron with 5 or 6 workers. Because Xiao Ruofei had specially instructed him, Master Luo didn't do it himself. This time, he came as a consultant. His main task was to watch Qin Xiaojun and the others work. He would only point out problems in time if there were any. This could not only train the workers on the farm who were responsible for making the iron maple bucket, but also ensure that no mistakes were made during the whole process. The quality of the iron maple bucket was guaranteed. Seeing Xiao Ruofei coming, Master Luo and Qin Xiaojun quickly came to greet him. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, "You can continue. Don't worry about me. I'm just looking around." Qin Xiaojun and the others continued to work, while Xiao Ruofei and Master Luo stood under the shade of the tree. He took out a cigarette and gave it to Master Luo. Then, he chatted with him for a while. Although it wasn't the first time that Master Luo had seen these dendrobium iron strips, he still praised their quality. As a master who had been in this industry for more than 20 years, seeing the best quality dendrobium iron strips was like a young man seeing a beautiful woman. He loved them from the bottom of his heart. Master Luo even vaguely suggested that he wanted to work here. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to poach his comrade, so he could only decline with a smile. Of course, Master Luo was just saying that. He was born and raised in Oua City in Xianxia province, and he had a family to feed. If he really wanted to work in Southeast Province, he would really hesitate for a while. Moreover, Qian Lijun's company also gave Master Luo a good salary. Xiao Ruofei also learned about Qin Xiaojun and the rest's progress. Master Luo said that Qin Xiaojun and the rest were already very familiar with the process. Especially Qin Xiaojun's control of the heat was also very good. He didn't need to come over again next time. After chatting for a while, Xiao Ruofei thanked Master Luo again. Then, he left the iron maple bucket production site and walked towards the office building. Because most of the employees lived in the farm, the company did not implement a 9-to-5 working system. Instead, they went to work at 8 in the morning and left at 5 in the afternoon. Correspondingly, the lunch break was longer, so the employees could go back to the dormitory area to rest for a while. It was still 20 minutes before the start of work. Xiao Ruofei noticed that Feng Jing's office door was already open. He couldn't help but shake his head. This manager Feng was really a workaholic. Xiao Ruofei had wanted to go directly to Feng Jing's office. But he thought for a while and stopped. He took out his keys and opened his own office door. After closing the door, Xiao Ruofei took out 2 porcelain bottles from the ring-2 space. There were 2 sets of Yuji ointment in the bottles. They were the ointment that he had made and stored in the ring-2 space. Xiao Ruofei took the Yuji ointment and opened the door to the office next door. Feng Jing didn't go back to rest in the afternoon. She was typing furiously on her computer. Xiao Ruofei knocked on the door softly. Feng Jing stopped her work and looked up. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she quickly stood up and said, "Chairman, why are you here in the afternoon?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "If I don't come, how would I know that Manager Feng is working overtime?" Feng Jing smiled and said, "I had predicted that you would do a surprise attack today. That's why I purposely put on a show for you." "Forget it," Xiao Ruofei said. "Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" Feng Jing smiled and asked, "Then Chairman, are you going to give me overtime pay?" "Of course." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Here. The bonus pay is here." Xiao Ruofei said and placed the Yuji ointment on Feng Jing's desk. Feng Jing's eyes lit up. She had experienced the magical effects of the Yuji ointment. After using it, she still couldn't forget about it. "Thank you, Chairman." Feng Jing smiled sweetly and kept the Yuji ointment in her desk drawer. "You're welcome. Let me know when you're done. I'll make more for you personally," Xiao Ruofei said and glanced at the computer screen. He asked, "What are you busy with in the afternoon? Why aren't you sleeping?" Feng Jing turned the computer screen towards Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Isn't it because the preparation of the telecommunications department is urgent? There's a lot of work during normal working hours. It's quiet in the afternoon and no one will disturb me. I want to make use of this time to come up with the proposal." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but blush with shame when he heard this. He said, "It's all my fault. I put too much pressure on you. Manager Feng, you don't have to be in such a hurry. It doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or a day later. Feng Jing smiled and said, the main thing is that the recruitment can't wait. The pharmaceutical company's recruitment plan is basically done. If we want to recruit together, the telecommunications department's proposal can't be delayed. Otherwise, both sides' progress will be affected. You still have to take care of your rest. Xiao Ruofei said with concern. It's fine if it's 2 days later. What's the big deal? If Shui Jinshan has any objections, ask him to come to me. Feng Jing felt warm in her heart. It felt good to be cared for. She smiled and said, I know, Chairman. I'll take care of my rest. It's good that you know. Xiao Ruofei nodded and was about to get up and leave. He only wanted to make a call to his office. When he saw that Feng Jing was working overtime, he brought the jade skin ointment to her. Other than that, there was nothing else. At this time, Feng Jing said, Chairman, regarding the relocation of the company's headquarters to the city, I think it should be implemented as soon as possible. This time, when we recruit a new batch of people, the company's office space will be a bit crowded. Although the conditions of the staff's dormitory here are good, it's still far from the city. There will be many inconveniences in everyone's life. This will not be good for us to attract talents. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, after this busy period, I will consider it carefully. After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Manager Feng, if there's nothing else, I won't disturb you. You can continue with your work. You must take care of your rest. Don't work too hard. I know, Chairman. Feng Jing said with a sweet smile. After watching Xiao Ruofei leave the office, Feng Jing's hand reached into the drawer of her desk and gently rubbed the small porcelain bottle containing the jade skin ointment. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. After a while, she came back to her senses. Her pretty face was slightly red. She was a little flustered as she closed the drawer and turned to the computer screen to continue working. But after facing the computer for a while, she didn't even type a word. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his office, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Qiantang Tong Rentang Boss Lin. The last time Boss Lin came over to discuss the contract, Xiao Ruofei promised him that he would help him find high-quality wild ginseng. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Xiao Ruofei decided to dig out 2 wild ginseng from the space and sell it to Boss Lin. On one hand, it was to fulfill his promise. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to save as much money as possible. The next step of the company's headquarters moving would require a lot of money. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Boss Lin, the most important thing in business is to keep your word. When have I ever gone back on my word? That's right, that's right. Boss Lin said happily, I trust Boss Xiao's word. Boss Lin never dared to look down on this young man who was more than 10 years younger than him. Just the dendrobium iron bark alone had already given him a very good performance. The quality of the dendrobium iron bark was so high that high-end consumers flocked to it like a flock of ducks. Now, all the branches in the country were begging him to get some quotas. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also had a way to get high-quality wild ginseng, which was a priceless treasure. Because of his performance during this period of time, the headquarters were very vocal in promoting him to the position of Deputy General Manager of the Xianxia Province Company. Therefore, Boss Lin couldn't wait to worship Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, a new batch of iron maple bucket is already in production. It should be ready in 2 days. That's great. Boss Lin said happily, Boss Xia, thank you. You're welcome. It's a win-win situation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Boss Lin then said in a negotiating tone, Boss Xia, in terms of the supply, can you increase it a little? Xiao Ruofei pretended to be surprised and said, Boss Lin, I remember that we always supply the full amount. Every time we supply more than 120 kilograms, so in a year, it will far exceed the supply stipulated in the agreement. I know. Boss Lin said quickly, isn't that? Your company's iron maple bucket sales are very high, and so many branches in the country are looking for us for more. Now, the supply is a little short of the supply. Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, Boss Lin, the current production is basically the limit. It's not easy to increase the supply, in fact, there was always a surplus when the supply was made. For example, last time, there was more than 140 kilograms of iron maple bucket. Xiao Ruofei kept some of it. On the one hand, he wanted to give it to his relatives and elders. On the other hand, he didn't want to have no stock and let Tong Rintang sell all of it. That way, he wouldn't be able to establish his own distribution channel. Now that Xiao Ruofei had the intention of developing his own e-commerce platform, he would strictly follow the agreement in terms of supply. The extra iron maple bucket would be left for his own e-commerce platform. CEO Lin smiled and said, I know that. CEO Xia, please help me. Give me as much as you can. I've been harassed by those branch managers' calls every day, and I can't stand it. Although Mr. Lin sounded like he was complaining, he was actually quite proud of himself. He was only the manager of the Qiantang branch. When had he ever been able to hold his head high like this? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Boss Lin, regarding the supply of iron maple bucket, I've really tried my best. It might be a little difficult to increase it in the short term, but, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and said, recently, I have 2 good wild ginseng on hand. I'm not sure if Boss Lin is interested. Yes. I'm very interested. Boss Lin quickly shouted, Boss Xia. Brother Xia. You have to save it for me, no matter what. I'll book a ticket and come over right now. Boss Lin did not even ask about the quality of the wild ginseng Xiao Ruofei had on hand. He immediately asked to buy it without hesitation. He was also afraid that Xiao Ruofei's wild ginseng would be sold to someone else if he was late. This was because Boss Lin had a fixed thought in his mind. That was, the wild ginseng that Xiao Ruofei sold was definitely of high quality. There was no need to hesitate at all. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Boss Lin, there's no need to rush. After 2 days, when the iron maple bucket here is completed, bring a few people over. After we're done with the wild ginseng, you can bring the iron maple bucket back as well. It'll save our employees the trouble of making another trip. Hehe, Boss Xia, I'm just worried that something might happen if we delay too long. Boss Lin laughed dryly. But since Boss Xia has spoken, I'll wait for your iron maple bucket to be completed before I come over. Alright, at most a week. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I'll let you know in advance when the time comes. Okay, it's a deal. Boss Lin said. Then, he carefully said, Boss Xia, you have to save the wild ginseng for our Tong Rintang. The price is negotiable. Don't worry. I, Xiao Ruofei, have never gone back on my words. Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei sat in his office and smoked a cigarette. He realized that he had nothing else to do. Although everyone in the company was busy, as long as Xiao Ruofei grasped the general direction and delegated the specific tasks, there was basically nothing for him to do. Feng Jing was still working overtime to come up with a sudden plan. Xiao Ruofei did not want to disturb her. After resting for a while, he left the office. At this time, it was also time for the company to go to work. The employees came from the dormitory to the complex building one after another. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they greeted him very respectfully. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and nodded at the employees. After going downstairs, Xiao Ruofei went to the iron maple bucket production site and looked around for a while. Seeing that Qin Xiaojun and the others were working in an orderly manner and that Master Luo was watching over them, he felt relieved and returned to the small villa. The villa was quiet. Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao had returned to their rooms to rest. Xiao Ruofei went straight upstairs to his room. It was already past the afternoon nap time. Xiao Ruofei did not feel sleepy, so he simply locked the door and entered the Ring 2 space. As soon as he entered the space, Xiao Ruofei saw Xia Qing transplanting the tea trees. As soon as Xia Qing saw Xiao Ruofei, he was about to come over and greet him. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and motioned for him to continue working. Then, he drove the all-terrain vehicle to the beach. He released his spiritual force and sensed carefully. More than 11,000 net abalone sprouts had already settled down in the shallow sea area and were distributed fairly evenly. They mainly lived on the reefs in the shallow sea area and fed on seaweed and plankton microorganisms in the sea. The seawater in the space was also rich in spirit energy. Xiao Ruofei could sense that the small abalones were very comfortable. Xiao Ruofei retracted his spiritual force and his gaze landed on the large orange plastic box on the beach. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. This large plastic box was used to store the net abalone sprouts today. After placing the abalone sprouts, Xiao Ruofei did not have time to pack it up and left the space immediately. I wonder what the results will be if I get a few abalones and raise them in the Archean realm. This thought popped up in Xiao Ruofei's mind. The Archean realm's land area was smaller, but the spirit energy there was richer than the mountain sea realms. Most importantly, there was a time acceleration effect there, which would allow Xiao Ruofei to see the results of the experiment faster. In any case, there were more than 10,000 abalone sprouts in the sea. If the experiment failed, he would only lose a few. It was not even a drop in the ocean. Without further ado, Xiao Ruofei released his spiritual force and used the invisible power of the space to absorb the seawater into the large orange plastic box. At the same time, some sand and seaweed from the bottom of the sea were also absorbed. Xiao Ruofei even directly absorbed a few smaller reefs. There were more than 10 abalone sprouts on the reefs. Xiao Ruofei specifically absorbed more than 10 abalone sprouts, making a total of 30 abalone sprouts. Following that, Xiao Ruofei moved the entire large plastic box into the Archean realm. With the current strength of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force, moving such a heavy object was a piece of cake. Xiao Ruofei placed the large plastic box beside the spatial spirit pool and specially poured in a small bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution. Following that, Xiao Ruofei returned to the mountain sea realm and directly appeared beside Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, remember to change the seawater in the large plastic box I placed in the Archean realm 3 times a day, said Xiao Ruofei. In addition, pour in a small bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution every 7 days. The every day that Xiao Ruofei mentioned was naturally referring to the time in the mountain sea realm. This was basically equivalent to changing the water in the Archean realm every 10 days. And with 10 days, the small abalones would have definitely absorbed all the components of the spirit heart flower petal solution. Although the cycle of changing the water seemed a little long, if the frequency was a little more frequent, Xiaoqing's normal work would be easily disrupted. Furthermore, the environment in the spatial space was very good. The spiritual qi was very dense, and the seawater was not ordinary seawater. Xiao Ruofei believed that changing the water every 10 days should be enough. Xiaoqing did not hesitate to say, "Yes, master." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "By the way, when you change the water, pay attention to the situation of the abalone sprouts in the box. If you feel that their condition is not very good, change the water once or twice a day." Understood. Xiao Ruofei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and left the ring to space. In the next few days, the Taoyuan company was as busy as ever. Qin Xiaojun and the others worked hard to produce the iron maple bucket. Feng Jing also quickly came up with the establishment plan for the Electronics Commerce Department. After discussing it with her administrative team, she quickly reported it to Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei approved it, a new round of recruitment quickly began. The Taoyuan company was no longer the same as before, especially in the southeastern province. Therefore, the recruitment this time was not as awkward as the first time, where there were very few applicants. There were still many people who submitted their resumes. Xiao Ruofei was used to being a hands-off manager when it came to these specific matters. He let Feng Jing be fully responsible for the recruitment of personnel. In just a few days, the Electronics Commerce Department under the Sales Department was quickly established, and Lin Qiao also began her internship in the Electronics Commerce Department. The application materials for the store upgrade were also quickly submitted to Tmall. The newly recruited experienced web designers did not idle around. Before the store upgrade was approved, they began to redesign the entire store's page. Lin Qiao learned from the 2 web designers and improved very quickly. The 2 female designers also knew that Lin Qiao was the boss's sister, so they taught her very carefully. They almost held her hand in hand. Naturally, this was much more efficient than Lin Qiao fumbling around by herself. The pharmaceutical company's employees who were recruited at the same time also quickly went to work. Shuijin Shan, who was terribly busy, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei brought 3 pairs of blood-red dragons to Ling Xiaoyan's villa as promised. The quality of the 3 pairs of blood-red dragons this time was as high as ever, but there was no crimson-purple dragon. In fact, there were still crimson-purple dragons in Xia Ruofei's fish pond, but this mutated species was very rare. If there were 2 crimson-purple dragons in a row, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, Xia Ruofei deliberately did this. The number of people who came to participate in the auction this time was obviously higher than the last time. Li Zongheng and Su Dishing, who returned empty-handed last time, naturally rushed over as soon as possible. There were also 7 or 8 other people, all of whom were successful entrepreneurs in the southeastern province and even the surrounding provinces. They were all friends of Ling Xiaotian's high-end fish pond friends. Although the big bosses were a little disappointed that there were no crimson-purple dragons, the quality of the 3 pairs of blood-red dragons was still very rare outside. They were definitely the best. Therefore, the bosses were quite enthusiastic about the bidding. With more people, the competition was fierce. In addition, Li Zongheng and Su Dishing were determined to win this time, so the bidding price was very straightforward and decisive. Therefore, the auction price was rising steadily. In the end, the 3 pairs of blood-red dragons brought Xia Ruofei nearly 20 million yuan in income. On average, each pair was more than 6 million yuan. This price was also much higher than the last transaction price. Li Zongheng and Su Dishing were able to buy the blood-red dragon as they wished. Although they had lost a lot of money, the 2 of them were grinning from ear to ear. The gloominess of the past few days had been swept away. Among the remaining bosses, only one of them got the last pair of red arowana at a price of 7 million yuan. The others had come in vain. Therefore, after the auction ended, they surrounded Xia Ruofei and asked Xia Ruofei to buy a few more pairs of such high-quality red arowana as soon as possible. After earning 20 million yuan, Xia Ruofei was in a very good mood. Naturally, he agreed with a smile. Since someone was giving him free money, why not? However, Xia Ruofei didn't let money get to his head. He knew that he still had to control the pace. The next auction should be at least a month or 2, or 3 months later. Otherwise, if he took out the best blood-red dragons again and again, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, it would also give the impression that these blood-red dragons were easy to obtain. That way, it would be difficult to sell them at a higher price. After returning from Ling Xiaotian's place, Xia Ruofei entered a state of idleness. Even Lin Qiao was busy. Only Xia Ruofei had nothing to do all day. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The production of the iron maple bucket was coming to an end. In the morning, Xia Ruofei called Boss Lin in Xianxia province. Boss Lin had been anxiously waiting for a week. After receiving the call, he booked a plane ticket and flew to Sanshan without hesitation. In the morning, Qin Xiaojun and the others finally finished the production of the iron maple bucket. Xia Ruofei had already asked someone to prepare a precise electronic scale. After weighing the iron maple bucket, the final result was that there was a total of 151.6 kilograms of iron maple bucket. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to give Boss Lin 130 kilograms. The remaining 21.6 kilograms would be sold on his company's e-commerce platform. According to the agreed supply price, the 130 kilograms of iron maple bucket could be exchanged for 22.1 million yuan. On the other hand, the Tongrentang was sold at 220,000 yuan per kilogram. According to the agreement, the Taoyuan company could only sell the bucket at this price. They could not maliciously lower the price to compete. In this way, if the remaining 21.6 kilograms of iron maple bucket were to be sold, the Taoyuan company would still be able to earn 752 million yuan. In other words, this batch of iron maple bucket could bring in 86 million yuan. In addition to the 20 million yuan that Xia Ruofei earned from selling the blood-red dragon a few days ago, Xia Ruofei had already earned 45 million yuan in just 1 week, if he were to include the money that Boss Lin had spent to buy the wild ginseng. Xia Ruofei had earned more than 50 million yuan in just 1 week. This speed of earning money was simply crazy. Before Boss Lin and the others arrived, Xia Ruofei immediately asked Qin Xiaojun and the others to distribute the 130 kilograms of iron maple bucket. The remaining 21.6 kilograms were sealed and placed under the strict supervision of Thunder Tiger's security team. This product was worth nearly 5 million yuan. It was not too much to be careful. The Mercedes-Benz slowly slid to a stop in front of Xiao Ruofei. Boss Lin took the initiative to open the door. He enthusiastically extended his hand to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia." Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Boss Lin and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, thank you for your hard work." A white-haired old man also got out of the car from the other side. Xiao Ruofei was no stranger to him. He was Dr. Huang from Qiantang Tongrentang. He was responsible for appraising the wild mountain ginseng that Xiao Ruofei sold to Tongrentang. The reason why Boss Lin brought him along this time was self-evident. Boss Lin also arranged for a few employees to come and receive the dendrobium iron. However, he brought Dr. Huang over by plane first. The employees drove a small truck and would probably arrive in the evening. "Hello, Mr. Xia." Dr. Huang also enthusiastically greeted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at the two of them. He said, "Boss Lin, our iron maple bucket is just ready." "Look, Boss Xia, the iron maple bucket is not urgent," Boss Lin said impatiently. "We want to take a look at the wild mountain ginseng that you have." Regarding the iron maple bucket, both parties had signed a supply and sales agreement. Moreover, the iron maple bucket that Xiao Ruofei provided had always been of the best quality. Therefore, he did not care about the iron maple bucket at all. His mind was filled with wild mountain ginseng. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "That's fine. Then, follow me." After that, Xiao Ruofei gestured to Qin Xiaojun and the others to seal the iron maple bucket. Then, he led Boss Lin and Dr. Huang to the office building on the side. After the three of them arrived at Xiao Ruofei's office, Xiao Ruofei directly took out two long cardboard boxes from the safe in the corner behind the desk. Inside were the top-grade wild mountain ginseng that Xiao Ruofei dug out from the storage space. This was also what Xiao Ruofei put in the safe in advance after dealing with the wild mountain ginseng yesterday. This showed that it was important and at the same time, it was normal behavior. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal to put top-grade wild mountain ginseng that was worth millions in an unlocked drawer. When Boss Lin saw the cardboard boxes, his eyes lit up like a cat that smelled fish. Xiao Ruofei smiled and placed the cardboard boxes on the coffee table. Boss Lin immediately opened one of them and Dr. Huang naturally picked up the other one. Xiao Ruofei calmly sat in his office chair. He was very confident in his product. Boss Lin and Dr. Huang looked at it for a while. Then, the two of them whispered to each other and discussed in a low voice. In the end, Boss Lin said to Xiao Ruofei with a face full of smiles, "Brother Xia, the quality of these two old mountain ginseng is as good as ever. Tongrentang is very sincere in buying it. How about selling these two wild mountain ginseng together for a total of 5.8 million yuan?" This price was more than 1 million yuan higher than the price Xiao Ruofei offered the first time. However, this was normal. After all, the first time Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to sell the wild mountain ginseng to Tongrentang, Boss Lin would definitely consider his own profits. Now, under the situation of ensuring a certain amount of profit, he had to curry favor with Xiao Ruofei as much as possible. Naturally, the strategy of the price was different. At the same time, the ginseng in the space had been multiplied for many generations. The biggest ginseng among them could definitely reach the level of a shocking ginseng king. The two ginseng that Xiao Ruofei randomly picked were also bigger than the two ginseng that he sold to Tongrentang the first time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, "This price is quite fair. Let's do as Boss Lin said." Boss Lin was overjoyed. He held Xiao Ruofei's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Xia." Boss Lin immediately took out the prepared agreement from his briefcase and filled in the amount in capital letters. For such a large transaction, a transfer agreement had to be signed every time. After both parties signed, Boss Lin immediately called the finance department of Qiantang and asked him to transfer 5.8 million yuan to Xiao Ruofei's personal account. Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to transfer the money for the wild mountain ginseng to the company's account. He always had some money in his personal account in case of an emergency. As for the company's current financial situation, Xiao Ruofei could transfer the money temporarily if there was a temporary shortage of funds. Originally, for such a large transaction, Boss Lin couldn't transfer the money with just a phone call. However, Xiao Ruofei was an important partner of Tong Rentang, and Boss Lin's position in the head office had also risen, so no one could say anything about it. It would take some time for the finance department to transfer the money to the bank. Xiao Ruofei invited Boss Lin and Dr. Huang to sit at the coffee table. He took out the precious De Hong Pao tea leaves and started to make tea himself. Now, Xiao Ruofei was no longer a newbie who knew nothing about tea. His movements were skillful and smooth. Soon, the office was filled with the tempting fragrance of tea. Boss Lin and Dr. Huang couldn't help but sniff. When the two of them really tasted the top-grade De Hong Pao tea, they couldn't help but praise it. Boss Lin had naturally tasted a lot of good tea, but compared to Xiao Ruofei's De Hong Pao tea, it was nothing. Boss Lin couldn't help but sigh. Boss Xia, after drinking your tea, I realized that the tea I drank in the past can't even be called tea. It's just rotten leaves. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, if Boss Lin likes to drink it, you can take some back. However, the production of this tea is very low, so I can only give you a little bit to try. I can't take out more than that. Although this kind of tea was very precious, there was an endless supply of it in the space. Boss Lin was also an important business partner of Xiao Ruofei, so giving him 1 or 2 taels of it was nothing. Boss Lin was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked him profusely. After taking a sip of tea, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Xia, I've drunk a lot of De Hong Pao tea. I've also tasted tea that cost tens of thousands per caddy, but it can't compare to your tea. Yours. Don't tell me it's the kind that is specially provided for leaders? Xiao Ruofei smiled but didn't say anything. Boss Lin immediately said, I understand. Boss Xia, this gift of yours is really too precious. I'm indebted to you. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink some tea. He was no longer a rookie who had just entered society. He didn't have to be honest with others about everything. Since Boss Lin had such a misunderstanding, he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to explain it himself. Anyway, he didn't say anything. It was all Boss Lin's guess. However, since Boss Lin had such a preconceived idea in his heart, he believed that he wouldn't dare to have any bad intentions in future cooperation. Everyone chatted while drinking tea. Boss Lin suddenly asked, Brother Xia, I know that you have your own channels in terms of precious herbs. I wonder if you have a way to get high-quality caterpillar fungus? Tong Rentang has a high demand for caterpillar fungus. If it's a top-grade caterpillar fungus, the price is even higher than an iron maple bucket. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? The market for caterpillar fungus is so good now? Yes. Boss Lin said, Tong Rentang is selling a top-grade caterpillar fungus. It's a pure natural caterpillar fungus from the Nagka region of Tibet. The price of first-class caterpillar fungus is 16,888 yuan per box. Brother Xia, there's only 50 grams in this box. It's equivalent to more than 330,000 yuan per kilogram. Boss Lin took a sip of tea and continued, if you can get caterpillar fungus of higher quality than this, the price can be much higher. Nowadays, high-end healthcare herbs are priceless. There are more and more rich people. How about it? Are you interested, Brother Xia? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I'll go find out about the situation first. I'm not sure if there's a supply right now. Okay. Boss Lin said, Brother Xia, if there's a good caterpillar fungus, you must consider us first. Don't worry about the price. Tong Rentang will definitely satisfy you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Xiao Ruofei had also heard about caterpillar fungus, but he didn't know that it could be sold at such a high price. However, he didn't have a deep understanding of this herb, nor did he know whether it could be artificially cultivated. In a situation where he didn't know anything, he naturally wouldn't casually express his opinion. Of course, Boss Lin's words also increased Xiao Ruofei's interest in caterpillar fungus. He decided to find out more about it after he was done with the things at hand. Everyone chatted for a while more. Xiao Ruofei received a text message from the bank system on his cell phone. 8 million yuan from the sale of wild ginseng today had been transferred to his account. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the text message and reached out to Boss Lin with a smile. he said, "Boss Lin, the money has been transferred to your account." Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Xiao Ruofei had already ordered the canteen to prepare a banquet to entertain Boss Lin. It was almost lunchtime, so he called Boss Lin and Dr. Huang to the company canteen downstairs to eat. At noon, Xiao Ruofei asked Feng Jing, Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and the other management of the company to sit at this table. Boss Lin had successfully bought 2 precious wild ginseng this time, and he was in a very good mood. He didn't refuse everyone's toast, and he was 70 to 80% drunk after the meal. The Tong Rentang employee who came to deliver the iron maple bucket would not arrive until evening, so Xiao Ruofei asked Peng Hao to arrange for someone to send Boss Lin and Dr. Huang upstairs to the reception room to rest. He also returned to his small villa. Ever since Lin Xiao had 2 designer teachers, she was almost nowhere to be seen every day. She often spent her lunch break in the company office. Even when she came back, she would practice on her laptop. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he saw that Lin Xiao's room door was half open. Through the door, he could see the back of Lin Xiao sitting at her desk. She was seriously drawing the Taoyuan company's logo on the computer. This should be the homework her designer teacher had given her. The purpose was to make her more familiar with the operation of the software. It was rare for Lin Xiao to be so enthusiastic, so Xiao Ruofei naturally would not pour cold water on her. On the contrary, he was very encouraging. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not disturb Lin Xiao and went straight upstairs. However, Xiao Ruofei did not take a nap. Instead, he turned on the computer and began to search for information about caterpillar fungus. After Boss Lin finished speaking in the morning, Xiao Ruofei was quite concerned about this matter. No one would take it lightly if they could make money, and a lot of money at that. Xiao Ruofei brewed a cup of tea and placed it beside his hand. Then, he lit a cigarette and browsed the web while smoking. He was very comfortable. After checking for a while, Xiao Ruofei also had a preliminary understanding of caterpillar fungus. It was also because of this preliminary impression that Xiao Ruofei could not help but be amazed. He had a sense of awe for the uncanny workmanship of nature. Caterpillar fungus was undoubtedly a very precious Chinese medicine. From the perspective of Chinese medicine, caterpillar fungus went to the lungs and kidneys. It had the effect of nourishing the lungs and kidneys. It could nourish the kidneys, stop coughing, moisten the lungs, and improve immunity. It was suitable for long-term consumption. Xiao Ruofei used to know very little about caterpillar fungus. He had always thought that it was just a kind of herb that just looked like a worm. Now, he realized that he was very wrong. Caterpillar fungus really did have worms. Behind every caterpillar fungus, there was a beautiful and mysterious story of the combination of animals and fungi. Every summer, on the plateau above 3,800 meters above sea level, the ice and snow melted and the bat moth left thousands of eggs on the flowers and leaves. The bat moth larvae were infected by the caterpillar fungus and continued to reproduce in the larvae, causing the larvae to be full of mycelium. The infected larvae gradually wriggled to a place 2 to 3 centimeters above the ground and died with their heads up and tails down. This was the caterpillar fungus. Although the larvae died, the fungus in their bodies grew day by day until it filled the entire insect body. In the late spring and early summer of the next year, a purple-red grass grew out of the insect's head. It was about 2 to 5 centimeters tall. This was the caterpillar fungus. Therefore, each caterpillar fungus was composed of 2 parts that were combined together. It could be said that caterpillar fungus was the perfect combination of animals and plants. There were only worms and no grass, not caterpillar fungus. There were only grass and no worms, not caterpillar fungus. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also learned that this precious Chinese medicine had yet to achieve effective artificial cultivation and large-scale production of fruit bodies. In other words, no one could artificially reproduce authentic caterpillar fungus. However, there was another kind of northern caterpillar fungus with similar pharmacological functions that had been artificially cultivated. Northern caterpillar fungus and the traditional caterpillar fungus belonged to the genus caterpillar fungus, but they were different species. In terms of medicinal efficacy, northern caterpillar fungus could not be compared to the real caterpillar fungus, but this kind of caterpillar fungus had been artificially cultivated and could meet the huge market demand. The real high-end crowd naturally favored the traditional caterpillar fungus. Xiao Ruofei carefully studied the artificial cultivation method of northern caterpillar fungus and the formation principle of the traditional and authentic caterpillar fungus. He felt that it was still possible to cultivate caterpillar fungus in the Ring 2 space. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had to go to the traditional caterpillar fungus production area because only there were bat moths that produced caterpillar fungus and caterpillar fungus. It was midsummer now, the season for bat moths to lay eggs. If he wanted to artificially create an environment for caterpillar fungus cultivation in the Ring 2 space, this was the right time. Xiao Ruofei took a nap. When he woke up, it was already evening. The employees of Qiantang Tongrentang drove to Taoyuan Farm. Boss Lin and Dr. Huang also got up tiredly. Both of them drank a lot at noon. Fortunately, Zui Ba Xian didn't have any side effects, so they didn't have a headache when they woke up. Xiao Ruofei invited everyone to the cafeteria for dinner. Then, he asked Qin Xiaojun to take out the iron maple bucket for Tong Rentang. This time, Xiao Ruofei only gave Tong Rentang 130 kilograms of iron maple bucket, which was slightly less than the previous time. Of course, even if the amount was supplied every month, it would definitely be more than the agreed amount in a year. In addition, they got 2 precious wild ginseng today. So, although Boss Lin was slightly disappointed, he still accepted it happily. Boss Lin and Dr. Huang personally checked the iron maple bucket. This was just a routine. In fact, every iron maple bucket provided by Xiao Ruofei was far better than the ordinary special products. Then, they waited again to confirm the weight of this batch of iron maple bucket. Then, Boss Lin quickly signed his name on the supply list issued by Peng Hao. Qiantang Tongrentang and the Taoyuan company signed a supply agreement. The supply list was effective with Boss Lin's signature. The specific transfer of money was from the public account. Peng Hao would follow up on the specific details, so Xiao Ruofei didn't have to worry about it. Xiao Ruofei personally took out the 2 wild ginseng that Boss Lin temporarily stored in his office from the safe in the office. At the same time, he also took a small box of Dahongpo tea leaves that weighed about 1 kilogram from the office drawer and handed them to Boss Lin. Boss Lin personally escorted the car back to Xianxia province overnight. When Tong Rentang's pickup truck disappeared into the night, Xiao Ruofei let out a sigh of relief. This series of busyness had finally come to an end. In the past few days, Xiao Ruofei had more than 25 million yuan in his personal account, mainly from the sale of the blood red dragon and the wild ginseng. On the company's side, the 22 million yuan from the iron maple bucket would soon be transferred to the company's account. In addition, the company usually sold Taoyuan vegetables every day, which was a steady stream of fixed income, so the company's funds were quite abundant. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei listened to Feng Jing and Peng Hao's report on the company's financial situation. Currently, the company's liquid funds had been transferred to more than 30 million yuan. It could be said that the company's financial situation was very healthy. It should be known that the Taoyuan company had never taken a loan from the bank since its inception. Until now, it still had 0 debt. This was very rare among startup companies. It could even be said that it was the only company that did it. In the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei stayed on the farm to deal with some daily work. He also called a few meetings with the people in charge of the company's business. Some development issues needed to be decided by him. Especially on the pharmaceutical factory's side, the new drug approval had entered the 2nd phase of clinical trials. The work in all aspects was very cumbersome. In addition to grasping the general direction, Xiao Ruofei also praised Xue Jinshan and the others and said a lot of encouraging words. Of course, material incentives were indispensable. Xiao Ruofei also promised that after the new drug approval was completed, he would give the pharmaceutical company's employees an extra bonus. Xiao Ruofei also considered that he would have to go out again. Therefore, before he left the 3 mountains, he had to at least let the company enter a smooth state of operation. Using these few days, Xiao Ruofei also spent a lot of time with Ling Qingxue. After straightening out the work on the farm, it was already 3 days later. Xiao Ruofei carried a backpack and went out again. Lei Hu drove Xiao Ruofei to the Sanshan International Airport in a Mercedes-Benz. However, his first stop was not a direct flight to Tibet. His destination was the Ganjiang province next to the southeast province. The widow of the old Captain Luo, Lin Yue, had already brought the ashes of Captain Luo back to her hometown for some time. Xiao Ruofei estimated that the funeral should be almost done, so he planned to make a trip personally to complete the task given to him by Wolf King Guozhan. Of course, Xiao Ruofei himself had always hoped to do something for the deceased of a martyr. In particular, Lin Yue was the family of the old Captain Luo. During the few years that he served in Lone Wolf, Lin Yue would always bring a lot of delicious food to the team every time she came to visit. She even rushed to help the soldiers wash their clothes. Xiao Ruofei also respected this sister-in-law of his from the bottom of his heart. 2 hours later, Xiao Ruofei's flight landed at the airport of Yuzhong City, the provincial capital of Ganjiang Province. Xiao Ruofei left the airport and directly booked a taxi to go straight to Captain Luo's hometown, Guhuang County of Linjiang City. Guhuang County was about 150 kilometers away from Yuzhong City. However, the mountainous roads were not easy to travel through, so Xiao Ruofei only arrived when it was close to noon. He spent 800 yuan on this taxi for an entire day, so after arriving at the county, Xiao Ruofei and the taxi driver found a restaurant to have some lunch. Then, they went to a nearby street to buy some offerings. After that, they took the taxi straight to the Cemetery of Martyrs on the edge of the county. The Cemetery of Martyrs in Guhuang County was located in the forest park of Wenling Mountain on the outskirts of the county. Xiao Ruofei took the taxi to the entrance of the forest park. He asked the driver to wait in the parking lot while he carried the offerings and walked up the mountain. He only paid half of the taxi fare, so he did not have to worry about the driver running away. Of course, the Wenling Mountain Forest Park only had one exit, so the driver did not have to worry about Xiao Ruofei running away. Besides, 400 yuan was enough to charter a taxi from Yuzhong to Guhuang. However, the driver might not be able to earn another 400 yuan if he went back now. So, he naturally waited for Xiao Ruofei with peace of mind. Xiao Ruofei walked up the mountain along the forest park's path. After a while, he saw a road sign indicating that a path on the right led to the Cemetery of Martyrs. Xiao Ruofei walked along the path for a few hundred meters and saw the entrance of the Cemetery of Martyrs. In fact, there was a striking monument at the foot of the mountain. It was the ancient Yellow Liberation Monument. Around the monument were the graves of martyrs from the anti-Japanese War, the Liberation War, and the peaceful era. There was a small house near the entrance of the Cemetery of Martyrs. An old man in his 60s came out of the house to dry his clothes. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he put down the basin and walked over to ask Xiao Ruofei why he was here. The old man was wearing a green military uniform from the 1980s. It was a little bleached from washing, and he was also wearing liberation shoes that the army had stopped producing. When he heard that Xiao Ruofei was Captain Luo's comrade-in-arms, he became very enthusiastic and personally led Xiao Ruofei to Captain Luo's grave. The Cemetery of Martyrs was not a place where just anyone could be buried. It had to be a martyr officially recognized by the country. Usually, only the ancient yellow martyrs would be buried here. Sometimes, there would not be a new resident for a year or two. Therefore, the old man had a deep impression of Captain Luo, who had just been buried here not long ago. The two of them chatted as they walked. Xiao Ruofei learned that the old man's name was Luo Yuanshan. Luo was a common surname in Ancient Yellow. There were many native Ancient Yellow people with the surname Luo. He used to be a soldier and participated in the border war in the 1980s. After he retired from the army, he volunteered to guard the graves of martyrs. He had been doing this for more than 30 years. Xiao Ruofei could not help but respect Luo Yuanshan when he heard that. Luo Yuanshan's body was quite strong. He walked with great vigor and his climbing speed was not slow at all. Soon, he brought Xiao Ruofei to a new grave and said, "Xiao Luo, your comrade-in-arms are here to see you." Xiao Ruofei said politely, "Uncle Luo, thank you." Luo Yuanshan smiled at Xiao Ruofei and quietly retreated to a distance. He used to be a soldier, so he knew that Xiao Ruofei needed a quiet environment. Xiao Ruofei squatted down in front of Captain Luo's tombstone and said to himself, "Old Captain Luo, I'm here to see you." The tombstone was inlaid with a black and white photo of Captain Luo in his military uniform. In the photo, he had a confident smile on his face. The front of the grave was very clean. There were still some incense sticks left in the incense burner. There were also 2 piles of dried candle oil on the altar in front of the tombstone. Xiao Ruofei placed the offerings on the altar one by one. He then lit the incense sticks and started burning paper money. Xiao Ruofei drew 2 circles on the ground in front of the grave, one big and one small. He first burned a few stacks of paper money in the small circle. This was also a southern custom. These paper money were for the land and the wandering ghosts. After they took the money, they would not fight with Captain Luo. The paper money in the big circle was naturally for Captain Luo. After Xiao Ruofei burned all the paper money and ingots, he carefully put out the remaining fire. There were plants everywhere in the forest park. If they were not handled carefully, it could easily cause a forest fire. Xiao Ruofei opened a bottle of Zui Ba Xian. He first filled 3 cups on the altar, then took out a cup for himself and poured about a liter of white wine. Xiao Ruofei held the cup and gestured to Captain Luo's picture on the tombstone. He said, "Class rep, I toast to you." After that, Xiao Ruofei raised his head and drank the entire cup of wine. He then picked up the 3 cups on the altar and slowly poured the wine on the ground. Xiao Ruofei said, "Captain Luo, I'm going to visit your sister-in-law at your house in a while. I hope that sister-in-law can accept the job I'm offering her. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult for her to support a family by herself. You know sister-in-law the best. She's very strong-willed and resolutely refuses to accept the help of her comrades. You must bless me with a smooth journey. Oh right, there's also Nan Nan. She'll be going to primary school soon. Don't worry, as long as she's willing to work with me in Sanshan, I'll definitely find the best school in Sanshan for Nan Nan to study." Xiao Ruofei held a bottle of wine in one hand and sat in front of Captain Luo's grave. He leaned his back against the class rep's tombstone and chatted casually. From time to time, he would pick up his cup and take a sip. Of course, he didn't forget to refill the cups on the altar. As Xiao Ruofei chatted, she started talking about her time as a soldier. Back then, she didn't think much of the Lone Wolf Commando team, but now that she thought about it, it became a precious memory. It wasn't until the sun gradually set in the west that Xiao Ruofei's shadow gradually elongated. He sighed, got up, and said, "Captain Luo, I still have to go to your house. I won't be able to accompany you today. I'll come to visit you when I have time in the future." Xiao Ruofei slowly put the offerings into a bag, cleaned up Captain Luo's grave, and then turned around. At this time, he realized that the veteran guarding the grave, Luo Ziyuan, hadn't left the whole afternoon. He was sitting under a pine tree in the distance. When Luo Ziyuan saw Xiao Ruofei walking back, he stood up as well. "Uncle Luo, thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said. He chatted with Captain Luo so much that he forgot the time. He didn't expect the veteran to wait for him for the whole afternoon. Luo Ziyuan patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said with a smile, "Young man, I can see that you have a deep relationship with Xiao Luo." Xiao Ruofei nodded silently, and the two walked down the mountain together. When they returned to the entrance of the Cemetery of Martyrs, Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Luo Ziyuan and said, "Uncle Luo, thank you so much for today. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my class rep's grave in the future." "Don't worry, young man." Luo Ziyuan smiled and said, "I'll take good care of every comrade who is resting here." Xiao Ruofei nodded, straightened up, and gave Luo Ziyuan a military salute. This was a heartfelt respect for a veteran who had stood firm. Luo Ziyuan was slightly stunned, and immediately returned a standard military salute. Under the setting sun, one of them was wearing casual clothes, while the other was wearing an old military uniform from decades ago. However, their salutes didn't feel out of place at all. Instead, they looked very solemn. Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Luo Ziyuan, and then the two waved goodbye. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the parking lot at the entrance of the forest park at the foot of the mountain, the taxi driver was already a little impatient. As soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately said, "Boss, if you didn't come, I would have really thought that you were running away from the bill." Xiao Ruofei smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I met an old friend and was delayed for a while. You can go back after you send me to a place. I've delayed you for so long today, so I'll give you an extra 200 yuan. When the taxi driver heard this, he immediately smiled and said, okay, thank you, boss." He also opened the door for Xiao Ruofei very eagerly. After the two got in the car, Xiao Ruofei said, "Sir, please send me to Yongping Town's Luoshan village, and then you can go back to Yuzhong. Okay, the taxi driver responded readily. Then the driver began to set up the navigation on his phone. He had been driving taxis in the provincial capital all year round, so he wasn't very familiar with the roads in Guhuang County. Luoshan village was about 40 kilometers away from the county. When the taxi drove to the small square at the entrance of the village, the sky was already dark. The cement road between the villages ended at the entrance of the village, and Xiao Ruofei didn't know the specific location of Captain Luo's house, so he asked the taxi to stop at the entrance of the village. Xiao Ruofei gave the driver 600 yuan without hesitation and then let him go back to Yuzhong City. In the evening of summer, many villagers were chatting under the big trees at the entrance of the village. When they saw a strange young man coming to the village, they looked over curiously. Xiao Ruofei walked over with his bag and came to an old man holding a fan. He asked politely, "Sir, may I ask how to get to Lin Yue's house?" Hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, the expressions on the villagers' faces became somewhat strange. Xiao Ruofei explained, "I'm Luo Ziqing's comrade-in-arms. This time, I'm here to see sister-in-law Yue." The old man nodded slightly, then sighed and said, "It's a pity for Ziqing, third uncle, this young man is asking you for directions." "Why are you saying this?" a villager next to him said. The old man waved his fan and said with a self-deprecating smile, "When people get old, they become long-winded. Young man, Ziqing's house is very easy to find. Just go west from this road and you'll find the house where the funeral is held." Captain Luo had already been buried, so it was impossible for his family to hold a funeral for him at this time. That meant that someone from Captain Luo's family had passed away again. What was going on? Xiao Ruofei thought with a tremor in his heart. Could it be that sister-in-law did something stupid? However, he quickly denied this conjecture. If Lin Yue had been alone, it would have been possible. But now, she and Captain Luo's daughter, Nan Nan, were only 6 or 7 years old. Even if Lin Yue was miserable in her heart, she would never commit suicide for the sake of her child. Human motherhood was very great. Xiao Ruofei asked with a solemn expression, "Sir, what's going on? Did someone from Captain Luo's family pass away?" The old man with the fan sighed and said, "It's Ji Cheng's mother. She was in poor health, and after hearing about Ji Cheng's death, she suddenly," Xiao Ruofei frowned and asked, "Wasn't the news kept from the 2 elders? How could this be?" A villager next to him said angrily, "It's all that reporter's fault." After hearing about Ji Cheng's situation, everyone in the village helped to hide the news. When Ji Cheng's family held the funeral, they specially sent the 2 elders to Ji Cheng's sister's place. Moreover, the place was strictly guarded. They even deliberately damaged the television, afraid that the 2 elders would see the news. But a reporter from Yuzhong somehow went to Ji Cheng's sister's house, and Ji Cheng's sister happened to go to the entrance of the village to buy vegetables. The reporter took advantage of this and told them about Ji Cheng's death. He even wanted to interview the 2 elders. Ji Cheng's mother fainted at that time. Several villagers also talked about what had happened that day, and all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Xiao Ruofei's face was also livid when he heard this. He asked, "Do you know the name of this reporter? What unit is he from?" The old man with the fan said, "I don't know his name, but the leaders in town call him Reporter Qiu. I heard that he was from the entertainment channel of the provincial TV station." Xiao Ruofei's lungs were about to explode when he heard this. A reporter from the entertainment channel had come to join in the fun and said everything without thinking. Originally, everyone's act of hiding the truth from the old people had become meaningless. It even directly caused Captain Luo's mother to pass away because she couldn't take the blow. It was simply too infuriating. Nowadays, some reporters had no journalistic ethics and morality. Every time there was an accident or a case, as long as there was a casualty, there would be reporters interviewing the family members of the deceased. Moreover, they would unscrupulously ask about the details of the deceased. When a family member passed away, there would be a period of psychological stress. This kind of interview was simply a kind of devastation to their fragile psychological state. Some people were in a state where they were slowly calming down, but as soon as they were interviewed, they immediately burst into tears and felt sad. Some reporters couldn't wait for the victims' relatives to have such a reaction. They were waiting to capture such a scene with their cameras. This kind of behavior was tantamount to reopening the wounds of the deceased's family and then cruelly showing it to the public. It was simply inhumane. This time, the matter was even worse. The two old people didn't know about Captain Luo's death at all. Their family members used all kinds of methods to block the news, but all their efforts were destroyed by a casual sentence from an entertainment reporter. It also caused serious direct consequences. Captain Luo's mother couldn't take the blow and passed away. Provincial TV station's entertainment channel. Your surname is Chiao, right? Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up as he nodded and said, thank you. I'll go to sister-in-law's house first. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked in the direction the old man had pointed. Not long after, Xiao Ruofei saw a white lantern hanging at the door of a house in the distance. There was also a faint sound of suona. Xiao Ruofei knew that it should be the old Captain Luo's house. He quickly walked to the door. This was the kind of small courtyard that was more common in the countryside a few years ago. It had a low earth wall and a wooden door that looked a little shabby. Through the half-open door, he could see the scene in the courtyard. There was only a small bungalow inside. There were a total of 3 rooms. On the left and right sides were bedrooms, and in the middle was a central room. There was also a simple kitchen, toilet, and so on built next to it. In the middle of the central room was a dark red coffin. Amidst the smoke, he could vaguely see a few people sitting there chanting and playing suona. The white lantern at the door of the courtyard and the yellow paper talisman pasted on the door beam added a bit of a mournful atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei stepped into the courtyard. Lin Yue happened to come out of the kitchen with some snacks. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, she couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she called out, Ruofei, why are you here? Xiao Ruofei quickly stepped forward to take the snacks in Lin Yue's hands. He asked reproachfully, sister-in-law, such a big thing happened at home. Why didn't you tell us? It's nothing. I can handle it here. Lin Yue lowered her head and said. This strong woman had been using her delicate spine to bear all the suffering. She had never thought of asking for help from her husband's old comrades in the army. Xiao Ruofei knew that Lin Yue was such a strong woman. He sighed and said, sister-in-law, let's talk inside the house. The two of them entered the house. Xiao Ruofei put the snacks on the altar table. Then, he pulled Lin Yue to the side and asked, sister-in-law, where's Nan Nan? I sent her to my cousin's house in the neighboring village, Lin Yue said. It's too messy at home. I really can't take care of it, oh. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, sister-in-law, how did this suddenly happen? I heard from the villagers that it was a reporter who exposed the matter. What's the situation? Lin Yue said with a miserable expression, Ruofei, it's my fault. My family had to prepare for Zhiqing's funeral, so they could only send the 2 elders to my sister-in-law's house. In order to hide it from the 2 elders, I didn't even let my sister-in-law come over when Zhiqing was buried. I didn't expect something like this to happen, Xiao Ruofei asked angrily, do you know anything about this *T reporter? I'll go look for him. Forget it, Ruofei, Lin Yue said. It's already happened. It's useless to look for him, but we can't just let it go. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and said, this kind of scumbag doesn't deserve to be a reporter. I'll find him and beat him up. It's illegal to hit people. Lin Yue said quickly. Ruofei, don't be stupid. If old Luo knew, he would never let you do this. Xiao Ruofei said, sister-in-law. At this time, a middle-aged woman ran out of the house in the east, looking flustered. She choked and said, come and take a look. Our dad seems to be, Lin Yue's expression changed. She didn't have time to talk to Xiao Ruofei and quickly ran to the east house. Xiao Ruofei's expression also changed, and he quickly followed. In the dimly lit east house, an old man in his 70s or 80s was lying on the bed, coughing violently. He gasped for air, but it seemed that he couldn't breathe. He opened his mouth wide in pain, and his face was ashen. Dad. Lin Yue cried sadly and threw herself at the head of the bed. Dad, don't scare me, the middle-aged woman should be Captain Luo's sister. At this time, she was also helpless. She could only stand aside and wipe her tears. Xiao Ruofei knew that the old man on the bed must be Captain Luo's father. He knew that the old man was in critical condition and was on his deathbed. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly went forward and said loudly, "Sister-in-law, make way. I know a little about medicine. Let me take a look at Uncle Luo." Lin Yue was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. She quickly stood up. Xiao Ruofei immediately went forward and put his hand into his backpack. With a thought, he took out a bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution from the ring 2 space. However, Uncle Luo was coughing violently. Xiao Ruofei couldn't directly feed him. He first put the bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution to the side. Then, he helped Uncle Luo up and gently patted his back. This action seemed ordinary, but it was actually very meticulous. Xiao Ruofei had been self-studying Chinese medicine for the past year. The places he patted were the acupuncture points of the human body. It was very effective in temporarily suppressing coughing. Captain Luo's sister recovered and asked in a low voice, "Who is this young man?" Lin Yue nervously looked at her father-in-law, who was gasping for air, and replied, "Sister, this is Jiqing's comrade in the army, he's a doctor." "I don't know. He wasn't in the army. However, he retired last year," Lin Yue said. Captain Luo's sister was already slightly relieved. However, she couldn't help but become nervous again. At this time Uncle Luo had stopped coughing. However, he still had difficulty breathing. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to delay. He quickly opened the bottle and said loudly in Uncle Luo's ear, "Uncle, I have a bottle of special medicine here. You must drink it all. Do you understand?" Uncle Luo's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. He nodded strenuously. Xiao Ruofei quickly brought the bottle to Uncle Luo's mouth. He supported the back of his head with one hand and helped him drink all the spirit heart flower petal solution. Lin Yue and Captain Luo's sister looked at Uncle Luo nervously. They saw that after Uncle Luo drank the medicine that Xiao Ruofei took out, his breathing gradually stabilized. The color of his face also gradually returned. Although the two of them weren't doctors, they could see that Uncle Luo seemed to have survived this crisis. "Ruofei, thank you," Lin Yue said. Xiao Ruofei turned around and smiled at Lin Yue. Then, he asked, "Sister-in-law, what's the situation with Uncle Luo's body? Have you seen a doctor?" Before Lin Yue could speak, Uncle Luo asked in a weak voice, "Young man, who are you?" Xiao Ruofei quickly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Luo, my name is Ruofei Zhao. I was Captain Luo's comrade in the army when he was still alive. I was also a soldier that Captain Luo once led." Uncle Luo nodded slightly and said, "Oh. Xiaoxia. Thank you," Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Uncle Luo, your body is weak. Don't talk. Lie down and rest for a while. Don't worry, I will definitely cure your illness." Uncle Luo smiled bitterly and said, "It can't be cured. This is an old illness of mine. Besides, my son is gone, and so is my wife. What's the point of living?" Lin Yue was about to cry when she heard that. She said, "Dad. Don't think that way. Mom and Jiqing are watching from the heavens. They definitely want you to be healthy." Captain Luo's sister also said with red eyes, "Dad, what are you talking about? Mom and brother are gone, but don't you still have us? You are the pillar of this family. If anything happens to you, won't this family fall apart?" Uncle Luo let out a long sigh and closed his eyes slightly. His face was full of misery. Xiao Ruofei went forward and said, "Uncle Luo, sister-in-law is right. Captain Luo is watching from the heavens. He definitely wants you to be well. Uncle Luo, what you need to do now is to have a good rest and take care of your body. Captain Luo can only be at ease if you are healthy and live to 100 years old. Besides, Nan Nan is still so young. Do you have the heart to let her lose her grandfather, grandmother, and father at the same time?" Initially, Grandpa Luo had lost all interest in life. His entire being was numb from grief. However, when Xiao Ruofei mentioned Nan Nan, his wrinkled face finally moved slightly. After slowly opening his eyes, he let out a long sigh and nodded gently. Xiao Ruofei knew that Uncle Luo had listened to his words. With Nan Nan as a burden, he wouldn't continue to be so depressed that he didn't even have the will to live. Xiao Ruofei had ways to treat his physical illness. However, if the old man couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, Xiao Ruofei couldn't do anything. Such a huge pain could only be slowly healed with time. Xiao Ruofei gave Lin Yue a look, and the two left the east house. Captain Luo's sister was still waiting in the house because she was worried about her father. In the central room, the invited Taoist priest was chanting sutras. There was also the sound of trumpets being played. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Yue went to the room in the west. Luo was Uncle Luo, Uncle Luo was Uncle Luo was Uncle Luo was Uncle. Lin Yue sighed and said, "My father-in-law has had asthma for many years. However, he has controlled it well these few years. Basically, he hasn't had an attack. His health is usually better than my mother-in-law's. A few days ago, after that reporter went to my sister-in-law's house, my mother-in-law fainted and never woke up. My father-in-law, he also had an asthma attack. In addition, he kept coughing. We went to the village doctor and he said that there might be a tumor in his lung." "Didn't you go to a big hospital for a diagnosis?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Lin Yue shook her head and said, "I've been busy with my mother-in-law's funeral. I didn't have time at all." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Uncle Luo's illness isn't a big problem. I should be able to treat it. However, it might take some time to recuperate. In addition, he must maintain a good mood. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to treat him." Lin Yue said, "Ruofei, thank you in advance. However, with the current situation at home, how can my father-in-law be in a good mood?" Xiao Ruofei didn't directly answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Sister, before I returned home from the army, the captain told me that the local government would arrange a suitable job for you in your family's situation. Has this matter been settled?" Lin Yue lowered her head and said, "Ruofei, there was an arrangement, but I didn't accept it. Listen to me first. Xiaoguo also advised me about this matter, but I had an agreement with old Luo. He told me that his job was very dangerous. If he were to die one day, he hoped that I wouldn't be sad. Also, he said that he would try his best not to cause trouble for the organization and make requests." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the old Captain Luo would actually give such instructions. What kind of state of mind was this? In this world, there were really some people who were perfect in spirit, such as the old Captain Luo. On this point, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. However, Lin Yue didn't accept the job arranged by the organization, which was also in line with Xiao Ruofei's wishes. After all, the jobs arranged by the local government were at most idle positions in public institutions, and the salary wasn't too high. It was already good enough to be able to maintain a living. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Sister, since you don't have a fixed job now, I have a suggestion, go ahead." Lin Yue looked up at Xiao Ruofei and said. Although Lin Yue didn't understand the details of the mission, she knew that Xiao Ruofei had personally killed the person who killed Captain Luo, so Xiao Ruofei's words still carried a lot of weight in her heart. Xiao Ruofei said sincerely, "Sister, you may have heard that after I retired, I opened a company in Sanshan City in the southeast province. After a year of development, the scale is already very big. Since you don't have a fixed job here, I would like to invite you to work in my company. How about it?" Lin Yue was stunned for a moment and then said, "Ruofei, I appreciate your kindness, but, sister, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Let me finish." Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your child, right? Do you have the heart to let Nan Nan suffer with you? Besides, Captain Luo only told you not to cause trouble for the organization, but I don't represent the organization. I'm just a private boss now. Besides, I'm not using money to support you. I'm just providing you with a job. Isn't it right and proper for you to exchange your labor for remuneration?" Lin Yue's mouth moved, but she didn't say anything. She knew that Xiao Ruofei's words were reasonable, and it was impossible for her not to be moved at all. After all, Xiao Ruofei mentioned Nan Nan again. However, she still felt that there was a barrier in her heart. Although Xiao Ruofei emphasized that this wasn't charity or support, and was just giving her a job to support herself, she knew that the nature of the job was similar. The job that Xiao Ruofei gave her definitely wouldn't be tiring at all, and it would also give her a very high salary. In Lin Yue's opinion, this wasn't much different from giving her money directly. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei continued to persuade her, "Sister, I can guarantee that I won't give you a single cent more salary. You'll be treated exactly the same as the other employees. Besides, you have to consider Uncle Luo's situation." "My father-in-law?" Lin Yue asked with some confusion. She then remembered that the two of them seemed to have been talking about her father-in-law. Xiao Ruofei had suddenly changed the topic. Now that Xiao Ruofei mentioned her father-in-law again, it naturally succeeded in attracting her attention. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "First of all, Uncle Luo's physical condition isn't very good. Although I'm confident that I can cure him, the process may be relatively long. It's not realistic for me to stay here for a long time to treat Uncle Luo's illness. After all, the company can't do without me. Therefore, it's best for you to take Uncle Luo to the Three Mountains. Besides." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, looked at Lin Yue's expression, and then continued, "You also saw that Uncle Luo's mental condition isn't very good. If he continues to stay in his hometown, it's inevitable that he'll be reminded of the past. Under depression, it's even more impossible for his body to recover. My company in the Three Mountains is in my own farm. Needless to say, the environment is definitely very good. Moreover, our company's entire security team is composed of retired soldiers. When Uncle Luo goes there, he should have a lot in common with them." Xiao Ruofei already understood that Captain Luo's father had also been a soldier in the 60s and 70s. He had always had a deep affection for the army. Captain Luo was also influenced by his father to join the army and eventually grow up to be a soldier king. The more Lin Yue listened, the more tempted she was. Her heart was constantly swaying left and right in constant hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei added fuel to the fire, "Sister-in-law, there's also the problem of Nan Nan. Nan Nan should be in the first grade soon, right? The educational conditions here are not very good. I still have some connections in the Three Mountains. After Nan Nan goes there, I promise to arrange for the best primary school in the city for her to grow up in." Lin Yue smiled bitterly and said, "Ruofei, I really can't make a decision at the moment. Moreover, this is not a small matter. I have to listen to my father-in-law and sister-in-law's opinions, I understand." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, I hope you will carefully consider my proposal." "I will." Lin Yue nodded heavily and then said sincerely, "Ruofei, thank you very much. You made a special trip for our matter. Sister-in-law, Captain Luo is my old squad leader and big brother. The soldiers of the Lone Wolf are like brothers. You must not treat me as an outsider." Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, I will stay with you tonight. Tomorrow, I will treat Uncle Luo again. His condition should be stable for the time being." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Ruofei," Lin Yue said. Then she thought for a while and continued, "Then you will stay in this room tonight. It's just that the house is in a mess now. You may not be able to rest well. Captain Luo's mother would be buried tomorrow. According to the customs here, they would have to stay up all night. After a while, the Taoist priest would chant scriptures and the musician would play the suona. The family would also have some ceremonies to pay respects. This was called a funeral." Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, this won't do. You have a total of 2 rooms here. If I sleep here, you won't have a place to rest. You can just lay out a mattress for me in Uncle Luo's room. If Uncle Luo is not feeling well at night, I can take care of him." Lin Yue said, No, my sister-in-law and I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. The funeral here has to stay up all night. There are many ceremonies that we need to participate in. You can rest in this room. If anything happens to my father-in-law, you can just walk a few steps. It won't delay you." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Okay then. Sister-in-law, call me if anything happens." "Okay." Lin Yue smiled and nodded. "By the way, you probably haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll get something for you to eat." "Sister-in-law, dinner is not urgent." Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "I want to ask about the reporter's situation." Lin Yue's face changed slightly and said, "Ruofei, don't worry about the reporter. He is from the province and has a strong background. Don't get into trouble." "Sister-in-law, Ruofei, don't say any more. Let's not talk about this anymore." Lin Yue said decisively, listen to me. Don't worry about this. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, okay. Of course, he couldn't ignore it. Lin Yue didn't want to say, but he had ways to find out the situation. After all, many people saw it that day. However, in order not to let Lin Yue worry, Xiao Ruofei also made a compromise. Lin Yue nodded and said, Ruofei, you rest here for a while. Sister-in-law will get you something to eat. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Yue went to the kitchen outside to cook a bowl of noodles for Xiao Ruofei. She also added a few large pieces of pig trotters and duck meat. These ingredients were ready-made for the funeral at home. While Xiao Ruofei was eating the noodles, Lin Yue took out a clean bedding from the cabinet and changed it. Then, she said to Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, after you finish eating, close the door and go to sleep. Otherwise, it will be too noisy. Xiao Ruofei said while wolfing down the food, I know. Sister-in-law, don't worry about me. Go do your work. Lin Yue did have a lot of things to do, and Xiao Ruofei wasn't an outsider, so she nodded and closed the door. After Xiao Ruofei finished eating the noodles, he took the empty bowl out and went to the kitchen to wash the bowl. Then, he went back to the central room to burn 3 sticks of incense for the old lady. Then, he went back to the west room. Xiao Ruofei didn't sleep very well that night. He was basically in a half-asleep state. At around 6 o'clock, he was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. He simply didn't want to sleep anymore. He got up and made the bed. Then, he took out his toiletries from his backpack and went out to wash his face. There was a sink in the yard. Usually, he washed his clothes and washed his face there. Xiao Ruofei went over to turn on the tap and washed his face with 2 handfuls of cold water. He suddenly felt much more awake. Just as Xiao Ruofei finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, he packed up his toiletries and was about to go into the room. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise. Outside. Stop him, don't let him in. This troublemaker actually dares to come here. That's outrageous. A rough voice shouted. Then, Xiao Ruofei heard Lin Yue's suppressed anger outside the door. What are you doing here again? I don't welcome you here. Please leave immediately. Then, a hoarse voice with a bit of pride said, we are reporters from the provincial TV station. We have the right to interview, do you understand? Come on, turn on the camera and film it all. Let's see who dares to stop me. When the time comes, I will expose them all on TV. Huang Jinyu felt that his luck had been very good recently. He was originally just a correspondent for a county television station and did not even have an official reporter's certificate. Every day, he would send news about the county's leaders. However, 2 months ago, he met the deputy director of the provincial television station's entertainment channel's reporters department at a dinner party. It just so happened that the provincial television station was selecting reporters from various news agencies in the province. After Huang Jinyu learned of this news, he spared no expense and gave the deputy director of the entertainment channel's reporters department a big gift. He even invited him to the provincial capital's famous Heavenly Fragrance nightclub for a night of fun. Just the 2 chicks he ordered to accompany the deputy director to sleep with cost him 30,000 yuan. After the work was done, Huang Jinyu was successfully transferred to the provincial television station's entertainment channel and became a reporter for the provincial media. Although he had not gotten his reporter's certificate yet, Huang Jinyu had captured a lot of information about small celebrities during this period of time and had successfully gained a foothold in the entertainment channel. This time, because he was waiting for a celebrity at the airport, he saw a group of military vehicles with black veils hanging on them. Therefore, he turned to follow this lead. Later, Huang Jinyu found out that a martyr had returned to the countryside to be buried. However, the provincial and municipal media did not report on it. Only the Guhuang County TV station broadcast a piece of news that was rather low-key. Therefore, Huang Jinyu asked around and actually found out about the martyr's parents. Therefore, he brought a cameraman and directly found Captain Luo's parents. This caused Captain Luo's mother to faint on the spot after hearing the bad news. A few days later, she passed away. Huang Jinyu did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he felt that this was news. Didn't people nowadays like to watch such sensational news? When he realized that Captain Luo's parents had learned about their son's sacrifice from him that day, he immediately edited the footage he had taken that day. Although the provincial television station's broadcast standards were stricter, the corresponding new media platforms were relatively lax. Soon, this video was posted on the entertainment channel's official Weibo. Naturally, this Weibo post received a lot of attention. Of course, there was a lot of controversy. However, Huang Zhenyu was not afraid of controversy at all. If there was controversy, it meant that there was a topic. If there was a topic, it meant that he was going to become famous. Therefore, Huang Zhenyu was not ashamed. Instead, he was pleased with himself. The burial time in Ganjiang province was relatively early. After a night of mourning, the deceased would be sent up the mountain early the next morning. After Huang Zhenyu heard that Captain Luo's mother was buried today, he actually brought 2 cameramen over to do a follow-up report. When he arrived near the Luo family, he was stopped by the villagers who were filled with righteous indignation. These villagers hated this unscrupulous reporter to the core, so they all started to reprimand him. Lin Yue heard the news and came to the door to stop them. Ever since Huang Zhenyu transformed from a county TV station's correspondent to a provincial TV station's reporter, his ego had rapidly expanded. How could he still put these country bumpkins in his eyes? Huang Zhenyu stood on a rock and directed the cameraman to start shooting. Then, he glanced at the crowd proudly and said, "We reporters have the right to interview. Do you understand the right to interview? Whoever dares to stop me will be breaking the law. After being photographed by us, be careful not to go to jail." The villagers did not know what Huang Zhenyu's so-called right to interview was, but they could still understand what he meant by going to jail. After being intimidated by Huang Zhenyu's words, their faces showed hesitation and a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in their hearts. Lin Yue's face was haggard. Her thin and weak body blocked the door and said, "This is our family's private matter. We don't want to be interviewed." Huang Zhenyu looked at Lin Yue as if he did not hear Lin Yue's words. He asked, "Are you Luo Zhiqing's wife? I want to know the details of Luo Zhiqing's sacrifice. Also, which army did he serve in?" When Lin Yue heard her husband's name, her heart inexplicably hurt again. She held back her anger and said, "Sorry, I can't tell you." Huang Zhenyu curled his lips and said, "We have consulted the provincial military's publicity department. They said that they don't know anything about Luo Zhiqing's situation. This doesn't make sense. I think. Could it be that Luo Zhiqing didn't sacrifice himself in the line of duty, or even died in a man-made accident? In order to avoid responsibility, the unit he served in gave him the title of a martyr?" When Lin Yue heard this, her chest violently rose and fell in anger. Her eyes were red as she said loudly, "You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Our family doesn't welcome you. Get out of here right now." The corners of Huang Zhenyu's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a trace of pride in his eyes. This was the effect he wanted. The scene of Lin Yue flipping out had been recorded by the camera. As for the part where he deliberately angered Lin Yue, it could be edited out later. When the time came, he could just fabricate some content and create another explosive report. Huang Zhenyu felt that things had been going smoothly for him during this period of time. When good luck came, even the city walls couldn't stop it. Originally, it was very boring to wait for celebrities at the airport. He didn't expect that he would be able to find such a big news clue. Huang Zhenyu motioned for the cameraman to continue filming and said leisurely, "The duty of a reporter is to investigate the truth. Why are you so agitated? Do you have a guilty conscience? Did I hit the nail on the head, so you became angry out of embarrassment?" Bullshit. Lin Yue, who was usually weak, didn't realize that Huang Zhenyu was deliberately angering her. When she heard Huang Zhenyu slander her martyr husband, she had already lost her mind. Lin Yue rushed up and pushed Huang Zhenyu, saying, "Get out of my way. What right do you have to slander old Luo? Get out of my way." Captain Luo's sister quickly hugged Lin Yue from behind. The scene was a mess. Huang Zhenyu smiled and said, "Okay. Since you don't want to answer this question, then I won't ask. I heard that Luo Zhiqing's mother unfortunately passed away and will be buried today. Can you tell me the details? Has she always been in poor health? Luo Zhiqing's accident in the army, have you always hidden it from her? When the villagers heard this, they couldn't help but start cursing at the same time. You're shameless. If it weren't for you, would Aunt Luo be angry to death? This is too much. Your conscience must have been eaten by a dog. You're really shameless. What are you doing? What are you doing? Huang Jinyu glanced at the agitated villagers and said loudly, what do you unruly people want to do? Do you want to have a taste of prison food? Lin Yue was so angry at this shameless reporter that she almost fainted on the spot. Huang Jinyu saw that the villagers showed fear again, so he smiled proudly and said to Lin Yue, don't misunderstand. I came here today for an interview, and also to pay my respects to the old lady. I interviewed her a few days ago. I didn't expect that she would pass away in just a few days, alas. Huang Jinyu pretended to sigh and then walked into the house. Of course, he didn't come to pay his respects to the old lady, because before he took a step, he signaled the 2 cameramen to hurry up and follow him. This guy wanted to take more material. The old lady's coffin was in the central room. Before the funeral, the coffin wasn't covered. If the cameraman went in, it meant that the old lady's body would be photographed. This was a big taboo in the countryside. Lin Yue and Captain Luo's sister were blocking the door. Lin Yue said loudly, what are you doing? I said that we don't accept interviews. Get out. But how could the 2 women squeeze past the 3 tall men? Huang Jinyu said as he squeezed forward and pushed Lin Yue away. Soon, Lin Yue couldn't stand steadily and was pushed to the side, so the road naturally opened up. Huang Jinyu curled his lips and was about to step into the yard. At this time, Huang Jinyu felt that it was dark in front of him. A tall figure was blocking the door, completely blocking the way. The person who came was Xiao Ruofei, who was washing up in the yard and rushed out when he heard the noise. Xiao Ruofei heard the conflict clearly. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, and his eyes even burst out with cold murderous intent. Before Huang Jinyu could react, Xiao Ruofei had already reached out and grabbed his neck, and then stepped forward. Huang Jinyu subconsciously reached out to break Xiao Ruofei's hand, but Xiao Ruofei's hand was as tight as an iron hoop. How could he break it? As soon as Xiao Ruofei stepped forward, Huang Jinyu couldn't help but stagger back. What was worse was that Xiao Ruofei was holding him so tightly that Huang Jinyu found it difficult to breathe. His face quickly turned red. You. Let me go. Huang Jinyu said with difficulty. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. He just looked at Huang Jinyu coldly, but that emotionless cold gaze made Huang Jinyu shudder. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. Huang Jinyu didn't doubt that Xiao Ruofei would really kill him. At first, the 2 cameramen were secretly excited. They quickly turned their cameras and began to film Xiao Ruofei. These days, people who hit reporters didn't have a good ending. After all, the news media controlled the mouthpiece. But soon, the cameraman realized that something was wrong. It seemed like someone was going to die. Didn't you see that reporter Huang's face was almost purple? If he continued to hold him, he would suffocate to death. The cameramen quickly put down their cameras and rushed over to pull Xiao Ruofei away. However, it was as if Xiao Ruofei had eyes on the back of his head. He directly kicked one of the cameramen back and directly hit the other cameraman. The 2 of them fell to the ground awkwardly. Huang Jinyu already felt that his vision was turning black. If Xiao Ruofei held him for a few more seconds, he would definitely be strangled to death. At this time, Xiao Ruofei let go of his hand. Huang Jinyu quickly covered his neck and gasped for air. For the first time in his life, he felt that air was so precious. Xiao Ruofei just looked at Huang Jinyu coldly, waiting for him to catch his breath. Huang Jinyu finally recovered. He glared at Xiao Ruofei while gasping for air and said, You dare to hit a reporter. I'm going to ruin your reputation. I'll send you to jail. Xiao Ruofei didn't say a word. He went forward and grabbed Huang Jinyu's collar, gently lifting him up. Huang Jinyu, whose feet were off the ground, was so scared that he shouted, What are you trying to do? Put me down. Lin Yue also came back to her senses at this time. She quickly shouted from the side, Ruofei, don't do it. Put him down. Although Lin Yue didn't know the specifics of Lone Wolf's mission, she still had some understanding of the skills of these commandos. She knew that Xiao Ruofei and the others were all fighting experts with frightening strength. If Xiao Ruofei went crazy, this reporter could really be beaten to death by him. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and looked at Lin Yue. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei raised his other hand and slapped him in the face. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. This slap landed solidly on Huang Zhenyu's face. Xiao Ruofei's slap was very heavy. Huang Zhenyu's head immediately swung to the other side. He spat out a mouthful of blood and two of his molars. "This slap is for Captain Luo. I'll let you slander me." Slap. "This is for Aunt Luo." Slap. "This slap is for sister-in-law." Slap. "This is for the villagers." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei had already slapped him 4 times. Huang Zhenyu didn't have any ability to resist at all. His head was passively swung to the left and right by Xiao Ruofei's slaps. He seemed to be in a daze. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei used all his strength, 4 slaps would be enough to beat him to death. Xiao Ruofei still held back a little. But even so, a mild concussion was inevitable. Almost all of Huang Zhenyu's teeth were knocked out. His face was swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally delicate face now looked like a pig's head. Xiao Ruofei gently let go and Huang Zhenyu sat on the ground, paralyzed. He shouted crazily, You! Beat me to death if you have the guts. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Just you wait to go to jail." These words were quite imposing, but unfortunately, he had lost several teeth and his mouth was swollen. He also spoke with a lisp, which looked a little funny. After seeing this, the villagers felt very relieved and applauded. Huang Zhenyu had been very arrogant since he entered the village. Everyone already knew that it was this unscrupulous reporter who killed Aunt Luo, so they were all filled with righteous indignation. However, the simple villagers were intimidated by Huang Zhenyu's so-called interview rights and 2 cameras with red lights. They didn't dare to act rashly. In fact, they didn't know that there was no law that stipulated the right to interview, and the people had the right to refuse to be interviewed. Now that Xiao Ruofei came out and taught Huang Zhenyu a lesson, these villagers suddenly felt that they had vented their anger. Of course, everyone was whispering below. They were all worried about Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel the slightest pressure. He looked back at the 2 cameramen. The 2 cameramen quickly looked away. They didn't even have the courage to come up and help when facing this person who was like a killing god. Moreover, Huang Zhenyu hadn't been working for long. The cameramen didn't have any friendship with him. Naturally, they wouldn't stand up for him. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips, squatted down and stared at Huang Zhenyu. He asked, "I just want to know, what are you going to do to not let me go? How are you going to put me in jail?" Huang Zhenyu snorted and said, "We've all filmed it. That's the evidence. I'll call the police." "Evidence?" Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile and walked to the 2 cameras placed on the ground by the cameraman. "Are you talking about this?" As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he immediately raised his foot and stomped heavily. The 2 expensive cameras immediately shattered. Xiao Ruofei pulled out 2 memory cards from the pile of junk and broke them in front of Huang Zhenyu. Then, he smiled and asked, "Not anymore." You. Huang Zhenyu was so angry that he trembled all over. "How dare you damage our interview equipment? You're simply lawless." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked, "Where's the evidence? Did you see it?" Xiao Ruofei's last sentence was directed at the onlookers. The villagers suddenly burst into laughter. Several young men replied loudly, "We didn't see anything." Someone else said, "I saw it. It's these reporters who started fighting among themselves and smashed the machine." Ha ha ha, Huang Zhenyu was even more furious. He said angrily, "Don't think that you can reverse black and white. Let me tell you, I'm a reporter from the provincial TV station. Let's see if the police believe you or me. Reverse black and white? Son of AB *TCH. Isn't that what you're best at?" Xiao Ruofei sneered. "You can't stand it? What's even better is yet to come." After that, Xiao Ruofei walked to Huang Zhenyu's side. The villagers felt relieved, but Xiao Ruofei himself didn't. Huang Jinyu saw that Xiao Ruofei was walking towards him again. He was so scared that he stepped back and scolded, "Don't be too arrogant. You'll know what's good for you when the police come." Xiao Ruofei didn't take Huang Jinyu's threat to heart. As he walked, he raised his voice and said, "Fellow villagers, you've all been deceived by him. Huaxiao's laws don't stipulate the right to interview a reporter. Instead, every citizen has their own right to privacy. They have the right to refuse to be interviewed. This bastard is using the tiger's skin as a flag." Huang Jinyu's unscrupulous behavior had already aroused public anger. Xiao Ruofei's gratifying actions made the villagers clap their hands and cheer. After the villagers heard Xiao Ruofei's words, they became even angrier. They pointed at Huang Jinyu and scolded him. A few of the hot-tempered villagers even wanted to come up and hit Huang Jinyu. Huang Jinyu was so scared that he shouted, "Don't mess around. Hitting people is against the law. Hitting a reporter is an even bigger crime. Go to hell." A young man spat and said, "What's so great about being a reporter? You even dared to use the right to interview to scare us. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be satisfied. Let's go together. I don't believe that the government can lock us all up. Beat him to death." The villagers were filled with righteous indignation as they surrounded him. Lin Yue saw that the situation was out of control. Xiao Ruofei had just slapped Huang Jinyu a few times. She was also very anxious. She quickly said, "Ruofei, hurry up and persuade everyone. Otherwise, something will really happen." When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he waved his hand and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, calm down. Don't get yourself into a lawsuit because of a scumbag." Although Xiao Ruofei was a foreigner, his actions just now had won the hearts of the people. Therefore, when he spoke, everyone immediately stopped. Lin Yue heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Xiao Ruofei had taken control of the situation. Although Xiao Ruofei had already beaten the person up, at least no one was killed. There was still room for negotiation. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Ruofei said that sentence, he grinned and said, "Things like teaching scum a lesson. Leave it to me." After that, Xiao Ruofei suddenly appeared in front of Huang Jinyu. Before anyone could react, he kicked Huang Jinyu in the stomach. Huang Jinyu suddenly felt a huge force hit him. He couldn't help but fly backward. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He vomited on the spot. Xiao Ruofei's ghostly figure followed closely. He aimed at Huang Jinyu's legs, who had fallen to the ground, and stomped down hard without hesitation. Kacha! Kacha! Two ear-piercing sounds were heard. Huang Jinyu was stunned for a moment. He stared at his legs that were already strangely twisted. Then, his nerves transmitted the intense pain to his brain. Huang Jinyu howled like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground. "Ruofei!" Lin Yue cried out involuntarily. She was so scared by this sudden change that her face turned pale. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofei's movements were too fast. Lin Yue didn't have any time to react. When she cried out, Xiao Ruofei was already standing in front of Huang Jinyu with his arms crossed. The villagers and the two cameramen all gasped at the same time. This young man's methods were too ruthless. Many people had experienced fighting, but such a scene of someone breaking someone's legs was rarely seen, even in movies. Today, they saw it with their own eyes. The feeling was incomparably shocking. Even though Huang Jinyu was already a bad person in the eyes of the villagers and everyone wanted to beat him up, when they saw Xiao Ruofei make a move, they couldn't help but feel afraid. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huang Jinyu rolling on the ground in pain as usual. It was as if he had done something insignificant, just like patting the dust off his body. Soon, Huang Jinyu's voice was hoarse. He weakly shouted to the two cameramen, "You! Why aren't you calling the police? Quick! Quick! Call the police and arrest him." Then, Huang Jinyu stared at Xiao Ruofei with a face full of resentment and shouted hysterically, "You're dead! You're dead!" The corner of Xiao Ruofei's mouth twitched. He didn't take Huang Jinyu's threat to heart at all. He turned around and glanced at the two cameramen indifferently. One of the cameramen was secretly taking out his mobile phone. When Xiao Ruofei glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, he was so scared that his mobile phone fell to the ground. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "You'd better be honest. Villagers. Do me a favor." Xiao Ruofei said loudly, "Keep an eye on those two guys for me. Don't let them make a call. Don't worry. Whoever dares to move, we'll beat the shit out of him. Leave it to us." The villagers responded one after another. Huang Zhenyu wanted to cry but had no tears. During this period of time, he felt that he had a halo around him. Wherever he went, people would flatter him, afraid that there would be negative reports. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss in this remote village. Now, he couldn't even make a call for help. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Huang Zhenyu and the other two naturally didn't dare to act rashly. However, Lin Yue was very clear that this matter was in a deadlock and couldn't be resolved in the end. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with a wry smile and said, "Ruofei, you're too impulsive." "It's not worth it," Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, Captain Luo is the god of war in our hearts. This grandson dares to slander him like this. Even if Wolf King was here today, the result would be the same." Lin Yue sighed when she heard this. She naturally knew the position of squad leader Luo Zhiqing in the hearts of these comrades. To be honest, she was very pleased with Xiao Ruofei's performance today, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel deeply worried for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled indifferently and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll take care of things here. You don't have to worry about it. Hurry up and take care of Aunt Luo's funeral. Don't miss the time." Lin Yue asked worriedly, "But how are you going to solve it?" "You don't have to worry about that," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Anyway, it'll be fine. Everyone is waiting for you. You should go back first. I won't go up the mountain for Aunt Luo's funeral." Seeing that Lin Yue was still worried, Xiao Ruofei said in a relaxed tone with a smile, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. When you come down from the mountain, the matter here will definitely be resolved." Captain Luo's sister also persuaded a few words. Lin Yue also knew that her mother-in-law's funeral couldn't wait, so she had to follow her relatives back to the yard with deep worry. Soon, the sound of blowing and beating came out again. There were still some ceremonies to be done before the funeral. Soon, Aunt Luo's coffin would be carried up the mountain. People had already been hired to dig the grave, and they were just waiting for the auspicious time to be buried. In the open space at the door, Huang Zhenyu and the two cameramen were surrounded by the villagers. The two cameramen had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared that their faces were a little pale. Huang Zhenyu sat on the ground awkwardly, grimacing in pain. His legs were swollen, and the bones in his calves were strangely twisted. It looked shocking. After Xiao Ruofei finished talking to Lin Yue, he walked towards Huang Zhenyu and the other two. When the villagers saw Xiao Ruofei coming over, they immediately made way for him. When Huang Zhenyu saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately glared at Xiao Ruofei viciously and said in a hoarse voice, "If you have the ability, kill the three of us. Or lock us up for the rest of our lives. Otherwise, we will definitely call the police. You will soon pay a painful price for your atrocities." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "Don't provoke me. I've killed a lot of people." The two cameramen were already scared to death. When Huang Zhenyu said those harsh words just now, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. They scolded Huang Zhenyu in their hearts. In this case, he should have just stayed put. Wasn't he looking for death by provoking that killing god? When Xiao Ruofei said those words, the two cameramen couldn't help but tremble. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Huang Zhenyu sneered and said, "Who doesn't know how to brag?" Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't explain so much to such an unscrupulous villain. He said lightly, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. The reason why you're still alive now is that I don't want to dirty my hands." And Xiao Ruofei squatted down and stared into Huang Zhenyu's eyes. He said word by word, "Do you think that I'll just beat you up and let this matter rest? You. What else do you want?" Huang Zhenyu's heart trembled. He asked fiercely. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. You'll know soon." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he stood up and took out his mobile phone. He found Song Rui's number and dialed it. The phone rang more than a dozen times. Just when Xiao Ruofei was a little impatient and wanted to hang up, the other end finally connected. Song Rui's sleepy voice came from Xiao Ruofei's mobile phone. Xiao Ruofei, you bastard. Don't you have any sense of civility? You're disturbing my sleep early in the morning. What's the matter with you? Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It showed that it was just past 7 o'clock. For Song Rui, it was indeed a little too early. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, You overworked yourself last night, didn't you? Why is your voice so weak? Xiao Ruofei was just casually teasing him. He didn't expect to hear a faint delicate voice from the other end of the phone. Young Master Song, who's so annoying? Then the voice from the mobile phone became a little dull. It was obvious that Song Rui covered the microphone. However, Xiao Ruofei's hearing was extraordinary. He still heard Song Rui say, It's none of your business. Go back to sleep. Then Song Rui laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just putting on a show. Men understand. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Ruofei said seriously, There's an urgent matter. Find a convenient place to talk. Give me 2 minutes. Song Rui said immediately and hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and put away his mobile phone. After about a minute, Xiao Ruofei's mobile phone rang. It was Song Rui calling back. He should have already sent the woman away. However, young Master Song only gave her a minute to put on her clothes and leave. Young Master Song was really something. Can you say what you want now? Song Rui said, I skipped a morning exercise because of you. You have to compensate me. No problem. Wait until I get back to Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei said. Then he didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Is there anyone in your family that you can rely on in Ganjiang province? It's best if it's a leader of a certain level. Song Rui said, Isn't that nonsense? Have you forgotten where my family's old man is from? Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He then remembered that Master Song's grandfather's hometown was in Ganjiang province. However, he had joined the army when he was young and had been working in other places. The reason Xiao Ruofei looked for Song Rui was because he vaguely knew that Ganjiang province was the family Song's traditional territory. He had neglected the fact that it was Master Song's grandfather's hometown. So you're saying that your answer is yes? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. I can't guarantee anything that's too troublesome, but in Ganjiang province, I can still do normal things, Song Rui said. Don't keep me in suspense. What's the matter? Don't tell me you got some Ganjiang girl pregnant and there's no way to clean up the mess? F***CKU. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, I'm serious. Since you're so confident, then you have to help me do it beautifully. Otherwise, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my brother. Song Rui saw how serious Xiao Ruofei was, so he stopped teasing him and said seriously, Tell me. As long as it's not murder, arson, or drug trafficking, I'll help you settle it. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, Do I look like someone who would commit crimes? Then, Xiao Ruofei didn't keep Song Rui in suspense and told him the whole story from beginning to end. Other than Captain Luo's unit number and the reason for his sacrifice, Xiao Ruofei told Song Rui everything in detail. Song Rui was originally from a family of generals, so he had special feelings for the military. When he heard that someone dared to slander a martyr and did it in such a despicable way, he couldn't help but curse F***ck his grandfather. This son of AB***tch is not human. Then, Song Rui asked without hesitation, Ruofei, what do you want to do about this? How big do you want it to be? Just say the word, and I'll use all my connections to do it. If I can't do it, I'll beg my dad, my grandfather, and I'll make sure you're satisfied. Xiao Ruofei was touched and said, Just 2 points. First, make all the information about Captain Luo that has been posted on the internet disappear. Second, this scumbag reporter. Then, Xiao Ruofei paused and looked at Huang Jinyu and asked, Hey, what's your name? Huang Jinyu snorted and glared at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for him to answer and continued, I don't know what this son of AB***tch's name is, but he's from the Provincial Entertainment Channel. Get your people to check it out. I want him to lose all his reputation and live a life worse than death. Song Rui said without hesitation, Okay. I'll immediately get the leader of the Ganjiang Provincial Party's publicity department to handle this personally. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and added, oh right, this son of AB*TCH went to Captain Luo's house to cause trouble this morning. I gave him a small punishment and taught him how to behave. If you have any leaders in the political department you're familiar with, give them a call. Don't leave any traces behind. Understood. Song Ruwei said, then smiled and asked, Ruofei, what's the extent of your small punishment? Xiao Ruofei said calmly, I didn't really hit him. I just knocked out his teeth and broke his legs. With my bad temper, I was already very merciful. Song Ruwei didn't say anything. He treated this as his own matter, and all of the family Song's connections in Ganjiang province were mobilized. In front of the Luo family's house. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he smiled and said, folks, let's spread out. There's no need to surround them so tightly. The third uncle who gave Xiao Ruofei directions at the village entrance yesterday said worriedly, young man, if you don't watch them strictly, what if they call the authorities? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, old man, it's fine. With me watching, they won't have a chance to call the police. Besides, even if they call the police, we're not afraid. This kid can't even protect himself, he can't jump around for much longer. The villagers believed in Xiao Ruofei's words, so they quickly spread out and didn't surround the three of them in the middle. However, these simple villagers were still worried about leaving, so after they spread out, they stayed nearby and talked in twos and threes. Huang Jinyu heard Xiao Ruofei's phone call with his own ears. He was a little nervous, but at the same time, he didn't believe it. He felt that Xiao Ruofei was bluffing. He could already tell that Xiao Ruofei was Luo Zhiqing's comrade in arms. What kind of power could an outsider have in Ganjiang province? Also, when Xiao Ruofei was on the phone, he said that he was the leader of the publicity department of the Ganjiang Provincial Party Committee, and then he said that he was the leader of the political department. He made it seem like Ganjiang province was owned by his family, which made it even more unbelievable. Hey! What do you want? Huang Zhenyu asked fiercely. Let us go. Otherwise, you'll have to add another charge of illegal detention. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huang Jinyu lightly and said, don't worry, in a while, your leader will come and get you. TSK. Do you really think that Ganjiang province is owned by your family? Huang Jinyu said in disdain. Stop bluffing and bluffing. Let us go. Xiao Ruofei was too lazy to pay attention to this unscrupulous reporter who was like a clown. He curled his lips and walked a few steps away. No matter how efficient Song Ruwei was, it would still take time. Moreover, Guhuang County was located in the mountains, so it would take time for the people from Gan River to arrive. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked a villager to bring out some stools from Lin Yue's house and asked everyone to sit down and rest. He even took out some cigarettes and distributed them to the villagers. Then, he took out a stool and sat not far from Huang Jinyu and the others. As for Huang Jinyu and the two cameramen, naturally, no one would bring them stools. Huang Jinyu fell to the ground and groaned from time to time, while the two cameramen squatted dejectedly. Xiao Ruofei calmly smoked his cigarette, looking like he had a card up his sleeve. Whether it was Huang Jinyu and the others or the villagers, they were all a little nervous. Huang Jinyu and the others were worried that Xiao Ruofei wasn't bluffing. If he really had a strong backer, they would be in trouble. The villagers were naturally worried about the opposite. They were afraid that Xiao Ruofei had purposely made a phone call in front of everyone to save face. If this stalemate continued, the problem wouldn't be solved. The Luo family's funeral procession carried Aunt Luo's coffin out to the cemetery on the mountain. Lin Yue, who was wearing mourning clothes, looked at Xiao Ruofei worriedly as she walked out of the door. Xiao Ruofei gave Lin Yue a confident smile. Time passed by, and the atmosphere at the scene was quiet and a little depressing. After about half an hour, Huang Jinyu's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the depressing atmosphere. Huang Jinyu was startled and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Although he refused to admit it, Huang Jinyu was indeed scared by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and looked to the other side. Obviously, he wasn't going to care about him answering the phone. Only then did Huang Jinyu carefully take out his phone. In the process, his mind flashed with many scenes in the news where the kidnappers were witty enough to call the police. He was thinking about how to subtly convey the news that he was trapped through the person who made the call. But when he saw the caller ID, all these messy thoughts were swept away. The person who called was the director of the provincial TV station's entertainment channel, Lu Yun. He was the true leader of the entertainment channel. To Huang Zhenyu, not to mention the director of the channel, even the director of the reporter department was a big shot that he could not reach. Back then, he had only been selected to join the entertainment channel by bribing a deputy director of the reporter department. On the first day that Huang Zhenyu started working, he had entered all the phone numbers of the channel's leaders in the communication book into his cell phone. But he didn't have the qualifications to come in contact with leaders at Lu Yun's level, so naturally, he hadn't called even once. Huang Zhenyu didn't expect Director Lu to call him personally this time. He said in his heart, could it be that my luck has changed? Recently, my work has been quite good. I've caught a few explosive news pieces in a row. Even Director Lu has noticed me. It had to be said that Huang Zhenyu's utilitarian heart was too strong. It was just a call from the director of the channel, but at this time, he had completely thrown his current unfavorable situation out of the window. Huang Zhenyu held all kinds of fantasies of soaring to the sky and hurriedly answered the phone. He said flatteringly, Director Lu, hello, hello. May I know what instructions you have? Lu Yun's cold voice came from the phone. You're Huang Zhenyu from the reporter department? Yes, Director. You can just call me Xiao Huang. Huang Zhenyu said happily. However, Lu Yun's next words made Huang Zhenyu fall from heaven to hell. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Lu Yun scolded loudly, Huang Zhenyu, you bastard. Who gave you the right to do random interviews? You haven't gotten your reporter's pass yet, right? What right do you have to represent the provincial channel to do interviews? Inverting black and white, stirring up trouble, malicious hype, slandering martyrs. You've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The entertainment channel's face has been thrown away by you. If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Huang Zhenyu's face suddenly turned pale. He stuttered, Director Lu, there must be some misunderstanding. Let me explain, the disciplinary committee has already investigated clearly. The evidence is so conclusive. What else do you have to explain? Lu Yun said angrily, you'd better save your nonsense for the comrades in the corporation's disciplinary committee. Huang Zhenyu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The nature of the SARFT was roughly between a state-owned enterprise and a public institution. The so-called disciplinary committee was the disciplinary committee sent by the provincial disciplinary committee to the SARFT. The head of the disciplinary committee would enter the leadership of the SARFT. The disciplinary committee was equivalent to the local disciplinary committee. Of course, no one would like to be invited to tea by the disciplinary committee, especially Huang Zhenyu, who had a guilty conscience. And Lu Yun's next sentence made Huang Zhenyu's heart sink to the bottom. He said, I forgot to tell you. Chen Ziqiang has already confessed to the comrades in the disciplinary committee about his bribery. You'd better not have any wishful thinking. After saying that, Lu Yun hung up the phone. Huang Zhenyu collapsed to the ground. Chen Ziqiang was the deputy director of the entertainment channel's reporter department. Huang Zhenyu had paid tribute to Deputy Director Chen to be transferred to the provincial channel. Huang Zhenyu still had some wishful thinking. He felt that if he asked Deputy Director Chen for help, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After all, Deputy Director Chen was in the same boat as him. He would also be afraid that he would bite him out of desperation. However, Huang Zhenyu did not expect that things had gotten so bad that even Chen Ziqiang could not protect himself. He suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at Xiao Ruofei in disbelief. Could it be that all of this was caused by his phone call? It had not even been half an hour since the phone call, and even Director Lu was alarmed. No, even the disciplinary committee of the corporation was alarmed. And Deputy Director Chen was even interviewed by the disciplinary committee. He had even confessed that he had taken bribes. All of this happened in just half an hour. If it was really Xiao Ruofei who did it, then how much power did he have to be able to make the usually stable personnel suddenly become so efficient? All of a sudden, Huang Zhenyu felt as if he had done something extremely stupid, putting himself in an irrecoverable situation. In fact, Huang Zhenyu did not know that this matter was not as simple as alarmed the disciplinary committee of the provincial SARFT. Half an hour ago, the provincial party committee's publicity minister, Luo Jiawei, had personally called the chairman of the provincial SARFT. Over the phone, Minister Luo had severely criticized the provincial SARFT for their lax control of the news and the lax management of their personnel. It scared the chairman so much that he was trembling in fear. He did not know what he had done wrong to make Minister Luo call him so angrily. After the chairman carefully reflected on his mistakes, Luo Jiawei then told him about Huang Zhenyu's matter that Song Rui had relayed to him. Then, he ordered for a serious investigation to be carried out and to be thoroughly investigated. After being reprimanded for no reason, the chairman of the SARFT was naturally very depressed. He was so angry that he beat up the entertainment channel's director, Lu Yun. Then, the disciplinary committee of the corporation quickly took action to investigate the matter. Everything was afraid of the word seriousness. Besides, it had only been 2 months since Huang Zhenyu had been employed. In a short while, the reason why he was selected to the provincial TV station and what he had done in the past 2 months would all be investigated clearly. The entertainment channel's reporter department's deputy director, Chen Ziqiang, naturally fell from his post. After the investigation, the disciplinary committee found that Huang Zhenyu had not only stirred up a hornet's nest this time, nor did he enter the station through improper means. He had only been employed for 2 months and had actually violated the rules in several reports. He had even accepted red packets from interviewees several times. Such an audacious and insatiably greedy scoundrel had actually infiltrated the provincial TV station and the entertainment channel. Lu Yun was also infuriated for no reason. After scolding the heads of the reporter department, he still felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. He then got Huang Zhenyu's phone and personally called him to give him a good scolding. Just as Huang Zhenyu was grief-stricken, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar Ganjiang province number. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huang Zhenyu with a faint smile and answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Xia?" The person on the other end of the phone was very young. His attitude was very polite and even a little cautious. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "I'm Xiao Ruofei, and you are?" "Hello, Mr. Xia." The young voice said, "I'm Lu Wen, the secretary of Minister Luo of the provincial party committee's publicity department. When I called you, I was instructed by Minister Luo to report the investigation of fake reporter Huang Zhenyu to you." Xiao Ruofei was slightly taken aback and said, "Fake reporter? Interesting. Then I'll have to trouble Secretary Lu to explain it to me properly." "Okay, Mr. Xia." Lu Wen quickly said, "According to the Provincial Radio and Television Corporation's investigation, this Huang Zhenyu was transferred from the Gunning County Radio and Television Station to the Provincial Entertainment Channel through improper procedures 2 months ago. As of now, he doesn't have a reporter's pass." Lu Wen concisely reported the results of their investigation to Xiao Ruofei. Then, on behalf of the Ganjiang Provincial Party Committee's publicity department, he asked Xiao Ruofei to pass on an apology to the martyr's family. After that, Lu Wen politely said goodbye and hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei mockingly looked at Huang Zhenyu, who was covered in dirt, and said to the villagers, "Fellow villagers, the provincial television station has already investigated thoroughly. This guy isn't a reporter at all. He's just using the name of a reporter to swindle people." Third great uncle heard this and said happily, "That's great, this guy is a swindler. That young man won't have to go to jail after beating him up." A younger villager couldn't help but say, "Third great uncle, even if he's a swindler, beating him up like this, it's still illegal." Third great uncle angrily used his fan to smack the villager's head and said, "You idiot, what the hell do you know about the law?" Yes, I don't know," the villager said with a bitter smile. Third great uncle was the oldest person in the village, so no one dared to refute what he said. However, the villagers clearly weren't as optimistic as third great uncle. Their eyes were filled with worry, and the villagers who were further away from third great uncle were still whispering, discussing how many years Xiao Ruofei would be sentenced to for beating someone up to this extent. At this moment, the sound of police sirens suddenly came from afar, and the villagers suddenly became restless. Soon, 2 police cars arrived in front of the Luo family's house, and 7 or 8 police officers jumped out of the car and quickly walked over. Huang Zhenyu was also surprised. They didn't have the chance to call the police for help, so how did the police get the news and rush over? Moreover, even if they called the police, it was only half an hour, and the village was so remote. The police came too quickly, right? However, Huang Zhenyu didn't think so much. It was better to get out of the control of this killing god first. Otherwise, he would die from the pain before he was punished by the discipline inspection team, so, Huang Zhenyu immediately shouted, "Police comrade! Help!" The police officers separated the crowd and walked in. The middle-aged police officer who led the team said loudly, "We are the county's criminal police team. We received a report that someone pretended to be a reporter and swindled people in the village. Where is the fake reporter?" The villagers pointed their fingers at Huang Zhenyu and the other two people. Huang Zhenyu said with a sad face under the police's gaze, "Police comrade. We are all staff of the provincial television station. We have a work permit. We aren't fake reporters. And, they surrounded me and didn't let me leave. That young man beat me so badly. You have to seek justice for me." The middle-aged policeman looked at Huang Zhenyu's injuries and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, isn't this young master a little too ruthless? How did he beat him up like this? However, he was very clear about his mission. He turned a deaf ear to Huang Zhenyu's words. He only curled his lips and said, "It seems that you are the fake reporters? What is this situation? Who beat him up?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and stood up and said, "Police comrade, I beat him up. It has nothing to do with the villagers." The middle-aged police officer nodded and said, "Oh." It turned out that these few swindlers were swindling people in the village. After they were exposed, they were ready to commit murder. So, the villagers subdued them together in self-defense. Huang Zhenyu was stunned when he heard this. He quickly said, "Officer, you must have heard wrongly." He himself, "I didn't ask you to speak." The middle-aged police officer glared at Huang Zhenyu and said. Then, he turned to a young police officer and said, "Did you write it down?" "Captain Ching, the swindlers were swindling people. After they were exposed, they were ready to commit murder. The villagers injured people in self-defense." "I wrote it all down," the young police officer said immediately. You are twisting the truth." Huang Zhenyu shouted angrily. Our interview equipment was smashed by him. All the evidence inside was destroyed. The middle-aged police officer looked at the pile of camera fragments on the ground, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is going on here?" Xiao Ruofei saw the middle-aged police officer's serious look and couldn't help but find it funny. He went forward and said, "It's me." So, they were running away in a panic and accidentally broke the camera. The middle-aged police officer immediately interrupted Xiao Ruofei and said, "Xiao Zhao, write it down." "Yes, Captain Ching." The young police officer immediately wrote it down in his notebook. Then, Captain Ching asked a few more questions. Every time, before Xiao Ruofei could finish, he made up a self-justifying reason and asked the young police officer to write it down in the on-site investigation record. Although it seemed a little ridiculous, it was still in accordance with the procedures. Finally, the middle-aged police officer said to Xiao Ruofei, "Sir, we have received a report from the Provincial Public Security Bureau about these fake reporters. The Provincial Radio and Television Corporation's discipline inspection team is also preparing to implement 2 measures against them. Thank you for helping the police catch these swindlers. Then, we will take them away." How could Xiao Ruofei not know that all this was the result of Song Rui's operation behind the scenes? He smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Captain Ching. But this Huang Zhenyu seems to be seriously injured. I'm afraid he needs to be sent to the hospital in time for treatment." "Yes, in the spirit of humanitarianism, we will also give necessary treatment to the criminal suspect," Captain Ching said. "Moreover, so far, it is only the investigation stage of the discipline inspection team, so we will send him to the hospital and hand him over to the Provincial Radio and Television Corporation's discipline inspection team." Then, Captain Ching said meaningfully, "I believe that the discipline inspection team will definitely investigate all the problems of these fake reporters and deal with them seriously. If they are suspected of committing a crime, the judicial authorities will definitely investigate to the end." "Mr. Xia, don't worry." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Of course, I don't worry." Captain Ching had successfully completed his task. He immediately signaled the police officers to escort Huang Zhenyu and the other two into the police car. Then, he politely said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei. The two police cars came and went quickly. After a while, even the sirens could not be heard. When the funeral procession returned from the mountain, the villagers were still gathered at the door of the Luo family's house in twos and threes, talking about what had just happened. Lin Yue had been absent-minded during the funeral, mainly because she was worried about Xiao Ruofei. She walked near the door and saw that Xiao Ruofei and Huang Zhenyu had disappeared. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. When she vaguely heard the villagers say something about the county's criminal police, she was even more anxious. Lin Yue quickly walked a few steps forward, grabbed a familiar village woman, and asked, "Sister-in-law Wu, what happened to Xiqing's comrade? Was he arrested by the police?" Sister-in-law Wu said with admiration, Xiqing's comrade is really amazing. He made a phone call, and not long after, the leaders of the province called the fake reporter and scolded him severely. That fake reporter was so scared that he almost peed. Lin Yue was so worried that she didn't pay attention to what sister-in-law Wu said. She held her hand tightly and said, "Sister-in-law Wu, what did you say about the police? Why is Ruofei missing? Was he arrested by the police?" Sister-in-law Wu looked at Lin Yue with some amusement and said, "How is that possible? Not long after you left, the county's criminal police came. We all thought that it was going to be bad. Your comrade might be arrested. I didn't expect that the police didn't arrest him at all. Instead, they took the 3 fake reporters into the car and took them away." Lin Yue breathed a long sigh of relief when she heard that. As long as Xiao Ruofei was fine, it didn't matter what happened in the process. If Xiao Ruofei had really been imprisoned because of her family's matter, she would have felt guilty for the rest of her life. At this time, Xiao Ruofei came out of the door. When he saw Lin Yue, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're back." When Lin Yue saw that Xiao Ruofei appeared in front of her, she was completely relieved. She asked, "Ruofei, did the police make things difficult for you?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law," Xiao Ruofei said, "I've already coordinated everything. Let me tell you, that Huang Zhenyu, that reporter, he doesn't even have a reporter's certificate. Furthermore, he has committed many violations of the rules and regulations. The provincial SARF's disciplinary inspection team has already filed a case against him. He will receive the punishment he deserves for all the bad things he has done." Lin Yue let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Ruofei, I thank you on behalf of old Luo. But are you sure you'll be fine after beating him up like that?" At this moment, third-grade uncle, who hadn't left all this time, said, "This kind of bad person deserves to be punished. What's there to be afraid of? The police from the county came today and were very polite to this young man. They didn't make things difficult for him at all. You don't have to worry about it." Lin Yue hurriedly said to third-grade uncle, "I know, third-grade uncle," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I just gave Uncle Luo a traditional Chinese medicine treatment and gave him some medicine that I made myself. His condition is much better now. You can go in and take a look." "Oh. Okay. Lin Yue said hurriedly. She had been very busy these past few days. Her mother-in-law had passed away and her father-in-law's health was very poor. It seemed that the family was about to fall apart. Fortunately, when Xiao Ruofei came, not only did he severely punish the fake reporter, but he also treated her father-in-law. Her father-in-law's complexion had obviously improved yesterday. Otherwise, if something happened to her father-in-law again, Lin Yue really wouldn't be able to hold on. She walked quickly to the east room and saw Uncle Luo sitting on the bed. He looked much better. The key was that his breathing was very stable and his complexion was much rosier. Seeing Lin Yue come in, Uncle Luo sighed and asked, Did you send your mother up the mountain?" "Yes. Dad, I've taken care of the funeral," Lin Yue said with red eyes. "Ah. It's been hard on you." Uncle Luo said, "Child, you haven't lived a good life since you came to our house. Xiqing is in the army all year round. Your mother and I are in poor health. This family depends on you. Then something happened to Xiqing and your mother died." As he spoke, Uncle Luo couldn't help but tear up. He was very sad. Lin Yue hurriedly said, "Dad, please. Don't say that. Isn't it my duty to take care of this family? Now that Mom and Jiqing are gone, you have to take care of yourself. If something happens to you again, I really won't have the face to see them in the future. I know. Uncle Luo was in tears. Child, it's been hard on you. Dad, let's not talk about this. Lin Yue said, Ruofei said that he treated you again this morning. How do you feel? This child's medical skills are really good. Uncle Luo said, he gave me acupuncture for a while and brewed me a medicine. After drinking it, I felt relaxed all over. Lin Yue showed a hint of joy and said, that means that the medicine is right for the illness. Dad, you've had this illness for so many years. Many doctors couldn't do anything about it after seeing it. Ruofei only came over for a day, and your condition improved. He must have a way to completely cure your illness. Uncle Luo nodded and said, Xianxia said the same thing. Lin Yue suddenly thought of Xiao Ruofei's suggestion last night. She had been busy since last night and didn't have time to think about it carefully. Now that her father-in-law's illness had improved significantly, she began to seriously consider Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. In all fairness, the benefits of Xiao Ruofei's suggestion were obvious. She could have a stable job, Nan could receive a better education, and her father-in-law's illness could be effectively treated. No matter which point it was very attractive to Lin Yue. More importantly, if what Xiao Ruofei said was true, that he was only providing a job and treated the other employees the same as the other employees, then earning money through labor did not go against her principles and her husband's instructions. Of course, Lin Yue also knew that whether it was treating her father-in-law's illness or coordinating Nan's enrollment, her family had definitely accepted Xiao Ruofei's help and owed him a huge favor. However, even Captain Luo's revenge was personally avenged by Xiao Ruofei. This favor was something that she couldn't repay in her lifetime. Therefore, compared to other comrades, Lin Yue was more likely to accept Xiao Ruofei's help. This kind of mentality was very subtle. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yue was indeed tempted to go to Sanshan City. However, she was very clear that the biggest difficulty wasn't her own heart, but how to convince her father-in-law. As an old man who had guarded his hometown for decades, and his wife and son were both resting on this piece of land, it was too difficult to convince him to leave his hometown and go to Sanshan City. Lin Yue's heart was very conflicted at this moment. In the end, she didn't tell Uncle Luo about Xiao Ruofei's proposal. She just chatted with him for a while and told him to rest in his room and not think about anything else. Then, she got up and left the east room. Xiao Ruofei was smoking in the courtyard. When he saw Lin Yue come out, he greeted her with a smile and asked, "Sister-in-law, is Uncle Luo doing well?" "He's recovering quite well," Lin Yue said. "Ruofei, thank you so much." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're treating me like an outsider." "Oh right, sister-in-law, my proposal yesterday. Have you considered it? Please don't reject it. I came here specially to invite you this time. Am I sincere enough?" Lin Yue showed a trace of emotion and said, "Ruofei, you're really considerate. I've seriously considered your proposal yesterday. It's indeed very attractive, but I'm worried that I won't be able to convince my father-in-law. After all, Sister-in-law, as long as you agree, this matter will be easy to handle." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'll do the work on Uncle Luo's side." "You?" Lin Yue looked at Xiao Ruofei with some disbelief. She wasn't confident that she could persuade him personally. How could Xiao Ruofei persuade that stubborn old man? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, just tell me if you agree or not. If you agree, I'll go and persuade Uncle Luo." Lin Yue pondered for a long time, then finally nodded and said, "If you can do as you promised yesterday and treat me as an ordinary employee without any special treatment, I'm willing to work in your company." Xiao Ruofei happily waved his fist and said, "That's great. Sister-in-law, wait here for a while. I'll go in and have a good chat with Uncle Luo." "Ruofei." Lin Yue had just spoken when Xiao Ruofei excitedly ran into the east room. Lin Yue helplessly shook her head and could only let him be. She was a little nervous as she paced back and forth in the central room. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei pushed open the door of the east room and walked out. He smiled and made an okay gesture to her and said, "Sister-in-law, it's done." Lin Yue opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked, "My father-in-law agreed?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course. I already said that once I do it, there will be no problem. If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask Uncle Luo." Lin Yue really didn't dare to believe it. She quickly pushed open the door of the east room and walked in. "Dad!" Lin Yue called out. Uncle Luo turned to look at her and said, You should pack your things in the next 2 days. Little Xia said that when he comes back from this business trip, he will take us to Sanshan." "You agreed?" Lin Yue asked in surprise. Uncle Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I already promised little Xia." "No. Dad, did Ruofei feed you some magic potion?" Lin Yue couldn't help but ask, "I thought you would definitely not agree." Uncle Luo smiled and said, Am I such an old-fashioned person in your mind?" No. Lin Yue quickly waved her hand and said, "I'm just curious, how did Ruofei convince you?" Uncle Luo said, "Actually, it's nothing. He told me that it would take a long time for my illness to be completely cured. It would be best if I went to Sanshan, where he could treat me at any time. Also, little Xia told me that there are a lot of vegetables, fruits, and fish on his farm. In fact, it's similar to the countryside. Also, there are a lot of retired soldiers on the farm. Some of them are soldiers from Xicheng's old army. In the end, he promised me that if I wanted to come back to see your mother and Xicheng, I could tell him at any time, and he would personally send me back." After Lin Yue heard this, her eyes were a little wet. Uncle Luo said with emotion, The soldier that Xicheng brought was really someone who valued comradeship. We must remember the help he has given to our family." Lin Yue nodded heavily. Uncle Luo said again, "Actually, what little Xia said isn't important. The key is that I feel that it's really too hard for you to support a family alone. You can't take care of the few acres of land at home by yourself. If you work at little Xia's company, you can also relax a little. In addition, Nan can also receive a better education." Speaking of this, Uncle Luo smiled and said, "I'm already so old. How can I be a burden to all of you? Besides, as long as the family is reunited, where isn't home?" Uncle Luo didn't study much and couldn't speak of any great principles. However, these simple words that he said were a lot of sentiments in life. Lin Yue nodded heavily and said, "Dad, I know. Then let's go to Sanshan to take a look first. If you feel that you're not used to it, I'll resign from Ruofei and come back to the village." Uncle Luo smiled and nodded. "Okay. It's settled then." After Lin Yue left the east house, Xiao Ruofei was still waiting in the central room. He smiled and asked, "How was it?" "Sister-in-law, I didn't lie to you, right?" Lin Yue said, "Ruofei, thank you so much this time." "Sister-in-law, I still have to go out of town to do something. It's not even the 7th day of Aunt Luo's funeral. There must be a lot of things to do." "Xia," Ruofei said, "when I'm done and come back, I'll send a car to pick you up. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements at Sanshan. It won't delay Nan's school in September." "Okay." Lin Yue said, "We'll listen to you." Many villagers came to help with the funeral at home. They had to treat everyone to a meal at noon, so Lin Yue didn't have time to chat with Xiao Ruofei. Soon, she went to work with Captain Luo's sister. Lin Yue even asked someone to pass a message to her cousin in the neighboring village to send Nan back. Nan was a child who didn't have a clear concept of life and death, so she didn't show too much sadness about the passing of her grandmother and father. Instead, she was very happy to see Uncle Xiao Ruofei. In fact, every time Nan went to the army with Lin Yue to visit relatives, she liked to play with the soldiers. She was very familiar with many of the soldiers in Lone Wolf. Xiao Ruofei had successfully persuaded Lin Yue and Uncle Luo. He was in a very good mood and had a lot of fun with Nan. Lin Yue wanted to send Xiao Ruofei out, but Xiao Ruofei firmly refused. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you have so many things to do at home. Don't worry about me. I'm such a big boy. How can I get lost?" After that, Xiao Ruofei gently patted Nan's head, picked up his bag, and left the old house. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to walk to the road outside and hail a car. However, he had not walked far from the Luo family's house when he heard the sound of an engine behind him. A tractor stopped next to him, and a villager asked enthusiastically, "Mr. Xia, where are you going?" Xiao Ruofei did not know this villager, but he knew that he should have participated in the siege of Huangzhenyu and the others at the gate of the Luo family's house in the morning. Otherwise, he would not have recognized him. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm going back. I'll go to town to rent a car first. Come on up. I'm going to town to buy fertilizer. I'll give you a ride," the villager said with a smile. "Okay. Thank you." Xiao Ruofei was more than happy to not have to walk by himself. He gently supported himself with one hand and got on the back of the tractor. The villager laughed and started the tractor again. There was some straw in the back of the tractor. Xiao Ruofei put his backpack behind his head and lay on his back comfortably. He looked at the blue sky and felt a little proud. It seemed that in just 2 days, his prestige in Luoshan village had become quite high. The road was a little bumpy, but Xiao Ruofei was lying on a thick layer of straw, swaying and feeling very relaxed. Soon, they arrived at the town. The villager was very enthusiastic to send Xiao Ruofei to a taxi stop at the bridge. Many people in this small town knew each other very well. The villager first asked Xiao Ruofei and learned that Xiao Ruofei was going to the provincial capital, Yuzhong, so he went to find a driver he was familiar with. Soon, he helped Xiao Ruofei negotiate the price, a total of 500 yuan. This was indeed much cheaper than Xiao Ruofei's chartered car from the provincial capital. Xiao Ruofei smiled and thanked the villager. Then, he got on the taxi and headed to the provincial capital, Yuzhong. Most of the areas in Ganjiang province were mountainous, and the roads were not easy to travel on. It wasn't until nightfall that Xiao Ruofei returned to the provincial capital, Yuzhong. He asked the driver to send him to a Shangri-La hotel in the city and paid the fare. Then, he took his bag and booked a room in the hotel. Yuzhong's economy was not as developed as the coastal cities. Although the Shangri-La hotel here was also a 5-star hotel, an ordinary king-sized room only cost around 800 yuan. For Xiao Ruofei now, this level of spending naturally did not bother him. He went to the room and took a shower. Then, he lay down comfortably on the soft bed. He felt that all the fatigue in his body was swept away. After lying down for a while, Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and began to search for flight information online. Soon, he booked a flight from Yuzhong to Lhasa, to bed at around 10 a.m. the next day. Then, Xiao Ruofei called the front desk and booked a taxi at around 8:30 a.m. The next morning, after Xiao Ruofei had breakfast at the hotel's buffet restaurant, he took a taxi to Chongbei International Airport in Yuzhong City and successfully boarded the flight to the snowy plateau. However, there was no direct flight from Yuzhong to Lhasa. Xiao Ruofei's flight stopped in Xi'an. After more than 2 hours at Xianxia International Airport, he reboarded the plane. When he took off from Xi'an, he encountered a traffic control. Xiao Ruofei waited for more than an hour on the plane. When he finally arrived at Lhasa Gongga International Airport, it was already around 8 p.m. He spent the whole day on the road. Before he came, Xiao Ruofei had already checked the internet. The train from Lhasa to Naku left at 6:20 p.m. So, he could only stay in Lhasa for one night. The transportation system was not developed. Xiao Ruofei could only sigh helplessly. He took a taxi to a 4-star hotel near the train station and booked a ticket for the earliest train to Naku the next day. At 8:50 a.m. the next day, Xiao Ruofei's train slowly moved toward his destination, Naku. The train traveled on the plateau. The blue sky entered his eyes. The scenery along the way was intoxicating. Sometimes, the train would cross the Qinghai-Tibet highway. Xiao Ruofei could see many backpackers on the Qinghai-Tibet highway cheering and waving in the direction of the train. Riding the train on the plateau, which was almost unpolluted, and looking at the snowy mountains in the distance, Xiao Ruofei felt that his mind seemed to be a lot more open. After 3.5 hours of travel, Xiao Ruofei finally arrived at Naku County. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the simple train station with a simple backpack. At this time, he was wearing a jacket, a pair of hiking shoes, a canvas backpack, and a pair of sunglasses. He looked like an ordinary backpacker. Xiao Ruofei found a small restaurant in the county town to have lunch. Then, he began to wander around the county town with the canvas backpack. Naka County was the country's famous caterpillar fungus production area. There were many places in the county town that sold caterpillar fungus. There were rows of shops with signs like Superior Caterpillar Fungus hanging on them. Xiao Ruofei was not familiar with caterpillar fungus. Naturally, he did not know how to identify it, but he had his own way. Before Xiao Ruofei went out, he took a lot of cash from the dimension and put it in his backpack. Xiao Ruofei always kept a lot of cash in the dimension. In addition to the lack of interest, the security and privacy were undoubtedly better than any bank in the world. Xiao Ruofei, who had a lot of money in his pocket, wandered around Naka County. For most of the day, Xiao Ruofei would go to every shop that sold caterpillar fungus, no matter how big or small, even if it was just a small stall. Then, he would buy a small amount of caterpillar fungus. Xiao Ruofei's behavior was no different from that of ordinary tourists. He strolled around this stall, that shop, and bought something with the caution of a foreigner. He did not buy much. However, no one noticed that after Xiao Ruofei put the caterpillar fungus he bought into the canvas backpack, it would mysteriously disappear. In fact, Xiao Ruofei sent the caterpillar fungus into the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei did not understand caterpillar fungus, but Xia Qing did. Caterpillar fungus was a precious Chinese herbal medicine. Its effects were described in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The Ring 2 space itself was used to grow spiritual herbs. As a spiritual puppet that specialized in serving the Ring 2 space, Xia Qing was naturally very clear about the identification of caterpillar fungus. In fact, from the perspective of spirit grass and spirit medicine, caterpillar fungus was only a low-end medicinal herb. However, Xiao Ruofei had never even heard of the more high-end medicinal herbs, let alone seen them. It was estimated that on today's earth, those spiritual herbs that Xiao Ruofei did not know the names of, even if they existed, were extremely rare. They must be encountered but not sought. Every time Xiao Ruofei sent a caterpillar fungus in, he would use his spiritual thoughts to communicate with Xia Qing. He would give the caterpillar fungus a number in the space, record the name of the shop that bought the caterpillar fungus, and then identify it. Finally, all the caterpillar fungus were ranked in order. Xiao Ruofei could easily determine which shop had high-quality caterpillar fungus and fair price. Xiao Ruofei hoped to find a shop that operated with integrity and had good products through this stupid method, and then proceed to the next step. In this way, Xiao Ruofei spent the whole afternoon in Chu County. He seemed to be wandering around casually, but in fact, he was inquiring for information. This was also a method that could not be helped. Xiao Ruofei could not be introduced by an acquaintance and go straight to the destination. In the case of unfamiliar situations, this was not a bad idea. Soon, Xiao Ruofei went to 20 to 30 shops that sold caterpillar fungus. Each shop bought a small sample and sent it into the Ring 2 space as a sample. When the sun set in the west, Xiao Ruofei felt that he had almost visited all the places that sold caterpillar fungus in the county town. He was ready to find a hotel to stay first. Just as Xiao Ruofei walked out of the last shop, he felt that someone seemed to be following him. Although the streets were bustling in the evening, the sixth sense of a special warfare elite was very sharp. Xiao Ruofei's brows furrowed slightly. She quietly quickened her pace and walked forward. He wanted to test the purpose of the person behind him. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that the person did not hide. He immediately caught up with him and shouted in a low voice, "Sir, please wait." Xiao Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw a young man of about 14 or 15 years old walking quickly towards him. This young man was skinny and had the Tibetan signature red color on his face. His clothes looked a little shabby. Xiao Ruofei pointed to himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" The Tibetan child nodded quickly and said in broken Chinese, "Sir, can I have a word with you?" Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. If it were any other outsider who came to the unfamiliar Tibetan area, they would definitely not agree. However, Xiao Ruofei was skilled and bold. He was not worried that such a child would harm him. He thought for a moment and nodded. The Tibetan child immediately led the way, leading Xiao Ruofei through the streets and alleys. Soon, they came to a secluded place. Xiao Ruofei stopped and asked, "What's the matter? Can you tell me now?" After the Tibetan child left the block, he was obviously relieved. He nodded and asked, Sir, do you want to buy caterpillar fungus? Xiao Ruofei squinted at the Tibetan child and said, Are you following me? The Tibetan child quickly said, No. No. Sir, don't get me wrong. I saw you coming out of several caterpillar shops on the street, and you bought a little each time. I guess you must be doing a market inspection. Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile and said, You're quite observant. You're right. But you called me here. Do you also sell caterpillar fungus here? The Tibetan child nodded and said, Yes, sir. In fact, most of the shops on the street are controlled by Tashi Dorji's people. The caterpillar fungus they sell are similar. Not only are the prices expensive, but they are also not authentic. Moreover, when they see foreign customers, they often pass off shoddy caterpillars, broken caterpillars, and hollow caterpillars as first-class products. Xiao Ruofei looked at the Tibetan child calmly and waited for him to continue. In fact, Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly in his heart. The caterpillar fungus he bought in the afternoon had been identified by Xia Qing. Most of them were of poor quality. There were even a few shops that sold imitations, which did not contain caterpillar fungus at all. This also made Xiao Ruofei smile bitterly. It was no wonder that people were full of doubts. Nowadays, whether it was the food they ate, the milk they drank, the clothes they wore, everything that could produce profits was full of imitations. This time, Xiao Ruofei had come to one of the main production areas of caterpillar fungus. He did not expect to buy something like this. It was conceivable that if a foreigner who did not know anything about caterpillar fungus came here, it would be very difficult to buy authentic high-quality caterpillar fungus. The Tibetan child was also secretly observing Xiao Ruofei's expression, but Xiao Ruofei did not say anything. He felt that Xiao Ruofei did not seem to believe him. He swallowed his saliva and continued, Sir, Tashi Dorji has almost monopolized the caterpillar fungus market in Naku. Even if the other scarecrows have good stuff, they would not dare to sell it to you. Xiao Ruofei looked at the Tibetan child with a faint smile and asked, It sounds like this Tashi Dorji is very powerful? He's a demon. The Tibetan child gritted his teeth and said, The scarecrows have gone through a lot of hardships and even risked their lives to collect the caterpillar fungus. He uses his power to buy it at a very low price every time. Those who dare to resist him are beaten badly by him. Then you still dare to sell the caterpillar fungus to me? Xiao Ruofei asked with a faint smile. The Tibetan child said, Because I need money very much now. Sir, I did not dare to call you when we were on the street. I followed you secretly because I was afraid that I would be discovered by Tashi Dorji's men. Sir, my father was collecting caterpillar fungus when he encountered a wolf under the snow mountain. In order to escape the wolf's pursuit, he fell off the cliff and broke one of his legs. I had no choice but to take the risk to treat his injury. The Tibetan child looked sad. Anyone who saw him could not help but feel pity for him. However, Xiao Ruofei was still as calm as an ancient well. His expression was very calm. He knew that many scams nowadays originated from an emotional performance. Many people fell into the trap because of this. The peddlers of Panjiayuan in Beijing could tell a twisted and strange story about every item on their stalls. Even if the item was fake, even a layman could tell at a glance. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not moved by the Tibetan child's story. However, he did not forget his original intention. No matter how moving the story was, his only judgment was whether the item was good or bad. The Tibetan child immediately looked overjoyed and said hurriedly, Don't worry, sir. Our cordyceps are all natural. My father dug them up from the mountains 4,000 to 5,000 meters above sea level. My father has been digging cordyceps for decades, and he never uses shoddy cordyceps. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Let's take a look at the things first. As I said before, as long as the cordyceps are of good quality, money is not a problem. Sir, if it's convenient, can you come to my house to take a look at the goods? The Tibetan child asked carefully. He then explained, The best batch of cordyceps collected by my father is hidden at home. I don't dare to take it out easily. I'm afraid that Tashi Dorji's people will find it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Okay, let's go now. I hope your cordyceps can satisfy me. You won't be disappointed. The Tibetan child said quickly, Please come with me. After that, the Tibetan child led the way and walked through the alleys with Familiarity. Xiao Ruofei could see that he was very careful. He was trying to avoid crowded places and taking turns in the winding paths. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the Tibetan child had ulterior motives and deliberately took Xiao Ruofei to a place with fewer people. However, Xiao Ruofei was skilled and bold. Even if the Tibetan child had some conspiracy, he wasn't afraid. He just followed behind and looked around from time to time. He seemed to be very interested in the Tibetan-style buildings in Nagka County. "By the way, what's your name?" Xiao Ruofei asked casually. The Tibetan child quickly said, "Sir, my name is Gesang Luobu. You can call me Gesang." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Gesang, your Chinese is good." Gesang smiled shyly and said, "Sir, my mother is a Han. She taught me all my Chinese." "Really?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise. It wasn't that there were no cases of intermarriage between Han and Tibetan, but it was relatively rare. Gesang said sadly, "My mother passed away when I was 8 years old, so my Chinese level." Xiao Ruofei gently patted his shoulder and said, "I'm sorry." Gesang soon smiled again and said, "Sir, it's okay. I was really sad when she passed away for 2 years, but I'm much better now. I just want to grow up quickly and earn a lot of money. That way, my father won't have to work so hard to dig for worm stalks." Xiao Ruofei and Gesang chatted as they walked forward. After a short while, they came to the middle of a narrow alley. There was a shabby house here. When they came to the door, they could smell a pungent smell of medicine. "Here we are." Gesang said, "Sir, please come in." After that, Gesang opened the door and let Xiao Ruofei in. Gesang's house was a typical Tibetan house built with stones. It was 3 stories high and had a small courtyard in the middle. After walking in, they could see that the interior was actually very delicate and meaningful. The walls were painted with beautiful auspicious patterns, mainly blue, green, and red, which symbolized the blue sky, the land, and the sea. As soon as they walked in, a middle-aged man's voice came from the house. He asked loudly in Tibetan, and Gesang immediately answered in a loud voice. Xiao Ruofei couldn't understand what they were talking about. Although Gesang was very young, he seemed to have a high EQ. After answering, he immediately explained to Xiao Ruofei, "Sir, my father is asking who is here. I told him that I brought a guest to see the caterpillar fungus." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Gesang said again, "Sir, please come in." He took Xiao Ruofei to a dimly lit room, where the smell of medicine was the strongest. Xiao Ruofei vaguely saw a dark-skinned middle-aged man sitting on a bamboo recliner. His left leg was swollen and covered with some black ointment. The pungent smell was coming from this ointment. Xiao Ruofei had learned some traditional Chinese medicine halfway, but he couldn't tell what medicine was used. He guessed that it should be a wound medicine made by Tibetan doctors. As soon as Gesang entered the room, he said a few words to his father in Tibetan. Then his father looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Where are you from, sir?" He spoke Chinese well. It seemed that he had learned it from his Han wife. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "My surname is Xia. I came here from Southeast Province to buy some high-quality caterpillar fungus, but I'm not satisfied with the ones on the market. Gesang happened to say that you have good caterpillar fungus at home, so I came to have a look." Kelsang's father nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Suo Langrenzing." Kelsang is right. Our family's cordyceps were all dug up by my relatives and me. The quality of the cordyceps varies, but they are definitely authentic. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let me take a look at the goods." Suo Langrenzing nodded and motioned to Gesang. Gesang immediately walked out of the room and came back with 3 or 4 bags in a short while. Gesang said, "Mr. Xia, these are caterpillar fungus that my father dug up and dried himself. The quality in this bag is the highest. 2 of them are 1 gram. After that, Gesang looked at Xiao Ruofei eagerly. The quality of caterpillar fungus was a bit similar to that of abalone. The bigger the caterpillar fungus, the higher the value. There were about 2,000 caterpillars for 1 kilogram of high-quality caterpillar fungus, 2,500 caterpillars for 1 kilogram, 3,000 caterpillars for 1 kilogram, and 1,500 caterpillars for 1 kilogram. But this was not an absolute standard. The quality of the caterpillar fungus itself was also very important. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and directly opened the bag of caterpillar fungus that Gesang pointed out. Gesang said, "Mr. Xia, look, the surface of the caterpillar fungus is yellow, and the ring pattern on its back is very clear. There are 8 pairs of legs on its abdomen, and the 4 pairs in the middle are very obvious. The front part is darker, and the front 3 pairs have degenerated. You can clearly see that it has brownish-red eyes on its head, and the color of the grass head is also very good. It is definitely the most authentic caterpillar fungus." Suo Langrenxing did not speak. He just looked at Gesang selling caterpillar fungus to Xiao Ruofei with a trace of relief. He seemed to be deliberately training his child. Xiao Ruofei listened and nodded slightly. From time to time, he picked up a caterpillar fungus and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. He looked very serious. Neither Gesang nor Suo Langrenxing noticed that one of the caterpillar fungus in the bag had disappeared into thin air. There were at least 1 or 2,000 caterpillars in this bag, so it was naturally impossible to find out that one was missing. This caterpillar fungus was secretly sent into the Ring 2 space by Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he communicated with Xiaqing with his spiritual thoughts and asked him to identify the quality of this caterpillar fungus immediately. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Gesang unhurriedly while waiting for Xiaqing's appraisal result. Soon, Xiaqing gave Xiao Ruofei feedback. As expected, this caterpillar fungus was the best one among all the caterpillars that Xiao Ruofei had bought today. It also had obvious characteristics, indicating that this caterpillar fungus was indeed produced in Nagku, Tibet. The caterpillar fungus in Nagku still had some distinctive characteristics, such as yellow color, uniform fat, translucent and oily, and a strong smell of butter. It was easy for insiders to judge. After getting a positive answer from Xiaqing, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate and said directly, "Gesang, your caterpillar fungus are really good. If the price is right, I'll take them all." Gesang was overjoyed. He nodded repeatedly and then said, "Mr. Xia, thank you. I still have some slightly smaller ones here." Gesang. Suo Langrenxing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Mr. Xia wants the best caterpillar fungus. Don't take out those level 2 and level 3 caterpillars." Xiao Ruofei looked at Suo Langrenxing with a smile. He felt that this middle-aged Tibetan was quite interesting. Judging from Gesang's age, Suo Langrenxing was at most in his 40s. However, the years of living in the highlands made him look older. The vicissitudes of life were written on his face, but at the same time, he looked very wise. His cloudy eyes seemed to be able to see through all kinds of things in the world. "Oh." Gesang nodded with disappointment. Then he immediately thought of those level 1 caterpillars. If Xiao Ruofei bought all of them, it would bring him a lot of money. It would be much more than what Zashi Dorji forced him to sell them. At least, it would be enough to treat his father's injury. So Gesang's eyes quickly became eager again. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, we sell level 1 caterpillars for about 250,000 yuan per kilogram. If you buy them in China, it would cost at least 300,000 yuan. If you are willing to buy all of them, I can give you 220,000 yuan per kilogram." Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly. Xiao Ruofei had done some research about the price of the best caterpillar fungus. He knew that Gesang was not asking for too much. The price was quite reasonable. In fact, the 16,888 yuan gift box that Boss Lin said before contained the level 1 caterpillar fungus. If converted to unit price, it would be close to 340,000 yuan per kilogram. Of course, this was only the price at the end of the channel. In Naku, where the caterpillar fungus was produced, it would naturally not be so expensive. The premise was that one had to have enough discernment skills to be able to buy authentic Naku caterpillar fungus. Under Gesang's expectant gaze, Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "No problem. Let's do it at this price." Gesang immediately thanked him excitedly. Solenrenzing could not help but show a hint of excitement. These caterpillars were his main harvest today. Although there were some level 2 and level 3 caterpillars, the most valuable ones were all here. Solenrenzing was a famous caterpillar. Zashi Dorji had sent people to buy caterpillars from him several times, but Solenrenzing had used the excuse that this year's harvest was not good to fool him with some inferior caterpillars. Although Zashi Dorji was not without suspicion, Solon Renzing dug up all the level 1 caterpillars himself and did not buy them from other relatives. Plus, Gesang had hidden these treasures very well. Later, Solon Renzing fell and broke his leg, so Zashi Dorji resentfully gave up. Gesang quickly weighed these caterpillars in front of Xiao Ruofei. They were 853 grams in total. Gesang took out a calculator and said, "Mr. Xia, let's make it 800 grams. That's 176,000 yuan in total." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "The number is correct, but I don't have that much cash on me. You definitely can't swipe your card here. The bank is closed now, so we can only wait until tomorrow to withdraw the money." In fact, Xiao Ruofei had at least 1 million in cash in the space. However, he naturally could not take out the money on the spot. Otherwise, it would be too illogical. No one would bring so much cash and walk around outside for an entire afternoon. Moreover, it was in the unfamiliar Tibetan area. Solon Renzing was also a straightforward person. He immediately said, "No problem. Mr. Xia, where are you staying? I'll ask Gesang to send the caterpillars to you tomorrow." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I started to walk around the Caterpillar Street as soon as I got off the car. I haven't found a hotel yet. Why don't we exchange our contact information? It's not safe for Gesang to go out with such precious caterpillars. Besides, Zashi Dorji's people are outside. Let's do the trade here." "Okay," Solon Renzing said with a smile. Gesang didn't have a mobile phone yet, so Xiao Ruofei and Solon Renzing exchanged mobile phone numbers. This number was an anonymous card that Xiao Ruofei bought before he set off. Xiao Ruofei entered Solon Renzing's mobile phone number and dialed it. As soon as Solon Renzing's mobile phone rang, Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and said with a smile, "I really can't find you here. I'll text you after I book the hotel tonight. I'll call you tomorrow after I withdraw the money. You can ask Gesang to pick me up at the hotel." "No problem," Solon Renzing said straightforwardly. He didn't ask Xiao Ruofei to leave a deposit or anything. It could be seen that this Tibetan man was very honest. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had been secretly memorizing the route on the way here. For a former special warfare elite, memorizing the route was a beginner's skill. Even if Gesang took him around a few more times, he could clearly draw the route in his mind. However, Xiao Ruofei still had something to discuss with Gesang. He could talk about it on the way from the hotel to Gesang's house, so he made this request. Xiao Ruofei didn't really come to Naku to buy caterpillars this time. He wanted to try to restore the formation environment of caterpillars in Ring 2 space, so that this precious medicinal material could be continuously produced in Ring 2 space. The previous purchase of caterpillars was just Xiao Ruofei's preparation work. Xiao Ruofei refused Gesang's kindness to send him out. He left Gesang's house alone and walked to the street according to his memory. He stopped a taxi and found a hotel called Naku Hotel. In fact, this 3-star hotel was basically the best in Naku County. After checking in, Xiao Ruofei washed up, played with his mobile phone for a while, and went to bed directly. The next day, he waited until 9 o'clock to call Solon Renzing. He told him the name of the hotel and the room number. At the same time, he took out 176,000 yuan in cash from the space, put it in a plastic bag, and stuffed it into his canvas bag. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for long before the doorbell rang. Gesang had already arrived. Xiao Ruofei directly called a taxi from the hotel's front desk, and then took the taxi with Gesang to his house. After getting off at the entrance of an alley, Xiao Ruofei paid the fare and walked into the alley with Gesang. Gesang walked very briskly, because what he worried about didn't happen. Xiao Ruofei kept his promise and informed him of the transaction after withdrawing the money. Kelsang immediately said, "No problem. Mr. Xia, I can be your tour guide for free. I don't need to be paid." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I still need to pay you. Not only do I want to tour the county, but I also want to see the place where your father dug the caterpillar grass." "What's there to see there?" Kelsang asked in confusion. "It's just some hillsides, and it's high above sea level. There's also the possibility of encountering gray wolves. If it weren't for the grass, we wouldn't be willing to go there." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I heard the story of digging the caterpillar grass from you, and I'm very interested in this magical land. I want to see it with my own eyes." Kelsang thought for a moment and said, "That's no problem. Since Mr. Xiao wants to see it, I'll take you there. I followed my father to dig grass in the mountains 2 years ago, so I'm very familiar with that place." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "If you're my tour guide, I'll pay you 500 yuan a day." Kelsang quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no. Mr. Xia, you've already done us a great favor by buying our caterpillar grass. I don't dare to charge you for showing you the way. Just take it. Why can't you make money by your labor?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Besides, I bought caterpillar grass worth more than 100,000 yuan. Do you think I'm short of a few hundred yuan? It's settled." Kelsang could only nod and say, "Well then. Thank you, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei touched Kelsang's head and said, "Let's go. Your father is still waiting for us at home." They soon arrived at Kelsang's house. Xiao Ruofei looked at the bag of caterpillar grass again and weighed it. He quickly took out the 176,000 yuan that was wrapped in a plastic bag. After the father and son checked twice and confirmed that there was no mistake, Solon said happily, "Mr. Xia, thank you for taking care of our business." Kelsang was also very happy. "That's great, Mr. Xia. My father's leg finally has money to treat." "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's because your caterpillar grass is of good quality. It's a fair deal. You don't need to thank anyone." Gusang scratched his head and chuckled. Then he immediately remembered Xiao Ruofei's matter, and quickly told his father in Tibetan. After listening, Sua Langrenzing also felt that Xiao Ruofei's request was a bit strange, but this was the guest's privacy. Since Gusang had already agreed, he did not object. A real Tibetan man was very trustworthy. Moreover, Kelsang had followed him to the mountain to dig grass every year in the past few years. He was very familiar with the terrain of the area and could avoid general dangers. Solon was not too worried. He just told him to bring enough equipment and dry food and be careful on the way. He was a little worried about Xiao Ruofei's safety. After all, Xiao Ruofei didn't look like a tall and strong person. It was impossible for outsiders to see how much terrible energy was hidden in Xiao Ruofei's thin body. Therefore, Solon also tried to persuade Xiao Ruofei. But Xiao Ruofei insisted on going, so he had to agree. Kelsang immediately went to prepare for the trip. He was still a teenager. He didn't feel anything when he went up the mountain with his father. This time, as Xiao Ruofei's guide, he felt completely different. He was like a young eagle that was finally going to spread its wings and fly alone. Xiao Ruofei also got up and said goodbye to Solon. He heard from Kelsang that the traditional caterpillar fungus production area was still a long way from the county, so he made an appointment with Kelsang to meet him at the entrance of the alley later. He would rent a car first. After finding the only car rental company in the county, Xiao Ruofei submitted his driver's license. After paying the deposit by swiping his card, he successfully got a Toyota off-road vehicle with full fuel. In the mountains of Tibet, off-road vehicles were much more practical than ordinary cars. When Xiao Ruofei drove to the alley near Gusang's house, Gusang was already waiting there with a big backpack and a bundle of ropes on his body. His face was full of excitement as if he was about to go on an adventure. Xiao Ruofei pressed the horn twice, and Kelsang immediately found him. He quickly ran over, put the big backpack and rope in the back seat, and then sat in the passenger seat excitedly. Under the guidance of Kelsang, Xiao Ruofei quickly drove away from the county and headed for the traditional caterpillar fungus production area in Nagku. Compared with the dangerous Sichuan-Tibet highway, the Qinghai-Tibet highway was not bad. However, the continuous high altitude would make most foreigners feel a little uncomfortable. Even the locals would feel a little uncomfortable breathing. But Xiao Ruofei was not affected at all. He drove comfortably and enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Originally, Kelsang was worried about Xiao Ruofei's severe altitude sickness and turned his head to observe his condition from time to time. However, after driving for a while, Kelsang found that Xiao Ruofei did not seem to be affected by the high altitude at all. He was relieved. The distant mountain top was covered with white snow all year round, and the lake beside the road was full of vitality. The almost unpolluted scenery of the plateau made Xiao Ruofei feel relaxed and happy. Kelsang guided Xiao Ruofei to the foot of a mountain. The mountain did not look steep, and the terrain of the hillside was relatively flat, but even at the foot of the mountain, it was more than 4,000 meters above sea level. Therefore, under the seemingly calm appearance, there was an invisible crisis. Xianxia pointed to the mountain and said, "Mr. Xia, this is the caterpillar fungus production area of Nagku. That hillside and the mountains to the west are where my father and the others have been digging caterpillar fungus all year round." Xiao Ruofei drove the car away from the road and stopped at a place as close to the foot of the mountain as possible. He said with a smile, "Then let's climb up and have a look." Xianxia also nodded excitedly. He carried the rope and backpack and quickly led the way. Soon the two began to climb the mountain. The hillside did not look very steep at the foot of the mountain, but in fact, it was not as smooth as Xiao Ruofei had imagined. In addition to the high altitude, even Xianxia, a local, was a little out of breath after climbing for a while. However, Xiao Ruofei did not seem to be affected at all. His footsteps were still very strong. At this time, the caterpillar fungus harvesting season had just passed. It was the time for this land to recuperate, for bats and moths to lay eggs and hatch larvae, so there were no other Tibetans in the entire caterpillar fungus production area. There were also wind horse flags left by the Tibetans on the hillside, which was also a unique scenery in the Tibetan area. Since Xiao Ruofei came to Tibet, he had seen white, yellow, red, green, and blue prayer flags on the roadside countless times. The wind on the mountain was very strong, and these prayer flags fluttered in the wind, looking very spectacular. Xianxia was panting as he climbed the mountain. "Mr. Xia, this caterpillar fungus can be found here. However, the altitude here is not high enough, so the quality of the caterpillar fungus is not as good as the ones above." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Then let's continue to go up and have a look." Xianxia couldn't help but be speechless. As a local, he was so tired that his legs were weak, but Xiao Ruofei was as if nothing had happened. He didn't look tired at all. His physical fitness was too good. However, since Xianxia had agreed to be Xiao Ruofei's guide, and Xiao Ruofei had given him today's salary in advance when they set off, he naturally had to try his best to meet his employer's requirements. Therefore, Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to climb up. Xianxia was a little out of breath and said, "Mr. Xia, when my father and other grass diggers were looking for caterpillar fungus, they all bent down and climbed up bit by bit like this. Sometimes they even had to kneel on the ground because the exposed part of the caterpillar fungus was only a very small tip. Even experienced grass diggers had to be very careful not to miss it." Xiao Ruofei didn't understand the hardships of the grass diggers until he really arrived at the caterpillar fungus production area. After all, people with a strong body like him were rare. Even if those Tibetans were born and raised in the local area, it must be very difficult to find caterpillar fungus in such a high-altitude mountain. Xiao Ruofei said, "It's really not easy." Xianxia said, "Yes. My legs are sore and numb after a day, and most of the grass diggers have serious rheumatism in their legs, which is caused by kneeling and lying down to look for caterpillar fungus for a long time." As he spoke, Xianxia pointed to a small pit not far away from his feet and said, "Mr. Xia, look. There used to be a caterpillar fungus here. The grass diggers found it and dug it out." As he spoke, Xianxia knelt down and lowered his body. He took out a small shovel from the side of his backpack and carefully shoveled the soil. He said, "There used to be a caterpillar fungus in this pit. After the grass diggers dug it out, they would put back some barley and rice with blessings and prayers. This is their special feeling for the land." Xiao Ruofei took a closer look and saw grains of rice and barley in the small pit. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He had spent so much effort to find the caterpillar fungus production area in the snowy curve. He wanted to simulate such an ecosystem in his space, so he had to take the soil here. Because only the soil and vegetation here would have the most authentic mycelium and bat moth eggs or larvae. In this way, the soil would definitely be affected. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't need a lot, and it was far from destroying the ecosystem here, compared with the piety of the grass diggers, Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. Xianxia continued to lead Xiao Ruofei up the mountain. Along the way, he also explained the plants to Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, they encountered bat moths on the way. Xiao Ruofei carefully memorized the appearance of bat moths and insect eggs hanging on the grass. Xianxia would also carefully avoid them. Unknowingly, they had been on the mountain for 3 or 4 hours. Xiao Ruofei and Kelsang sat on a high stone to rest. They had mineral water and dry food, looking as far as the eye could see. They were enjoying the unique beauty of the plateau. Xiao Ruofei had already figured out the situation here. After they finished eating, they began to go down the mountain. Kelsang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had also consumed a lot of his physical strength. It was not the first time he came here, but he used to follow his father and other grass diggers. Every time, they moved slowly and stopped from time to time. After all, they still had to dig for caterpillar fungus. But this time, they almost climbed such a long mountain in one breath, and he felt very tired. When they returned to the foot of the mountain, they took the car and returned to Chu County. Xiao Ruofei sent Kelsang to the alley near his home, took out 500 yuan, and handed it to him. He said, "Kelsang, thank you for accompanying me to enjoy the most beautiful plateau scenery today. This is your salary." Kelsang hurriedly refused, "Mr. Xia, I was only your guide for half a day. I don't need so much money." Xiao Ruofei smiled and put the money into Kelsang's hand. He said, "You worked very hard today. The extra money is my tip for you." Xiao Ruofei saw that Kelsang was still hesitating, so he said with a smile, "Kelsang, this money is not much. Just take it. I may go back to the southeast in a day or two." "Ah? Mr. Xia, aren't you going to visit Chu County?" Kelsang asked with some surprise. Xiao Ruofei said, "I feel that I have seen the most authentic Tibetan mountain scenery today, and I want to take back the caterpillar fungus I bought as soon as possible." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei waved to Kelsang and said, "Kelsang, thank you for being my guide. Let's say goodbye here. I will come back to Chu County if I have the chance in the future." After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the alley. He did not return the car. Instead, he drove directly to Naku Hotel. After returning to his room, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing off the dust on his body, he slept soundly. It was not until nightfall that he woke up in high spirits. After an afternoon of rest, Xiao Ruofei had adjusted to the best state. He went downstairs to the food stall near the hotel and had a Tibetan-style dinner. Then he went back to the hotel parking lot, took the rented Toyota off-road vehicle, and drove away from Chu County. Xiao Ruofei's destination was the mountain area that Kelsang had taken him to this morning. He remembered the road very well and smoothly arrived at the foot of the mountain where he had parked in the morning. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car. At this time, he was wearing a jacket and hiking shoes. He was dressed professionally, but he didn't carry heavy equipment like ordinary backpackers. With the Ring 2 space at hand, Xiao Ruofei didn't need anything like a hiking bag. With a flip of his hand, a strong flashlight appeared in his palm out of thin air. After turning on the flashlight, Xiao Ruofei began to climb the mountain along the route he had taken in the morning. Generally speaking, the quality of the cordyceps was better at higher altitudes. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was ready to go to higher places. Without Kelsang, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to deliberately control his speed. He was almost twice as fast as he had been in the morning. After more than an hour, Xiao Ruofei had already reached the highest altitude that they had reached. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't stop. After observing the mountain, he continued to climb. Kelsang also said that his father had reached about 6,000 meters above sea level to dig for the cordyceps. Xiao Ruofei held the flashlight in one hand and pushed away some tall weeds from time to time with the other hand. He continued to move to higher altitudes. After about half an hour, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped with a strange look on his face. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. What did the heat of the jade leaf mean? It meant that there was a boundary stone nearby. This magical item was much better than ordinary jade materials when it came to upgrading the space. Now that the space of the spiritual map had leveled up to a certain level, every level up had become extremely difficult. If Xiao Ruofei were to rely solely on buying jade materials, he might not even be able to level up 1 or 2 levels even if he used all of his wealth. However, it just so happened that obtaining world stones was completely dependent on luck. The sensory jade leaf that Xia Qing created could only detect world stones within a range of 10 kilometers. Compared to the vastness of the world, a range of 10 kilometers was too small. If he were to use the sensing jade leaf to search, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. This time, being able to sense the existence of a boundary stone in Nachu was definitely an unexpected surprise for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took 2 deep breaths to calm his mind. He was not in a hurry to find the boundary stone. This was because this was the wilderness and there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of 10 kilometers. This boundary stone was definitely not kept at home by someone, but in the wilderness. Therefore, there was no need to rush. As for the matter of the caterpillar fungus, Xiao Ruofei had basically reached his destination. He could start working on it now. He tried to climb a little higher, and then felt the temperature of the jade leaf. He was very happy to find that the temperature of the jade leaf had increased by a small margin. This meant that he was a little closer to the jade leaf. Then, he could not delay either of them. Xiao Ruofei began to climb higher. At the same time, he also diverted some of his attention to feel the changes in the jade leaf's temperature. When Xiao Ruofei's wristwatch showed that he was close to 5,800 meters above sea level, he gradually slowed down his pace. Under the illumination of the strong flashlight, Xiao Ruofei found a bat moth hanging upside down on a small tree branch. When the flashlight shone on it, the bat moth immediately flapped its wings and flew toward the light source. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei used his mental energy to wrap around the bat moth and drag it into the Ring 2 space. In the Ring 2 space's mountain sea realm, there was a huge gauze cage. This was something that Xiao Ruofei had prepared long ago. The bat moth directly appeared in this gauze cage out of thin air. Now, Xiao Ruofei's control of his mental energy had improved. He could very accurately control items to appear in any position in space. Error was almost negligible. In this gauze cage, there were already more than 10 bat moths fluttering about. They were all caught by the bat moths that Xiao Ruofei had encountered on his way up. After Xiao Ruofei caught the bat moth, he stopped and carefully observed it with the flashlight. He found that there were many bat moth eggs on the grass and in the soil in this area. With a thought, a military shovel appeared in Xiao Ruofei's hand out of thin air. First, he delineated an area of about 2 meters by 2 meters. Then, he began to carefully dig with the shovel, trying not to damage the vegetation on the surface of the soil. Within this area, about 10 to 15 centimeters of soil was dug up together with the vegetation on the surface. For ordinary people, this might not be easy to control, but Xiao Ruofei did it very easily. He quickly dug up a 20-centimeter square of soil and then sent it into the Ring 2 space with a thought. Within the mountain sea territory of the spirit map, there was a piece of land about 2 mu of land that had been dug up by Xiaqing. The soil that contained the eggs of the bat moth and the mycelium of the cordyceps had been sent to the surface of the land. Xiao Ruofei worked very quickly. The soil and vegetation in the area he delineated were quickly dug up piece by piece and sent into the Ring 2 space. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei carefully dug up some soil from nearby and backfilled the area he had dug up. Although the color of this area was obviously different from the surrounding area, it was now over the cordyceps production season. There would not be any Tibetans in this mountain area. When the cordyceps fungus was dug up next year, it would not be obvious. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei continued to search around. According to Gusang, almost all the soil in the nearby mountains contained cordyceps mycelium. It was just that whether the bat moth eggs could hatch larvae, whether the larvae could drill into the soil, and whether the mycelium in the soil could infect the larvae, all of these depended on a lot of random factors. Therefore, the cordyceps production was so low. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei mainly looked for areas where the bat moth eggs were more concentrated. He collected the vegetation and soil in the entire area and moved them into the Ring 2 space. The bat moth eggs were very small and attached to the leaves of grass. It was difficult to find them even during the day, let alone in the dark of the night. However, Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was amazing. With the help of the strong flashlight, he could find the eggs relatively easily. In this way, Xiao Ruofei kept looking for areas where the eggs were more concentrated in the nearby mountains at this altitude and moved them into the Ring 2 space. Of course, this was a stupid method, and it consumed a lot of stamina. If it were anyone else, this would be an impossible task. But to Xiao Ruofei, at most, she felt a little tired. After all, the altitude was there, and with such a large workload, it was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to not have any reaction. But even if he felt tired, it didn't affect his work speed at all. While Xiao Ruofei was looking for bat moth eggs, he would catch the bat moths on the way and put them into a gauze cage in the Ring 2 space, temporarily imprisoning them. Unknowingly, there were already 60 to 70 bat moths in the gauze cage, and the 2 acres of land in the space were gradually covered by the vegetation of the plateau in the Ring 2 snow region. A few hours passed. After Xiao Ruofei finished processing the last patch of vegetation and soil, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Now, the 2 acres of land in the space had completely covered the plateau's vegetation and soil. In addition, there was also a large plastic container that was half filled with the space's soil. On top of the space's soil, there was also a layer of plateau's vegetation and soil. And this small 1 square meter plateau's vegetation and soil was specially selected by Xiao Ruofei. It contained the most bat moth eggs. This plastic container was naturally used by Xiao Ruofei for the cultivation experiment. Tonight's operation was undoubtedly a very heavy physical labor. Even if Xiao Ruofei's physical strength was super strong, he was already sweating profusely. He sat on a huge rock, took out some spirit pond water from the space, drank it, and sat down to rest for a while. During the rest, Xiao Ruofei communicated with Xiaqing through telepathic thoughts and gave him instructions. Xiao Ruofei had already done some preparatory work before he set out, but there was no guarantee of safety in the wilderness. Xiao Ruofei could not enter the Ring 2 space, so the follow-up work could only be done by Xiaqing. While Xiao Ruofei was resting, his mind was always connected to the space, so he could see Xiaqing's every move in the Ring 2 space. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's orders, Xiaqing immediately began to work on the land covered with bat moth eggs and cordyceps mycelium. He erected the galvanized tubes that Xiao Ruofei had already prepared and inserted them into the holes around the land. These galvanized tubes were about 2 meters long, and they were connected to a gauze net. When these galvanized tubes were erected, the gauze net also surrounded the land. Then Xiaqing unfolded another gauze net that could cover the entire land. Then this gauze net flew up and accurately covered the entire land, forming a hole with the gauze net around it. With Xiao Ruofei's permission, Xiaqing, a puppet that was originally born for the Ring 2 space, could also use the power of the 5 elements. Xiaqing quickly reinforced the connection points. He also covered the parts of the gauze net that were in contact with the ground with a layer of spatial soil to ensure that there were no gaps. Then, Xiaqing carried the gauze cage and walked into the range of the gauze net from the only door that had a Velcro switch. He released all the bats and moths in the gauze cage and quickly left the range of the gauze net, patching up the only loophole. Soon, an independent kingdom that was similar to a wasp's living space appeared in the mountain sea realm of the Ring 2 space. After completing the first mission given by Xiao Ruofei, Xiaqing carried the largest packing box without stopping and traveled to the Archean realm. Xiao Ruofei's idea was the same as cultivating abalones. He wanted to use the difference in the flow of time in the Archean realm to experiment and ensure that this method could perfectly simulate the environment where the caterpillar fungus grew. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time and expression if he waited a year before discovering that this method was not feasible? Xiaqing moved the large packing box containing the bat moth eggs and the caterpillar fungus mycelium to the spatial spirit pool, placing it together with the orange plastic box containing the small abalones. Then, he followed Xiao Ruofei's instructions and found a small bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. He evenly poured the solution on the surface of the soil and vegetation in the packing box. Following that, Xiaqing wrapped the top of the packing box with gauze nets. This could ensure that there was good ventilation and prevent the hatched bat moth larvae from escaping the box. After confirming that Xiaqing had completed all the work, Xiao Ruofei transmitted his praise to him through his divine will. The reason why Xiao Ruofei wanted Xiaqing to complete the work immediately was that he hoped to see the results of his hard work as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have wasted a few days by the time he returned to the farm. That was equivalent to wasting a few months in the Archean realm. With this arrangement, Xiao Ruofei only needed to wait another 7 or 8 days after returning to the farm in 2 days to determine if his idea could really create an ecosystem in the spatial realm. After sitting for so long, Xiao Ruofei had basically recovered all his energy. Therefore, he stood up and prepared to do something more important, search for the world stone. Just now, when Xiao Ruofei was searching for the area where the bat moth eggs were concentrated, he was also paying close attention to the temperature of the jade leaf. He carefully controlled the direction he was moving in, making sure that he was getting closer and closer to the boundary stone that the formation had sensed. Even though he would sometimes deviate slightly from his direction for the nearby bat moth eggs and vegetation, he would quickly return to the correct path after collecting the vegetation and soil. Now that he had completed the previous work, Xiao Ruofei had no more worries. He focused on sensing the minute changes in the jade leaf's temperature and constantly adjusted his direction, heading towards the possible location of the world stone. If he was on flat ground, with the precise guidance of the radar that was the sensing jade leaf, finding something within a 10-kilometer radius was nothing for a special combat elite like Xiao Ruofei. However, this was not flat ground, but a continuous mountain range. Sometimes, the jade leaf would clearly sense a certain direction, but what lay in front of Xiao Ruofei was a cliff. This way, he would have to take a long detour to reach the other side. And after reaching the other side, based on the temperature of the jade leaf, it was very likely that he would have to cross the same cliff at another location and return to the other side. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been tortured to the point of losing their minds. However, Xiao Ruofei's mental fortitude was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Moreover, the world stone was too important to him. No matter how difficult it was, he had to obtain it. Moreover, this was only a difficulty caused by some natural factors. In Xiao Ruofei's opinion, it was still better than the situation where the world stone was already in someone else's possession. Xiao Ruofei very patiently and nimbly climbed the plateau that was 5,000 to 6,000 meters above sea level. After walking for a short distance, he would stop and seriously sense the changes in the jade leaf's temperature. Then, he would either continue in the same direction or make slight adjustments to his route. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei dug in the mountain for 3 to 4 hours. It was already the latter half of the night, but Xiao Ruofei did not feel tired at all. Instead, his expression became more and more excited because he could sense that the temperature of the jade leaf was getting higher and higher. This meant that his efforts over the past few hours were not in vain. He was getting closer and closer to the world stone. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped. His sharp sense of danger made him quiver. The moment he stopped, the sound of rustling grass and trees could be heard. Xiao Ruofei felt a sense of danger rapidly approaching from behind his head. He instinctively turned his body to the side. At the same time, the military dagger that had accompanied him for many years appeared in his hand out of thin air. Xiao Ruofei saw a black shadow pouncing toward him from the corner of his eye. He did not have time to think as he swung the dagger while dodging this fatal blow. The black shadow seemed to have also sensed the killing intent emitted by the cold blade of the military dagger. However, it was unable to dodge in midair. The huge inertia caused it to crash straight toward Lu Xing. Xiao Ruofei did not do anything. All he did was raise the tip of the dagger. With a ripping sound, the sharp military dagger slashed open a huge wound on the black shadow's body. After it fell to the ground, it struggled for a moment before it stopped moving. Xiao Ruofei shone the strong flashlight on it. It turned out that it was a wolf that lived in the highlands. What happened just now was really fast. If Xiao Ruofei had reacted a little slower, even if he did not lose his life, he would have suffered a lot under the wolf's sharp claws. However, Xiao Ruofei did not feel relieved after killing the wolf. This was because he had already sensed that the danger had not been eliminated. He abruptly turned around and swept the flashlight into the distance. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. More than 10 pairs of green eyes were filled with ferocity and greed. They were all staring at Xiao Ruofei. Awoo, on the highest rock, the largest wolf raised its head and let out a ferocious howl. The howl of the alpha wolf was like a bugle call to charge. In an instant, more than a dozen wolves flew towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's face was solemn, but there was no trace of panic in his heart. He held the military dagger tightly and did not retreat. Instead, he advanced toward the ferocious wolves. Xiao Ruofei slightly turned his body sideways. His body was like a fully drawn bow. No one knew the strength contained in his seemingly thin body. Although wolves were cunning animals, they were not human. When they saw Xiao Ruofei exposing the space beside him, they immediately rushed toward him without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei sneered. He turned his body halfway and kicked a strong wolf several meters away. After that wolf landed on the ground, it was already motionless. Xiao Ruofei did not hold back at all in this kick and had already shattered all of the wolf's internal organs. While it was still in midair, this wolf was already deader than dead. This kick also opened the prelude to Xiao Ruofei's attack. At this time, two more wolves rushed towards Xiao Ruofei almost at the same time. He took a leisurely stroll and easily avoided one of them. At the same time, he lightly waved the military dagger in his hand. The dagger flashed a cold light in the dark night and directly cut off the wolf's head. The wolf's body continued to fly forward due to inertia. During the flight, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound on the wolf's neck. The warm wolf blood splashed onto Xiao Ruofei's body, completely arousing his killing intent. At this time, several wolves had arrived at the same time. The wolf that dodged earlier quickly turned around and attacked Xiao Ruofei from both sides. Xiao Ruofei quickly ran forward a few steps. Then, he stomped on the ground and his whole body soared. In the air, Xiao Ruofei aimed at a position and fiercely stomped on the head of a wolf. His body suddenly overcame the gravity and soared into the air again. In this way, Xiao Ruofei consecutively stomped on the heads of 3 wolves. After a miserable howl, they all fell to the ground and died. Xiao Ruofei only lightly stomped on the ground, but the wolf heads were all crushed. Xiao Ruofei did not continue to fight. He chose to attack from the air. In fact, his actual target was the alpha wolf that had been quietly standing on the rock all along. After several acrobatic moves, Xiao Ruofei's feet did not touch the ground. He had already pounced in front of the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf obviously also realized the danger Xiao Ruofei was in. It let out an even more ferocious and crazy howl. The speed of the wolf pack's attack also increased, surrounding Xiao Ruofei from all directions. Xiao Ruofei's body was obviously exhausted in midair. However, he still fiercely twisted his body, using the strength of his waist and abdomen to forcefully change his direction. His feet continuously kicked out. After kicking 3 or 4 wolves away, he finally stood on the rock occupied by the alpha wolf. It was as if Xiao Ruofei had eyes on the back of his head. He accurately grabbed the front paw of a wolf and threw it like a suplex. The wolf, which weighed more than 100 pounds, heavily hit the rock wall. At the same time, the military dagger in Xiao Ruofei's right hand drew a cold arc, quickly chopping towards the alpha wolf's neck. The alpha wolf held and nimbly avoided its vital parts. Its huge body was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiao Ruofei's neck. At the same time, at least 5 other wolves had already pounced in front of Xiao Ruofei. Due to inertia, Xiao Ruofei's right hand holding the dagger was still chopping towards the alpha wolf's position. However, he did not panic at all. Taking advantage of the momentum, he twisted his body and avoided the alpha wolf's killing blow. At the same time, his shoulder heavily leaned towards the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf whimpered and staggered a few steps back from Xiao Ruofei's collision. Xiao Ruofei also took advantage of the situation and waved his dagger backhandedly. In an instant, he reaped the lives of 2 more wolves. At the same time, he did not continue to fight and rushed towards the alpha wolf's direction. The dagger was still as fast as lightning. The alpha wolf subconsciously dodged to the right, but it did not expect the cunning of humans. Xiao Ruofei's attack was completely a feint. His body's center of gravity did not move with the attack. The alpha wolf dodging to the right was also completely within Xiao Ruofei's calculations. He had already prepared his left fist and punched out heavily. This was completely out of the alpha wolf's expectations. In a flash, it did not have time to react. Xiao Ruofei's iron fist smashed into its head. The alpha wolf howled and then fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. Its 4 legs kicked a few times and it died just like that. Xiao Ruofei had used all of her strength in this punch. The power was no different from a heavy truck. Moreover, the area affected by the force was so small that the sudden burst of power turned the alpha wolf's head into a pile of mush. After dealing with the alpha wolf, Xiao Ruofei suddenly turned around. His body was covered in warm wolf blood. He held the military dagger in his right hand and stood on a high rock like a killing god. Under the moonlight, he looked murderous. There were only 5 wolves left in the pack. Originally, they were all aggressive and unreservedly pouncing on Xiao Ruofei. However, after the alpha wolf died, the 5 wolves seemed to have lost their momentum. They subconsciously stopped and looked at Xiaoruofei with vigilance. Xiaoruofei smiled coldly. He held the dagger tightly and took a step forward. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the wolves. They actually took a step back. Xiaoruofei walked forward step by step. The 5 wolves slowly retreated. Finally, the wolves seemed to be unable to withstand the invisible pressure. One of the wolves howled and then they all turned around and ran. Xiaoruofei curled his lips. He had no interest in chasing after them and just let them go. He was still thinking about the boundary stone. These wolves lived in the highlands and mountains all year round. There was no end to killing them. Since they took the initiative to run away, Xiaoruofei naturally wouldn't care. There were 6 or 7 wolf corpses on the ground. Some of them had their bellies cut open. There were also some that didn't have any wounds but were completely dead. Under the moonlight, the scattered wolf corpses told of the tragic battle just now. Xiaoruofei didn't want to waste anything. He simply dealt with the wolf corpses. Xiaoruofei, who had experienced countless jungle combat and survival training, was very familiar with dealing with the wolf corpses. It didn't take him much time to remove all their internal organs and dig out their fangs to store them separately. Xiaoruofei threw away the internal organs of the wolves and put the other useful things into the ring 2 space. Some people who had eaten the wolf meat didn't like the taste. However, Xiaoruofei had eaten it once during a survival training in the tropical jungle. At that time, Captain Luo used a cooking method and the taste was very good. This time, he had hunted a few wolves. Xiaoruofei naturally wanted to give it a try. In addition, the wolf fangs could also be made into good accessories. There were a few wolves, including the alpha wolf, that didn't have any wounds on its body. Especially since the alpha wolf's head was especially big. The wolf hide was very suitable whether he kept it for himself or gave it to others. After cleaning up the scene a little, Xiaoruofei didn't have the mood to wash the wolf blood off his body. He continued to search in the direction of the boundary stone. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning was the darkest time. Although the moon was good tonight, it was about to set. Most of the time, Xiaoruofei could only rely on the strong light of the flashlight to find a way forward in the wilderness. However, after dealing with the wolves, Xiaoruofei didn't encounter any great danger. It was just that the terrain caused him to take a lot of unnecessary detours. Overall, Xiaoruofei was getting closer and closer to his goal. When the sky began to brighten, Xiaoruofei finally felt that he should be able to find the boundary stone soon. This was because the jade leaf in front of his chest was in a boiling state at this time. This was a small valley. The straight-line distance from the place where Xiaoruofei first discovered that the jade leaf was starting to heat up was probably only 6 to 7 kilometers. However, Xiaoruofei walked a total of 30 to 40 kilometers in order to find this place. Moreover, it was a mountainous area with no roads at all. Although the terrain of this valley was relatively low, Xiaoruofei's wristwatch showed that the altitude of this place was still more than 4,500 meters. At this time, the sky was gradually brightening. Although people usually wouldn't come here during this season, Xiaoruofei still had to speed up. There were some shrubs in the valley that weren't very tall. There was even a small stream that meandered through the valley. The gurgling sound of water faintly came from the depths of the trees. Xiaoruofei carefully felt the changes in the jade leaf's temperature as he carefully moved his feet. Now that the jade leaf was very hot, Xiaoruofei had to constantly move his position and feel the slight changes in it to find a more accurate location. This was a delicate and tedious task. After about half an hour, Xiaoruofei finally arrived at a patch of grass. After repeated experiments, Xiaoruofei was almost certain that the boundary stone was within a radius of 2 to 3 meters in front of him. Xiaoruofei first took the jade leaf and stored it in the ring 2 space. The jade leaf was really too hot right now. If he kept wearing it in front of his chest, Xiaoruofei felt that he would be scalded. After storing the jade leaf, Xiaoruofei flipped his hand and took out the military shovel from the space. He first cleared away all the weeds in the vicinity. The situation on the ground could be seen at a glance. There was no black boundary stone that Xiaoruofei was familiar with. He slightly expanded the range of his search, but still found nothing. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that the boundary stone was buried underground. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and immediately took out a hoe. He waved the hoe and began to dig. Xiao Ruofei would carefully search the soil that he dug up. After confirming that there was no boundary stone, he would pile them up to the side. When he was training in the jungle, Xiao Ruofei often needed to dig some individual fortifications. He was also very familiar with digging. In just a short while, he had already dug nearly 2 meters deep. However, he still didn't find the boundary stone. Xiao Ruofei was somewhat helpless. The sensing formation could detect boundary stones within a range of 10 kilometers. In theory, this boundary stone could be buried very deep. It could be tens of meters, or even tens of meters, or even hundreds of meters. It could also be discovered by the sensing formation. However, for Xiao Ruofei, if it was really that deep, it would be very difficult to dig it out. The deeper he dug, the larger the range. This wasn't something that could be done by human strength. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "This is the wilderness. Even if I rented an excavator, I wouldn't be able to drive it in." At this point, Xiao Ruofei was suddenly stunned. He suddenly slapped his head and said, "I really have a pig's brain. Wasn't there a small agricultural excavator in the Ring 2 space?" Xiao Ruofei threw the hoe aside. Then, he used his mind to probe the Ring 2 space. After confirming that Xiaoqing wasn't using this excavator, he immediately took it out. Xiao Ruofei jumped onto the excavator. After it was activated, the excavator emitted black smoke. He nimbly operated the mechanical arm and began working. Although this little guy couldn't be compared to those large construction machines, a shovel was at least several times the amount of soil that Xiao Ruofei could dig by hand. Xiao Ruofei's efficiency suddenly increased. By a lot. The small agricultural excavator worked for nearly half an hour. The soil it dug out was piled up into a small mountain. Xiao Ruofei had checked the soil and found that there was no boundary stone. Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He was very confident in the accuracy of the jade leaf. Since the boundary stone was here, it couldn't run away. After a few more minutes, when the small excavator dug out a shovel of soil, Xiao Ruofei operated the mechanical arm to raise it up like before. Then, he lifted the shovel of soil. Through the windshield of the excavator, Xiao Ruofei's eagle-like eyesight immediately discovered that there seemed to be a small black stone in the soil that fell from above. He immediately turned off the engine of the small excavator. Then, his figure flashed and quickly arrived above the soil pile. Xiao Ruofei had already taken a good look at the location and quickly found the small black stone from the pile of soil. The moment he saw this black stone, Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. He was almost certain that this was the boundary stone that he had painstakingly searched for. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei took out the jade leaf. Sure enough, when he approached the black stone, the temperature of the jade leaf reached its peak. Xiao Ruofei almost couldn't hold it anymore. He hurriedly put the jade leaf into the space. Then, he used his divine telekinesis to communicate with Xiaoqing. He confirmed that absorbing the boundary stone at this time wouldn't affect the experiment that was going on in the space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to summon the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, he held the boundary stone and approached the scroll. The Ring 2 space needed time to absorb the boundary stone. Xiao Ruofei stored the small agricultural excavator into the space and left it alone for the time being. Anyway, Xiaoqing would tell him after the absorption was complete. Xiao Ruofei followed the sound of water and found the stream. He took off his shirt that was stained with wolf blood beside the stream and washed it briefly. He then took out a spare coat from his backpack and put it on. If he returned to Naka County directly with his body covered in blood, the hotel staff would be frightened and call the police. Xiao Ruofei cleaned up briefly and then got up and left the valley. At this time, the sky was already very bright. After Xiao Ruofei finished his work, he had explored the vicinity for an entire night and was quite familiar with the terrain here. He quickly planned out the most reasonable route and began to quickly retreat down the mountain. Xiao Ruofei spent most of last night wandering around the area. When he really went down the mountain, it took him less than an hour to return to the place where he parked his car. Xiao Ruofei drove the off-road vehicle back to Naka County. After checking out, he went online and bought a train ticket back to Lhasa. He then rested in the hotel room for a while. When it was about time, he got up and checked out and rushed to the train station. On the way to the train station, Xiaoqing had already told Xiao Ruofei through spiritual communication that the Ring-2 space had finished absorbing the boundary stone. However, Xiao Ruofei's current situation was obviously not suitable for him to enter the space to check it out. He also didn't want Xiaoqing to tell him what changes the space had undergone after absorbing the boundary stone. At this time, he still needed to maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, when he went in to check it out again, he wouldn't have the same feeling of surprise. Xiao Ruofei had already booked a ticket in advance for a direct flight from Lhasa to Sanshan City. However, there was only one flight a day. When the train arrived in Lhasa, it would be too late to catch the flight that day. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei booked a ticket for the next day. He had to stay in Lhasa for another night. In the hotel in Lhasa, for the sake of safety, Xiao Ruofei resisted his curiosity and did not enter the Ring-2 space. The next afternoon, Xiao Ruofei's flight successfully landed at Chongping International Airport in Sanshan City. This time, it could be said that the journey was full of twists and turns, but the result was still not bad. It could be said that the harvest was quite bountiful. Ling Yue and her family had already agreed to come to the Three Mountains. The trip to Naku was also very smooth, completely achieving the results that Xiao Ruofei had expected. More importantly, Xiao Ruofei had also received an unexpected surprise because of this. He had found a realm stone. If it wasn't for the matter of the caterpillar fungus, Xiao Ruofei might not have gone to Naku in his entire life. Then, this world stone would have definitely been missed by Xiao Ruofei. Perhaps there was God's will in the dark. The world stone that had been buried in the frozen soil of the plateau for an unknown period of time finally waited for Xiao Ruofei to make the best use of it. Xiao Ruofei had already informed the company in advance, so when he walked out of the airport terminal, Lei Hu, who had picked him up, was already waiting at the door. Lei Hu came forward and respectfully greeted Xiao Ruofei. Then, he took his luggage, which was not a lot to begin with. On the way back to the farm, Xiao Ruofei briefly learned about the company's situation. After learning that everything was normal in the company, Xiao Ruofei nodded, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. After returning to Taoyuan Farm, Xiao Ruofei did not go to the company's office building. Instead, he went directly to the small villa. Lin Qiao was still interning in the company. Some small gifts that Xiao Ruofei had prepared to send her away with Tibetan customs were not used for the time being. Huzi's mother was preparing lunch at home. When she saw that Xiao Ruofei had returned, she was very happy. "Ruofei, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back?" Huzi's mother said with some blame. "I could have prepared a few more dishes." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Godmother, I'm not an outsider. Why would I need to prepare something special? Besides, as long as it's Godmother's cooking, I like to eat it." "You're such a sweet child," Huzi's mother said with a smile. "Godmother, don't be so busy," Xiao Ruofei said as he took out a bag of caterpillar fungus from his backpack and said, "This is some caterpillar fungus that I bought in Naku. It's good for your body to eat a little every day. Just soak it in water and drink it." This was the level 1 caterpillar fungus that Xiao Ruofei had bought from Gesang's house 2 days ago. It had cost more than 100,000 yuan. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was naturally very expensive. However, Xiao Ruofei had only bought it casually to confirm the quality of the caterpillar fungus at Gesang's house. Therefore, when he returned, it was just right for Huzi's mother as a gift. "This is caterpillar fungus? It must be very expensive, right?" Huzi's mother scolded. "You child. Why are you wasting money again? Godmother's body is very good now. I don't need any supplements at all." Xiao Ruofei laughed and stuffed the bag of caterpillar fungus into Huzi's mother's hands. He said, "Godmother, I bought this from the place where the caterpillar fungus was produced. It's not expensive at all. This is my filial piety." Okay. Don't waste money like this next time," Huzi's mother said. Although she said this, she was still very happy that Xiao Ruofei was so filial. "I got it. Godmother, I'll go up and take a shower first," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay. I'll call you when it's time to eat." Xiao Ruofei carried his backpack and quickly went upstairs to his room. After locking the door and windows, Xiao Ruofei immediately summoned the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. Although Xiao Ruofei had long been used to the rich spiritual energy in the space, he still felt extremely comfortable the moment he entered the space. It was as if every pore on his body was cheering. Xiao Ruofei appeared in the Archean realm. Xia Qing, who was in the Mountain Sea realm, immediately sensed it. The moment Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he also appeared in the Archean realm in a flash. Master. Xia Qing respectfully bowed in greeting. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked directly, Xia Qing, did the spiritual map realm level up after absorbing the world stone? Xia Qing lowered his head and said, reporting to Master, the spiritual map realm hasn't leveled up. By now, Xia Qing was already used to Xiao Ruofei's words. For example, he knew that leveled up meant a breakthrough. Xiao Ruofei was slightly disappointed, but he quickly felt relieved. After absorbing the world stone, the Ring 2 space had only leveled up by one level. Although the effects of the world stone were much better than the jadeite material, it was impossible for it to level up by one level every time it absorbed a piece of Ring 2 space. Wouldn't that be like cabbages? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, that's to be expected. However, I believe that the spiritual map realm should have evolved quite a bit after absorbing an entire world stone, right? Yes, Master. Xia Qing hurriedly said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and began patrolling the space. Xia Qing followed closely behind Xiao Ruofei. The spiritual energy in the space condensed further. Xiao Ruofei could clearly sense that the humidity in the air had increased significantly. The spiritual energy in some places had already begun to liquefy, especially in the area of the gold-rimmed Phoebe forest. The spiritual energy had already formed dewdrops on the leaves. There was no doubt that this would further promote the growth of the crops in the space. Xiao Ruofei's gaze landed on the two plastic boxes beside the pool in the space. One of them was an orange box. Upon seeing this, Xia Qing immediately said, Master, I change the seawater 4 times a day and inject the spirit heart flowers petal water into it every once in a while. The abalones here are growing very quickly. Oh? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and quickly walked over. It had been 11 or 12 days since he placed the 30 net abalone sprouts in the orange plastic box and placed them in the primordial realm. In other words, the net abalones had actually been in this environment for nearly a year. They had been in an environment rich in spiritual energy for a year. The seawater they grew in was also the space's seawater. Xia Qing also regularly injected the spirit heart flowers petal water. With all these factors added together, how far could the net abalone sprouts grow? Xiao Ruofei was also filled with anticipation. He arrived in front of the orange plastic box in a few steps. The seawater inside was very clear, and he could clearly see the small reefs and some aquatic plants placed at the bottom of the box. When Xiao Ruofei saw a few abalones leisurely crawling on the reefs, he couldn't help but gasp and reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. When the net abalone sprouts were first bought, they were only about the size of a 1 yuan coin. But now, of the few that Xiao Ruofei saw, the smallest one had a diameter of 12 or 13 centimeters, while the largest one had a diameter of 15 centimeters. They had basically reached the standard of being sold on the market. A typical 3-headed abalone or 4-headed abalone was about the same size. One had to know that even if the flow of time was taken into account, these abalone sprouts had only been in the space of less than a year. And the cultivation cycle of abalones was about 3 years. If the time was doubled, or even less, these net abalones would undoubtedly grow to an incredible extent. When that time came, 2-headed abalones and 1-headed abalones wouldn't be a dream anymore. Xiao Ruofei was very happy. It wasn't because these abalones were growing very fast, but because this phenomenon had sufficiently proven that raising abalones in the space's environment was completely feasible. Xiao Ruofei knew that these 30 abalones were only early-stage experimental products. The real big ones were in the Mountain Sea territory. There were more than 10,000 abalone sprouts in the sea there. And looking at the momentum, they didn't even need to wait for 3 years. At most, in a year or a year and a half, the abalones in the Mountain Sea territory could be sold in batches. Very good. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Xia Qing, continue to take care of these abalones. Add in some spirit heart flowers petal water regularly. In addition, try to change the water as often as possible to ensure their survival environment. Yes, master. Xiaqing immediately responded. Xiao Ruofei currently had a lot of spirit heart flowers petal water stored, and he could only use 1 or 2 pieces to cultivate these abalones, so he didn't care at all. He did this because he wanted to do his best to cultivate these abalones. This way, it wouldn't be long before he could harvest 31-headed abalones. One-headed abalones were simply legendary existences. Every one of them was an incomparably precious treasure. If Xiao Ruofei released the news that he was going to sell 31-headed abalones, it was likely that the rich people in Hong Kong would hear the news, and it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Of course, perhaps most people wouldn't believe it. One-headed abalones weren't cabbages. There might not even be one in a few years, let alone 31-headed abalones of the same color. However, if Xiao Ruofei released the news through an authoritative channel, there would definitely be a lot of rich people waving their checkbooks to rush over to buy them. After looking at the abalones, Xiao Ruofei took a look at the large plastic container to the side. This was the entire piece of vegetation and soil he had moved from the cordyceps production area in Naku 2 days ago. Xiaqing followed beside Xiao Ruofei and introduced, Master, these bat moth larvae have been in the Archean realm for more than 2 months. According to your request, I watered them with spirit heart flowers petal water. These larvae grew very quickly. Dozens of them have already come down from the grass and burrowed into the soil. Xiao Ruofei looked through the gauze cover. There were still many bat moth larvae on the grass and leaves. Some had just hatched from eggs and were slowly crawling on the leaves. While Xiao Ruofei was observing, one of the bat moth larvae on the soil's surface began burrowing into the ground. Xiao Ruofei knew that as long as these larvae burrowed into the loose soil, they would instinctively absorb the nutrients from the plant's roots. At this time, their bodies would gradually become white and fat. At this moment, the spherical ascospores would take the opportunity to burrow into the worm's body, absorb its nutrients, and sprout mycelium. The fungus's range of influence increased. The fungus-infected larvae gradually wriggled 2 to 3 centimeters above the ground before dying with their heads up and tails down. Although he couldn't see the changes in the soil and larvae, Xiao Ruofei was filled with anticipation. The cordyceps fungus took about a year to form. Xiao Ruofei estimated that this time might be shortened in an environment with such rich spiritual energy. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Xiaqing, in the next 6 to 7 days, you have to pay attention and observe at all times. If purplish-red grass grows in the soil, report to me immediately. When the grass broke through the soil layer, it meant that the cordyceps fungus had formed and could be harvested. Xiaqing knew more about the cordyceps fungus than Xiao Ruofei. He nodded and said, I understand, Master. I will pay attention and observe at all times. Xiao Ruofei nodded and walked toward the spiritual heart tree. If the Ring 2 space was the foundation of Xiao Ruofei's life, then the spiritual heart tree was undoubtedly the key. The spiritual heart tree's endless supply of spiritual heart flower petals had become an indispensable help for Xiao Ruofei's career. The space absorbed an entire boundary stone. Although it didn't completely level up, the spiritual heart tree had grown a bit. Although it was still very small compared to the gold-rimmed Phoebe Jinan in the distance, it was no longer the small sapling it used to be. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but imagine the day when the spiritual heart tree grew into a towering tree. 8. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look back at Xiaqing in surprise. After the previous upgrade, the spirit heart flower had reached 7 petals. Xiao Ruofei didn't have much hope. Furthermore, he knew very well that the spirit heart flower's number of petals had long reached a bottleneck. Even if the spirit heart flower was upgraded, it wouldn't increase the number of petals. He never expected it to give him such a pleasant surprise. Xiaqing smiled and said, Master, the spirit gathering array I set up around the spirit heart tree has been constantly improving the quality of the spirit heart tree. After absorbing the world stone, a large amount of spiritual energy instantly surged into the spirit heart flower. Therefore, the number of petals of the spirit heart flower has broken through again. Xiao Ruofei said happily, Well done. It looks like the spirit heart flower is getting closer and closer to its final form of 9 petals. Xiaqing, keep up the good work. Yes. Master. Xiaqing immediately said. Xiao Ruofei then walked around the Archean realm. He inspected the tea garden, golden silk cedar forest, dendrobium ironhide, red arowana, etc. He was very satisfied when he saw that these valuable plants and animals were growing very well. It had to be said that with Xiaqing as a sole puppet, Xiao Ruofei saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, with the expansion of the spirit heart space and the increase of various plants and animals, just taking care of them would take up a lot of Xiao Ruofei's energy. Now that Xiaqing managed everything in the spirit heart space in an orderly manner, Xiao Ruofei only needed to assign missions, and Xiaqing would complete them to the letter. It was much easier for him. After patrolling around, Xiao Ruofei brought Xiaqing to the mountain sea realm, where the flow of time was the same as the outside world. The spiritual energy density of the mountain sea realm and the Archean realm was about the same. After absorbing the world stone, the overall environment of the mountain sea realm had greatly improved. First, he took Xiaqing and drove the all-terrain vehicle around the edge of the spatial barrier. Of course, he had to avoid the sea. Xiao Ruofei roughly estimated that the current mountain sea realm had expanded to more than 5,000 mu, and the spatial ocean that had appeared for the first time after the last upgrade had also expanded by about 100 meters. Currently, the shoreline in the space was 2 kilometers long. From the beach to the outermost space barrier, the range of the sea was more than 200 meters. The expansion of the ocean meant that Xiao Ruofei had more choices and could breed more precious seafood in the ocean. Xiao Ruofei wondered if he should get a small yacht in, but considering that the ocean was still very small, even if he got a speedboat, there wouldn't be much space for it to travel. Therefore, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he didn't immediately take action. While patrolling the seaside, Xiao Ruofei used his divine sense to sense it. The net abalone sprouts in the sea were growing very well. Each of them was rather healthy, and they had all grown up. The largest diameter had reached 4 to 5 centimeters. Compared to the outside world, this growth speed was absolutely shocking. In addition to the abalones, there were also many herring fish in the sea. They originally lived in the sea, so in the unique environment of the spatial ocean, they were naturally like fish in water. They grew very well. It's time to provide Xianxia with another batch of herring fish seedlings, Xiao Ruofei said inwardly. After patrolling the area, Xiao Ruofei drove the all-terrain vehicle to Xiaqing's herb garden for inspection. Next to the herb garden, Xiaqing had opened up more than 10 mu of land. All the medicinal herbs needed to produce the heart-nourishing soup were planted there. In more than 10 days, Xiaqing had already taken care of the herb garden. The medicinal herbs were neatly planted on the ground, and they all grew very well. They looked quite energetic. Xiao Ruofei looked at the side of the herb garden. Next to the herb garden, Xiaqing had also opened up a plot of land, which was also full of green crops. Xiao Ruofei recognized it at a glance and said in surprise, "Dendrobium ironhide?" "Yes, master." Xiaqing said respectfully, "After your last order, I cut the dendrobium ironhide in the Archean realm. When it grew to a certain extent, it was transplanted to the mountain sea realm. Now, it's about 10 mu. Not bad, not bad." Xiao Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Xiaqing, continue transplanting. After all, there's a lot of land in the mountain sea realm, and there's nothing to plant for the time being. Open up more land to plant the dendrobium ironhide." "Yes, master," Xiaqing replied. In addition to the dendrobium ironhide, many of the third-generation Dahong Pao tea trees had been transplanted to the mountain sea realm, forming a small tea forest. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but give Xiaqing a thumbs up for his efficiency. However, on second thought, he realized that Xiaqing wasn't a real human. He didn't need to rest at all and could work 24/7. It was no wonder that he could complete so much work in only 11 or 12 days. If it were anyone else, even a fierce person like Xiao Ruofei, it would be impossible for them to work without eating or sleeping for more than 10 days. After walking around outside, Xiao Ruofei came to the stone room in the cave. During this period of time, Xiao Ruofei had been regularly taking the spirit-pregnant soup and body-quenching soup. While his physical fitness was constantly improving, the strength of his mental strength was also constantly increasing. He wanted to see if he could open the next transparent protective cover and get what was inside, or if he could decrypt the contents of the next page of the booklet. In the stone room. There were 4 green halos on the stone platform. Originally, there were 5 halos here, and each halo was an extremely tough protective cover. The first halo on the left contained the booklet, which was already a pleasant surprise for Xiao Ruofei. The spirit-pregnant soup, body-quenching soup, jade skin ointment, and other unique prescriptions all came from the mysterious booklet. More importantly, Xiao Ruofei finally obtained the soul puppet Xiaoqing through the booklet, so he had the best assistant to manage the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei stood in front of the stone platform and looked at the remaining 4 halos. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. He regularly took the body-quenching soup and spirit-pregnant soup, so his physical fitness and mental strength were improving day by day. Every once in a while, he would go to the stone room and try to decrypt the protective cover, but so far, he had not succeeded once. This time, the Ring 2 space had absorbed a new boundary stone, so Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that his compatibility with the space had improved. In addition, he had been away for a while, so he had not tried to decrypt the protective cover, so he was eager to try again. Of the remaining 4 halos, from left to right, the first 3 halos each contained a jade token, while the last one contained a jade box. The first 3 jade tablets looked almost the same, but they were separated by a layer of green protective cover, so Xiao Ruofei could not see the specific details. He stood in front of the stone platform and took a deep breath. After adjusting his condition, he slowly reached out his hand to the leftmost protective cover. He now knew that the protective cover's energy would become stronger from left to right. Now, he could not even open the weakest cover, so he did not even need to try to decrypt the remaining 3. As soon as Xiao Ruofei's hand touched the surface of the protective cover, a gentle but extremely tenacious repulsive force suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if it wanted to bounce his hand away. He would come here to experiment every once in a while, so he was not unfamiliar with this repulsive force. Xiao Ruofei channeled his mental strength and directly called upon the invisible power of the space. He gathered it in the center of his palm, then slowly but firmly pushed it forward. The protective cover's halo began to sway slightly, and the repulsive force also increased as Xiao Ruofei increased his strength. Xiao Ruofei's physical fitness had already reached an unimaginable level, but in the face of this protective cover that could not be broken through by brute force, there was nothing he could do. He could only rely on his powerful mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the higher the compatibility with the space, and the stronger the invisible power of the space that could be called upon. As his strength continued to increase, the repulsive force also became very terrifying. Xiao Ruofei felt his palm being pushed outwards by a huge force, and the power of the 5 elements in the space pressed inwards. His palm bones seemed to be about to crack under such a terrifying force. His body trembled slightly, and he clenched his teeth. His eyes showed a look of determination as he continued to increase his strength. The protective cover's shaking became more and more intense. The protective cover also began to fade slowly, like a boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. Large beads of sweat began to appear on Xiao Ruofei's forehead as he poured out his mental strength like it was free. Finally, Xiao Ruofei shouted loudly, and used all the strength in his body to push inside. The invisible power of the space also erupted with a huge force at this moment. A pop sound was heard, the extremely flexible ball of light finally broke at once, turning into specks of light that disappeared in the stone room. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had finally succeeded in breaking it. It had been more than half a year since he broke the protective cover and took out the small book. During this time, Xiao Ruofei had tried countless times, but to no avail. This time, his efforts finally paid off, and he successfully broke the second protective cover. Xiao Ruofei could not wait to pick up the jade pendant that was quietly placed on the stone table. This jade pendant looked unremarkable, and was very simple. Even the quality of the jade could not be compared to the best quality mutton fat white jade that Xiao Ruofei once used to inscribe the formation plate. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that the value of this thing could not be measured by its appearance. How could something that the previous owner of the spirit map space protect so solemnly within the halo be an ordinary item? Even the small book on the far left gave Xiao Ruofei so many surprises. This jade pendant was placed in the second protective cover, and it was reasonable to say that its value was above the small book. Xiao Ruofei carefully looked at the jade pendant in his hand. It was warm to the touch, and both sides were engraved with lines, and one of them was engraved with the word human. Xiao Ruofei looked at it over and over again for a long time, and even tried to use his mental power to investigate, but to no avail. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei patted his head and said to himself, "I've really lost my head recently, and I'm looking for something far away again." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei immediately used his mental power to contact Xiaqing, and asked him to come over immediately. Xiao Ruofei knew that Xiaqing was very familiar with this jade pendant, the remaining 2 jade pendants, and even the item in the last jade box. He had once asked Xiaqing about this information, but unfortunately, Xiaqing told him that before he was strong enough to open the protective cover, he could not tell him. This was like a built-in program in a robot, and this rule was even more important than his master's orders. Xiaqing was only a spiritual puppet, not a real life, so he could only strictly follow the rules preset in his body, and Xiao Ruofei could not do anything about it. Now that Xiao Ruofei had successfully opened the protective cover, he could naturally ask Xiaqing about this jade pendant. The moment Xiao Ruofei sent out his mental power, Xiaqing's figure flashed and appeared in the stone room. He immediately saw the jade pendant in Xiao Ruofei's hand and cried out in surprise, "Master, you've already taken out the tripartite jade talisman?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "So it's called the tripartite jade talisman. So now you can tell me more about it?" Xiaqing nodded seriously and said, "Master's strength has already met the requirements, so I'll tell you everything I know." Xiao Ruofei nodded and quietly waited for him to continue. Xiaqing said, "Master, actually, the tripartite jade talisman is a set, and there are a total of 3 pieces." Xiao Ruofei's gaze immediately fell on the remaining 3 halos, and the 2 jade pendants on the far left. He asked, "The remaining 2 are in there?" Xiaqing nodded and said, "Yes. Master, the tripartite jade talisman is divided into 3 parts, heaven, earth, and human. The one you took out is the human talisman." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said calmly, "Tell me about this tripartite jade talisman." "Yes, Master." Xiaqing said respectfully, "There's a set of cultivation technique recorded in the tripartite jade talisman. It's called the Great Tao Art, Great Tao Art?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but interrupt Xiaqing and ask, "It sounds like a cultivation technique? What's the difference between this and the strange postures of the golden figurines that I cultivated previously?" During this period of time, Xiao Ruofei had not stopped cultivating the postures demonstrated by the golden figurines. Now, he could successfully perform the 4th set of postures. Xiaqing smiled and said, "Master, what you cultivated previously was a body tempering technique, while the Great Tao Art is a qi tempering technique. One focuses on the internal, and the other focuses on the external. Only by cultivating both the internal and external can they complement each other and complement each other. Congratulations, Master." Before Xiao Ruofei obtained the Ring 2 space, he felt that people like the Lone Wolf Commandos were already close to the strongest individual combat strength. However, after obtaining the Ring 2 space, his strength broke through the limits that he thought were impossible to reach again and again. Therefore, he already had enough psychological expectations for those cultivation techniques that only existed in legends. He did not feel like he had heard a fantasy story. Xiaqing said respectfully, "Master, the key to opening the tripartite jade talisman is spiritual energy." "No way?" Xiao Ruofei said in surprise. "Did I use the wrong method?" Xiaqing pointed at the jade talisman in Xiao Ruofei's hand and said, "Master, the key is the pattern on this jade talisman. It's actually a rune. You need to use your spiritual energy to draw the exact same rune in the air and then imprint it on it. The cultivation method stored in the jade talisman will naturally appear. Using spiritual energy to imitate the rune?" It was the first time Xiao Ruofei had heard of this method of unlocking, so he was very surprised. "Yes. The rune imitated by spiritual energy is actually like a key." Xiaqing said with certainty, "Master, you must have tried it just now. Pouring spiritual energy into the pattern is useless. You have to imitate the exact same rune out of thin air and then imprint it on it. As long as there's the slightest deviation, there won't be any effect." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gasp and said, "This is too difficult." Xiaqing said with a smile, "Master, when spiritual energy is condensed to a certain extent, it can become substantial. It's nothing more than repeated attempts and practice makes perfect. Since you have the ability to take out the human talisman, you will definitely be able to open it successfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems like I can only try a few more times." Xiaoqing said again, "If Master can successfully imitate this rune, not only will you obtain the first 3 levels of the Dao technique, but this rune itself will also have a great use. After the rune of the human talisman is activated, it can instantly mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a protective shield on the body. Its defensive power is very strong. Of course, this requires Master to be very familiar with the rune and be able to imitate it instantly. Otherwise, it won't have much meaning in actual combat." Xiao Ruofei said in agreement, "That's right. Rice has to be eaten bite by bite. I'd better think of a way to imitate the rune first." Xiaoqing smiled and said, "I believe that with Master's aptitude, you should be able to do it very quickly. By the way, after Master cultivates the Dao arts, you should be able to carve this rune on a carrier such as a jade pendant. This way, you can give this defensive rune to someone close to you. Once she is attacked or encounters any accident, the rune will be activated, which is equivalent to an additional layer of protection." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he became even more motivated. To him, a defensive rune was not very attractive. After all, with his current battle strength, there should not be many people who could threaten his safety. However, if he could carve it on a jade carrier and give it to others, it would be much more useful for Xiao Ruofei. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter any unexpected situations. Even if they were walking on the road, they could be hit by a drunk driver. If he could give Ling Qingxue, Huzi's mother, Qiao and other people he cared about a jade pendant with a defensive rune, then his safety would be guaranteed. Therefore, after hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiao Ruofei had already made up his mind to practice hard and firmly grasp this rune. Xiaoqing said again, "Master, the benefits of the tripartite jade talisman are not limited to this. The rune on each jade talisman has a magical effect. Moreover, if you collect all 3 jade talismans, there will be a surprise." "Is that so? What surprise?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Xiaoqing revealed a mysterious smile again and said, "I'm sorry, Master. Regarding this part of the information, only when you have all 3 jade talismans will I have the authority to disclose it to you." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders. "Damn authority again, alright." Xiao Ruofei said, "Regarding the tripartite jade talisman, is there any other information that you are not authorized to disclose to me? If there's nothing else, you can go back to your work. I'm going to start learning that rune." Xiaoqing immediately said, "Yes, Master. I'll take my leave now." After Xiaoqing left, Xiao Ruofei held the human rune in his hand and observed it carefully. According to Xiaoqing, the rune on the side of the human rune carved on the jade talisman was the rune that he had to use his mental strength to completely simulate. First, he spent about half an hour to firmly remember the rune's shape in his heart. The spirit pregnancy decoction and body tempering decoction had completely transformed Xiao Ruofei's body and mental strength. Now, Xiao Ruofei's memory was quite amazing. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had a photographic memory. Under such circumstances, he still spent half an hour to firmly remember the rune's shape in his heart. This showed how complicated the rune's pattern was. After Xiao Ruofei memorized the rune's pattern, he began to try to condense his mental strength. First, it was naturally the release of his mental strength. This was not difficult for Xiao Ruofei. He used it almost every day. Then, it was the condensation process. Xiao Ruofei held his mental strength and focused his mental strength. He controlled the mental strength that had left his body to a very small area in front of him, and then continued to release his mental strength. In this way, the mental strength that was confined in a small area naturally became more and more condensed, and its density became higher and higher. Finally, Xiao Ruofei continued to compress the space of his mental strength. This was originally a formless wave, but after it was compressed to the extreme, the space in front of Xiao Ruofei actually faintly showed traces of golden light. Xiao Ruofei knew that it was about time. He immediately and carefully opened a small gap in the space that he had confined, and guided the almost condensed mental strength to leak out from this small gap. Just like this, the mental strength was pulled into a thin thread. Although it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and could only faintly feel a trace of golden light, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel the existence of this thin thread of mental strength. He immediately followed the rune's shape in his mind, and guided the thin thread of mental strength to extend, turn, change shape, and shuttle. Xiao Ruofei could feel that an invisible rune was slowly forming in front of him. This process was very slow. Under his careful control, it took him more than 10 minutes to complete less than 30% of the rune. Moreover, the rune was too complicated. Xiao Ruofei felt that there was only a slight deviation in his control, and the rune that he had drawn was already wrong. Although this mistake was very small, it meant that this attempt had failed. This was because the rune had to be drawn in one stroke to be effective, and there was no chance to go back and modify it. Xiao Ruofei sighed, and released his control of his mental strength, and withdrew it all back into his body. Xiao Ruofei did not expect to succeed on the first try, but after trying, he felt that the difficulty had exceeded his expectations. It seems that I still have to practice hard to succeed, Xiao Ruofei said to himself. He did not try a second time. When he returned home, it was already close to noon. He patrolled the space, opened the halo barrier, and tried to draw the rune. It took him a lot of time, and it was time to go out for lunch. If he wanted to successfully draw a complete rune, he still needed a lot of time to practice. This was not something that could be done in a day. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei left the space with a thought. He didn't bring the human word jade talisman out with him. Instead, he left it on the stone platform. There was no other place safer than the spirit map space. It was practically a super safe. Xiao Ruofei quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went downstairs. As expected, Huzi's mother had already prepared lunch, and Lin Xiao had also returned from the office building. Lin Xiao already knew that Xiao Ruofei had returned home. When he saw him coming downstairs, he immediately asked for a gift. Xiao Ruofei had already prepared for this. He took out some silver jewelry and beautiful handicrafts that he had bought in the Tibetan area. These small gifts were full of Tibetan flavor and were very beautiful. They were perfect for a young girl. Lin Xiao happily took them. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei accompanied Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother to talk for a while, and then went upstairs to his room. This time, Xiao Ruofei had been away for a few days. He should have gone to understand the company's operations first, but noon was his break time, and he did not want to disturb Feng Jing and the other company executives. Besides, Xiao Ruofei had more important things to do. After he returned to his room, he called Lin Yue with his mobile phone. Now that the matter of the caterpillar fungus had been settled, and he had returned to the Three Mountains, it was time to pick up Lin Yue and her family. Ruofei. Lin Yue's gentle voice came from the phone. Sister-in-law. I have finished my business and returned to the Three Mountains. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, how are your preparations going? Can you come over? Lin Yue obviously didn't have much confidence in her heart. She hesitated and said, Ruofei, the things at home have been dealt with. But, what can sister-in-law do in your company? I have never worked in a big company. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Sister-in-law, we've already agreed on this matter. Why are you backing out now? Besides, this is not a big company. It's just a small business. And we are an agricultural product company. More than half of our employees are ordinary villagers nearby. They are all competent. How can you not do it? Lin Yue said with some embarrassment, well. Ruofei, what are you going to let me do? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Sister-in-law, I have a few positions here. What do you like to do? One is to be the deputy director of our company's logistics department. You just need to take care of the company's warehouse, cold storage, and some office supplies. The specific things will be done by the subordinates, and you will be in charge of commanding. Lin Yue thought for a moment and asked, are there any other positions? In fact, the position that Xiao Ruofei provided was very easy. She didn't need to be exposed to the elements, but Lin Yue felt that Xiao Ruofei was obviously taking care of her. Otherwise, why would he leave such a good position for her? Xiao Ruofei said, there is also the orchard supervisor. Sister-in-law, didn't you say that you used to take care of the small orchard at your house? This is the right profession, right? There are also specialized workers in the orchard. You are mainly in charge of management. With the continuous expansion of the business, Xiao Ruofei had long wanted to separate the orchard. This way, Chow Taishu could concentrate on the vegetable greenhouse. Chow Taishu was indeed a hard-working old cow. He worked diligently and responsibly, but he couldn't always be the only one. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Sister-in-law, if you still don't like this position, I still have, no need, Ruofei, I'll take the orchard. This is suitable for me." Lin Yue quickly said. Although Xiao Ruofei still provided a management position, Lin Yue knew that even if Xiao Ruofei offered a few more positions, it was impossible for her to be a frontline worker. She really didn't want Xiao Ruofei to take special care of her, but she understood that Xiao Ruofei's warm invitation to their family to Sanshan was a kind of special care in itself. Lin Yue was a military wife. She wasn't a pretentious person. Since she had accepted Xiao Ruofei's help, there was no need to be shy about the position. She would do her best to help him manage the orchard. Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Okay. Sister-in-law, you guys get ready. I will come and pick you guys up tomorrow." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Ruofei," Lin Yue said. She didn't reject Xiao Ruofei's good intentions. After all, she was bringing Nan and her father-in-law's health wasn't very good. If she went to Sanshan, she would have to travel a lot. Moreover, this time, she would be staying in Sanshan for a long time. She would have to bring a lot of things. She would have to take care of the old and the young along the way. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he took a nap. When it was time to go to work in the afternoon, he strolled to the office building. Lin Xiao, who was very enthusiastic, had already arrived at the office before Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Feng Jing naturally knew that Xiao Ruofei was coming back. As soon as Xiao Ruofei arrived at the office, Feng Jing brought a few middle-level managers to report on their work. The company's operations had been very smooth during this period. The new vegetable greenhouse had been put into use, and the production capacity was gradually increasing. However, it would take a period to reach the peak. The shad farming was also going smoothly. There were no large-scale deaths. Moreover, these wild Yangtze River shad grew very quickly. Jiang Hua was excited when he talked about this. The second phase of clinical trials of the Yangxing decoction were being carried out extensively. The results were as expected. It was quite good. The National Drug Administration was also specially prepared to further simplify the process. It was estimated that the second phase of clinical trials would be completed in a month at most. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied after listening to the report. He told Jiang Hua that a new batch of shad larvae would be shipped in a few days and asked him to be prepared. In fact, Xiao Ruofei could take out the shad larvae at any time. However, he had to pick up Lin Yue and her family tomorrow. This matter was of the highest priority. Naturally, the matter of the shad larvae was pushed back by him. Jiang Hua was very excited when he heard this. He quickly said that the breeding workshop was ready to receive the shad larvae at any time. Xiao Ruofei also told Chow Taishu that he was ready to separate the orchard business. At that time, there would be a new manager in charge of the orchard. He asked him to be prepared for the handover. Chow Taishu was a simple and honest rural person. He had always been resolute in carrying out the boss's words. This time, he also agreed without any objections. After talking about work with these capable subordinates for a while, Xiao Ruofei let them do their own work. He picked up the phone on his desk and called the security department. If the veterans were not on duty or patrol duty, they would stay in the security department's office during the day. If they were looking for someone, they would be able to call the security department. "Brother Xia, you were looking for me?" Lei Hu ran to Xiao Ruofei's office and asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Huzi, I'll talk to Peng Hao later. Go to the finance department and get an advance of 200,000 yuan. Go back to the city and rent a good nanny car, preferably a Mercedes-Benz or Spider. Tomorrow, drive with me to Ganjiang province. I want to pick up a few people." Renting a car definitely required a deposit. Xiao Ruofei didn't know how much the deposit was for such a high-end nanny car, so he asked Lei Hu to bring 200,000 yuan first. If it wasn't enough, he would have to contact the company's finance department. "Okay," Lei Hu said immediately. Then, he asked curiously, "Brother Xia, who is so important? You're actually going to pick them up personally. Xiao Ruofei said, it's a martyr's widow. Her husband was one of my old squad leaders in the army. Lei Hu heard this and was immediately in awe. Xiao Ruofei then told Lei Hu about the old Captain Luo and Lin Yue. Of course, he skipped over the parts that involved military secrets. Although Lei Hu was a retired soldier, he didn't have the authority to know. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei hadn't gone through the proper procedures to be recalled to the army, he wouldn't have the authority to know anything about Lone Wolf's top-secret operation. After Lei Hu heard this, he immediately said, Brother Xia, I understand. In the future, us veterans will be sister-in-law's family. Xiao Ruofei nodded happily and said, hurry up and prepare. Remember, the nanny car must be in good condition. Uncle Luo is old and his body isn't very good. This trip is a few hundred kilometers. We must ensure the car's comfort. Don't worry, Brother Xia. I'll definitely do it well. Lei Hu patted his chest and promised. After Lei Hu left, Xiao Ruofei sat in the office for a while and went straight home. The company's operations were very smooth now, and the employees were used to him, the chairman, being a hands-off boss, so it didn't matter whether he was there or not. When he got home, Huzi's mother was still resting in her room. Xiao Ruofei went straight upstairs to his room. He locked the doors and windows, then took out the spirit map scroll. With a thought, he went directly to the stone room of the Ring Two Spaces Mountain Sea Realm. He was prepared to continue practicing the rune drawing of the human character Jade Talisman. Xiao Ruofei also knew that he would have a lot of time if he cultivated in the Archean realm. However, he was even more aware of the principle of more haste, less speed. The drawing of this human character talisman required one to maintain a high level of concentration. If one practiced continuously for a long time, it might backfire and the effect would not be good. In addition, the stone room of the Mountain Sea Realm had a jade praying mat that could allow one to concentrate and speed up the recovery of one's spiritual energy. This praying mat was fixed to the stone bed and could not be moved. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei still chose to practice in the Mountain Sea Realm. In any case, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He had always held a calm attitude of letting nature take its course. Xiao Ruofei sat on the jade praying mat on the stone bed and practiced for an entire afternoon, but his progress was still relatively slow. Now, he could barely draw less than half of the runes. Any more and the error rate would greatly increase. Furthermore, his drawing speed was extremely slow. It was far from meeting his requirements. Xiao Ruofei didn't just want to open the human character Jade Talisman and obtain the first 3 levels of the Great Tao Sutra. He wanted to practice the rune to the point where it was memorized by heart. It would be best if he could draw it out instinctively in an instant. This was because only by doing so could he unleash the defensive effects of the Jade Talisman. Only by doing so could he carve the rune onto a jade carrier and make it into a protective talisman after cultivating the Great Tao Sutra in the future. Xiao Ruofei wanted to give a protective talisman to Ling Qingxue, Huzi's mother, Lin Xiao, and other close relatives and friends. Although his progress wasn't too fast, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost time for dinner. Therefore, he got off the stone bed and left the space with a thought. During dinner, Xiao Ruofei told Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao that he would be going out again tomorrow. Lin Xiao complained that Xiao Ruofei was now too ambitious. He only knew how to go out every day and even said that he would complain to Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei could only smile bitterly and briefly explain the situation. He also promised that he would only be going out for a day and return on the same day. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's story, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xiao's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees and strongly supported Xiao Ruofei. This was because they could empathize with Lin Yue's plight. Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao had also encountered similar difficulties. Moreover, they were all relatives who sacrificed their lives for the country. This made them feel a natural closeness to Lin Yue whom they had never met before. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei went to the farm for a walk. He just happened to see Lei Hu driving an 80 to 90% new Mercedes-Benz Spencer into the farm. Lei Hu also saw Xiao Ruofei and a car stopped beside him. "Brother Xia, I'm back." Lei Hu poked his head out of the driver's seat and said, "This kind of high-end nanny car is really not easy to rent. I ran around the whole afternoon before I found a car rental company that does this business. Moreover, they only have one car. Fortunately, it's in good condition." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Thank you for your hard work. The cafeteria might be out of food. Come to my house to eat. I'll ask Xiaoer to cook some dumplings for you." Lei Hu quickly said, "Brother Xia, it's okay. I already had dinner on the way here." "Oh right, the rental for this car is 3,000 yuan a day. I'll report to you first." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No problem." If it weren't for the fact that this kind of nanny car was rarely used, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have hesitated to buy one. This car was only a few million yuan. Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to park the car and told him to wait at the villa's entrance at 6 o'clock sharp the next morning. It was almost 400 kilometers to Ganjiang province, so they had to leave early. At night, Xiao Ruofei first accompanied Huzi's mother in the living room to watch TV. After she finished watching the series and went back to her room to rest, he went upstairs to continue practicing the runes on the human character Jade Talisman for a while. At 10 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei left the space and went to bed to rest. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time at 5:30. He washed up and went downstairs. When he came to the first floor, Xiao Ruofei saw that Huzi's mother was already awake. It turned out that she knew that Xiao Ruofei was going to leave early today, so she woke up early to prepare breakfast. "Godmother, why are you still awake?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll just eat something on the way." Huzi's mother laughed and said, "You can't just eat something casually. Breakfast is the most important thing. Besides, I'm old and don't sleep as much. I woke up at 5 o'clock. Then, Huzi's mother said, "Quickly sit down and eat. I've made the porridge for a while. It's definitely not hot." Xiao Ruofei felt warm in his heart. He said, "Thank you, godmother, silly child. You don't have to be so polite to your godmother." Huzi's mother looked at Xiao Ruofei lovingly and said, "Quickly eat. You'll only have the strength to drive when you're full." Ah. The breakfast of Huaxia's people was nothing more than porridge, steamed buns, and pumpkin pies that Huzi's mother had just made. It wasn't a delicacy, but Xiao Ruofei ate it very happily. Because there was a taste of family in it. After eating quickly, Xiao Ruofei took a food bag and filled it with steamed buns and pumpkin pies. He also took a box of milk that Huzi's mother had warmed up. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ruofei grabbed a piece of pumpkin pie and put it in his mouth. As he chewed, he said with a lisp, "Godmother, I'm leaving." Huzi's mother was very happy to see that Xiao Ruofei liked the breakfast she had made. She laughed and said, "Go, go. Be careful on the road." "Got it," Xiao Ruofei said. When he walked out of the villa, the black Mercedes-Benz Sprinter was already parked at the door. Lei Hu was sitting in the driver's seat and playing with his phone. Xiao Ruofei walked over and knocked on the driver's side window. Lei Hu then realized that he had come out. He quickly rolled down the window and called, "Brother Xia." Xiao Ruofei handed the breakfast in his hand to Lei Hu and said, "You can have breakfast on the side. I'll drive in front." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Xia." Lei Hu quickly reached out to take the breakfast and moved to the passenger's side of the car. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and got in the car. After setting the navigation on his phone, he started the car and left the farm. According to the navigation, it was a total of 432 kilometers from Sanshan to Luoshan village where the old Captain Luo lived. That was why Xiao Ruofei called Lei Hu. The two of them wouldn't be too tired if they took turns driving. This round trip was nearly 900 kilometers. Although Xiao Ruofei's physical strength was extraordinary, there was no need for him to suffer. However, Lei Hu didn't let Xiao Ruofei drive for too long. Not long after he finished his breakfast, he asked to take over with Xiao Ruofei. At this time, the car had just entered the highway. Xiao Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony with Lei Hu. When they arrived at the next service area, he changed seats with Lei Hu. After that, Lei Hu didn't let Xiao Ruofei sit in the driver's seat again. Xiao Ruofei didn't force him. After all, it wasn't a big deal for a retired Special Forces soldier to drive a few hundred kilometers. At worst, he could just drive a little longer on the way back. It took them more than 5 hours to drive more than 400 kilometers. When it was almost 11:30 a.m., the two of them finally arrived at Luoshan village. The road from the village entrance to the Luo family's house was relatively narrow. A normal car could pass through, but a nanny van was a little difficult. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply let Lei Hu park the car in the open space at the village entrance. The two of them walked over. Along the way, they met a lot of villagers. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they greeted him warmly. Last time, the fake reporter incident made Xiao Ruofei quite popular in Luoshan village. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know who these villagers were, he smiled and greeted them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Luo family's house. Sister-in-law. Xiao Ruofei knocked on the door and shouted. Soon, the door opened. However, it wasn't Lin Yue, but Nan Nan. Uncle Xia. Nan Nan shouted happily. Then, she turned around and shouted, Grandpa. Mom. Uncle Xia is here. Xiao Ruofei smiled and carried Nan Nan inside. Lin Yue and Uncle Luo also came out. Uncle Luo. Sister-in-law. Xiao Ruofei smiled and greeted her. Then, he asked, is everything ready at home? Lin Yue nodded and said, Ruofei, it must have been hard on you all the way. Come in and have a seat first. I've already prepared lunch. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, that's good. Let's set off after lunch. We'll reach Sanshan in the evening. Uncle Luo and Lin Yue warmly welcomed Xiao Ruofei and Lei Hu into the house. Then, Lin Yue said, Ruofei, take a seat first. There are still 2 dishes left. They'll be ready soon. Okay. Xiao Ruofei carried Nan Nan and sat down together. He chatted with Uncle Luo for a while in the living room. After Xiao Ruofei's treatment twice, Uncle Luo's spirit was much better. Nan Nan was also very happy about Xiao Ruofei's arrival. The living room was also filled with laughter. Soon, Lin Yue prepared lunch. Everyone sat around the living room and ate. During the meal, Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, Nan Nan, will you go to Sanshan with Uncle Xiao later? Nan Nan was a little puzzled and asked, Uncle Xia, why do we have to go to Sanshan? I still have to go to school. The summer vacation is almost over. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, let's go to Sanshan to study. The school there is very beautiful, ah? Nan Nan revealed a hesitant expression. Although the little girl was not very sensible, when she heard that she had to go to a foreign place to study and leave her familiar teachers and classmates, she was still a little unwilling. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised and asked softly, Sister-in-law, you haven't told Nan Nan yet? Lin Yue smiled bitterly and said, I told her once, but she didn't seem too willing, oh. Xiao Ruofei nodded and then smiled at Nan Nan and said, Nan Nan, Mom is going to Sanshan to work, so you have to go to school there too. Do you understand? After you reach Sanshan, you can stay at Uncle Xia's place. Uncle Xia has a very big farm. He has a lot of dogs and planted many fruit trees. When summer comes, the trees will be full of cherries and lychees. You can pick them as you wish. Oh right, Uncle Xiao's farm is by the sea. I can bring you to the beach to pick up seashells and go surfing. How about that? Xiao Ruofei described it vividly. After all, Nan Nan was only a child. After hearing it, she was immediately moved. However, when she thought of leaving her teachers and classmates, she revealed a hesitant expression. Xiao Ruofei secretly smiled and continued, there's more. Nan Nan, you going to Sanshan to study doesn't mean that you won't come back. If you miss your classmates and friends, I'll let Uncle Lei drive you back. How about that? Really? Of course it's real. Uncle is a man. I won't lie to a child. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. There are many uncles on my farm. They are your dad's comrades like me. They can also accompany you to play. Really? There are many of my dad's comrades? The balance in Nanan's heart finally tilted. She said, okay then. I promise, Uncle Xia, you can't lie to me. Of course, we can pinky swear. Okay. Nan Nan excitedly stretched out her little finger. Xiao Ruofei also cooperated and stretched out his hand. A childish voice sounded in the central room. Pinky swear, no change for 100 years. After completing the solemn pinky swear ceremony, Nan Nan said loudly, Mom. Let's eat quickly. After eating, we can go to Sanshan. Under Nan Nan's urging, everyone quickly finished their lunch. Xia Ruofei had already called Lin Yue yesterday, so she had already packed everything in advance. Mainly some clothes and daily necessities, as well as Nan Nan's books and toys. As for the other things, Xia Ruofei had already told Lin Yue yesterday that there were already things in Sanshan, so there was no need to bring them. Lin Yue had also told Captain Luo's sister yesterday that she would be going to Sanshan to work, and that she would also be bringing Uncle Luo and Nan Nan along. Therefore, Captain Luo's sister also came over to send them off after lunch. After Lin Yue's family chatted for a while, everyone was ready to set off. There were a total of 6 big bags of luggage. Xia Ruofei and Lei Hu each carried 3 bags, so they easily carried them. Everyone walked towards the entrance of the village. On the way, the villagers greeted Xia Ruofei when they saw him. Moreover, when they saw the big and small bags, they couldn't help but ask Lin Yue where they were going. When they found out that she was going to Sanshan to work and bring Uncle Luo to get treated at the same time, the villagers revealed envious expressions. Compared to the coastal southeastern province, Ganjiang province was relatively backward. Many of the migrant workers in Ganjiang province went to the southeastern province to work. The villagers knew that Lin Yue was definitely not an ordinary worker if she was going to work at Xia Ruofei's company. Now, everyone in the village knew that Xia Ruofei was a soldier under Captain Luo's command in the past. Last time, because of Captain Luo's incident, Xia Ruofei had directly broken the leg of that fake reporter. Such a loyal and righteous person would definitely make proper arrangements for Lin Yue. Looking at the backs of Xia Ruofei and Lin Yue and the others, the villagers discussed in low voices. Yue is really lucky. Ji Cheng's comrade takes care of him so much. It's Mr. Xia who is loyal and righteous. Uncle Luo's illness was originally very serious. I heard that he was about to die, but Mr. Xia came with very expensive medicine last time. This time, it must be Mr. Xiao's arrangement for Uncle Luo to go to Sanshan for treatment. Tisk tsk. Such a good person. Xia Ruofei and the others naturally didn't hear the villagers' discussion. They soon arrived at the entrance of the village. When Lin Yuhha and the others saw the Benz nanny van parked under the tree, they couldn't help but revealed expressions. What a beautiful car. Nan Nan cheered. Uncle Xia, is this your car? Uncles chuckled. Uncle rented it he said. If you'd like it, Uncle will buy it later. Lin Yue saw that Xia Ruofei had brought a nanny van over. How could she not understand Xia Ruofei's intentions? Ruofei, you're so considerate, she said. The rent for this car must be very expensive, right? Xia Ruofei didn't take it to heart and said with a smile, it's not that much. I mainly considered that Uncle Luo's health isn't very good. If it's a long journey, this car is more comfortable. Also, the back seat of this car can be completely reclined and directly turned into a bed. If Uncle Luo is tired on the road, he can also lie down. Uncle Luo said emotionally, Xiao Xia, thank you. Captain Luo's sister also thanked him profusely. Xia Ruofei put the luggage on the ground and opened the back door. The nanny van was very spacious, and Lin Yue's 6 bags of luggage were easily put in. Let's get ready to go, Xia Ruofei said with a smile as he carried Nan Nan. Lei Hu immediately opened the side door, and the door sill under the car popped out automatically. Xia Ruofei carried Nan Nan into the car and arranged for her to sit in the middle row near the door. Then, he fastened her seatbelt. There were 2 rows of seats in the Mercedes-Benz Spider's passenger area. The middle row had 2 independent electric massage chairs, which were extremely comfortable. Therefore, Xia Ruofei arranged for Uncle Luo and Nan Nan to sit, and Lin Yue naturally could only sit in the back row. Lin Yue also helped Uncle Luo into the car. The 3 of them were stunned by the luxurious interior of the Spider. The whole car was wrapped in English calfskin, with Burmese teak flooring, Bosch stereo, electric coffee machine, electric curtain, starlight roof, and ambient lights. All of these were the most luxurious and comfortable configurations. Lin Yue and the others had never seen such a car before, let alone sat in one, Nan Nan immediately cheered. After Xiao Ruofei arranged for Uncle Luo and Lin Yue to sit, Xiao Ruofei considered that it was their first time sitting in this kind of nanny car, and they were very unfamiliar with the facilities in the car. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei let Lei Hu go to the driver's seat first, and he stayed in the back row. The electric door slowly closed, and Captain Luo's sister waved goodbye to them with red eyes outside the car. The Mercedes-Benz Spider started slowly and drove out of Luoshan village. Nan Nan was very curious about everything, and there was an adjustment control panel next to her seat. The little girl couldn't help but press here and there. Lin Yue was afraid that she would damage such an expensive car, so she quickly stopped her. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's okay, sister-in-law." He was originally sitting in the back row with Lin Yue, but now he simply stood up and went to the front row to teach Nan Nan how to operate the control panel. This type of seat had electric massage, automatic adjustment, and other functions. It could even turn 180 degrees and face the back row seat. The interior of the car could be turned into a small meeting room in an instant. Under Xiao Ruofei's guidance, Nan Nan had a lot of fun, and she laughed happily from time to time. After playing with Nan Nan for a while, Xiao Ruofei saw that she was a little tired, so he said, "Nan Nan, be a good girl and sit down. Uncle will show you a cartoon, okay?" In front of the electric massage chair was a 32-inch LCD TV. Nan Nan immediately nodded obediently when she heard this. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei turned on the satellite TV and quickly found a channel that was playing blah 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 fairy. Nan Nan happily leaned against the soft and comfortable massage chair in the first-class cabin and watched the cartoon. Xiao Ruofei then returned to the back row and sat down, chatting with Lin Yue and Uncle Luo. After driving for about 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei saw that Lin Yue and the others had adapted to the environment, so he picked up the car phone and said to Lei Hu, "Huzi, stop the car at the service area in front." "Okay, brother Xia." The car drove for another 10 minutes, then turned into a service area on the highway and stopped. Xiao Ruofei let everyone get out of the car and move around. Lin Yue took Nan Nan to the bathroom. When they got back in the car, Xiao Ruofei didn't return to the back. Instead, he sat directly in the driver's seat, and Lei Hu was arranged to sit in the front passenger seat. Lei Hu had driven the whole way here, so Xiao Ruofei definitely couldn't do that on the return trip. Otherwise, it would be too unkind. Although Lei Hu was his employee, and with Lei Hu's stamina, driving for 9 hours wasn't a big deal. However, Xiao Ruofei treated these veterans as his own brothers, so naturally, he couldn't order them around like servants. Lei Hu kept saying that he could do it and asked Xiao Ruofei to rest in the back. However, Xiao Ruofei glared at him and said, "Obey orders." Lei Hu shrunk his neck and sat in the front passenger seat with a smile. Considering that Lei Hu had driven a lot today, Xiao Ruofei sat in the driver's seat and didn't replace him. They continued to drive for more than 3 hours. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they finally entered Sanshan City. At this time, the lights in Sanshan City were just beginning to light up. Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone in the car while driving, smiling and letting Nan Nan enjoy the night scenery. At this time, the car just happened to pass by the river bridge on the Third Ring Road. The neon lights of the city in the distance, the little fishing fires on the river, and the brightly lit cruise boats upstream formed a beautiful night scene. Xiao Ruofei heard Nan Nan's cheers on the phone. He smiled slightly and put the phone back. Then, without entering the city, he directly drove from the Third Ring Road to the direction of the farm. More than 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz Spencer nanny van drove into Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei directly parked the car in front of the complex building. After Lin Yue and her family got out of the car, they looked around. Lin Yue said, "Ruofei, this is your farm. I looked at it when I came in just now. It seems quite big." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Now, let's eat first." On the way, Xiao Ruofei informed the canteen to leave some food. When the group walked into the canteen, Chao Tieshu's wife immediately brought out the food in the insulated box. Xiao Ruofei specially asked the greenhouse to send some vegetables over. Lin Yue and the others naturally ate with relish. When they heard that the vegetables were produced on the farm, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Even Nan Nan, who usually had a small appetite, ate a small bowl. Lin Yue was so happy that her eyes narrowed. After the meal, Xiao Ruofei reminded Lei Hu to remember to return the car tomorrow. Then, he took Lin Yue and her family directly to the apartment that had already been prepared upstairs. This apartment had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. All the furniture and appliances were ready-made. Xiao Ruofei also asked Peng how to buy new bedding and some kitchen utensils today. This type of apartment had a small kitchen, which was more than enough for the family to live in. Xiao Ruofei put down the luggage and said with a smile, "Nan Nan, this will be your new home in the future. Do you like it?" This apartment was newly renovated. No one had lived in it before. Although the area was not very big, the decoration was very warm. Compared to the old house in Luojiashan, this apartment was simply much better. Therefore, Nan Nan said very happily, "I like it. Uncle Xia, can I live in an apartment in the future?" "Of course, this will be Nan Nan's home in the future." Xiao Ruofei squatted down and said to Nan Nan with a smile. Lin Yue quickly said, "Ruofei, this is the company's apartment, right? It's not good for me to occupy such a big apartment alone, right? How about this? Let's stay here for a few days. I'll familiarize myself with the work first. Then, I'll rent an apartment nearby." "Sister-in-law, this is a rural area. Where can you rent an apartment?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Besides, this is an employee apartment. Every employee can live in such an apartment?" Lin Yue asked with some disbelief. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Single employees have their own dormitories. Sister-in-law, your family is here. According to the company's regulations, you can apply for an apartment. This is not a special treatment. When the salary is paid, the rent will also be deducted." Lin Yue said, "If that's the case, then how much is the rent deducted?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The apartment and dormitory are employee benefits. The rent is just a token. This kind of 2-bedroom apartment seems to be about 200 yuan. Lin Yue couldn't help but say, "So little? Isn't this the same as living for free?" No. Sister-in-law, you're not the only one like this. All the employees in the company are treated equally." Xiao Ruofei said, "When the company built the apartment, it was to solve the employees' accommodation problem, not to earn rent. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other employees tomorrow. I'm not lying to you." "Okay." Lin Yue said, "Thank you, Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked everyone to sit down in the small living room. Then he said, "Sister-in-law, Uncle Luo, if you need anything in life, just tell me. This place is far from the city. If you go out to buy groceries, you have to go to the town. So I suggest that you don't eat for the time being. It's more convenient to directly apply for a card to eat in the cafeteria tomorrow." "Okay, we'll listen to you," Lin Yue said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "After Uncle Luo took the medicine last time, you still need some time to absorb the medicine. I'll come back in 2 days to check on you. Don't worry, as long as you keep on with the treatment, your illness will definitely be cured." Uncle Luo nodded with a smile and said, Okay. Then Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, let's talk about the salary. You're the manager of the orchard. According to our salary scale, your monthly salary is about 8,000 yuan. There's also the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, the annual benefits, and so on." Lin Yue was shocked when she heard it. She quickly waved her hand and said, "That's too high. There's not much work in the orchard, and I don't have to do it myself. How can I get such a high salary? Ruofei, give me 2 or 3,000 yuan, and that's enough." Uncle Luo also said, "Yeah. 8,000 yuan is too much. It's higher than the salary of our county magistrate." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "How can you compare it like that? I'm a private enterprise. If the company's benefits are good, the employee's salary will be high. Sister-in-law, Uncle Luo, the ordinary workers in our farm earn 5,000 yuan a month. Even the sister-in-law who worked in the cafeteria earns more than 2 or 3,000 yuan. You're the manager of the orchard, earning 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. People will say that I'm exploiting my employees." Lin Yue asked in disbelief, "Ruofei, is your salary really that high?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course. It's not a secret. When you get familiar with the employees, you'll know when you ask. Why would I lie to you? But 8,000 yuan. Lin Yue showed an awkward expression. Sister-in-law, I'm really not giving you a special treatment. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, the company has its rules. Even if I'm the boss, I have to follow the rules. Also, the company is making money, so I can give the employees such treatment. Don't reject it. Lin Yue could only say helplessly, okay then. Uncle Luo couldn't help but be speechless. Xiaoxia, is the salary in Southeast Province so high? No wonder the young men in our village work in this area all year round and earn tens of thousands of yuan every year. I used to think that they were bragging. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Luo, it's hard work to earn money. Not all companies had high benefits and good treatment. But as long as sister-in-law perseveres in our company, her salary will be better in the future. Not only her, but all the employees will be the same. Xiao Ruofei chatted with them for a while, then got up and said goodbye. They still had to unpack their luggage, and Nan Nan had to rest early after such a long journey. On the way back to the villa, Xiao Ruofei was in a good mood. He had finally completed the task that Wolf King Guozhan had assigned him. At the same time, he had also done something that he could for Captain Luo. Xiao Ruofei briefly reported the situation to Guozhan on the phone. When Guozhan heard that Xiao Ruofei had gone to Luojiashan in person and that Lin Yue had agreed to work at the Taoyuan company, he was very happy that the whole family had been taken to the farm by Xiao Ruofei. He laughed and said, Blood Wolf, you did a good job this time. Next time I see you, I will give you a toast. Wolf King, how can I not do my best to complete the task assigned by you? Xiao Ruofei said lazily. Guozhan was silent for a while, and then said seriously, Blood Wolf, thank you. I thank you on behalf of all the brothers of Lone Wolf, and I also want to thank you properly. Captain Luo had followed Guozhan to perform the task and sacrificed himself to protect Guozhan, so Guozhan had always felt a little guilty. He wanted to help Captain Luo's widow very much, but Lin Yue insisted on not accepting. Now that Xiao Ruofei had helped him fulfill this wish, Guozhan was quite excited. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Wolf King, we are brothers. Don't be so polite. Don't worry, sister-in-law is in my company. I will take good care of her family. You can come and see them when you have time. Okay. I will try to take a few days off in a while. Guozhan said readily. After talking with Guozhan, Xiao Ruofei also walked to the door of the villa. As soon as he entered the house, Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao both stood up and asked him about the situation. When they learned that Xiao Ruofei had settled Lin Yue's family, Huzi's mother nodded and said, Ruofei, invite them over for dinner tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then nodded and said, okay. I will talk to sister-in-law tomorrow. Then Xiao Ruofei said, Godmother, Qiaoer, you can continue to watch TV. I have been in the car all day, so I will go upstairs to rest. Go, go. Don't forget about it tomorrow. Huzi's mother said, I have to see if there's anything left in the fridge. If not, I'll go to town tomorrow to buy some. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a smile when he saw how enthusiastic Huzi's mother was in preparing tomorrow's dishes. He greeted Lin Qiao and quickly went upstairs. After returning to his room, Xiao Ruofei first went to the bathroom to take a shower to wash away the dust and fatigue. After changing into a clean set of home clothes, he sat in front of the computer and lit a cigarette. After browsing the news for a while, he turned off the computer and went to rest. After sitting in the car for a whole day, Xiao Ruofei also felt a bit tired. Therefore, he decided not to practice the rune drawing in the space. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei went to the multi-purpose building and invited Lin Yue and her family to the cafeteria downstairs for breakfast. He also made a meal card for them and asked Peng how to top it up with 600 yuan. Lin Yue proposed to pay for it herself. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Sister-in-law, just deduct it from the salary. The finance department will record it. Peng Hao also nodded and said, yes, sister-in-law. You will know when the salary slip is sent out. Lin Yue nodded and said, okay, but don't forget to deduct the salary. Peng Hao said with a smile, we won't. If we forget to deduct the salary, then the account will be unbalanced. I will have to pay for it myself. So, I won't forget. From the beginning, Xiao Ruofei had been reinforcing the concept that the company did things according to the rules. He didn't give Lin Yue any special treatment. Of course, in fact, Xiao Ruofei still took care of her. For example, he gave her the position of a supervisor as soon as she entered the company. This was almost impossible for a newcomer with no work experience. The same was true for the apartment. This kind of two-bedroom apartment was usually for the company's executives. However, Xiao Ruofei gave an empty apartment to Lin Yue. This was the good thing about being a private company. The entire company belonged to Xiao Ruofei. No one would be able to tell him what to do with it, and there would be no rumors or slanders about it. After the meal, Xiao Ruofei drove a small battery-powered car that Lei Hu and the others used to patrol. He took Lin Yue and her family to visit the farm. Yesterday, when Lin Yue arrived at the farm, it was already dark. She couldn't see anything through the car window, but she felt that the farm was very big. After today's visit, they realized that the modernization level of Taoyuan Farm was so high. Rows of expensive professional thermostatic greenhouses, brand new cold storage, beautiful park planning, magical herring breeding workshops, all of these gave them a shock again and again. On the way, Xiao Ruofei told Lin Yue that his godmother invited them to lunch at noon. Lin Yue heard that Xiao Ruofei's godmother was Huzi's mother, and that Huzi's sister was also living on the farm. She immediately agreed without hesitation. Lin Yue still remembered that soldier in the same year as Xiao Ruofei. Back then, he also called her sister-in-law very sweetly. Later, when she heard that Lin Yue had died, Lin Yue was sad for a long time. Now, the old Captain Luo had also died, and became a martyr like Lin Hu. Lin Yue felt the same as Huzi's mother. She also felt a sense of closeness to Lin Hu's family. After Lin Yue agreed to have lunch together, Xiao Ruofei called home and told Huzi's mother. Finally, Xiao Ruofei took them to the orchard that Lin Yue would be in charge of in the future. Riding the battery-powered car, Lin Yue had a general understanding of the place where she would work. When they returned to the foot of the mountain, Chao Taishu, who had received the notice, was already waiting for them with a few workers who worked in the orchard. Xiao Ruofei let Uncle Luo take Nan Nan to walk around the area. Then, he introduced Lin Yue and Chao Taishu to each other. Then, he asked the orchard workers to meet their supervisor. Lin Yue stayed behind to take over the orchard work from Chao Taishu. Xiao Ruofei drove Uncle Luo and Nan Nan directly back to the villa. Huzi's mother was wearing an apron and starting to prepare lunch. Actually, it was still very early before lunchtime. This showed how much importance she placed on entertaining the guests. Xiao Ruofei brought Uncle Luo and Nan Nan back to the villa and introduced them to Huzi's mother. Huzi's mother immediately warmly invited them to sit in the living room. Then, she took out a lot of candies, biscuits, and fruits for Nan Nan to eat. Nan Nan was very sensible. After getting her grandfather's permission, she very obediently said, "Thank you, Grandma." Then, she took a small piece of milk candy and put it into her mouth. Xiao Ruofei simply called Lin Xiao and told her that Nan Nan was already at home. Lin Xiao immediately applied for leave from the company and quickly returned home. Nan Nan was a very cute girl. In addition, she and Lin Xiao had similar energy. One of them had lost her brother, while the other had lost his father. Moreover, the two of them were martyrs in the same army. Therefore, Lin Xiao simply loved Nan Nan very much. Although Nan Nan was young, she could also feel who was sincerely good to her. Therefore, very quickly, she became very close to Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. In particular, Lin Xiao became Nan Nan's good friend. Xiao Ruofei called Lin Yue. She had already completed the handover with Chao Taishu. She was now being brought around by a few workers in the orchard to familiarize herself with the situation in the orchard. She was completely in the zone on the first day of work because she knew that she couldn't disappoint Xiao Ruofei's good intentions. She also couldn't disappoint the high salary of 8,000 yuan a month. Therefore, she devoted herself to work on the first day. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to ask her to come over after the handover. However, she was so enthusiastic about work that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm. Therefore, he said, "Sister-in-law, come directly to the villa when you're done with your work. If you don't know the way, ask a worker to bring you around. Uncle Luo and Nan Nan are already here." "Okay." Lin Yue said. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei chatted with Uncle Luo in the living room on the first floor while Lin Xiao brought Nan Nan to play. Nan Nan was very curious about everything in the villa, especially the two beautiful blood-red dragons in the living room. She couldn't take her eyes off them. Lin Yue waited until it was almost noon before she arrived at Xiao Ruofei's villa. Naturally, everyone greeted each other again. The Lone Wolf Commando team became the connecting point for everyone's feelings. Although it was the first time they met, Lin Yue was very close to Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Huzi's mother prepared a lot of dishes for the family banquet at noon. She even took the initiative to ask Xiao Ruofei to bring out 2 bottles of Semelon wine. The vegetables were all Taoyuan vegetables prepared by Xiao Ruofei. They weren't grown in the greenhouse, but were grown in the Ring 2 space by Xiao Ruofei. At that time, he harvested a lot of vegetables and couldn't finish them in a short time, so he stored them in the space. Then, he put them in the fridge every few days. Huzi's mother also thought that Xiao Ruofei took them from the greenhouse, so she didn't pay much attention to it. The taste of the Taoyuan vegetables was much better than the ones grown in the greenhouse. In addition, there was also the Semelon wine stored in the Ring 2 space. It was also the best wine. Therefore, everyone enjoyed the meal. They talked and chatted until around 1:30 p.m. Lin Yue saw that Nan Nan was very sleepy, so she got up and said goodbye. Huzi's mother personally sent Lin Yue and her family out. She also held Lin Yue's hand and said, "We'll be staying at Ruofei's place during this period of time. We live so close to each other. If you have time, come and visit us." "Auntie, I will," Lin Yue said, "then we'll go back first." "Nan Nan, say goodbye to Grandma and the others." Nan Nan immediately said obediently, "Uncle Xia, goodbye. Grandma, goodbye. Auntie Qiaoer, goodbye." The little girl put Xiao Ruofei first. It seemed that Xiao Ruofei's position in her heart was still the highest. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei dealt with some of the company's daily affairs. For example, he went out and took out a batch of swordfish larvae that he caught in the space and brought them back to the farm. Jiang Hua, who was in the swordfish breeding workshop, felt as if he had found a treasure. He carefully transferred these treasures to the aquaculture pond that he had prepared beforehand. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also took advantage of the free time these few days to add the solution of the spirit heart flower petal to the water tank at the top of the farm and the water tank in the swordfish breeding workshop. This ensured that the crops on the entire farm were fully nourished. With the increase of the greenhouse production capacity, the Taoyuan company now supplied a few of its old partners, such as Hengfeng Group in Hong Kong, Ling's restaurant chain in Sanshan, and Shijiang Yushua in Shijiang, as well as some of its partners through super channels. In the past, if people wanted to taste Taoyuan vegetables, they had to go to Ling's restaurant and a few other restaurant chains. Now, they could buy it in the supermarket. Although the price of Taoyuan vegetables in the supermarket was not cheap at all, and although the main source of Taoyuan vegetables was still in the southeast province, no matter what, Taoyuan vegetables had taken the first step and entered the homes of ordinary people. During these few days on the farm, besides dealing with the daily business of the company, Xiao Ruofei also took some time in the evening to practice the rune drawing on the human jade talisman in the mountain sea mirror in the Ring 2 space. Although the progress was still very slow, he could make a little progress every day. Gradually, the effect was still very satisfactory to Xiao Ruofei. Now, he could basically draw 3/4 of the runes smoothly. The last quarter was also the most difficult part. Xiao Ruofei practiced repeatedly, but he still made various small mistakes. However, in this way, he became more and more familiar with the first 3/4 of the runes. Because every time he failed, he had to draw them from the beginning. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. He just practiced step by step like this. In fact, he did not know that the runes on the human jade talisman were quite difficult. If he had not always maintained a calm attitude of letting nature take its course, his progress might have been even slower than now. While completing these daily tasks, Xiao Ruofei did not forget that he still had one more thing to do during this summer vacation. That was the problem of Nan Nan going to school. Nan Nan should be able to enter the first grade next semester. Xiao Ruofei also thought about it carefully for a long time. With Xiao Ruofei's current connections, if he wanted to arrange for Nan Nan to enter any primary school in the Sanshan area, no matter if it was a provincial or city-level primary school, there would not be any problems. However, Lin Yue was now working on the farm. Whether Nan Nan went to the city or to Chongping County, picking her up and sending her to school would be a big problem. As for the primary school in town, Xiao Ruofei would not consider it at all. The hardware and software there were very ordinary. The quality of the education was not much better than the primary school in Nan Nan's hometown. Xiao Ruofei was troubled for a few days. He simply did not think about this matter for now. Anyway, there was still more than a month before school started. Moreover, if he could not think of a solution in the end, he could just go to Chongping County to find the best primary school and get Lei Hu to send someone to pick Nan Nan up every day. This place was not far from the county. It would not take too much effort to drive a child to and from school. The only thing he was worried about was that Lin Yue would not accept such special treatment. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was the day of the college entrance examination. At noon on June 23, the examination system would be opened at 12 o'clock sharp. Xiao Ruofei, Huzi's mother, and Lin Xiao had finished their lunch early. Lin Xiao brought her laptop to the living room and the three of them sat in front of it. Lin Xiao had already opened the examination system's website. Once it was 12 o'clock, she immediately entered her admission ticket number and other information and clicked on the search button. However, at this moment, a large number of examination requests flooded in. The education department's server was temporarily blocked. This was equivalent to a hacker's data packet attack. In a very short period of time, the server received a large number of data packets that exceeded its processing ability and speed. The server could not handle it at all and crashed. This was a problem with the website's server. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei's home had a 100 megabits per second fiber network speed, there was nothing he could do. The entire website was completely blocked. The education department immediately released a message saying that the technicians were urgently working on it and that they would need to add a few more servers. The education department also urged people to not swarm to check it this time. If they avoided the peak period, the website would open much faster. However, after studying hard for so many years, who did not want to be the first to know their results? Therefore, the number of examination requests increased. The examination window had long been blocked. Even the opening of other pages of the website became very slow. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and stood up. He knew that the possibility of recovering in a short period of time was not high, so he prepared to go out for a smoke. Just as he walked to the door, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. Xiao Ruofei was already holding a cigarette in his mouth. He put the lighter back into his pocket and took out his phone to look at the phone number. Suddenly, he revealed a surprised expression. This phone call was from Master Song's personal secretary, Director Liu. Xiao Ruofei knew that Director Liu was very busy every day. It was basically impossible for him to call him for no reason. Director Liu, nice to meet you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Director Liu also greeted Xiao Ruofei with a smile, then asked, Xiaoxia, do you have time tonight? The chief wants to treat you to a meal. Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment, then immediately said, since the chief has already given the order, I have to make time no matter how busy I am. Haha. You're a good political young man. Director Liu joked, then said, see you at Guling Courtyard at 6 o'clock tonight. Okay, Director Liu, I'll be there on time. Xiao Ruofei said. Director Liu didn't say why Master Song was looking for him, and Xiao Ruofei tactfully didn't ask. No matter what it was, he would naturally find out during dinner tonight. Xiao Ruofei put away his phone and walked into the house. Just as he entered the house, he heard Lin Xiao shout, it's finally open. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly walked over to the sofa and saw Lin Xiao staring at the page nervously. He stuck his head out to look at the computer screen. The page, which usually opened in seconds, was slowly being displayed from top to bottom. Only now did he see the logo of the Ministry of Education at the top. Xiao Ruofei and the other two were all nervous as they watched the page slowly unfold in front of them. Finally, the section showing the scores was revealed. The villa's living room was silent for a moment, then Lin Xiao was the first to cheer. Because the page showed that Lin Xiao's college entrance exam score for this year was 610 points, which was 7 points higher than the estimated score at the end of the exam. His math and liberal arts comprehensive scores were basically the same as the estimated score. His math score was 2 points higher than the estimated score, which was 132 points, while his liberal arts comprehensive score was 2 points higher, which was 208 points. His Chinese score was 5 points higher than Lin Xiao's estimated score, which was 128 points. His English score was even better, which was a shocking 142 points, which was 2 points higher than the estimated score. These were all factors related to the essay. When Lin Xiao estimated the score, she was conservative in estimating the score for the essay. That's great. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but slap his thigh and said happily, Xiao is awesome. This time, there's a lot of room to choose a university. Huzi's mother was also full of joy, but at the same time, there was a trace of uncertainty. She repeatedly checked the candidate's name and admission ticket number on the screen, afraid that she would make a mistake and check someone else's score. After the final confirmation, Huzi's mother was so happy that her eyes were brimming with tears. Mom. Ruofei bro. I didn't embarrass you, did I? Lin Xiao said proudly. Huzi's mother nodded repeatedly and said, Girl, your performance this time is really good. Mom didn't dote on you for nothing. Xiao Ruofei also patted Lin Xiao's head lovingly and said with a smile, I knew that Xiao was amazing, so I prepared the prize for you in advance. Xiao Ruofei then said, Oh right, the design of the Grand View World House has been decided, right? I've been very busy recently, so I don't have time to deal with it. The Grand View World was the large flat that came with a loft that Xiao Ruofei bought from Liang Weimin after Lin Xiao's college entrance exam. It was Xiao Ruofei's graduation gift to Lin Xiao. Xiao Ruofei had put in a lot of effort to get Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao to accept the house. Later, he took Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao to see the house. Lin Xiao suggested some adjustments to the house's renovation plan, and Liang Weimin immediately asked the designer to modify the plan according to Lin Xiao's request. After that, Xiao Ruofei didn't follow up on the matter, and the designer contacted Lin Xiao directly. Lin Xiao smiled and said, It's already been modified. I heard that they're renovating it, but I didn't go to see it. Anyway, the owner of the Grand View World is your friend, so they won't cut corners. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Indeed, we don't need to see it. When the renovation is done, we can just go and check it out. Uncle Liang will definitely arrange everything properly. Xiao Ruofei had a good personal relationship with Liang Qichao, and he had helped the father and son a few times. In addition, the farm's project was basically done by Liang Weimin's Jianda group, so Liang Weimin was very concerned about Xiao Ruofei's matters. Huzi's mother said happily, Ruofei, Xiao, I'll cook a few more dishes tonight. Let's celebrate. Xiao Ruofei's face suddenly froze, and he said embarrassedly, Godmother, I have something to do tonight, so I can't eat at home. Lin Xiao pouted and said, Brother Ruofei, why are you like this? Today is such a happy day. Why aren't you celebrating with us? Xiao Ruofei explained awkwardly, Xiao, an elder asked me to go to his house for dinner, so he must have something to tell me. It's not good to refuse. How about we celebrate tomorrow? Huzi's mother quickly said, Ruofei, you have something to do. We're family, so it's okay. Xiao Ruofei saw that Lin Xiao was still a little unhappy, so he said, Xiao, when you get your university admission letter, how about I take you abroad to celebrate? Really? Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl had never been abroad before, so when she heard that she could travel abroad with Xiao Ruofei, she was instantly interested. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Godmother will come with us, and we'll have fun as a family for a few days. Huzi's mother waved her hand and said, I'm not going. I can't even speak Mandarin, let alone a foreign language. I'll make a fool of myself. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Godmother, you don't need foreign language skills to travel abroad nowadays. Besides, Xiao and I are here, right? You can just come with us. I'm not going. Huzi's mother smiled and said, I'll stay at home. If you're free, you can take Xiao out. In fact, Huzi's mother was a little scared of the unfamiliar environment abroad, but more importantly, she wanted to save Xiao Ruofei some money. She knew that since Xiao Ruofei had brought it up, he would definitely take Lin Xiao out. Moreover, Lin Xiao was so happy, so she didn't want to spoil her daughter's mood. However, the ticket to travel abroad cost 10 to 20,000 yuan, and the expenses abroad were also very high. That was why she insisted that she didn't want to go. Godmother. Now that Xiao has been admitted to university, you don't have anything to worry about. It's time for you to go out and see the world. Xiao Ruofei persuaded. Many old people travel every year. When they were young, they were busy. Now that they've retired, it's time for them to see the beautiful scenery around the world. Huzi's mother smiled and waved her hand, saying, I don't want to see any beautiful scenery. I like to stay at home. Ruofei, don't try to persuade me. I really don't want to go. You can just take Xiao. Xiao Ruofei saw that Huzi's mother was so determined, so he looked at Lin Xiao, hoping that Lin Xiao could persuade her. However, Lin Xiao didn't persuade her mother. She just held her mother's arm intimately and said, Mom. Ruofei and I will bring you a lot of delicious food. Huzi's mother smiled and said, Okay. You two go out and have fun. Just be careful. Xiao Ruofei saw that the mother and daughter had reached an agreement, so he could only shrug and stop trying to persuade them. Lin Xiao quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei. She thought about how she was going to travel abroad with Xiao Ruofei in a few days, and it was just the two of them. Her little heart started to beat faster and her pretty face started to heat up. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said, Xiao, you're not angry with me anymore, right? Lin Xiao was thinking about her own things, so Xiao Ruofei's sudden words shocked her. She looked at Xiao Ruofei guiltily, then waved her hand as if nothing had happened. She said, Okay, I'm not blaming you. Business is more important. Hee, long live understanding. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. Everyone in the class group is showing off their scores. There are hundreds of chat logs. I have to go chat with my classmates. After that, Lin Xiao went back to her room while scrolling through her phone. After she closed the door, she put down her phone and leaned against the door to let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she gently patted her thumping chest and smiled embarrassedly. Xiao Ruofei and Huzi's mother talked for a while, then everyone went back to their own rooms. However, Huzi's mother was so excited that she probably couldn't sleep. Xiao Ruofei went back to his room and rested for a while. When he woke up at 3 o'clock, he started to think about what gift to give to Master Song. After some consideration, Xiao Ruofei prepared a box of iron maple bucket and 2 bottles of Zui Ba Xian wine with the solution of spirit heart flower petals. Xiao Ruofei bought these wines from Dingfeng Winery before the winery was acquired. Not only did they have a longer storage time than the Zui Ba Xian wine, but they also had the solution of spirit heart flower petals added. Whether it was the taste or the health benefits, it was better than the Zui Ba Xian wine sold on the market. Xiao Ruofei also considered giving Master Song a top-grade wild ginseng. However, he thought about it again. He had already given Master Song a wild ginseng last time. Moreover, the wild ginseng was too expensive. Even the leader of a century-old rich family, Master Song, might not accept it. In the end, Xiao Ruofei chose the iron maple bucket and the Zui Ba Xian wine. These were not available on the market. At the same time, they were very good for old people's health. It was just right to give them to Master Song. At 5 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei brought the gifts and said goodbye to Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Then, he drove the night 15 and left the farm. Xiao Ruofei drove along the 3rd ring road to the intersection at the foot of Guling. Then, he drove up the mountain road and arrived at Guling Villa in a short while. Along the way, there were many sentries who were very familiar with Xiao Ruofei's car. In addition, Director Liu had probably given them a heads up, so they let him in without any checks. Xiao Ruofei parked the car. Director Liu, who was notified by the sentries, also came downstairs. The two of them chatted for a while and then walked into Master Song's house. Xiao Ruofei carried the gifts and followed Director Liu to the 2nd floor. Director Liu took him to his office and said with a smile, Xiaoxia, you can sit here for a while. The chief is receiving a guest. The chief said that we will go directly to the dining room later. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. Director Liu, you can go do your work. Don't worry about me." Director Liu nodded and said, "Okay." However, he did not leave Xiao Ruofei alone. Instead, he made a cup of tea for Xiao Ruofei. Then, he sat down and chatted with Xiao Ruofei. From this detail, Xiao Ruofei could feel that Master Song valued him. The secretary was the chief's barometer. Director Liu's attitude towards him reflected Master Song's impression of him to a large extent. A subordinate of the chief, who enjoyed the treatment of a deputy department head, was willing to put aside his work to chat with him so that he would not feel neglected. This already spoke volumes. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at Guling Courtyard, it was around 5:30 p.m. The two of them chatted in the office for a while. Then, a staff member knocked on the door and said, "Director Liu, the dining room is ready. The chief invites Mr. Xia to the dining room to eat." Director Liu nodded and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. "Xia, let's go." Xiao Ruofei also quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes. We can't let the chief wait for us." The two of them went out and quickly walked to the dining room on the first floor. When Xiao Ruofei arrived on the first floor, he happened to see Master Song coming out from another staircase. There was another person beside Master Song. The two of them were talking as they walked. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned. The person beside Master Song was Tian Huilan, Lu Yu's mother. It turns out that Master Song also invited Secretary Tian. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Master Song and Tian Huilan also saw Xiao Ruofei. The two of them smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly quickened his pace and walked over. "Chief, Secretary Tian." Xiao Ruofei greeted them politely. Tian Huilan smiled and nodded at Xiao Ruofei. Master Song looked at the gift in Xiao Ruofei's hand and said with a smile, "Comrade Xiaoxia, you're corrupting this old man with a gift again." Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "With the chief's wisdom, he could have just accepted the candy and returned the cannonball to me." Master Song could not help but laugh. He stretched out his index finger and said, "You, Xiaoxia. Say it. What good things did you bring this time?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "They're all things produced by our company. A box of iron maple bucket and 2 bottles of Zui Ba Xian wine are not worth much." The box of the iron maple bucket had the logo of the Taoyuan company. Master Song also knew that the Dingfeng winery, which produced the Zui Ba Xian wine, was worth half of Xiao Ruofei's estimated profit. So he was just joking. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, he nodded and signaled the orderly to take Xiao Ruofei's gift. Then Master Song said, "Put away the iron maple bucket. Don't take the wine away. We'll drink the wine that Xiaoxia brought for lunch today." "Yes, Chief," the orderly said immediately. The group of people came to the restaurant and sat down. The waiters quickly began to serve the dishes. Director Liu personally opened the Zui Ba Xian wine that Xiao Ruofei brought. The tempting aroma of the wine immediately filled the restaurant. "Good wine." Master Song sniffed and said, "Xiaoxia, if you have more of this Zui Ba Xian wine, bring me some more. When I return to Beijing, it'll be perfect to entertain my old comrades. Those old guys will definitely die of thirst after drinking it." "Ha ha ha. No problem." Xiao Ruofei agreed without hesitation. Master Song chuckled and nodded. "I've been living in Sanshan for a long time. Now that my body has basically recovered, I'm thinking of returning to the capital. After all, living here is causing trouble for the comrades in the central and local government." Before Master Song retired, he was one of the core leaders of the central government. No matter where he went, he had to arrange for security at the level of a national leader. Even after retirement, he still enjoyed the same level of political treatment. There were some documents that even the provincial leaders had no right to read, so they had to send someone from the capital to Sanshan for him to read. Furthermore, these kinds of documents were highly classified. According to the regulations, at least 2 people had to be escorted, and they had to travel in first class. It was the same in terms of security. Since Master Song had moved into Guling Villa, there had always been at least 2 battalions stationed on the mountain. There were hidden sentries everywhere. Even so, the commander of the mechanized infantry regiment in charge of security duty in the southeastern province was still nervous every day, afraid that something would go wrong. After all, although they were the vanguard of the southeastern coastal front line, they were not a professional security force that surrounded and protected the capital. The commander's experience in security was not enough. Master Song used to be a famous general and was known for loving his soldiers like his own children. At that time, he had chosen to come to Xianxia to treat his illness and recuperate. Now that he had fully recovered, he naturally would not stay in Xianxia for long. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's good to go back. After all, Xianxia is now a new furnace city. The summer is very hot, and it's not as comfortable as the capital." Master Song laughed and said, "Yes. Also, my old comrades talk about me all day long. Old Zhu also clamors to play a few rounds with me every day. This old man, I heard that when I wasn't in the capital, he was the king. He said that no one could beat him. Isn't this like the monkey claiming to be king when the tiger is not at home?" Xiao Ruofei, Director Liu, and the others all had strange expressions. They all knew that the old Zhu that Master Song was talking about was also a retired general. Although he did not reach Master Song's height before he retired, he was still a famous general in the military. Master Song could joke around without any scruples, but Xiao Ruofei and the others could not casually respond to this. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful no matter what they said. Director Liu personally poured wine for everyone. Then, everyone looked at Master Song, waiting for him to speak. Master Song chuckled as he raised his wine glass and said, "Today, we're all friends, so there's no need to be so formal. Let's raise our glasses together." After Master Song raised the first glass of wine, everyone began to eat and chat. The seating arrangement in the restaurant was as follows: Master Song sat in the middle, with Xiao Ruofei and Tian Huilan on his left and right respectively. Although Director Liu had a high rank, he sat in the seat opposite to Tian Huilan. There was an empty seat next to Tian Huilan, and this seat had a set of bowls and chopsticks. However, since Master Song did not say anything, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not take the initiative to ask. He raised his wine glass and said with a smile, "Chief, after you return to Beijing, remember to check your body regularly. If you feel unwell, feel free to contact me at any time." Master Song laughed and clinked his glass with Xiao Ruofei's. He said, "Good, good, good. Now, your words are medical advice. We old men are not afraid of anything, but we're afraid of healthcare doctors." Director Liu and Tian Huilan could not help but smile when they heard this. For old chiefs like Master Song, the country had assigned a professional healthcare team. Those doctors, from the perspective of the chief's health, had a very strict plan for the chief's daily work, rest, diet, and other aspects. Basically, the healthcare doctors assigned to the chief were the kind of people with a one-track mind. They would never listen to the old chief's unreasonable requests. Master Song always drank to Xiao Ruofei's toast. This time, it was the same. He raised his head and drank the rest of the wine in his glass. Then, he said with emotion, "Little Xia, this old man's life is thanks to you. It can be said that you pulled me back from the gates of hell. I won't say any more words of gratitude. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as your company operates legally, no matter what trouble you face, our family song will be your strong backing." Xiao Ruofei was very moved after hearing this. He quickly poured another glass of wine and drank it in front of Master Song. He said, "Thank you, Chief." Director Liu and Tian Huilan were also slightly moved. Generally, when a chief reached Master Song's level, he was very particular about his words. He would not reveal anything. This time, Master Song was so straightforward. This was equivalent to directly giving Xiao Ruofei a death exemption card. In the future, Xiao Ruofei's company in Huaxia would be difficult to not have a smooth sailing. If someone did not open their eyes and provoked Xiao Ruofei, their end would be very miserable. Family Song was a century-old wealthy family. Its foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Everyone chatted for a while. Tian Huilan suddenly took the initiative to raise his glass to Xiao Ruofei. He smiled and said, "Ruofei, let's have a drink too." Xiao Ruofei quickly stood up, picked up the glass and said, "Secretary Tian, I should be the one toasting you." Tian Huilan said with a smile, I should be toasting you with this glass of wine. If it weren't for your timely treatment, my father might have been gone. During this time, you helped Yu and Huixin's family. Our family owes you countless favors. Xiao Ruofei smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Secretary Tian, it's all in the past. Besides, haven't you already thanked me? Xiao Ruofei also felt a little strange. Why did Tian Huilan mention the past again today? And in front of Master Song, he said it so formally, as if he was drinking a farewell toast. Unexpectedly, Tian Huilan seemed to have heard Xiao Ruofei's whisper. He smiled and said, Ruofei, I'm drinking this glass of wine to say goodbye to you. In 2 days, I'll be leaving Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Tian Huilan had just been promoted to the standing committee of the provincial party committee and the secretary of Sanshan City for a few months. How could she suddenly be transferred out of Sanshan City? Could it be that something went wrong at work? Director Liu explained with a smile, Xiaoxia, Secretary Tian is about to be transferred to the National Development and Reform Commission as the 6th Deputy Director. The organization has already talked to her, and the relevant organizational procedures have been completed. She should be going to Beijing to take up her post in a day or 2. Xiao Ruofei was stunned at first, but then he reacted. He quickly raised his glass and said, Secretary Tian, congratulations on your promotion. Tian Huilan was obviously very happy, but he just smiled and said, it's not a promotion. It's just a normal job transfer, and the level hasn't changed. That's different. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you're going to take up an important leadership position in the small state council. It's an important position. Although the National Development and Reform Commission was one of the departments of the State Council, it was also known as the Small State Council. This was because this department was responsible for the macro control and management of the national economic development. The important functions of the State Council in the economic field were basically reflected in the National Development and Reform Commission, and it had great power. Xiao Ruofei also noticed that Director Liu just said that Tian Huilan would be the 6th Deputy Director after going to Beijing. Don't underestimate the 6th Deputy Director. If someone thought that this ranking was very low, and that she was a marginalized leader in the unit, then they were very wrong. Generally, national ministries and commissions would have about 5 or 6 deputy leaders, but the importance of the National Development and Reform Commission's work was not comparable to that of ordinary departments. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there would be 11 deputy directors. More importantly, under normal circumstances, the top 5 deputy directors were all high-ranking, which was to say, the deputy directors of ministers. Tian Huilan was ranked 6th when she was transferred, which meant that she was ranked the highest among all the deputy directors. This position meant that she was in charge of more important areas of work. At the same time, it also meant that once one of the top 5 deputy directors was transferred or retired, Tian Huilan was very likely to take over the position and step into the threshold of ministerial level. Of course, Tian Huilan hadn't been in the position of deputy minister for very long. She just happened to need such an important but not particularly prominent position to accumulate experience. Xiao Ruofei was very clear about the relationship between Tian Huilan and Family Song, so he immediately guessed that Tian Huilan's transfer might be a very important part of Family Song's layout. There was no doubt that Tian Huilan was a senior leader who was focused on training in the Department of Family Song. Tian Huilan said with a smile, wherever I go, I serve the people. It's just that when I go to Beijing, besides my old father, the one I'm most worried about is Yu. At this point, Tian Huilan couldn't help but sigh. She and Family Song originally intended to matchmake Lu Yu and Song Rui, but after Xiao Ruofei asked them to use the delaying tactic last time, the two families gradually realized that these two young people, who were incomparably suitable in terms of political considerations, were not interested in each other at all. In layman's terms, there was no chemistry at all. Although no one said it explicitly, in their hearts, they were very clear that if this matter was delayed, it could only be left unsettled in the end. If this matter had happened in other rich and powerful families, perhaps there would have been no room for two juniors to resist at all. The family would have directly made a strong decision. However, Family Song was slightly different. When it came to the issue of children's marriage, although Master Song also pursued a marriage of equal social status, he relatively respected everyone's opinions and would not engage in arranged marriages. Xiao Ruofei felt a little guilty. In the beginning, he had taught the two of them to go against the family and implement the delaying tactic while pretending to comply in secret. Secretary Tian, Lu Yu is already in university, and Professor Tian is also in school. You don't have to worry too much, Xiao Ruofei said. That girl Yu Yu has been spoiled by us, and her temper is not very good. I'm worried that when I'm not around, she will cause me trouble again. Tian Huilan said with a wry smile. Ruofei. I think she seems to be able to talk to you a little. Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment, that. We are kind of good friends. Then you should communicate with her more often when you have time, and remind her if anything happens. I feel that she still listens to your words, Tian Huilan said. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, Secretary Tian, I'll do my best. Actually, I haven't seen Lu Yu for a long time. Then you can ask her out to play together. Tian Huilan said, you are of the same age, and should have a lot of common topics. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what to say. Master Song looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile, and seemed to have some meaning. Just as Xiao Ruofei was feeling very awkward, a staff member helped him out of his predicament. The staff member walked in quickly and reported, Chief, Secretary Song is here. Master Song raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, this little Song is actually so late. Punish him to drink a few more glasses of wine. Let him in. Okay. After a while, Xiao Ruofei saw a middle-aged man in his 40s come to the restaurant under the guidance of the staff member. The middle-aged man was wearing a white shirt and navy trousers. He was tall and sturdy, and he had a square face. When he walked, he was full of vigor, and there was a trace of righteousness and dignity on his face. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a leader in a high position. However, this Secretary Song was obviously not a leader in front of Master Song. He walked quickly to Master Song, bowed slightly and said, Chief, I'm sorry. The plane was a little late, so I'm late. Master Song said with a smile, sit down first. Take the initiative if you're late. Punish yourself with 3 glasses of wine first. Yes. Secretary Song said immediately. He came to the seat next to Tian Huilan and nodded slightly to Tian Huilan and Director Liu. Then he didn't sit down, but stood there and poured 3 glasses of wine into an empty red wine glass on the table. Then he raised the wine glass and said, Chief, I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses of wine first. After that, Secretary Song raised his head and drank the big glass of wine. After swallowing it in one gulp, he showed the bottom of the glass to everyone. Old Song chuckled, you're pretty decent when you admit your mistake. Have a seat. Thank you, Chief. Secretary Song quickly bowed slightly and sat down. Master Song said, Qiming. You're very familiar with Huilan and Xiao Lu. Let me introduce you to Xiaoxia. After that, Master Song pointed to Xiao Ruofei and said, Xiaoxia is my savior. Even the experts in 301 couldn't do anything about my illness. It was Xiaoxia who snatched me back from the king of hell. Secretary Song had already noticed Xiao Ruofei the moment he entered the room. After all, Xiao Ruofei was too young. He was very conspicuous sitting next to Master Song. Now that Secretary Song heard that Xiao Ruofei and Master Song had such a relationship, he immediately greeted Xiao Ruofei very warmly. Xiao Ruofei didn't know where Secretary Song was from, so he just smiled and nodded politely to him. Master Song then said, Xiaoxia, Qiming is the new Deputy Secretary of the Southeast Province Committee. At the same time, the organization has also decided that he will be the Secretary of the Sanshan City Committee. Your company is in Sanshan City, so you have to respect your parents. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he understood the purpose of Master Song inviting him to the dinner party. Tian Huilan was going to be transferred away. From now on, Song Qiming had the final say in Sanshan City. Song Qiming had just taken office, so Master Song introduced Xiao Ruofei to Song Qiming so solemnly. His intention was very obvious. P.S. Chapter 555, which was updated yesterday, has been blocked for some reason. When Steel Gun received this message, the editor had already gone off work. I will contact the editor tomorrow to revise the chapter and try to release it as soon as possible. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Lin Xiao's expression, which was originally like a revolutionary soldier facing death with equanimity, began to loosen a little. Ludao University? Lin Xiao muttered to herself while thinking. Yeah. Xiao Ruofei struck while the iron was hot. Xiao it's a waste for you to apply for Sanchon University with your score. Although Sanchon University is a comprehensive university, its advantage lies in science and engineering. The liberal arts majors aren't that famous in the country. Ludao University, on the other hand, has several liberal arts majors that are ranked in the top 10 in the country. If you study in these majors, you won't be any worse than Fudan or Renmin University. Her daughter was taking the college entrance examination this year, so Huzi's mother naturally had a general understanding of the universities in the country. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She quickly said, Xiao brother Ruofei is right. Ludao University is not bad. It's the only famous university in the province, and the number of students in the province is relatively high. With your score, you can basically choose any major you want. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Xiao I know you are a filial child. When you insisted on going to school locally, it was to take care of your godmother. After hearing this, Lin Xiao's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. In fact, what Xiao Ruofei said was naturally a very important factor, but she still had a little girl's thoughts that she couldn't say no matter what. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's embarrassment, but continued to say with a smile, in fact, you don't have to worry so much. With me in Sanchon, I will definitely take good care of your godmother. Moreover, there is an intercity high-speed train almost every half an hour, and it only takes a little more than an hour to come from Egret Island. If you go to Egret Island to study, as long as you want to go home, you can come back every weekend. Brother will pay for your ticket. Really? Lin Xiao's pretty eyes showed a trace of a sly smile and said, Brother Ruofei, a gentleman keeps his word. You can't go back on your word, I will really come back every weekend. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Going back and forth once a week, the monthly high-speed train ticket only cost a little more than 1,000 yuan. For Xiao Ruofei, this amount of money was nothing at all. He said, Of course I keep my word. I'll tell Peng Hao when the time comes. You can directly call him if you want to come back and let him book the ticket for you online. It's not a problem at all. Lin Xiao secretly glanced at her mother and saw that she seemed a bit unhappy. She immediately said in a discouraged tone, Forget it. Mom will definitely not agree. You still know that? Huzi's mother snapped. Brother Ruofei isn't your ATM, so you don't need to pay for the high-speed train ticket every week. What are you thinking? Xiao Ruofei quickly winked at Huzi's mother, meaning that Lin Xiao's mind had finally loosened up and she began to consider Egret Island University. She shouldn't complicate things at this time. However, Huzi's mother was unmoved. In her opinion, the cultivation of her daughter's character was more important. Although she also knew that Xiao Ruofei didn't lack money, and she didn't treat him as an outsider, she didn't want Lin Xiao to develop a bad habit of being treated like a guest. To put it bluntly, she felt that Xiao Ruofei spoiled Lin Xiao too much. Xiao Ruofei could only helplessly smile bitterly. He rolled his eyes and said, That's okay. Xiao, you can continue your internship in our company's e-commerce department. As long as you continue to learn design software, you can complete some of our e-commerce department's work remotely. The monthly round-trip high-speed train ticket is only 1,000 yuan. Unless you have no talent in design, it's impossible that you can't earn more than 1,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Brother Ruofei's idea is still the best. If I earn my own living, Mom won't have anything to say, right? After saying that, Lin Xiao glanced at her mother as if she was demonstrating. Huzi's mother helplessly smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said, You earned the money yourself. I don't care how you use it, as long as you don't feel bad about it. Why would I feel bad? Lin Xiao coquettishly held her mother's arm. Her whole body was stuck to her as she said, Buying a high-speed train ticket home to see you is worth it. Huzi's mother was also touched. She gently touched Lin Xiao's face. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Xiaoer, you've even planned how to go home. Does that mean you agree to choose Lu Island University? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. That's right. She had been insisting on choosing Sanshan University. How did it turn into a discussion about returning to Sanshan from Lu Island every week after Brother Ruofei said a few words, but on second thought, Xiao Ruofei's suggestion seemed to be quite good. Moreover, there were obviously better schools to choose from. Under normal circumstances, no one would deliberately choose the relatively worse one. After Lin Xiao thought it through, she gently nodded and said, yes. Since it's Brother Ruofei's recommendation, I'll choose Ludao University. Hu Zi's mother immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Before Xiao Ruofei came back, no matter what she said, Lin Xiao insisted on her own opinion. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's words made Lin Xiao give up the idea of applying for Sanshan University. Otherwise, she would have been really angry. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, that's right. Xiaoer, since you've decided, let's choose a good major. With your score, you can choose any major you want. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded heavily and said. Then, Lin Xiao asked, Brother Ruofei, what major do you think I should apply for? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, choosing a major mainly depends on your personal interests. I personally don't think it's necessary to pursue a popular major. I'll support our Xiaoer in any major. Lin Xiao tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, I prefer to do design and creativity, but that seems to be a major only available in technical schools. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao also smiled a little embarrassedly. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the sofa and said, let's first check what special liberal arts majors there are in Heron Island University. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei took out his mobile phone and searched. Nowadays, search engines were very developed, and there were also platforms such as Jihu and Q&A, so Xiao Ruofei quickly found the answer he wanted. He silently browsed through his mobile phone while Tiger's mother and Lin Xiao sat on either side of Xiao Ruofei. After looking for a while, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiaoer, you don't say, there really is a major that suits you. What major? Lin Xiao asked impatiently. Xiao Ruofei showed the mobile phone to the two of them and said, the advertising major of Heron Island University is one of the best among the similar majors in all the universities in the country. It's also known as the Huangpu Military School in the advertising industry. Nowadays, many big shots in the advertising industry are trained by this major. Lin Xiao snatched the mobile phone from Xiao Ruofei's hand and looked at it seriously. After reading it, she immediately said, I've decided. I'll apply for this major. Xiao Ruofei exchanged glances with Tiger's mother and then said, Xiaoer, you must think about it carefully. With your score, you should be able to enter a better major. I just checked it, and the best liberal arts major in Heron Island University should be accounting. It said that it's the undisputed #1 in the country. Also, the employment prospects of finance majors are obviously better than advertising majors. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, forget it. I'll choose advertising. I'm not interested in finance, accounting, or anything like that. But I'm very interested in advertising creativity and design. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, okay. I respect your opinion. Interest is the most important thing. If you're not interested, it's useless no matter how good your major is. Besides, Heron Island University's advertising major is also ranked in the top few in the country. It's definitely one of the best majors in their university. Xiao Ruofei's last sentence was mainly said to Tiger's mother. It was the wish of every parent to wish their children to become dragons and phoenixes. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Tiger's mother naturally hoped that Lin Xiao would choose accounting. But Lin Xiao finally decided to choose advertising, which inevitably made her feel a bit disappointed. Of course, compared to choosing Sanshan University, this was already a very good result. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Tiger's mother also felt relieved and said with a smile, Xiaoer, Mom also supports your choice. Since you've decided, then let's apply for Heron Island University's advertising major. Xiao Ruofei added with a smile, Xiaoer, you go to Heron Island and learn well. In the future, I'll give you a good position in the company's advertising department. Lin Xiao happily said, okay. Mom, Brother Ruofei, I won't let you down. Just like that, the matter of Lin Xiao filling in her application was finally settled. She only needed to go to school tomorrow morning to fill in the form. Tiger's mother could finally sleep in peace. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to drive the company's Mercedes-Benz to send Lin Xiao to fill in her application. Xiao Ruofei also told Lei Hu to protect Lin Xiao throughout the whole process. The incident with Xue Fei and Hu Lili last time made Xiao Ruofei feel a lingering fear. He now attached great importance to Lin Xiao's safety. After Lin Xiao left, Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone and called Liang Qichao, who was far away in Australia. "Boss Xia," Liang Qichao said with a teasing tone, "do you have any instructions?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It seems that Manager Liang is having a good time in Australia. Is it because your work isn't enough? It seems that I'll have to increase your workload." Liang Qichao quickly said, "No, no, no. You're my brother, okay? It's tiring enough to be busy all day." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay, I'll stop joking with you. How's our fairyland farm recently?" "It's great." Liang Qichao was excited when it came to work. "Ruofei, the seeds you provided are really good. The survival rate is almost 100%, and when the first batch of vegetables came out, the foreign workers were shocked. They had never seen such beautiful and delicious vegetables since they were born. They all exclaimed that it was a miracle." "Is it that exaggerated?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Why not?" Liang Qichao said, "Our little supervisor, whom you met last time, is a white man named Rodic. He kept saying that this is simply a work of art. He strongly urged us to expand the planting area immediately." "Haha, there's no hurry," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Now, your task is to carry out extensive experimental planting and find the most suitable variety to be planted in Fairyland Farm. At the same time, it is in line with the consumer demand of the Australian market. Before we expand the planting area, we must first find the best combination. We cannot just randomly start the project." "Understood," Liang Qichao said. "Don't worry. I have a complete set of plans on my side." "That's good. I believe you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Haha, Ruofei, if you are still worried, find time to come and inspect again," Liang Qichao said jokingly. "You don't say, I might really have to make a trip to Australia in a few days," Xiao Ruofei said. "But it's not that I'm worried about your work. I'm just here for a vacation and to see you." "Vacation?" Liang Qichao laughed and asked, "You're not alone, right? You brought someone?" You brought a girl?" "You're right," Xiao Ruofei said. "But it's really a girl. I brought my sister here." "Sister?" "Ruofei, why have I never heard that you have a sister?" Liang Qichao laughed mischievously. "Could it be your lover's sister?" "Don't worry, I won't tell Beauty Ling. Men. I can imagine your wretched expression without seeing you," Xiao Ruofei said in disdain. "Your thoughts are too dirty. She's not my biological sister, but she's no different from my biological sister." Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, then his voice became low. "She's the sister of one of my comrades. My comrade sacrificed himself to protect me during a mission." "Oh, I see." Liang Qichao stopped joking and said, "I'm sorry, Ruofei. I just can't control my mouth. I always like to talk nonsense." "Please don't mind me," Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. Xiao'er just graduated from high school this year, and she did well in her exams. I promised her that I would bring her on a trip abroad as a reward, so, understood," Liang Qichao said. "Brother Liang, I'm actually looking for you today for this matter," Xiao Ruofei said. "Send us an invitation for a business trip in the name of our Australian farm. The invitees are me and Xiao'er. I'll send you the details via WeChat later." "No problem," Liang Qichao said. "It'll be easier to get a visa this way. I'll get it done right away." Xiao Ruofei held a 3-year multiple-entry visa. He did this mainly for Lin Xiao. Although he could apply for a tourist visa, it was safer to use an invitation letter for a business trip. The possibility of her visa being rejected was very small. "I'll send you the details via WeChat after I hang up," Xiao Ruofei said. Fax it to me after you're done. Do you know my office's fax number? P.S. Chapter 555 that was updated yesterday was blocked for some reason. The editor had already gotten off work when Steel Gun received the message. I will contact the editor tomorrow to edit the chapter and try to release it as soon as possible. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Lin Xiao's expression, which looked like a revolutionary who was ready to die, began to relax a little. Egret Island University? Lin Xiao muttered to herself as she pondered. Yes. Xiao Ruofei struck while the iron was hot. Xiao it's a waste for you to apply to Sanshan University with your score. Although Sanshan University is a comprehensive university, its main subjects are science and engineering. Liberal arts majors are not very famous in the country. Egret Island University is the opposite. Several liberal arts majors are ranked in the top 10 in the country. If you study in these majors, you won't be any worse than Fudan University or Renmin University. Huzi's mother naturally had a general understanding of the universities in the country as her daughter was taking the college entrance examination this year. Her eyes lit up when she heard Xiao Ruofei's words. She quickly said, Xiao your brother Ruofei is right. Egret Island University is not bad. It's the only famous university in the province. Moreover, there are more students in the province. With your score, you can basically choose any major you want. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Xiao I know you're a filial child. When you insist on going to school, you want to take care of your godmother. Lin Xiao's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. In fact, what Xiao Ruofei said was a very important factor. However, she still had some little girlish thoughts that she couldn't say out loud. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's embarrassment. Instead, he continued to smile and said, Actually, you don't have to worry so much. With me at Sanshan, I'll definitely take good care of your godmother. Moreover, the intercity high-speed railway runs almost every half an hour. It only takes a little more than an hour to come from Egret Island. If you go to school at Egret Island, you can come back every weekend as long as you want to. I'll reimburse you for the ticket. Really? Lin Xiao's pretty eyes revealed a trace of a sly smile as she said, Brother Ruofei, a gentleman's word is as good as a whip. You can't go back on your words. I'll really come back every weekend. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Once a week, the high-speed rail ticket would only cost a little more than 1,000 yuan a month. For Xiao Ruofei, this amount of money was nothing at all. He said, Of course I'll keep my word. I'll let Peng Hao know when the time comes. If you want to come back, just give him a call and ask him to book the tickets for you online. This is not a problem at all. Lin Xiao stole a glance at his mother. Seeing that she seemed a little unhappy, he said dejectedly, Forget it. Mom definitely won't agree, Huzi's mother snapped, so you do know. Your big brother Ruofei isn't your ATM. Why do you need to reimburse me for the high-speed rail tickets every week? What are you thinking? Xiao Ruofei hurriedly gave Huzi's mother a look, meaning that Lin Xiao had finally changed her mind and was considering Heron Island University. At this time, it was better not to complicate matters. However, Huzi's mother was unmoved. In her opinion, the cultivation of her daughter's character was more important. Although she also knew that Xiao Ruofei wasn't short of money now, and she didn't treat Xiao Ruofei as an outsider, she didn't want Lin Xiao to develop the bad habit of stretching out her hand for clothes and opening her mouth for food. To put it bluntly, she felt that Xiao Ruofei spoiled Lin Xiao too much. Xiao Ruofei could only smile bitterly and helplessly. He rolled his eyes and said, That's okay. Xiao, you can continue your internship in our company's e-commerce department. As long as you continue to learn how to design software, you can complete some of the work in our e-commerce department remotely. A round-trip high-speed rail ticket only costs about 1,000 yuan a month. Unless you have no talent in design, it's impossible that you can't even earn 1,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up and said, That's right. Big brother Ruofei's idea is the best. Humph, I'm earning my own living. Mom, you have nothing to say, right? After saying that, Lin Xiao glanced at her mother as if she was demonstrating. Huzi's mother helplessly smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said, I don't care how you use the money you earn as long as you don't feel bad about it. Why would I feel bad? Lin Xiao coquettishly held her mother's arm and leaned on her body. She said, "It's worth it no matter how much it costs to buy a high-speed rail ticket home to see you." Huzi's mother was also touched. She gently touched Lin Xiao's face. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Xiaoer, you've even planned how to go home. Does that mean you agree to choose Heron Island University?" Lin Xiao was stunned. That's right. She had been insisting on choosing Sanshan University. How did it become a discussion about returning to Sanshan University from Heron Island every week after Big Brother Ruofei said a few words? However, she thought about it again. Xiao Ruofei's suggestion seemed to be quite good. Moreover, there were obviously better schools to choose from. Under normal circumstances, no one would deliberately choose the one that was relatively worse. After Lin Xiao thought it through, she nodded gently and said, Since it's recommended by Big Brother Ruofei, then I'll choose Heron Island University." Huzi's mother immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Before Xiao Ruofei came back, no matter what she said, Lin Xiao insisted on her decision. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei made Lin Xiao give up on applying to Sanshan University. Otherwise, she would have been furious. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's right. Xiaoer, since you've decided, then let's choose a major properly. With your score, you can choose any major you want." Lin Xiao nodded heavily and said. Then, Lin Xiao asked again, "Big Brother Ruofei, what major do you think I should apply for?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The major depends on your interest. Personally, I don't think there's a need to pursue any popular major. I'll support our Xiaoer no matter what major you choose." Lin Xiao tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "I prefer to do things like design and creativity. However, this seems to be a major that only technical schools have." Speaking of this, Lin Xiao smiled embarrassedly. Xiao Ruofei came to the sofa and sat down, then said, "Let's check out the special liberal arts majors that Heron Island University has." Then, Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and did a search. Nowadays, search engines were very developed. There were also platforms such as Jihu and Quiz. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly found the answer he wanted. He browsed silently on his phone while Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao sat on either side of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei looked for a while and couldn't help but smile. He said, "Xiaoer, you don't say. There really is a major that suits you." "What major?" Lin Xiao couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Ruofei showed the two of them his phone and said, "Heron Island University's advertising major is one of the best among all the similar majors in the country. It's known as the Huangpu Military School of the advertising world. Now, many big shots in the advertising world were trained by this major." Lin Xiao snatched the phone from Xiao Ruofei's hand and looked at it seriously. After looking at it, she immediately said, "I've decided. I'll apply for this major." Xiao Ruofei and Huzi's mother looked at each other. Then, he said, "Xiaoer, you have to think about it carefully. With your score, you should be able to get into a better major. I just checked. The best liberal arts major in Heron Island University should be accounting. It said that it's the best in the country. Moreover, the employment prospects of finance majors are obviously better than advertising majors." Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, "Forget it. I'll choose advertising. I'm not interested in finance or accounting at all. Instead, I'm very interested in advertising creativity and design." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Okay. I respect your opinion. Interest is the most important thing. If you're not interested, it's useless no matter how good the major is. Moreover, Heron Island University's advertising major is one of the top few in the country. It's definitely one of the best majors in their school." Xiao Ruofei's last sentence was mainly for Huzi's mother. Every parent's wish was to see their children become dragons and phoenixes. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Huzi's mother naturally hoped that Lin Xiao could choose accounting. However, Lin Xiao still decided to choose advertising, so she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, compared to choosing Sanshan University, this was already a very good result. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Huzi's mother also felt relieved. She smiled and said, "Xiaoer, Mom also supports your choice." Since you've decided, let's apply for Heron Island University's advertising major. Xiao Ruofei smiled and added, Xiaoer, go to Heron Island and learn well. In the future, I'll leave a good position for you in the company's advertising department. Lin Xiao said happily, okay. Mom, Brother Ruofei, I definitely won't let you down. Just like that, Lin Xiao's application was finally settled. He just had to go to school early the next morning to officially fill in the form. Huzi's mother could finally have a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to drive the company's Mercedes-Benz to send Lin Xiao to fill in his application. Xiao Ruofei also instructed Lei Hu to protect Lin Xiao throughout the whole process. The incident with Xue Fei and Hu Lili last time made Xiao Ruofei feel a lingering fear. He now attached great importance to Lin Xiao's safety. After Lin Xiao left, Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone and called Liang Qichao, who was far away in Australia. Boss Xia. Liang Qichao said with a teasing tone, what instructions do you have? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it seems that Manager Liang is very free in Australia. Is it because the workload is not enough? It seems that I have to give you more work. Liang Qichao quickly said, don't. You're my brother, okay? It's been a busy day here, and you're tired enough. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay, I'll stop joking with you. How's our immortal farm recently? It's great. Liang Qichao was excited when it came to work. Ruofei, the seeds you provided are really good. The survival rate is almost 100%, and when the first batch of vegetables came out, the foreign workers were stunned. They had never seen such beautiful and delicious vegetables since they were born. They all exclaimed that it was a miracle. Is it that exaggerated? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. How could it not be? Liang Qichao said, our little supervisor, you've met him the last time. That white man named Rodek kept saying that it was simply a work of art. He strongly urged us to immediately expand the planting area. Haha, there's no hurry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, now your task is to carry out extensive experimental planting and find the most suitable variety for planting in Immortal Farm, while also meeting the consumption needs of the Australian market. Before we expand the planting area, we must first find the best combination. We must not randomly start a project. Understood. Liang Qichao said, don't worry. I have a complete set of plans here. That's good. I believe in you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Haha, Ruofei, if you're worried, you can find time to come and inspect again. Liang Qichao said jokingly. You don't say, I might really come to Australia in a few days. Xiao Ruofei said, but it's not that I'm worried about your work, but that I'm here to travel and see you. Travel? Liang Qichao asked with a smile, you're not alone, right? You brought someone? Yeah. You brought a girl? You're right. Xiao Ruofei said, but it really is a girl. I brought my sister here. Sister? Ruofei, how come I've never heard that you have a sister? Liang Qichao smirked. She's not a lover's sister, is she? Don't worry, I won't tell Beauty Ling. Men. I can imagine your wretched expression without seeing you. Xiao Ruofei said with disgust. Your thoughts are so dirty. She's not my biological sister, but she's no different from a biological sister. Xiao Ruofei paused, then his voice became a little low. She's the sister of one of my comrades. My comrade sacrificed himself to cover me during a mission, so that's how it is. Liang Qichao stopped joking and said, I'm sorry, Ruofei. I can't control my mouth. I always like to talk nonsense. I hope you don't mind, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's okay. Xiaoer just graduated from high school this year. She did very well in the exam this time. I promised her to take her abroad as a reward, so, understood. Liang Qichao said. Brother Liang, I called you today because of this. Xiao Ruofei said, send an invitation for a business inspection in the name of our Australian farm. The invitees are me and Xiaoer. I'll send you the details via WeChat later. No problem. Liang Qichao said, it's easier to get a visa. I'll do it right away. Xiao Ruofei had a 3-year multiple entry visa. He did this mainly because of Lin Xiao. Although it was possible to apply for a tourist visa, it was safer to use an invitation for a business inspection. The possibility of rejection was very small. I'll send you a WeChat message after I hang up. Xiao Ruofei said, fax it to me directly after you're done. Do you know the fax number of my office? Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to hang up the phone, Liang Qichao suddenly asked, oh right. Ruofei, where are you going to apply for a visa? There were 3 places in Huaxia to apply for a visa to go to Australia. One was the embassy in Beijing, and the other was the consulate general in Shenzhen and Yanqing. That was why Liang Qichao asked. Xiao Ruofei said, I haven't decided yet. I guess it's either Shenzhen or Yanqing. Beijing is too far away. Xiaoer doesn't even have a passport now. She has to apply for a passport first. Liang Qichao said, then I suggest you go to Shenzhen to apply. The old man's Xingbang Group has an office in Shenzhen. It's more efficient to leave these things to them, and it's less likely to be rejected. The old man that Liang Qichao mentioned was naturally the head of the Xingbang Group, the world's richest man, Tang He. The Xingbang Group was a world-renowned consortium. It had branches or offices in various large cities around the world. The office in Shenzhen was mainly responsible for coordinating all kinds of relationships. It had a wide range of connections, and it was backed by the Xingbang Group. Even the Australian consulate general in Shenzhen had to give them some face. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, okay. Then we'll go to Shenzhen to apply. But wouldn't it be too troublesome to let the Xingbang Group's office handle this? Hey! What's the point of this? Liang Qichao said, our old man appreciates you so much. Isn't this just a matter of a sentence? You don't have to look for my grandfather. I'll just talk to his office director. You don't have to worry about this, just leave it to me. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. Then I won't bother the 2 of you. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Liang. Are you treating me like an outsider again? Liang Qichao said, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have things to do here. You don't have to worry about the visa. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei sent his and Lin Xiao's personal information to Liang Qichao via WeChat and walked towards the office building. He lit a cigarette and walked leisurely while smoking. When he reached his office in the office building, he saw that the fax machine had spat out a piece of printed paper. The fax machine in his office received it automatically. Xiao Ruofei picked it up and saw that it was the invitation from Liang Qichao. With this invitation, he could apply for a visa in the name of business inspection. In the past, many units treated going abroad as a benefit. Many travel companies could easily get such invitations. In fact, when they went abroad, they would arrange the itinerary of famous tourist attractions. The trick was not known to outsiders. Of course, now that the management of all aspects was much more formal, the atmosphere of the entire officialdom was completely new from top to bottom, and this kind of strange situation was also much less common. At noon, Lei Hu drove Lin Xiao back to the farm. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei said to Lin Xiao, Xiaoer, find your ID card and household register. I'll take you to apply for a passport first. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Brother Ruofei, I haven't received the university admission letter yet. Are you going to fulfill your promise in advance? Xiao Ruofei gently rubbed Lin Xiao's hair and said, it'll take 14 working days to apply for a passport. After that, you still have to apply for a visa. Do you think it's so easy to go abroad? Do you think you can just pick up your bag and leave? If you don't go through these procedures first, you might not even be able to go when school starts. Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said, besides, with your grades, isn't it a sure thing to apply for Egret Island University? Lin Xiao smiled proudly and said, that makes sense. Brother Ruofei, wait for me. I'll go find my ID card and household register. Applying for a passport was done at the county-level Public Security Bureau's entry-exit department. If Xiao Ruofei had asked Wu Liqian about it, it would have been done specially, and it wouldn't have taken 14 working days. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't think it was urgent to go abroad. After all, according to the normal procedures, it would take less than 20 days to get a passport. At that time, Lin Xiao probably wouldn't have received the admission letter yet. As for applying for a visa, it would take less time. Basically, it could be done within 3 working days. Moreover, it only cost 50 yuan, and the consulate would provide postal service. Therefore, it was very convenient to go through the procedures and go home directly. Lin Xiao's household register was in Chongping County. Xiao Ruofei drove her to the Chongping County Public Security Bureau. After filling in the application form according to the normal procedures and providing various materials, all that was left was to wait at home. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei's life returned to normal. Other than dealing with the daily affairs of the company, he would go on dates with Ling Qingshui every few days. Ling Qingshui had already met with Huzi's mother last time, so she would occasionally come to the farm. However, she wouldn't spend the night there. After all, girls were shy. If Xiao Ruofei didn't have anyone else at home, it wouldn't matter. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for her to stay. Ling Yue also adapted to the work on the farm. The orchard had already finished harvesting for the year. The main thing was some maintenance work. She brought a few workers and took care of it well. However, as time passed, Xiao Ruofei had to seriously consider Nan Nan's enrollment. It wasn't difficult to apply for Nan Nan's enrollment, but Xiao Ruofei was troubled by the problem of transportation. Although it wasn't difficult to send a car to pick her up every day, it was obvious that Lin Yue definitely wouldn't accept such an arrangement. Xiao Ruofei sat on the sofa in the living room. The TV opposite him was playing a summer drama series, but his attention wasn't on the TV at all. He didn't pay attention to what was on the TV at all. Thinking about how to solve Nan Nan's enrollment to get the best of both worlds, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown and sigh. This was what he had promised Lin Yue back then. If he didn't do it well, he would be breaking his promise. Huzi's mother just walked out of the house. When she saw Xiao Ruofei sighing, she couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, have you encountered any difficulties?" Xiao Ruofei forced a smile and said, "Oh, godmother, it's nothing, you child, if you have any difficulties, just tell godmother." Huzi's mother said reproachfully, "Although godmother can't help you much, it's not good for you to keep things bottled up in your heart." Speaking of this, Huzi's mother suddenly asked, "Don't tell me you quarreled with Qingshui? A few days ago, when she came to the farm, both of you were fine." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Godmother, what are you thinking about? Why would I quarrel with Qingshui for no reason?" "Then what exactly is the reason?" Huzi's mother asked. Xiao Ruofei sighed and said, "Godmother, it's about Nan Nan. Isn't she going to primary school next semester? I promised sister-in-law before that I would properly arrange for Nan Nan to go to school." Xiao Ruofei then told his mother about his difficulties in detail. After hearing this, Huzi's mother was silent for a while and said, "This is really a bit difficult to handle." Speaking of this, Huzi's mother's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "You don't say, I suddenly thought of a good idea." "Really? Godmother, tell me quickly." Xiao Ruofei quickly sat up straight. Huzi's mother smiled and said, "It's not convenient for old Luo and you to pick them up, but I can help them." "You're going to pick them up?" Xiao Ruofei didn't react for a moment. Huzi's mother sat down beside Xiao Ruofei and said, "That's right. After school starts, Qiaoer will be going to school on Heron Island. I also want to move back there. There are a few primary schools nearby. I can help her pick them up during normal times. Why don't you let Nan Nan stay with me? I'll send her back on the weekends." "How can that be?" Xiao Ruofei shook his head. "It's too hard for you." "What's so hard about taking care of a child?" Huzi's mother said, "Didn't I bring up Huzi and Qiaoer alone? Moreover, Nan Nan is so sensible. I can take care of her." Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a moment. He had to admit that Huzi's mother's idea was a good solution. At least, it was better than him not having any other ideas. Of course, it was hard to say whether Lin Yue would agree or not. "Godmother, can you really take it?" Xiao Ruofei asked uncertainly. "You're old now, and your body isn't as good as it used to be. My body is much better than it was a few years ago." Huzi's mother said, "When Qiaoer was in primary school, I was often sick. Now, I don't even have colds and coughs. The Chinese medicine that you gave me to nurse my body back then was very effective." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay. I'll ask for sister-in-law's opinion. If she agrees, I'll have to trouble you for a while." My company's headquarters should be moving to the city in the second half of the year. When the time comes, I'll give sister-in-law a new office position and help her rent a suite in the city. That way, she can drive herself around. Huzi's mother smiled and nodded. Then, she said, okay. If she doesn't agree, I'll talk to her personally. No need, no need. Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said. Ruofei, why don't you ask Yuer to come over for lunch? Huzi's mother said. When the time comes, we can persuade her together. I'm sure she'll agree. Okay. I'll give her a call. Xiao Ruofei said. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Yue's number. Lin Yue was working in the orchard. When she heard that Huzi's mother wanted to invite her to lunch, Lin Yue didn't refuse and agreed. Huzi's mother went to the kitchen to prepare the food, while Xiao Ruofei sat in the living room and watched TV for a while. When it was about time, he got up and went to the office building to personally invite Uncle Luo over. After Uncle Luo stayed in Taoyuan farm, Xiao Ruofei treated him 2 more times. His body was getting better day by day. Of course, the main effect was still the spirit heart flowers petal solution. After Xiao Ruofei brought Uncle Luo and Nan Nan back to the villa, Nan Nan happily played with Xiao He and Lightning in the yard. Xiao Ruofei took out his top-quality De Hong Pao tea and chatted with Uncle Luo in the living room while making tea. Xiao Ruofei didn't mention anything about Nan Nan going to school. Lin Yue was the one who made the decisions in their family, so he wanted to wait for Lin Yue to come over first. At noon, Xiao Ruofei heard Nan Nan happily shouting in the yard, "Mom." He knew that Lin Yue was coming over, so he stood up and went to welcome her. Lin Yue was wearing a floral short-sleeved shirt, white sunscreen sleeves, and a straw hat. She walked into the yard with sweat on her face. Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, the weather has been too hot recently. Don't go up the mountain in the afternoon. That won't do." Lin Yue said with a smile, "The orchard has to be taken care of every day. If we don't fertilize it in time, the fruit trees won't have enough nutrients. When the weeds grow tall, they will compete with the fruit trees for nutrients. There will be work to do every day. Besides, this work is nothing. I'm not tired at all." Xiao Ruofei actually wanted to say that there was no need for such meticulous care. With his spirit heart flowers petal solution, the fruit trees would grow well even if they weren't taken care of. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to discourage Lin Yue's enthusiasm, so he didn't persuade her. However, he made a mental note to ask the canteen to prepare some cooling food for lunch and dinner, such as mung bean soup, immortal grass honey, and so on. Everyone went into the house. Lin Yue went to wash her face first, and at the same time, she urged Nan Nan to wash her hands. She had been playing with Xiao He and Lightning in the yard, so her hands were dirty. Huzi's mother had already prepared lunch. Lin Xiao had also come back from work, so everyone sat around the table and started to eat. "Auntie, you prepared so many dishes again. It's too tiring." Lin Yue said. "It's not tiring at all." Huzi's mother said with a smile, "Usually, it's just the 3 of us eating. It's more lively with all of you here." Everyone ate and chatted. After a while, Huzi's mother gave Xiao Ruofei a look. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. Then, he organized his words and said, "Sister-in-law, regarding the issue of Nan Nan going to school, I've been thinking about it these few days. It's about the problem of sending and receiving her, right?" Lin Yue said, "I know that the location of our farm is a little remote. If Nan Nan goes to school in the city, we won't be able to send and receive her, so let's just go to the nearby village primary school. This way, my father-in-law can send and receive her every day." "No, no." Huzi's mother hurriedly said, "The village primary school is about to close down. Many of the children in the nearby villages have been sent to the town to study. How can we go to the village primary school? Won't that delay the child's progress?" Xiao Ruofei also said, "Sister-in-law, the village primary school definitely won't do. The software and hardware conditions are too poor." Speaking of this, he paused and continued, "I've discussed it with my godmother today. Our intention is, I'll find a better school in the city for Nan Nan, and then I'll let Nan Nan stay with my godmother. She'll send and receive you, and I'll go and fetch Nan Nan back on weekends. Sister-in-law, don't be in such a hurry to reject it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I didn't think it was appropriate at first, but after thinking about it, it's still feasible. Xiaoer will be going to Heron Island to study when school starts. Godmother will be lonely by herself. Nan Nan can be her companion if she stays with her. As for picking her up and dropping her off, Godmother's body is quite strong, so it won't be a big problem. Huzi's mother also smiled and said, That's right. I'm very healthy now. Besides, picking her up and dropping her off twice a day isn't tiring. I also have to walk regularly to train my body. I'll just treat it as training. Lin Yue hesitated and said, Auntie, this isn't appropriate. If Nan Nan stays with you, it's not just a matter of picking her up and dropping her off. She'll also have to take care of her. This is too much trouble for you. Hee, I need to eat too. It's just a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. How much can Nan Nan eat at such a young age? Huzi's mother said, There's nothing else. I think Nan Nan is quite sensible. There's no need to worry too much. Lin Qiao also said, Sister-in-law, I think this is a good idea. Don't reject it. I'm afraid that my mom will be all alone after I go to Heron Island. With Nan Nan, this little girl, accompanying her, I'll be more at ease. With that, Lin Qiao gently pinched Nan Nan's little face and asked with a smile, Nan Nan, can you stay with Grandma when you're in school? Grandma will cook good food for you every day. On the weekends, Uncle Ruofei will pick you up and bring you back to the farm. Nan Nan looked at her mother and grandfather and said, But I want to be with Mom. Lin Qiao said, Mom has to work on the farm. It's too far from the city. She can't pick you up and take care of you. Unless you go to the village primary school nearby, but the village primary school is very old. Even the classroom is about to collapse. It might be worse than the primary school you went to in Luojiashan. The primary school in the city is very beautiful. There's a beautiful track, bright classrooms, and many sports facilities. Don't you want to go? Nan Nan said, I want to. But I also want to be with my mother. What should I do? Lin Qiao was at a loss for words. He could only helplessly look at Xiao Ruofei for help. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Nan Nan, we didn't stop you from being with your mother. It's just that when we're in school, we'll stay at Grandma's house. On weekends and holidays, we'll go back to the farm. And maybe Mom will go to the city to work in a few days, and then you can be with Mom every day. You just need to overcome the first few days. Nan Nan is a good child. Can't she overcome such a small obstacle? I can. Nan Nan raised her head and said, Uncle Ruofei, I can overcome the difficulties. That's right. You study hard with Grandma, and Mom can work on the farm with peace of mind, Xiao Ruofei said. Uncle will send someone to pick you up on the weekend, okay? Okay. Nan Nan nodded heavily. Although she still couldn't bear to part with her mother, she was a sensible child. She knew that Xiao Ruofei was sincerely good to her, so she listened to Xiao Ruofei's words. Lin Yue quickly said, Ruofei, why would I go to the city to work? When she said this, she hesitated for a moment. However, she felt that it wasn't good to lie in front of a child, especially if she couldn't fulfill her promise in the future. That would bring psychological harm to the child, so she couldn't help but say it. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Sister-in-law, I'm not coaxing Nan Nan. Our company has been planning to move the headquarters to the city for a long time. If there are no accidents, it should be implemented in the second half of this year. When the time comes, you just need to change to a suitable position, and then you can go back to work in the city. What can I do? Lin Yue was a little uncertain. I have some experience in managing the orchard, but if it's an office. I don't know anything. No one is born knowing how to do it. Xiao Ruofei said, Sister-in-law, you also have a high school education, and you know some basic computer operations. As long as you go through some training, you can at least be an ordinary clerk, right? Xiao Ruofei paused and continued, Nan Nan's school is a real problem. If you are always in charge of the orchard, you won't be able to take care of it. So I think you can consider my suggestion and try to change your job. Xiao Ruofei's words made Lin Yue ponder. She really listened to him. For her daughter's growth, working in this suburban farm for a long time was obviously not the best choice. If she could go to the city to work, it would be hard for her, but she wouldn't miss her child's growth. Lin Yue thought for a long time and finally nodded and said, "Okay. Ruofei, I will seriously consider it. But for now, I will take care of the orchard. Even if I have to hand it over to other colleagues in the future, I won't leave a mess for them." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked with a smile, "So, you also agree with our suggestion to let Nan Nan live with Godmother temporarily?" Lin Yue looked at Uncle Luo and asked, "Dad, what do you think?" Uncle Luo usually let Lin Yue make the decisions at home, but Lin Yue respected her father-in-law very much. She definitely had to listen to his opinion on this kind of matter. Uncle Luo smiled and said, You can decide on this matter." Lin Yue nodded and said, "Okay, Auntie, Ruofei, then I will listen to you." Uncle Luo also said, "Sister, then we will have to trouble you from now on." Huzi's mother was very happy and said, "No trouble, no trouble, no trouble at all. I can't be more happy. Nan Nan, then when school starts, you will live with Grandma. Grandma will cook delicious food for you every day." Nan Nan said sensibly, "Thank you, Grandma." At this time, Lin Yue said, "Auntie, since Nan Nan will live with you, then I will pay you 2,000 yuan for food every month." "Hey, how much can a child eat? Why do you still need to pay for food?" Huzi's mother said and waved her hand. No need, no need. That won't do." Lin Yue said seriously, "Auntie, you help me take care of Nan Nan, and I don't know how to thank you. How can I let you pay for Nan Nan's food expenses? If you don't accept this money, then I will definitely not let Nan Nan live there." But you don't need so much. How can a little girl eat so much?" Huzi's mother said helplessly. Xiao Ruofei thought and said, "Godmother, since sister-in-law has said so, you should accept this money. When the time comes, you can prepare more nutritious food. Nan Nan is still growing." Xiao Ruofei knew Lin Yue very well. If Huzi's mother did not accept this money, she would definitely not be able to get over it in her heart. It was not easy to persuade her to accept this arrangement, but it might be a waste of effort because of the food expenses. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was giving Lin Yue a salary of 8,000 yuan a month. To her family, 2,000 yuan was not a big expense. Besides, Xiao Ruofei could also subsidize her through bonuses and benefits, so there was no need to be troubled over this issue. Since even Xiao Ruofei said so, Huzi's mother could only smile bitterly and nod. "All right then. You are too serious. We are not outsiders, why do you have to make such a clear distinction?" Lin Yue smiled and said, "That is that. We can't let you work so hard to take care of Nan Nan and pay for it yourself." Lin Qiao smiled and said, "All right. Since we have come to an agreement, let's have a toast. Take it as a toast to Nan Nan going to primary school in the city." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Also, a toast to Qiaoer going to study at Heron Island University." Everyone laughed and raised their glasses together. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Xiao Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally reached a consensus about Nan Nan's enrollment. The next step was to coordinate with the school. Relatively speaking, this was much easier. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei returned to his room. He thought for a while and finally found the number of the new Sanshan City Committee Secretary, Song Qiming, and dialed it. Tian Huilan had gone to the capital with Master Song a few days ago, and Song Qiming had officially taken office. Xiao Ruofei also knew that it was a bit of a fuss to go to the city committee secretary directly for a child's enrollment. However, all of his connections were of a higher level. If it had been when Tian Huilan was still in office, he could have gone directly to Tian Huilan's secretary. However, now that the secretary had changed to Song Qiming, Xiao Ruofei did not know Song Qiming's secretary and did not have his contact information, so he could only call Song Qiming directly. Song Qiming gave Xiao Ruofei his private number, so it was picked up after 2 or 3 rings. Song Qiming's warm and hearty laughter came from Xiao Ruofei's phone. "Xiaoxia, hello." "Hello, Secretary Song." Xiao Ruofei said politely. "I hope I didn't disturb your rest." No, I was doing research in Zhonglo district." Song Qiming said with a smile. I just finished a meeting with the members of the district committee and was about to go for lunch. Xiaoxia, what's the matter? Xiao Ruofei said, yes, Secretary Song, there's something I need to trouble you with, what is it? Song Qiming said straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei said embarrassedly, Secretary Song, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that I don't know any other leaders in Sanshan City, so I can only trouble you directly. Song Qiming laughed and said, it's okay, it's right to come to me. The chief has personally instructed me. As long as you don't violate the rules, I will create conditions to help you. Thank you, Secretary Song. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm looking for you mainly because of a comrade's child's schooling. Then, Xiao Ruofei briefly explained Nan Nan's situation and said, Secretary Song, that's the general situation, what do you think, Xiaoxia, you're really affectionate and righteous. Song Qiming didn't expect that the first time Xiao Ruofei asked for his help was because of a comrade. In his heart, he had a better impression of Xiao Ruofei. He thought for a while and said, the child is the orphan of a martyr, so she should be taken care of when it comes to schooling. This is also in line with the policy. Xiaoxia, have you chosen a school that you like? Xiao Ruofei immediately said, Secretary Song, if it's possible, I hope that Nan Nan can enter Zhongluo Primary School. Zhongluo Primary School was a key school in the province, and the corresponding junior high school was also one of the best in Sanshan City, Yan'an High School. Excluding the factor of the junior high school going to private schools, it should be the best primary school plus junior high school in Sanshan City. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhongluo Primary School was only 2 stops away from the Forestry Bureau residence where Huzi's mother lived. Huzi could walk to and from school every day, and it was on the same side, so there was no need to go through traffic lights. Therefore, this was the best choice that Xiao Ruofei could think of. Song Qiming said, Xiaoxia, hold on for a while, don't hang up, okay, Secretary Song, Xiao Ruofei said. Zhongluo District Party Committee Conference Room. The Zhongluo District Party Committee Standing Committee and the deputy leaders of the government, the National People's Congress, and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference were all gathered together. Today was the day that Secretary Song of the Municipal Party Committee came down to do research. When a new leader took office, he first went to the district to do research to understand the situation and determine the work plan for the next period. This was already management. Secretary Song's first stop was Zhongluo District, which showed that he attached great importance to Zhongluo District. Today, there was a meeting, and in the afternoon, Secretary Song had to talk to the leaders of the district committee. In the morning meeting, everyone was very enthusiastic, so the meeting didn't end until 12:30. Just as everyone was about to go to the district committee's cafeteria to eat, they saw Secretary Song get up to take a call, so they all gathered on the other side of the conference room to avoid being suspected of eavesdropping. The leaders of Zhongluo District whispered to each other while paying attention to Song Qiming's movements. After saying a few words, Song Qiming covered the phone and said, Comrade He Feng, come here for a while. The deputy district head in charge of education, He Feng, paused for a moment, then quickly said, Okay, Secretary Song. Then he quickly walked over. The secretary, district head, and other leaders of Zhongluo District looked at each other and looked at He Feng's back enviously. Secretary Song was transferred from another province, so he didn't know anyone here. This deputy district head had already gotten a call from Secretary Song, which made everyone envious. Song Qiming walked out of the conference room with his phone in his hand, and He Feng naturally followed. Song Qiming said softly, Comrade He Feng, I have a friend's child who wants to go to Zhongluo Primary School, please arrange it. Okay, Secretary Song. He Feng quickly said. He was also very happy. He had a chance to perform as soon as the leader took office. This was just a small matter for him, but he could leave a good impression on the secretary. It was like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. Song Qiming said, Comrade He Feng, give your contact information to Xiao Chao, and a young man named Xiao will contact you. If he has any requests, you must try your best to satisfy him. If you have any difficulties, you can contact me directly. Xiao Chao was Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangji. He used to be an ordinary staff member of the municipal committee secretariat, but this time, he was chosen by Song Qiming as his personal secretary, and suddenly became a popular person in the Sanshan district. Yes, Secretary Song. Feng said excitedly. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's hearing was better than most people's. Although Song Qiming was covering the microphone, Xiao Ruofei could still hear what he said. It was such a small matter, but Song Qiming still took care of it personally. He even told Feng to try his best to satisfy Xiao Ruofei's request. This made Xiao Ruofei feel slightly touched. After Feng left, Song Qiming continued to talk to Xiao Ruofei. Xiaoxia, I've already told Feng, who is in charge of education in Zhongluo district. I'll ask my secretary, Xiao Chao, to give you his contact information. Also, if you need anything in the future, you can ask Xiao Chao directly. Xiao Ruofei said sincerely, Secretary Song, thank you very much. Song Qiming laughed heartily and said, you don't have to be so polite with me. Xiaoxia, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. My comrades in Zhongluo district are still waiting for me to eat. Okay. Bye, Secretary Song. Xiao Ruofei said. Not long after ending the call with Song Qiming, Xiao Ruofei received a call from a local phone in Sanshan. Hello. Xiao Ruofei said as he picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Xia? A young voice asked politely from the other side of the phone. I'm Xiao Ruofei, and you are, oh, Mr. Xia, hello. I'm Secretary Song's secretary, Chao Guangji. Secretary Song asked me to give you the contact information of Mayor He. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, oh, it's Director Chao. Hello. You're too polite. You can just call me Xiao Chao. Chao Guangji said quickly. Song Qiming called Chao Guangji over and told him Xiao Ruofei's phone number. He asked him to contact Xiao Ruofei immediately and sent Feng's contact information to Xiao Ruofei. He also solemnly told him that if Xiao Ruofei needed anything done in the future, he must do his best to do it. If there were any difficulties, he must also report to him immediately. Chao Guangji had just become Song Qiming's secretary and was at the most cautious stage. This could be said to be the first personal matter that Song Qiming gave him. Chao Guangji naturally took it very seriously. At the same time, he valued Mr. Xia. Although Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded very young on the phone, Chao Guangji was still very humble. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I wouldn't dare. Director Chao, you're Secretary Song's big secretary. No, Mr. Xia, you're too polite, Chao Guangji quickly said, I'm just a normal staff member that serves the leader. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Director Chao, let's add each other on WeChat later. You can just send me Mayor He's contact information through WeChat. Okay, Chao Guangji said, Mr. Xia, please don't call me Director Chao. I don't deserve it. I'm just a small soldier in the first secretary department. Not to mention the municipal committee. You're too humble. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, since you're working under Secretary Song, it's only a matter of time before you get a position. It'll be solved sooner or later. Song Qiming was the municipal committee's secretary, and also a leader of the provincial party committee. How could his secretary always be a normal staff member? As long as Chao Guangji had enough experience, he would at least be a deputy director of the first secretary department, and he would soon become the director of a department, or even the deputy director of the municipal committee. Xiao Ruofei then said, Brother Chao, we're not strangers. You don't have to call me Mr. Xia. Just call me by my name. Hearing that Xiao Ruofei changed the way he addressed him, Chao Guangji was happy. He quickly said, okay, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Brother Xia. Okay. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Chao, you've just started working under Secretary Song, so you must be very busy. When you're free in a few days, let's get together. I'll buy you a drink. Okay. Then I'll be waiting for Brother Xiao's good wine. Chao Guangji laughed and said. The two chatted for a while. Xiao Ruofei thought that Chao Guangji still had to serve the leaders, so he didn't talk for too long and hung up the phone. However, Xiao Ruofei's first impression of Chao Guangji was quite good. After chatting for a while, they felt that they were much closer to each other. Not long after the call, Chao Guangji added Xiao Ruofei's WeChat and sent Feng's phone number. Xiao Ruofei sent a thankful emoji. He didn't contact Feng right away. Song Qiming was still doing research in Zhongluo district, and it was lunchtime there. Feng must be busy greeting the leaders. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and didn't want to cause any more trouble. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that Xiao Ruofei finally called He Feng. In fact, he didn't know that He Feng had been waiting for Mr. Xia to call him the whole afternoon. Song Qiming's trip to Zhongluo district was in the evening, but he was mainly talking to the members of the party committee in the afternoon. He Feng was only a middle-ranking deputy mayor and wasn't part of the party committee, so he didn't have much to do in the afternoon. Now, He Feng's mind was full of what Song Qiming asked him to do. He also called the director of the District Education Bureau in advance to find out about the enrollment of Zhongluo Elementary School this year and instructed him to prepare in advance. The preparation was mainly for the director of the Education Bureau to find out about the situation of this year's top class in Zhongluo Elementary School and assign better teachers to that class. This was something that Secretary Song was personally involved in, so that child would definitely be assigned to the top class. He Feng waited for the whole afternoon, but didn't receive a call from Mr. Xia. However, He Feng didn't find it strange. Someone who could arrange such a small thing through Secretary Song couldn't be a simple person. Maybe Mr. Xia didn't take such a small thing seriously, and such a capable person must be very busy. When it was almost time to get off work in the evening, He Feng was about to check on the situation. If Secretary Song ended the conversation, he could go out in time to see him off and show his face in front of the leaders. Just then, He Feng's phone, which had been on the loudest all the time, suddenly rang. He sprung up from the chair like a spring and grabbed the phone. The screen showed an unfamiliar number from Xianxia. He Feng quickly pressed the answer button. He didn't sound as reserved as he usually did. "Hello." It was Xiao Ruofei. He asked, "Hello, is this Mayor He?" He Feng heard the young voice on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but be surprised, but he quickly replied, "I'm He Feng, and you are?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Hello, Mayor He. I'm Xiao Ruofei. Secretary Song asked me to call you." He Feng quickly said, "It's Mr. Xia." "Hello, hello. Secretary Song already told me about the child's enrollment, and I've already talked to the District Education Bureau this afternoon." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Mayor He." "You're welcome, it's nothing." He Feng quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I've already talked to the District Education Bureau." "Your child, Mayor He, it's not my child," Xiao Ruofei interrupted He Feng and said, "It's the child of one of my comrades." He Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. Does your comrade have any special requirements for the child's teacher? I can send you a list of the teachers of the two schools." "No need, no need." Xiao Ruofei wasn't used to He Feng's enthusiasm and quickly said, "Mayor He, as long as the enrollment process is normal." Okay. I'll let them arrange for your comrade's child to be in the experimental class of the two schools," He Feng said. He Feng said, "The experimental class is the calling card of the Bell Tower Primary School. All the hard and soft conditions, including the best teachers, are tilted towards the experimental class." "That's great, thank you, Mayor He." Xiao Ruofei said, "So, when will the enrollment process be? Do we need to prepare any materials?" "Mr. Xia, the enrollment process for the two schools is already over," He Feng said. "But it's okay. When you're free, bring your child's household register and parents' ID. I'll go with you to sign up." Actually, the enrollment process was just a matter of He Feng's word. Xiao Ruofei only needed to provide a name and ID number. However, He Feng played a little trick here. He believed that Xiao Ruofei was a very important person and had a special relationship with Song Qiming. Therefore, he wanted to grab hold of this connection tightly. Therefore, he planned to use this matter to get closer to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei paused and said, Mayor He, it's just an enrollment. You don't have to do it yourself, right? You can just tell the Education Bureau or the school, and we'll bring the materials to sign up." He Feng said, Of course. This is a task given by Secretary Song himself. I have to be responsible for it. Mr. Xia, it's okay if you're not free. There's still a month before school starts. Whenever you have time, feel free to give me a call." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not that busy." "In that case, are you free tomorrow morning? If you're free, we can go sign up tomorrow." no problem, no problem. Hifeng said, where do you live, Mr. Xia? I'll ask the driver to pick you up tomorrow morning. No need, no need. Xia Ruofei said, I have my own car. Mayor He, let's meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the second entrance of the clock tower. Sure, sure. Hifeng said, Mr. Xia, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Hifeng clenched his fists excitedly. It was as if he had his own fate in his hands. Xia Ruofei's voice was so young that Hifeng guessed that he might be the child of some important leader. That was the only reason why Song Qiming would pay so much attention to him and ask him about such a small thing. Such young people were often more useful than those leaders who were directly in important positions because no one knew how much power they had behind them. Hifeng felt like he was about to get lucky. Just as he clenched his fists in celebration, his secretary knocked on the door softly and walked in, just in time to see this scene. Hifeng frowned, and the secretary apologized. I'm sorry, Mayor He. Entering the office without the leader's permission was very likely to leave a rash impression in the leader's mind. Moreover, he seemed to have seen Mayor He lose his composure, which made the secretary even more uneasy. Hifeng was in a good mood, so he didn't argue with the secretary about such a small thing. He just asked lightly, what's up? The secretary quickly said, Mayor He, the district office just informed us that Secretary Song is about to end his meeting. He asked a few of his team members to go to the courtyard and send him off. Got it. Hifeng said. He immediately tidied up his clothes and quickly left the office. The district party committee and the district government were in the same compound, but they were in two different office buildings. The two buildings were not far from each other. After Hifeng took the elevator downstairs, a few leaders from the district government had also come downstairs. Everyone walked towards the district party committee's office building. After a while, the lobby of the district office building was filled with people. These were the deputy leaders of the district office, the National People's Congress, and the People's Political Consultative Conference. Everyone stood in groups of 2 or 3, chatting, and occasionally glancing at the elevator. As they chatted, a lot of people looked at Hifeng with curiosity and envy. The scene at noon had already been seen by these politically sensitive leaders. After waiting for about 10 minutes, someone received a call saying that Song Qiming and his team had come out. Everyone saw the elevator stop at the floor of the district office building, and it started to go down. As a result, the leaders who were originally scattered in 2s and 3s immediately lined up in 2 rows. It was as if there was an invisible hand commanding these people. They found their positions according to their positions and ranks without any error. When everyone stood still, the elevator reached the first floor. Song Qiming took the lead and walked out of the elevator. Behind him were the leaders of the district committee and the accompanying staff. The group of people walked out of the elevator in a grandiose manner. When they reached the lobby, Song Qiming stopped and said to the district secretary, Jiang Changhe, Comrade Changhe, I'll see you off here. Jiang Changhe said, Secretary, don't you want to stay for dinner? The cafeteria is all ready. No, no. Song Qiming waved his hand and laughed heartily. My wife and my daughter just arrived at Xianxia today. I have to hurry back and report to them. The leaders in the district immediately cooperated with him and laughed at the right time. Jiang Changhe smiled and said, if that's the case, then we won't dare to keep you. Take care, Secretary. Song Qiming smiled and nodded. He shook hands with Jiang Changhe and the others, then walked to the door with his secretary and entourage. The district leaders who received the notice were all waiting near the door. When Song Qiming walked to them, he shook hands with them one by one. When Song Qiming walked to Hifeng and reached out his hand, Hifeng quickly grasped it with both hands and said in a low voice, Secretary Song, I've done what you asked me to do. I'll accompany Mr. Xia to the school tomorrow morning to register. Song Qiming stopped in front of Hifeng, smiled and nodded. Okay, Comrade Hifeng, thank you for your hard work. Hifeng was overjoyed. He quickly said, You're welcome, Secretary. It's nothing, okay. Song Qiming nodded and said, I'll leave this to you. Remember, you must satisfy Mr. Xia. That's my only request. Understood, I'll keep your instructions in mind. Hifeng quickly said. After Song Qiming said that, Xia Ruofei's image in Hifeng's mind became even higher. Song Qiming nodded, then walked to the other district leaders who were waiting to shake hands with He Feng was still standing in the line. His expression was very calm, but his heart was already pounding. Song Qiming purposely stopped beside He Feng for a while and said a few words to him. Although the two of them lowered their voices and no one could hear what they were saying, He Feng could clearly feel that the district leaders were looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Even the district leader, Xianxia, was among them. After breakfast the next day, Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle out of the farm and headed to Zhongluo District's 2nd Central Elementary School. Initially, Xiao Ruofei did not want to drive such a flashy car. However, Feng Jing was going to the city in the morning to inspect the location of the new headquarters. She was using a Mercedes-Benz, so Xiao Ruofei only had two choices, a pickup truck and a Night 15. He couldn't just drive a pickup truck to meet He Feng, right? Therefore, the Night 15 off-road vehicle was the only one he could choose. Xiao Ruofei left the farm at around 8:20 a.m. There weren't many traffic jams in the city during the summer break, so he arrived at Zhongluo District's 2nd primary school at around 8:50 a.m. He could see the school gate from afar. Since it was still summer break, the school gate looked a little empty. Xiao Ruofei slowed down and parked the Night 15 in a parking space next to the entrance of Zhongluo District's 2nd primary school. Just as he opened the door and got out of the car, the back door of a black Passat in front of him opened as well. A chubby middle-aged man got out of the car and greeted him with a smile on his face. This man was He Feng, the vice mayor of Zhongluo District's education department. He Feng had arranged for the director of education to arrive at the school in advance yesterday, so he was waiting at the school gate half an hour earlier. He Feng didn't inform the director of education department and 2nd primary school. He even used an official car in the district because he didn't want anyone to recognize his car. This way, he could wait for Xiao Ruofei at the school gate. After all, he didn't know what kind of temper this Xiao had. He didn't want to make a big fuss and annoy him, but he didn't want to be rude if he didn't greet him at the school gate. Therefore, he had already spent a lot of effort on this small detail. He Feng had already noticed Xiao Ruofei's car when it drove over from afar. After all, this car was too flashy to ignore. He Feng immediately realized that Xiao Ruofei had arrived. In his opinion, it was normal for Mr. Xia to drive a car like this. After all, he was someone who was highly valued by Secretary Song, therefore, He Feng got out of the car immediately. He walked towards Xiao Ruofei and asked with a big smile, "Are you Mr. Xia?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment before regaining her senses. She said, "I'm Xiao Ruofei." "Are you Mayor He?" Yes, I'm He Feng." He Feng quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei said, "Mr. He, I'm sorry for troubling you to wait for me." Of course, He Feng said. "Mr. Xia, then. Shall we go in and complete the registration procedures?" Xiao Ruofei nodded, Thank you. He Feng led Xiao Ruofei into the school. The director of education and the principal came to the school in person. They were very surprised to see He Feng bringing a young man to register someone. However, they didn't dare to say anything and were very enthusiastic about it. The registration process was actually very simple. Xiao Ruofei took out Nan Nan's household register and Lin Yue's ID card. The school staff made a copy and registered them on the spot. It was done in a few minutes. Nan Nan was naturally arranged to be in the experimental class. Since the normal registration process had already ended, it was equivalent to forcing a student into the experimental class. He Feng was very careful and personally asked the principal to arrange Nan Nan's student number in the middle, and the other students' numbers were pushed back. According to the usual practice, Nan Nan's number would be placed last. Moreover, there was one more student in the experimental class, so a lot of people would speculate. It could be said that He Feng put all his effort into this matter and thought about all the details very carefully. Then, in front of Xiao Ruofei, He Feng instructed the director of education and the principal to arrange the best teachers and form teachers for the experimental class. He also asked the form teachers to pay more attention to Nan Nan's studies and life. This was quite obvious, and it was completely different from the usual vague hints. The director of education and the principal naturally nodded and promised that they would carry out the director's instructions. After the registration, the director of education asked carefully, Mr. He, I've asked Principal Lin to arrange a hotel. Do you want to have lunch together? He Feng waved his hand and said, no need for lunch. You guys can go do whatever you need to do. Okay. The director of education said with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to He Feng, thank you so much, Mr. He. You're welcome, it's nothing, He Feng said quickly. He Feng quickly said, Mr. Xia, if Nan Nan needs anything in school, you can give me a call anytime. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The director of education and the principal were speechless. They thought to themselves, is there a need for a district chief to personally deal with a kid's problems? Of course, the director of education and the principal were also very curious about Xiao Ruofei's identity since He Feng was so respectful to him. At the same time, the principal reminded himself that he had to take special care of Nan Nan after she entered the school. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. He Feng accompanied Xiao Ruofei out of the school. The director of education and the principal naturally walked them all the way to the gate. He Feng waved his hand and asked them to leave. Then, he accompanied Xiao Ruofei to the parking lot. He Feng said, Mr. Xia, I've booked a place. Let's have lunch together. Then, He Feng quickly said, don't worry, the place I booked is very quiet and quiet. There won't be any random people. It's still early now. We can go and make some tea first. The director of education had offered to treat He Feng to lunch, but He Feng refused. He wanted to treat Xiao Ruofei to a meal alone. In He Feng's eyes, this was an opportunity that he could not miss. He had been the deputy district chief in charge of education for a few years. There was going to be a change of leadership in the district committee soon. He did not have much hope because he was ranked at the bottom. But now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Xiao Ruofei did not have any special plans today. Besides, He Feng had put in a lot of effort to help Nan Nan enter the school. In the future, Nan Nan would be in He Feng's district. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not want to reject him. He thought about it and nodded. He Feng was overjoyed. He quickly said, Mr. Xia, my car will lead the way. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, Mayor He, please wait for a moment. After that, Xiao Ruofei quickly walked to his car, opened the door and got in from the back seat. He took out a small box of tea leaves from the interspace. Xiao Ruofei felt that he should express his gratitude to He Feng for helping Nan Nan with her studies. This small box of tea leaves was the best de Hong Pao tea leaves that Xia Qing had made himself. Xiao Ruofei had specially bought some exquisite small clay pots. Each pot could only hold about one tael of tea leaves. In fact, even one tael of tea leaves was a very precious gift. However, Xiao Ruofei's things were quite expensive. For example, he had a gift box of iron maple bucket in the interspace. That was worth 1 to 200,000 yuan. Even if Xiao Ruofei did not care about this small amount of money, it was enough to bribe He Feng. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to give He Feng a small box of tea leaves to express his gratitude. After taking the tea leaves, Xiao Ruofei got out of the car. He walked to He Feng and handed him the clay pot. He smiled and said, Mayor He, I've troubled you this time. I don't have much to give you, so take this as a small token of my appreciation. He Feng quickly declined. Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so courteous. It's just a small matter. How would I dare to accept your gift? Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry. Mayor He, do you think my gift is too poor? No, no. He Feng quickly said. Then thank you, Mr. Xia. Then, he happily took the tea leaves. From He Feng's point of view, this small clay pot could not hold much tea leaves. However, Xiao Ruofei's kindness made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Mayor He, this de Hong Pao is not bad. It's just that the annual production is too low, so I don't have much of it myself. Don't think I'm stingy. Xiao Ruofei could tell that He Feng's thoughts were not on the tea leaves, so he reminded him tactfully. If you give something, you should at least let the other party know the value of it. Doing good deeds without leaving a name was not Xiao Ruofei's style. Only then did He Feng realize that this seemingly unremarkable little pot of tea could be very precious. In the southeast province, almost everyone knew a little about tea. Adding on the fact that Xiao Ruofei had mentioned De Hong Pao, He Feng could not help but be slightly moved. He quickly asked, Mr. Xia, is this De Hong Pao? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, although it's not from the mother tree, the quality is about the same. He Feng hurriedly said, this is too precious. He was very shocked. Not only because he knew the value of De Hong Pao from the mother tree, but more importantly, he knew very well that tea leaves of this quality would not be sold on the market. Only some leaders could get a certain amount of them. But Xiao Ruofei was able to give away tea leaves of this quality. What did this mean? It was already self-evident. He Feng was even more convinced that he had met a benefactor. While he was rejoicing, he also secretly made up his mind that he must seize this opportunity. Even if this reorganization did not go any further, he must continue to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Xia. After He Feng thanked Xiao Ruofei again, he and Xiao Ruofei went back to their respective cars. He Feng personally drove in the front and led the way. Xiao Ruofei followed behind. As he drove, he felt that the road was somewhat familiar. He could not help but mutter, don't tell me we're going to Shijiang Club again? It turned out that Xiao Ruofei had guessed right. He Feng drove all the way to the side door of Shijiang Club. After he honked, he stuck his head out and waved his hand. Immediately, the staff opened the door and let them in. Even if an ordinary person had a club membership card, they could only park their car outside the scenic area and walk in. Although He Feng's rank was not very high, as he was only a deputy director, Shijiang Club was opened in his district. As a leader of the district government, he still had some influence. Xiao Ruofei smiled and drove in as well. The two of them parked their car under the guidance of the staff. Immediately, a tall and beautiful hostess in a cheongsam led them to the private room. The two of them walked through the quiet bamboo forest path and came to the private room Lotus Pond Moonlight that He Feng had booked in advance. Xiao Ruofei had been to Shijiang Club several times, so he knew that Lotus Pond Moonlight should be the best private room in the club. This private room was not only decorated in an antique style, but it was also the largest and the location was quite good. Through the window, one could appreciate the bamboo forest in the courtyard and the lotus leaves on the pond. Although the private room at noon was not as crowded as at night, it was obvious that He Feng had put in a lot of effort. When the two of them came to the private room, a classic beauty in a cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain style came to make tea and serve them. Xiao Ruofei and He Feng sat at the tea table in front of the window. Opposite them was a quiet beauty in a cheongsam who was making tea very elegantly. A faint tea fragrance floated in the room, and there was a faint zither music in their ears. In such an environment, they also relaxed their bodies and minds. He Feng was just chatting with Xiao Ruofei. He did not deliberately ask about Xiao Ruofei's identity or his relationship with Song Qiming. He was just looking for topics that interested Xiao Ruofei in the chat, so the atmosphere was very harmonious. When the two of them arrived at Shijiang Club, it was about 10 o'clock. Time slipped away quietly while drinking tea and chatting. When it was almost 11 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei heard a faint noise outside the door. The door of the private room was soundproof, so He Feng did not notice any sound. However, Xiao Ruofei's hearing was much better than ordinary people, so he could hear it. A young voice said discontentedly, Mr. Jing, what do you mean? Is it because I, Xianxia and Zhen, don't have enough face? Isn't it just a private room? Are you going to give me a quick answer or not? Then, Xiao Ruofei heard CEO Zhang's voice from West River Moon. Young Master Yang, those who come here are all our members. The customer is God. This Lotus Pond Moonlight Club has indeed been booked in advance, and the customer has already arrived, then let's change it. Yang Qianzhen said indifferently. I heard that there are only 2 guests here. Isn't it a waste for 2 people to use such a big private room? This might not be appropriate. Mr. Jing also knew that the Lotus Pond Moonlight Club private room was booked by the leaders of Zhonglo district, so he was very embarrassed. Yang Qianzhen said casually, what's wrong with this? Do you know who we're hosting today? That's a very important leader. I'm not scaring you, but with a word from this leader, your club will not be able to continue operating. Yes, I'm relying on the help of these important people. Mr. Jing said. Yang Qianzhen raised his voice and said, Mr. Jing, Go in and tell the people inside to change a private room for them. Just tell them my name, you're not going, right? Then I'll go by myself. Xianxia said coldly. No, 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 young Master Yang, please calm down. Mr. Jing said quickly. I'll try, then. Xiao Ruofei heard Mr. Zhang's footsteps approaching from afar. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly shake his head. Business was not easy these days. Although Chief Xing usually had a wide circle of friends and this meeting was very popular, the hardships involved were not enough for outsiders to know. Just as Xiao Ruofei was lamenting, Mr. Xing came to the door and knocked lightly before walking in. Mr. Zhang's face was apologetic. As soon as he entered the door, he said, "Mayor he." No, Mr. Xing stopped halfway because he saw Xiao Ruofei looking at him with a smile. He only knew that He Feng had booked this private room from the reservation information, but he never expected that He Feng's guest would be Xiao Ruofei. "Boss Xia," Mr. Xing said in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping today." Surprised, He Feng asked, "Mr. Xia, do you know Mr. Xia?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Yes, I'm old friends with Mr. Xing. Yes, old friends. Mr. Xing said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei looked at the door meaningfully and asked, "Oh right, Mr. Xing, why are you here?" Only then did Mr. Xing realize that there was a difficult person waiting outside the door. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, then secretly gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just heard that Mayor he was here, so I came to say hello. I didn't expect Boss Xia to be here too." You guys chat, I'll come over to propose a toast later." Then, Mr. Xing nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei and He Feng, then quickly left the private room. As soon as Mr. Xing came out, Xianxia, who was not far away, asked loudly, "How was it, old Xing? Did it work by using my name?" In the corridor outside the private room stood a young man in a full set of Armani casual clothes. There were a few people behind him, and their expressions changed when they heard what Chief Xing said. This young man was Xianxia, who had just spoken. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he had been drinking too much. Although he was dressed in branded clothes, it was difficult to hide his wretched temperament. As soon as Chief Xing finished speaking, Xianxia's beady eyes shot out a sinister look, and his face darkened. Xianxia stared at Chief Xing and asked word by word, "Old Xing, what do you mean?" The muscles on Chief Xing's face twitched, but when he thought of the person in the private room, he secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Yang, I'm sorry, but the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room was booked by other guests first. I can't break the rules." Then, Chief Xing said, "Young Master Yang, I can arrange for you to be in the Moon Shadow Pavilion. The environment is similar to the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room, *T. Xianxia cursed. "Old Xing, who are you trying to fool? You're shameless, aren't you? Do you know who I've invited today? Can you bear the consequences of delaying my reception?" Chief Xing said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, how could I not give you face? It's just that everyone here is our members, and they booked it first. There's no reason to force them to change rooms." Chief Xing was a businessman, and it was in his nature to seek benefits and avoid losses. If there were other members in the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room today, even if it was only He Feng, he would definitely beg them to change rooms. When necessary, he would use Xianxia's name, and he believed that most people would still give him face. However, Xiao Ruofei was also in the room. No matter what, Chief Xing did not dare to open his mouth. The cooperation between Shijiang Moon Club and the Taoyuan Company in the supply of vegetables and fruits was secondary. The key was that President Xing had seen Xiao Ruofei's terrifying connections with his own eyes. He was present at the completion ceremony of the Taoyuan Company's comprehensive office building. Not only had Hengfeng Group from Hong Kong, Xingbang Group from the United States, and other world-class financial groups had also sent important figures to attend the event. They had even sent gifts such as Mercedes-Benz cars. More importantly, there were also many local leaders and the young man who was highly suspected to be the son of Beijing family Song. All of this made Xiao Ruofei's status in Chief Zhang's mind rise by a lot. Although Xianxia also had a strong background, in Chief Zhang's mind, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Therefore, he would rather reject Yang Qianzhen than discuss with Xiao Ruofei about changing rooms. I don't care. Yang Qianzhen said coldly. Today, I want this Lotus Pond Moonlight room. You have to change it even if you don't want to. Several people behind Yang Qianzhen also warned him. Chief Xing, could it be that you were drunk last night and still haven't woken up? You're already rejecting young Master Yang's request for a room. Do you still want this club to continue operating? Old Xing. I say, you're smart all your life, but stupid this time. Hurry up and arrange a room for young Master Yang, then apologize to him. Otherwise, you'll regret it. President Xing smiled apologetically and apologized, but he had no intention of arranging the Lotus Pond Moonlight room. Yang Qianzhen was even more displeased when he saw this. He snorted and said, Fine. Old Xing, you're good. I'll remember this. We'll settle this later. Humph. Didn't you refuse to change the room? I want to see what kind of person can afford the box that I, Yang Jianren, have set my eyes on. After that, Yang Qianzhen walked toward the Lotus Pond Moonlight room. Young Master Yang, you can't. President Zhang's expression changed and he quickly went forward to stop him. Yang Qianzhen was still angry. How could he listen to him? He pushed Chief Xing to the side. Then, a few people behind him stopped Chief Xing with a smile. There were 2 security guards not far away, but they knew Yang Qianzhen. Seeing that their boss couldn't stop the young master, they didn't dare to come forward. Yang Qianzhen quickly arrived at the door of the room. He pushed the door open without knocking and walked in casually. Inside the room, Xiao Ruofei was still chatting with Yifeng calmly. As the room was soundproof, Yifeng didn't know what was happening outside in the corridor. He was focused on getting closer to Xiao Ruofei. Of course, Xiao Ruofei heard it loud and clear, but he didn't care. Yifeng was personally pouring tea into Xiao Ruofei's teacup when the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Naturally, he was very unhappy and turned his head to glare at the person who did it. When he saw that it was Yang Qianzhen, the dissatisfaction on Yifeng's face froze. Then, he put on a surprised expression and stood up. Young Master Yang. What a coincidence. You're here for dinner too? The corner of Yang Qianzhen's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Yifeng and then turned to President Xing who had broken free from his lackeys. Old Xing, so the VIP you were talking about is Commissioner He. Oh, I mean, Deputy Mayor He? President Xing looked at Xiao Ruofei awkwardly. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yifeng noticed that Yang Qianzhen's tone wasn't friendly. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought for a moment and then asked with a frown, President Xing, what's going on? Young Master Yang, do you have some misunderstanding about me? President Xing was even angrier. He was like a pig looking in the mirror, he was in an awkward situation. He couldn't do this anymore. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he watched coldly from the sidelines. He did not really care about this arrogant young Master Yang, no matter how awesome this guy was. Could he be more awesome than Song Rui? There weren't many rich kids like Song Rui in all of Huaxia, right? Didn't he still call him brother? Why did he scold him when he was unhappy? However, when his gaze fell on the person behind Yang Qianzhen, he couldn't help but squint slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up even more. This person also saw Xiao Ruofei as soon as he entered the private room. A pair of sinister eyes stared straight at Xiao Ruofei. There was even a hint of mockery on his face. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Xiao Ruofei laughed in his heart. This person's name was Hidong. He used to be the sales manager of Ling Xiaoyan's company. He was also the son of Ling Xiaoyan's comrade. At that time, Ling Xiaotian wanted to matchmake him with Ling Qingxue. He was also a fanatical admirer of Ling Qingxue. At that time, Ling Qingxue discovered the unique taste and beautiful appearance of Taoyuan vegetables and decided to cooperate with Taoyuan Farm to launch Taoyuan vegetables in Ling's restaurant. It was Hidong who deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Ruofei. Later, Ling Xiaotian realized that Taoyuan vegetables would be a great help to Ling's restaurant to get out of trouble. When he took the initiative to ask for cooperation, Xiao Ruofei proposed the condition of firing Hidong, the sales manager who didn't distinguish between public and private affairs. At that time, Ling Xiaotian went through an intense ideological struggle. After all, Dong was the son of his old comrade and former squad leader. In the end, Ling Xiaotian made the right decision and drove Dong out of the company. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that Dong was just a passing traveler in his life and that they would never have any interactions in the future. In fact, he didn't care about such a small character at all. Unexpectedly, after more than a year, he actually met Dong under such circumstances again. Yang Qianzhen didn't wait for Chief Xing to speak and said casually, "Mayor He, I happen to be hosting a very important guest at noon and I would like to use the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room. I see that you only have 2 people here. Why don't you change to another private room?" Yang Qianzhen said this as if it was only natural. After hearing this, He Feng felt a trace of displeasure in his heart. However, He Feng forcibly suppressed this trace of displeasure. After all, Yang Qianzhen's father was his old superior. Yang Qianzhen's father was Yang Jinsheng, the current executive deputy minister of the Municipal Party Organization Department. Although his rank was only that of a division head, he had a lot of power. More importantly, it was said that Deputy Minister Yang was about to be promoted to deputy director, and it was very likely that he would directly enter the Municipal Party Standing Committee. Once this step was taken, it would be a whole new world. More importantly, Yang Jinsheng was promoted to the Municipal Party Organization Department from the position of Executive Deputy Mayor of Zhongluo District. He had worked in Zhongluo District for more than 10 years and had connections all over the district. When Yang Jinsheng was the Executive Deputy Mayor, He Feng was only the director of the Education Bureau. He had a natural reverence for this old leader of Zhongluo District. If it were any other time, due to Yang Qianzhen's background, He Feng might not have cared so much and just changed the private room. However, today he was hosting Xiao Ruofei and couldn't consider this matter so simply. According to He Feng's judgment, Xiao Ruofei was most likely a young master from a big family. What did a young master like this value the most? Of course, it was face. If He Feng didn't come to the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room first, he probably wouldn't care about the small differences in the private rooms. However, the situation now was that they had been making tea and chatting for a while. Now that Yang Qianzhen barged in and asked for the private room, if He Feng hastily agreed to young Master Yang's request, then where would Xiao Xiao's face go? Thinking of this, He Feng quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei. He saw that Xiao Ruofei was still as calm as Mount Tai and had a faint smile on his face. He was even more certain of his judgment. He secretly made up his mind and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, I'm really sorry. I'm also hosting a distinguished guest today, so I'm afraid I can't agree to your request for a private room." Yang Qianzhen was stunned when he heard this. When he entered the room and saw that the guest was He Feng, he completely ignored Xiao Ruofei and thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to ask for a private room. When his father was the deputy mayor of Zhongluo District, He Feng, the director of education at that time, had come to his house to pay a New Year's greeting. Was still vivid in his mind. Now that his father's position was higher, and he was going to be promoted very soon, his influence would also increase. How could He Feng not give him face? What Yang Qianzhen didn't expect was that He Feng really didn't give him any face. Yang Qianzhen's face immediately darkened. He said darkly, "Deputy Mayor you're not even going to give me face?" He Feng still had a smile on his face as he said, "Young Master Yang, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but it's really not convenient for me today." Yang Jianren's face turned cold. Before he could speak, He Dong, who was behind him, suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Yang Qianzhen's face changed a few times as he listened. After He Dong finished speaking, he respectfully took a step back to highlight Yang Qianzhen's position. At the same time, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with a cold smile on his face. Yang Qianzhen's beady eyes turned a few times, then he looked at Xiao Ruofei with a mocking expression. "Deputy Mayor the distinguished guest you were talking about, could it be this person next to you?" Yang Qianzhen said with a hint of sarcasm. He Feng said seriously, "Yes, Xiao Xiao is a distinguished guest that I usually can't invite. Today's private room was specially reserved for Xiao Xiao." Yang Qianzhen turned around and looked at He Dong. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He Feng frowned and looked at Xiao Ruofei worriedly. Then, he asked, "Young Master Yang, is what I said funny?" Yang Qianzhen laughed until he was out of breath. He pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, Deputy Mayor He, did you meet a scammer? As far as I know, this guy is just a farmer. He opened a small farm and did some small business. Xiao Xiao? I think you've been blinded by lard. He Feng's face changed and he said loudly, Young Master Yang, please be careful with your words. He didn't care about Yang Qianzhen's life after offending Xiao Ruofei, but he was worried that if Xiao Ruofei was in a bad mood, his efforts today would be in vain. What if Xiao Ruofei was the kind of foppish rich kid with a weird temper? He might even vent his anger on him. At this time, Xiao Ruofei, who was leaning comfortably on the sofa, stood up calmly and said to He Feng, Deputy Mayor he's right. I really did open a small farm. It's not wrong to say that I'm just a farmer, He Feng said with a sad face. Xiao Xiao, please don't joke around. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, I'm not joking. Chief Xing and I are old friends. He can prove it. Chief Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded helplessly at He Feng. Just as Chief Xing was about to say that Xiao Ruofei didn't just open a small farm, Yang Qianzhen said eagerly, Deputy Mayor He, did you see that? Old Xing also proved it. This was a country bumpkin who only knew how to farm. You actually treated him as a guest of honor. What a joke. At this time, He Dong finally couldn't help but jump out and echo, Young Master Yang, it seems that the swindlers nowadays are really too rampant. Even a farmer dares to swindle others and pretend to be the young master of a wealthy family, and people actually believe him, ha 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 ha. The people Yang Qianzhen brought along couldn't help but laugh. He Feng looked at Xiao Ruofei and then looked at Yang Qianzhen. He said, Young Master Yang, no matter who Mr. Xia is, he's my guest of honor today. You don't have to worry about him. We've already reserved this room in advance. Please go back, everyone. He Feng sure would never believe that Xiao Ruofei was just a simple businessman. Who had ever seen a farmer who could make the newly appointed provincial and municipal committee secretaries so concerned about his trivial matters? Maybe Xiao Ruofei opened a farm, but it was definitely just for fun. Didn't all rich young masters like to start their own businesses? He Feng thought about it, and also confirmed his own thoughts. Yang Qianzhen sneered and said, He Feng, you're really something. Now that you're all grown up, and my dad isn't the leader of Zhongluo district anymore, you don't care about me anymore, right? Don't forget that my dad still works in the city. Besides, it's a small world. How do you know that my dad won't lead you in the future? He Feng's face couldn't help but twitch, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Yang, I don't mean anything else, but there has to be a first come first serve rule. Even if Director Yang came here personally, I'd still say the same thing. Fine. You're really something. Yang Qianzhen said, gritting his teeth. At this point, it was basically an open fight, and there was no way to continue the conversation. He held a grudge against He Feng. This kind of rich playboy might not be able to do much, but he had all kinds of tricky ways to ruin things. It was hard to guard against him. Yang Qianzhen was already thinking about how to make He Feng suffer in the future. Just then, a voice came from the door of the room. Yo! It's so lively today. Little Yang, you invited so many people today. Everyone looked towards the door of the private room. Xiao Ruofei only glanced indifferently and realized that she did not recognize the person who came. She continued to pick up her teacup and slowly sipped her tea. He Feng and Yang Qianzhen both froze for a second, then immediately shouted in unison, Director Chao. It turned out that the person who had come was the newly appointed secretary, Chao Guangji. If the politics of the Three Mountains were compared to the entertainment industry, Chao Guangji was undoubtedly the hottest celebrity in recent times. Even though Chao Guangji was still the head of the first department of the municipal committee secretary, everyone in the government knew that the position of deputy director or even director of the first department of the secretary belonged to Chao Guangji. The first department of the secretary mainly served the secretary, so it was customary for the secretary's secretary to be the director. Chao Guangji only lacked experience. Therefore, He Feng and Yang Qianzhen both called Chao Guangji Director Chao. He Feng didn't expect that the person Yang Qianzhen invited was Chao Guangji. His heart sank, but then he remembered that Chao Guangji was only Secretary Song's new secretary, and Xiao Ruofei's relationship with Secretary Song was far more than that. Furthermore, it was Secretary Song's order to work for Xiao Ruofei, and it was Chao Guangji who was in charge. He gave his phone number to Chao Guangji, and then transferred it to Xiao Ruofei. Thinking of this, Feng's heart gradually calmed down. On the other hand, Yang Qianzhen glanced at Feng with ill intentions. He was planning to find a chance to make things difficult for Feng in front of Chao Guangji. If the secretary had a bad impression of him, then as a deputy district mayor, he would have a hard time in the future. As long as Chao Guangji released a little bit of news, the leaders and officials in the Zhongluo district would definitely stay away from Feng. Strictly speaking, Feng's political career would basically come to an end. Yang Qianzhen imagined the predicament Feng would face, and couldn't help but feel refreshed. Chao Guangji was about 30 years old. He was skinny and looked gentle. He laughed and said, "District Mayor, he is here too." "District Mayor Jianren, don't call me that. I'm not a director." "It wouldn't be good if other people heard this." Yang Qianzhen said flatteringly, "Director Chao, isn't this a matter of time? With the secretary's support, it would be hard for you not to improve. Don't you guys agree?" The people brought by Yang Qianzhen, including Dong, all nodded in agreement. Even Feng couldn't help but smile and say a few words. Because of Chao Guangji's arrival, the tense scene suddenly became harmonious. Xiao Ruofei listened for a while and finally figured out Chao Guangji's identity. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei heard Chao Guangji's voice, he felt that it was familiar. However, since the two of them had never met before, and the voice on the phone was a bit distorted, Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately remember who it was. But through the conversation just now, Xiao Ruofei naturally knew that this was Chao Guangji who spoke to him on the phone yesterday. Chao Guangji didn't explain too much to Yang Qianzhen's flattery and everyone else's agreement. This was because he knew that the current situation of the government was like this. It was the same for him to explain. Taking a step back, if he was still a director who stayed up all night writing documents, Yang Qianzhen and Feng probably wouldn't even look at him in the eye. They wouldn't treat him like a VIP like today. Sometimes people were just that realistic. Chao Guangji smiled and asked, "Oh right, Jianren, what were you guys talking about just now? It was so lively." Chao Guangji was meeting Yang Qianzhen today. He still thought that Feng was invited by Yang Qianzhen to accompany him. After all, Yang Jinxing had been working in Zhongluo district for many years. He had a lot of students and old friends. Feng was also a local cadre in Zhongluo district. Yang Qianzhen glanced at Feng and said, "Director Chao, it's nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Didn't I make an appointment with you at the Lotus Pond Moonlight Room? But Vice District Head already booked it in advance. I was just discussing with him about changing rooms." "Right, Vice District Head Although Yang Qianzhen's tone wasn't very aggressive, normally in the government, people wouldn't use the word Vice District Head. He kept saying Vice District Head to express his dissatisfaction. Chao Guangji wasn't a newbie in the civil service. How could he not understand? But he just smiled faintly and said, "Jianren, we're just here for a meal. Which room isn't the same? There's no need to change rooms." Yang Qianzhen grinned and said, "Director Chao is really broad-minded. One look and I can tell that you're someone who will do big things. Luckily, you're not the type to be calculative. Otherwise, I would have lost a lot of face. I don't have enough face. Vice District Head doesn't want to change rooms with me." Chao Guangji smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just became Song Qiming's secretary. He was accumulating all kinds of connections. At the same time, almost all the cadre in the city had their eyes on him. Therefore, he had to be cautious and keep a low profile. Naturally, he couldn't be too aggressive. Although Chao Guangji didn't say it out loud, he still felt a little unhappy in his heart. Yang Qianzhen played a trick. Actually, he didn't tell Feng that the person he was hosting was Chao Guangji. But at this time, he didn't mention it at all. This made Chao Guangji feel that Feng didn't take him seriously. Feng quickly explained, "Director Chao, I'm really sorry. First of all, I didn't know that you were coming tonight. Second of all, the guest I invited is Mr. Xia, so I wanted to have a better dining environment." Yang Qianzhen immediately sneered, "Vice District Head Are you really dumb or are you pretending to be dumb? Your so-called guest is just a small farmer in the countryside. How can this kind of country bumpkin be compared to Director Chow? Hidong also took the opportunity to say, yeah. I've done business with this boss Xia before. He relied on the nepotism of our boss's daughter to get an order that was worth a few thousand yuan. After Hidong finished speaking, he stared at Xiao Ruofei with satisfaction and said in his heart, Xiao Ruofei, you finally have a day like this. In the beginning, he coveted Ling Qingshua's beauty and the Ling family's wealth. He launched a fierce pursuit of Ling Qingxue, but Ling Qingxue didn't care. Instead, she favored Xiao Ruofei. This had already twisted his mentality. Later, the Ling family fired Hidong because of Xiao Ruofei. This completely cut off his last hope of becoming the son-in-law of the Ling family and inheriting Ling Xiaoyan's fortune. Therefore, Hidong hated Xiao Ruofei to the core. After he was kicked out of the Ling family, he didn't leave the Three Mountains. Instead, he tried his best to get close to Xianxia, this big tree. He dreamed that one day, he would pay back the humiliation he suffered. However, Hidong didn't consider that the reason he was fired by Ling Xiaotian was because he often didn't keep his hands clean at work and took advantage of others. What was even worse was that he almost rejected the Taoyuan vegetables that could save Ling Xiaotian restaurant for personal reasons. In some people's eyes, they were always right. If they were wrong, it was because of other people's mistakes. Hidong was such a narrow-minded person. However, Yang Qianzhen and Hidong didn't notice that when Yifeng said the three words Mr. Xia, Chao Guangji's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He immediately looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, he looked at Chao Guangji with a faint smile on his face. Chao Guangji's mind was spinning rapidly. He knew very well that Yifeng had been helping Xiao Ruofei's friend's child enroll in the school under his big boss's orders. The secretary personally gave the order, so the efficiency must be very high. It should be done by today. With Yifeng's political sense, inviting Xiao Ruofei to a banquet and taking the opportunity to get closer to him was an inevitable choice. Therefore, Chao Guangji immediately realized that this Mr. Xia must be Xiao Ruofei, who he contacted yesterday. Therefore, a smile slowly appeared on his originally expressionless face as he walked towards Xiao Ruofei. Yang Qianzhen was still on the side, saying, Director Chow, I don't know what kind of magic potion this deputy district head was fed, but he actually called this farmer entrepreneur Xia Xiao. I don't even know what kind of young master he is, ha ha ha. Chao Guangji's face changed slightly. He turned his head and scolded in a low voice, shut up. Yang Qianzhen was stunned. What was going on? Chao Guangji had always been a very low-key and humble person. Even when he became the secretary, he was still the same. Why did he suddenly turn hostile towards him? Yang Qianzhen felt that his performance just now was quite good. He didn't think he offended Chao Guangji in any way. After Chao Guangji scolded Yang Qianzhen, he quickened his steps and walked towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei knew Chao Guangji's identity, so he naturally couldn't just sit there carelessly. Therefore, he stood up as well. Chao Guangji was still a few steps away from Xiao Ruofei when he reached out his hand with a smile and said, Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and walked up to Chao Guangji. He shook hands with him and said, Brother Chao, I didn't think that we would meet under these circumstances. If I knew that you were coming, I would have asked Deputy District Head He to give up the private room. The private room suddenly became silent. Other than Yifeng, who was still calm, everyone else was stunned. Yang Qianzhen, Hidong, and the others were like clay statues. Their mouths were so wide open that a light bulb could be stuffed in. Wasn't he a vegetable farmer in the suburbs? How could he be so close to Director Chow? Yang Qianzhen had a big question mark in his heart. At the same time, he thought about what he had just said. He couldn't help but start to sweat. Hidong's heart was in a mess. He originally thought that Xiao Ruofei would definitely suffer a big loss this time. After offending these bigwigs, that small farm would close down in an instant. He did not expect that after Director Chow's arrival, things would take a big turn. Hidong's heart was in a mess and he almost lost the ability to think. He just stared blankly at Xiao Ruofei and Chao Guangji, who were chatting happily. Director Jing and Yifeng both breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them were relieved at the same time. On the other side, Chao Guangji quickly waved his hand and said, Brother Xia, you're scolding me. How would I dare to take the private room that you're using? When Chao Guangji said this, Yang Qianzhen almost fell to the ground. This rustic young man was so arrogant? Even Secretary Chao had to be so polite to him. He didn't know that Chao Guangji had the same thoughts as he Feng. He wanted to be on good terms with Xiao Ruofei. After all, Chao Guangji had just become Song Qiming's secretary. He didn't have any foundation at all. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with Song Qiming. The two were completely different concepts. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for the fact that secretaries couldn't be transferred along with leaders, this opportunity would never have fallen into Chao Guangji's hands. He was just a secretary that Song Qiming randomly picked. In other words, he was still under observation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he offended Xiao Ruofei, as long as Xiao Ruofei mentioned it to Song Qiming, he could be replaced at any time. After all, Chao Guangji had just taken office. He didn't have any relationship with the leaders. For a secretary to be replaced after a few days, the only possibility was that he would be placed in a government office. As long as Song Qiming was in Sanshan, no one would use him. Therefore, Chao Guangji only wanted to be on good terms with Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, Chao Guangji also heard Yang Qianzhen's harsh words. Right now, he was filled with disgust towards Yang Qianzhen. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Chao, you're exaggerating. I'm just a commoner. You're a department head. Brother Xia, don't make fun of me. Chao Guangji said with a bitter smile. Then Chao Guangji said, Yesterday, I even said that I wanted to treat you to a drink. I think it's better to do it today. Today, I'll use Mayor He's place to toast you. Mayor He, you don't mind, right? Of course I don't mind. Director Chao is an important guest that even I can't invite. He Feng quickly said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Chao Guangji was the most popular person in Sanshan. People would probably line up to invite him to a meal. If it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei, he wouldn't be able to invite Chao Guangji. To be able to drink with Xiao Ruofei and drink with Secretary Chao at the same table, He Feng naturally couldn't ask for more. Yang Qianzhen heard this and couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly said, Chao. Director Chao, I've already arranged lunch. He wanted to remind Chao Guangji that he was here to meet him at noon. Chao Guangji looked at Yang Qianzhen faintly and said coldly, Director Yang, I'm sorry. As you can see, I just ran into an old friend. We still have important work to discuss at noon. Let's meet again next time. Yang Jianren's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had just spoken rudely to Xiao Ruofei and had already angered the secretary. He did not know who this Mr. Xiao was to actually make Secretary Chao treat him as if he was seeing Secretary Song. This was really inconceivable. Yang Qianzhen didn't know what to do. He subconsciously said, Director Chao, I. Yang Qianzhen quickly waved his hand and said, I wouldn't dare. Director Chao, then I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Chao Guangji didn't look at Yang Qianzhen. He just faintly nodded, then turned to Xiao Ruofei. Yang Qianzhen was very regretful. He hesitated, then said to Xiao Ruofei, Xia Xiao, I'm really sorry for offending you just now. If there's a chance next time, I'll arrange a drink to apologize to you. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't pay attention to Yang Qianzhen from beginning to end. At first, Yang Qianzhen was sarcastic, but Xiao Ruofei was still sitting on the sofa with a calm face. At that time, Yang Qianzhen subconsciously felt that Xiao Ruofei was guilty, so he was very dismissive of him. Now that he thought about it, Chao Guangji didn't even put him in his eyes. He just sat there and watched the show. Yang Jianren couldn't help but smile bitterly. His performance of jumping up and down just now was no different from that of a clown. He looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously, hoping that he would take the initiative to admit defeat and get a response from Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei acted like he didn't hear him. He smiled and said to Chao Guangji, Brother Chao, I heard that civil servants aren't allowed to drink within 8 hours. Don't make a mistake just because you're eating with me. Chao Guangji laughed and said, Today, the secretary gave me half a day off. Tomorrow, I'll continue to do research in various districts and counties. So, drinking with you definitely won't be a problem. When Chao Guangji said this, although his face was full of smiles, he secretly sighed. Today, Song Qiming had some private matters to deal with at home. It seemed that an important guest was visiting, so he gave Chao Guangji half a day off. If it was a secretary who had been with the leader for a few years, this kind of private matter would definitely be handled by the secretary. This meant that Song Qiming did not really treat Chao Guangji as one of his people. Chao Guangji also had a sense of crisis. Of course, he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Only when he worked hard in the future to show that he was worthy of the secretary's trust, then the secretary would slowly treat him as one of his own. For example, meeting Xiao Ruofei today was a very good opportunity. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Brother Chao, then I won't be polite. Today, I've formed an alliance with Mayor He, and I swear I won't stop until you're drunk." He Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "You two have a fair duel. I'll be the referee." While Xiao Ruofei and the other two were chatting happily, Yang Qianzhen, who had been ignored, was feeling awkward. He couldn't leave, but he couldn't stay either. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Qianzhen could only bite the bullet and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Xia Xiao, then I won't disturb you and Director Chao. Take your time." After that, he didn't ask for a snub. He bowed slightly and then left the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room. He Dong and the other followers naturally didn't dare to breathe too loudly. They silently followed Yang Qianzhen out of the private room. At this time, Director Jing of Shijiang Moon Club came up and said, "Boss Xia, Director Chao, Mayor He, please wait for a moment. I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare the dishes right away." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Director Jing." "Director Jing, according to my previous menu, add a few more dishes," He Feng said, "and a few bottles of Zui Ba Xian wine." Due to the cooperation with the Taoyuan Company, Shijiang Moon Club had a stable supply of wine. The Zui Ba Xian wine, which was in high demand outside, was also supplied in sufficient quantities here. Okay. Director Jing said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is done properly." After that, Director Jing went to make the arrangements himself. Only Xiao Ruofei and the other two people were left in the noisy private room. At this time, Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Brother Chao, who was that clown just now? What's with the noise?" Chao Guangji smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xia, Yang Qianzhen's father, Yang Jinxing, is the executive deputy minister of the Municipal Party Organization Department. This kid opened his own trading company and relied on his father's connections to buy low and sell high. He made a lot of money." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips when he heard this. This kind of low-level playboy was not worthy of his attention. Chao Guangji saw Xiao Ruofei's disapproving expression and quickly explained, "Brother Xia, before I joined the first secretary department, I worked in the organization department. Minister Yang Qianzhen is my old boss. These days, Yang Qianzhen has invited me several times. Today, I agreed because I was too embarrassed to refuse. I didn't expect him to do this." "I'm really sorry," Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Chao, why are you apologizing to me? This has nothing to do with you at all." Chao Guangji said, "Brother Xia, Yang Jianren's life has been smooth sailing since he was young. He's used to being arrogant and domineering. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended you today. I'll teach him a lesson later." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chao, I'm not that petty. It's not worth it to lower yourself to the level of this kind of person." "But..." Xiao Ruofei hesitated when he said this. He originally wanted to remind Chao Guangji, but although the two of them called each other brothers, in fact, they had just met. It might not be a good thing to say too much. When Chao Guangji heard this, he hurriedly said sincerely, "Brother Xia, if you have something to say, you can just say it. I won't hide it from you. I've been trembling with fear all these days. I'm afraid that I'll make a mistake. I'm about to have a nervous breakdown." Xiao Ruofei saw that Chao Guangji's attitude was very sincere, so he nodded and said, "Brother Chao, it's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that your current status is more sensitive. You have to be more careful in communicating with others. Otherwise, it's easy to misinterpret it and it's easy to have a bad influence on yourself." Xiao Ruofei's words were more tactful, but Chao Guangji understood. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Brother Xia, thank you for the reminder. Don't worry, I'll be more careful in the future. I won't have any interactions with people like Xianxia and Jen." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm just saying. Brother Chow, take care of yourself." At this time, Hefeng laughed and said, "Director Chow, Mr. Xiao really opened his heart to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said these words. In my opinion, a rich playboy like Xianxia and Jen can't do anything right. It won't be good to have anything to do with him." Hefeng had just had a falling out with Xianxia and Jen, so he didn't have to worry too much about what he said. Although people in the government were particular about being smooth and stable, they were also particular about being decisive. Since he had already offended Xianxia and Jen, Hefeng didn't expect to repair their relationship. He knew very well that Xianxia and Jen was very narrow-minded and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Instead of humiliating himself by trying to please Xianxia and Jen, it was better to seize the opportunity in front of him. If he could really rely on Secretary Song, let alone Xianxia and Jen, even Yang Jinxing himself would have to think twice if he wanted to touch him. That's right, that's right. Chao Guangji nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Xia." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chow, don't be so polite. There's still a long way to go. Let's talk more when we have the chance." At this time, President Xing knocked on the door and walked in. He personally led 2 waitresses to start serving the dishes. The clubhouse was not as busy at noon as it was at night. Coupled with President Xing's personal supervision in the kitchen, the efficiency of the entire kitchen was maximized. Moreover, the dishes in the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room were prepared first. Therefore, in a short while, the wine and dishes were served like flowing water. President Xing didn't exactly serve the dishes according to Hefeng's order. Instead, he made some changes. Xia Ruofei rarely visited the clubhouse, so he had to spend more effort on the dishes to satisfy Xia Ruofei. The signature dishes of Shijiang Moon Clubhouse were all ordered. President Xing also ordered many dishes that used Taoyuan vegetables as ingredients. A box of the 3-month premium Zui Ba Xian was also brought in. Therefore, Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted Hefeng and Chao Guangji to sit at the round table. The waitresses opened the Zui Ba Xian and President Xing personally came over to pour wine for the 3 of them. This made the waitresses secretly speechless. President Xing was not an ordinary restaurant owner. The people who came in and out of the Shijiang Moon Clubhouse were all people of status, but they had never seen President Xing treat guests so attentively. When some heads of departments came to visit, President Xing at most went over to toast. This was the first time he directly went down to be a waiter. Therefore, those beautiful waitresses also secretly reminded themselves to do a good job of service and not neglect the distinguished guests here. In the rich wine aroma, under Xia Ruofei's suggestion, the 3 of them raised their glasses and drank a glass of wine together. Then, they began to taste the dishes of Shijiang Moon Clubhouse's chef. The 3 of them drank and chatted. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The Lotus Pond Moonlight room was happy and harmonious, but the atmosphere of the other group of people was more depressed. Xianxia and Jen's face was gloomy after he left the Lotus Pond Moonlight room. He had no intention of staying for dinner. He directly left the clubhouse with a few followers and drove away. Along the way, Hedong sat carefully in the last row of the business car, guiltily paying attention to Xianxia and Jen's expression. Xianxia and Jen sat in the car without saying a word. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Soon, the car arrived at a hillside villa in the northern suburbs. Xianxia and Jen got out of the car with a cold face and walked quickly into the villa. Hedong and the others naturally did not dare to say anything and quickly followed him in. After entering the villa, Hedong walked quickly and explained with a smile, "Young Master Yang, I really don't know that Xia." Hedong was only halfway through his words when Yang Jianren suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and viciously kicked him. Xianxia and Jen's body had already been hollowed out by wine and women. The speed of his kick was not fast, but Hedong did not dare to dodge at all. He could only watch the kick hit his stomach. Ugh! Hedong groaned and fell to the ground, holding his stomach. His face turned pale. Although Xianxia and Jen's body was a little weak, the kick was so close to Hedong that it was still very powerful. Hedong felt like his stomach was being twisted by a knife. His stomach was also overturned, and he almost vomited on the spot. Yang Qianzhen stood there and stared coldly at Hidong's eyes. He said, "You have guts. You even dare to fool me." Just now at the Shijiang Moon Club, if Hidong hadn't reminded him in time that Xiao Ruofei was just a vegetable farmer who opened a small farm in the suburbs, he wouldn't have so unscrupulously mocked Xiao Ruofei. In this way, even if there were some disagreements between the two sides, it wouldn't be out of control like now. Yang Qianzhen had long hated Hidong. He wanted to throw him into Min River to feed the fish. Yang Qianzhen didn't say a word along the way, but the anger in his heart kept accumulating. After entering the villa, Hidong came forward to explain with a straight face. Yang Qianzhen's anger finally exploded. Hidong held his stomach and said pitifully, "Young Master Yang, I'm innocent. How would I dare to lie to you? I really didn't expect that kid to have such a good relationship with Director Chow. When I worked at Ling's restaurant, he was really just a vegetable farmer who opened a small farm." As soon as he heard the words vegetable farmer, Yang Qianzhen's anger burned even more. In the Lotus Pond Moonlight Room, Yang Qianzhen had mocked Xiao Ruofei more than once, saying that he was a vegetable farmer country bumpkin, but what was the result in the end? Even Secretary Song's big secretary, Chao Guangji, the most popular person in the Sanshan officialdom, had to be polite to him. Not only did he offend such a powerful person and play the role of a funny clown, but he also might have caused a lot of trouble for his father. Thinking of this, Yang Qianzhen was even more furious. He kicked Hidong's chest heavily again and completely kicked him to the ground. Then Yang Qianzhen took 2 steps forward and fiercely stepped on Hidong's face. The rough bottom of his leather shoes rubbed heavily on Hidong's white and clean face. Yang Qianzhen's blue veins bulged as he stared at Hidong, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said darkly, "Bastard. Because of your words, not only did I offend Xia Xiao, but I also angered Director Chow. Tell me, how should I thank you?" Hidong's soul was lost. He repeatedly begged, "Young Master Yang, please spare my life, young Master Yang." At this time, his intestines were about to turn green with regret. He felt that Xiao Ruofei was like his nemesis. Every time he met him, nothing good would come out of it. Last time, he lost his job. This time, he was even more unlucky. He might even lose his life. Yang Jianren's other lackeys were also scared to the point that their faces turned pale. They stood timidly at the side, not daring to speak. In the villa's hall, there were also a few strong men in black. They all stood next to Yang Qianzhen with their arms crossed and stared at Hidong like a tiger watching its prey. Yang Qianzhen coldly snorted and retracted his foot. He lightly said, "Beat him hard. Just leave him with one breath." After that, Yang Qianzhen turned and walked to the living room's leather sofa and sat down. He stretched out his hands on the back of the sofa and half reclined with his legs crossed. He coldly looked at Hidong. Several black-clothed men heard this and immediately surrounded him. Hidong repeatedly begged for mercy, "Young Master Yang, please let me go. I know I was wrong." The few men in black didn't have the slightest emotion in their eyes. One of them grabbed Hidong's collar and lifted him up. Then, he fiercely punched Hidong's face. Apart from the sounds of several big men punching and kicking Hidong and his screams, no one else dared to breathe loudly in the villa. Yang Qianzhen leaned on the sofa with a sullen face. When Hidong's screams gradually weakened, he said lightly, "That's enough." Several big men in black immediately stopped and walked behind Yang Qianzhen. They crossed their arms and scanned the other people in the living room with a murderous look. The few people who accompanied Yang Qianzhen to the Shijiang Moon Club with Hidong couldn't help but tremble. They looked down at the floor under their feet and felt a burst of anxiety. At this time, Hidong was curled up on the floor with blood all over his face. He groaned faintly from time to time. He looked like a dead dog. His face was bruised and swollen, mixed with blood, and looked quite miserable. These superficial wounds were nothing, but those big men were very ruthless. The blood that came out of Hidong's mouth from time to time showed that his abdomen was also badly injured. Yang Qianzhen didn't have the slightest pity. Hidong was originally his dog, but this dog used to be quite obedient and was quite easy to use. During this period of time, he kept him by his side. Today, Hidong caused him such a big mess, so naturally, he didn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Yang Qianzhen leaned on the sofa and squinted at Hidong. He said lightly, I'll give you 1 day to get out of Sanshan. The next time I find you in Sanshan, it won't be as simple as today. I'll throw you into Min River to feed the fish. Do you hear me? Yang Qianzhen suddenly raised his voice at the last sentence. Hidong was so scared that he trembled. He hurriedly said weakly, Yes. 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 I know, get out. Yang Qianzhen curled his lips and said. Hidong hurriedly struggled to get up from the ground and staggered toward the door. After taking 2 steps, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground again. Hidong repeatedly said, I'm sorry, then, he struggled to get up, but he was beaten so badly that he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. Yang Qianzhen's other lackeys were watching from the side. Hidong's status was similar to theirs. They all worked for Yang Qianzhen. Seeing Hidong in such a miserable state, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. However, under the watchful eyes of the burly men, none of these people dared to move. They only looked at Hidong with some pity. Yang Qianzhen said impatiently, Go and help him up. Don't let him die in my house. The lackeys quickly went forward to help Hidong up and helped him out of the villa. There were 2 people who had a good relationship with Hidong, and they even helped him stop a taxi. After Hidong left Yang Qianzhen's villa, he found a small hospital to treat his external injuries and prescribed some medicine. On the same day, he bought a ticket and left Sanshan City like a stray dog. This time, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't even pack some of his personal belongings. He just packed his cash, bank cards, and some valuable electronic devices and left in a hurry. He didn't dare to come back. In the villa, Yang Qianzhen glanced at everyone and said, Tell everyone that our people are not to provoke Xiaoxiao in the future. If anyone causes trouble for me, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Yang Qianzhen waved his hand tiredly and said, You can all leave. I want to be alone for a while. After the lackeys and thugs left, Yang Qianzhen got up and went to the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of red wine and poured half a glass. He raised his head and drank it all. Then, Yang Qianzhen lowered his head and thought for a while. Chao Guangxi should have finished eating by now, so he took out his phone and dialed Chao Guangxi's number. Before he made the call, he had been thinking about what to say for a long time. That mysterious Xiaoxiao really made him feel guilty. After he left Shijiang Moon Club, he was in a mess and didn't feel confident at all. Therefore, Yang Qianzhen wanted to contact Chao Guangxi. First, he wanted to explain it properly. Second, he wanted to sound out Chao Guangxi's tone and find out who exactly Xiaoxiao was. What Yang Qianzhen didn't expect was that after the phone rang twice, an electronic voice came through. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently on the line. Chao Guangxi directly hung up on him. Yang Qianzhen's face changed slightly. He felt that things seemed to be worse. The new secretary was transferred from another province. Everyone didn't know much about the secretary Song. All the leaders and cadres were very cautious during this time, including Yang Qianzhen's father, Yang Jinsheng. They were afraid that something would go wrong in their work and they would be burned by the new secretary. Especially when Yang Jinsheng was at an important juncture of progress, so they were even more cautious. Yang Jinsheng also knew what kind of character his son was, so he specially told him to be honest during this time and not to make trouble for himself outside. Yang Qianzhen didn't take it seriously at first. He was used to the glamorous life under his father's power. He didn't think that changing the secretary would have any impact on his life, so he still did things his own way. But he didn't expect that he would really make trouble for his father so soon, and it seemed that this trouble was not small. Although Yang Qianzhen was a playboy, he wasn't an idiot. When Chao Guangxi first entered the room today, he didn't greet Xiao Ruofei. It was only when Yifeng said Mr. Xia that Chao Guangxi noticed Xiao Ruofei. This meant that it was very likely that Chao Guangxi and Xiao Ruofei were meeting for the first time today. The most they had ever talked to each other was on the phone. When Chao Guangxi met for the first time, he was so respectful and submissive. When he thought about how Yifeng, who was usually very low-key and cautious, had the guts to talk back to him, it was very clear that something was wrong. The conclusion was that Xiaoxiao was very likely to have a close relationship with the new secretary. Only then could Chao Guangxi and Feng's attitude be explained. Thinking of this, Yang Qianzhen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Things were worse than he thought. Yang Qianzhen sat on the sofa in a daze. He stared blankly at the crystal ashtray on the coffee table and didn't move for a long time. After a few minutes, Yang Qianzhen finally stood up and quickly walked out of the mansion. He drove his own car back to the municipal party residence. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He felt that he had to report this to his father. Although Yang Qianzhen knew that if he told his father everything, he would be severely scolded by his father. But he also knew that if he secretly hid the truth and caused his father to be in a passive position, the consequences would be even more serious. His father was an experienced official who had been in the government for many years. He would definitely have a better idea than him. Yang Qianzhen cared more about his position than Yang Jinxing because he knew that everything he had was brought to him by his father's position. Without that position, he was nothing. The car roared out of the mansion. Yang Qianzhen, who was nervous, was ready to confess to his father. Shijiang Moon Clubhouse. Xiao Ruofei and the other two were drinking to their heart's content. They had already opened 3 bottles of Zui Ba Xian, and there was only a little bit of white wine left in the pot on the table. On average, each of them drank about half a liter. Of course, President Xing also came over to propose a few toasts. There was still a little bit of wine left on the table, so in reality, each of them drank about 7 or 8 liters. Xiao Ruofei probably drank the most because Feng and Chao Guangxi frequently proposed toasts to him. However, Xiao Ruofei's alcohol tolerance was already good when he was in the army. Now that he regularly took the body-tempering soup, his alcohol tolerance seemed to have increased as well. After drinking half a liter of white wine, he only felt a little dizzy. On the other hand, Feng and Chao Guangxi were already red from drinking. Feng, who was the most enthusiastic in proposing toasts, was already slurring his words. Bro Xia, drinking with you, is so satisfying. Feng said with a smile, come, let's have another toast. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and raised his glass. He lightly clinked his glass with Feng's and said, Mayor you can do whatever you want. After that, Xiao Ruofei raised his head and downed the white wine in his glass. Feng's gaze was a little dazed. He smiled and said, do whatever, how can that be? Who dares to do whatever they want when drinking with Bro Xia? Director Chao, do you dare? After that, Feng downed his glass without hesitation. Chao Guangxi's state was slightly better than Feng's. He smiled and said, of course I can't do whatever I want. Not only can I not do whatever I want when drinking with Bro Xia, but I've never done that with Mayor either. Feng gave Chao Guangxi a thumbs up and said, Director Chao, you're a good man. If there's anything you need in the future, I'll do it without hesitation. Feng was using the alcohol to show his loyalty. Of course, he wasn't only showing his loyalty to Chao Guangxi, but also to Secretary Song Qiming, who was represented by Chao Guangxi. Chao Guangxi was secretly envious of Feng's good luck. Feng was originally a low-ranking deputy mayor, but because of this opportunity, his future career would be much smoother. Chao Guangxi smiled as he thought about it. He raised his glass and said, Mayor you're too kind. Let's get to know each other better in the future. Feng was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and walked to Chao Guangxi's side. He raised his glass with both hands and clinked glasses with Chao Guangxi. He then said, Director Chao, I'll drink first as a toast. After that, Feng raised his head and downed the big glass of white wine. He then showed the bottom of the glass to Chao Guangxi. Xiao Ruofei watched from the side with a smile. He knew a little about the ways of the government, but he wouldn't get involved. Maybe in Feng's eyes, it was a rare opportunity to be able to invite Xiao Ruofei and Chao Guangxi, but in reality, Xiao Ruofei was just doing it casually. He did things according to his own heart. Feng was very enthusiastic about Nan's enrollment. Objectively speaking, Feng had helped him a lot, so he didn't mind helping Feng. After Feng and Chao Guangxi finished drinking, Chao Guangxi laughed and said, Brother Xia, when I went to the washroom just now, Yang Qianzhen called again, but I didn't pick it up. I just hung up. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, don't bother with this kind of person in the future. I think this guy was born to be a scammer. Director Yang probably can't sleep well with a son like him. Chao Guangji and Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Yifeng's laugh was especially carefree. Chao Guangji continued, Brother Xia, I only found out today that the famous Taoyuan vegetables in the southeast region are produced by your company. I still remember a few months ago, when Taoyuan vegetables first appeared in the market, I brought my wife and children to eat at Ling's restaurant. After that, my wife and children couldn't forget about it and want to eat it every now and then. But Taoyuan vegetables aren't available every time we go there, and it's super expensive. If only I knew you earlier. After the meal, everyone understood each other's situation very well. Chao Guangji also knew that Yang Qianzhen wasn't wrong. Xiao Ruofei really did open an agricultural product company, but Yang Qianzhen's words were too despicable and annoying. Chao Guangji also knew that Xiao Ruofei's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, how could a small business owner make Secretary Song pay so much attention to him? So Chao Guangji didn't have any contempt at all. On the contrary, his words were full of praise for Xiao Ruofei's business. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Chao, now that our production has expanded, the supermarkets in the Three Mountains should be selling it. But it's still a bit difficult to supply enough, so the supermarkets are often out of stock. But if sister-in-law wants to eat it, just give me a call. I guarantee that there will be enough. Chao Guangji said with a smile, then I won't be polite. Hey, there's no need to be polite about a few pounds of vegetables. Xiao Ruofei said, if you think it's too troublesome, I'll get you a gold card from Ling's restaurant later. Everything will be 50% off, and you can eat Taoyuan vegetables at any time. Chao Guangji said with some surprise, Brother Xia, it seems that the boss of Ling's restaurant values you very much as a business partner. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Chao, actually, it has nothing to do with the business partnership. It's mainly because, my girlfriend is the daughter of the boss of Ling's restaurant. Chao Guangji and Yifeng were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Chao Guangji laughed and pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, Brother Xia, you're really good. It's fine if you want to work with them, but you actually kidnapped their daughter. That's a bit unkind. Then you've wronged me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Xianxia and I were middle school classmates, and we've known each other since 10 years ago. The business partnership with Ling's restaurant was also because of Xianxia. Otherwise, with my Taoyuan vegetables, there would be a lot of restaurants fighting to work with me. Why did I only choose Ling's restaurant? So you're childhood sweethearts. Chao Guangji and Yifeng looked at each other and said with a smile, no wonder. As everyone was chatting, Xiao Ruofei's phone on the table vibrated. He picked up the phone and looked at it, then made a shushing gesture to Yifeng and Chao Guangji and said, Secretary Song is calling. Yifeng and Chao Guangji quickly shut their mouths, gently put down their wine glasses, and looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously. Xiao Ruofei quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, Hello, Secretary Song. Do you have any instructions? Xiao Ruofei looked at Yifeng and Chao Guangji, smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Secretary Song. Nanan's enrollment has been properly resolved. Zhonglo District's Deputy Mayor Yifeng personally brought me to Zhonglo Secondary School to complete the registration process. Everything went smoothly. When Yifeng and Chao Guangji heard this, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect Secretary Song to be so concerned about Xiao Ruofei. Wasn't it enough for him to personally instruct a child to enroll in school? He even personally called to ask about it. The importance of Xiao Ruofei to the two of them immediately rose to another level. When Yifeng heard Xiao Ruofei mention himself to Song Qiming on the phone and his tone was full of affirmation, he was secretly delighted. He felt that his 2 days of dedication to this matter wasn't in vain. Song Qiming heard this and said with a smile, That's good. Xiaoxia. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me directly. I'll do my best to help you. Or you can look for Secretary Chao. I've already told him. Xiao Ruofei looked at Chao Guangji and said with a smile, Secretary Song, I won't go with you. Oh right, I'm drinking with Brother Chao right now. Is that so? Song Qiming was slightly surprised, then he smiled and said, Then you guys drink. I've already given him half a day off. I won't look for him from this afternoon until tonight. Yes, I'll definitely carry out Secretary Song's instructions. Xiao Ruofei said half-jokingly, but if I get your secretary drunk, you can't blame me. Song Qiming laughed heartily and said, I promise not to blame you. You can also help me test Xiao Chao's alcohol tolerance. After the two of them chatted for a while, Song Qiming hesitated and asked, Little Xia, the chief admires your medical skills very much. I would like to ask, speaking of this, Song Qiming seemed to have something to say but stopped. Xiao Ruofei understood and stood up to walk out of the private room. He then asked, Secretary Song, do you have any relatives or friends who have a difficult disease? Song Qiming sighed and said, if it's just a normal friend or relative, I wouldn't want to trouble you. Xiao Xia, this is my daughter Wei Wei. Then, Song Qiming began to introduce his daughter's situation to Xiao Ruofei. Song Qiming's daughter was called Song Wei. She had been the pride of Song Qiming since she was a child. She was a typical other people's child and was known far and wide as a talented girl and a top student. Song Wei did not disappoint Song Qiming. She entered Yanjing University as the top liberal arts student in the city. However, Song Wei did not follow Song Qiming's expectations and choose popular majors such as business administration. Instead, she entered Yanjing University's Department of Archaeology according to her own interests. Basically, if someone like Song Wei chose Yanjing University, they would definitely enter a popular major. She would also become the first city's top scorer in the history of the Department of Archaeology. Song Qiming was originally a child of a humble family. He did not have many restrictions on his children's education like those of rich and powerful families. Although Song Qiming was a little disappointed when it came to his daughter's choice of major in the college entrance examination, he still respected his daughter's opinion and did not interfere. Facts also proved that choosing a major that one was interested in and was willing to treat as a career would definitely stimulate one's enthusiasm for learning. After Song Wei entered Yanjing University's Department of Archaeology, she was like a fish in water. Her basic and professional courses were very solid, and she was also deeply loved by the professors. She had already locked a place for postgraduate studies, and her research direction was still a branch of archaeology. After entering the fourth year, Song Wei had obtained many practical opportunities to follow experts and professors to conduct field archaeology and tomb archaeology. Just half a year ago, during an archaeological activity, the accident that Song Qiming was most worried about happened. Song Wei was following an archaeological team formed by experts from Yanjing University and the National Museum of History to excavate a newly discovered tomb of the Ming Dynasty. This tomb of the Ming Dynasty was opened by grave robbers. After the villagers found it, they immediately reported it to the government. At first, only the local cultural relics department protected it. Later, they found that the tomb was very large. After reporting it step by step, the country set up an archaeological team composed of experts from Yanjing University's Department of Archaeology and the National Museum of History to carry out a protective excavation of this tomb. Song Wei, the most outstanding student in the Department of Archaeology, also got the opportunity to practice. In the beginning, everything went very smoothly. However, when they excavated the main tomb, an accident happened. Although they had used a blower to inject fresh air into the main tomb in advance, it was fully ventilated and the air was tested, and no harmful gases were found. However, Song Wei and the other 3 archaeologists, who were the first to enter the tomb, quickly showed symptoms of dizziness and nausea. They quickly left the main tomb and received treatment nearby. There seemed to be a colorless and odorless invisible poison in the main tomb. The 4 people, including Song Wei, all showed symptoms of poisoning to varying degrees. Because Song Wei was a girl, she was taken care of in the archaeological team. Therefore, she was the last to enter the tomb at that time. Moreover, she stayed inside for a long time. The male team members who entered before her already showed symptoms of poisoning. Therefore, Song Wei's symptoms were the lightest. Conventional detoxification treatment was not effective. The 4 of them were immediately sent back to Beijing and received a comprehensive examination at 301 Hospital. The strange thing was that after a thorough examination, they couldn't find any known toxins in their bodies. However, their physical reactions were obvious symptoms of being poisoned. The poison did not seem to be particularly fierce, but it was slowly eroding the patient's body. After hearing the news, the archaeological operations at the front were all stopped, and the main tomb was sealed again. The unknown was the most terrifying. The government was also worried that the poison would leak and cause widespread poisoning. It might lead to a disaster. Fortunately, other than Song Wei and the other three, the other people did not show symptoms of poisoning. Among the 4 people who were poisoned, Song Wei's condition was the lightest. She was almost no different from a healthy person, but the symptoms were still there. Song Wei could clearly feel that she would intermittently feel dizzy, which was similar to anemia. The other 3 people's symptoms were much worse than Song Wei's. They all showed varying degrees of coma, and the most terrifying thing was that this kind of coma came without warning. Perhaps they were fine a moment ago, but suddenly their vision turned black and they fainted. The one with the most serious symptoms was a middle-aged expert from the Museum of History. He was only 34 or 35 years old. After he returned to Beijing for treatment, there was no effect. After he fainted, he never woke up again. 301 Hospital, which had the best medical equipment and the best experts, could not do anything. They could only watch as the young expert, who was transferred to the intensive care unit, became weaker day by day. In the end, he died. The other 2 archaeological team members also often fainted, and the situation was gradually getting worse. The most frightening thing was that until now, the doctors still had not found an effective response. They had not even found the poison that caused their coma. All the examination reports showed that they were completely healthy people. After Song Qiming heard the news, he quickly used all the connections he could. He even invited relevant experts from abroad to examine and treat Song Wei. However, there was still no effect. 3 months ago, news came from Beijing that one of the 2 male team members had fallen into a deep coma. The symptoms were exactly the same as the young expert from the Museum of History who had passed away. The frequency of another male team member's fainting had obviously increased. Song Qiming was also burning with anxiety because Song Wei had also begun to faint. 2 months ago, Song Wei showed symptoms of fainting for the first time. At that time, Song Wei had taken a long leave from school and returned to a province in the southwest where Song Qiming worked to try Chinese medicine. One day, during breakfast, Song Wei suddenly fainted at the dining table without warning. This frightened Song Qiming and his wife. After about 5 minutes, Song Wei woke up again. She had no impression of the whole process of fainting. She only felt that her vision turned black, and her consciousness fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was 5 minutes later. In the past 2 months, Song Wei had fainted a total of 5 times. And the frequency was obviously increasing because the last 3 fainting episodes were concentrated in this month. Almost every week, she would faint without warning. Her condition had obviously worsened. Song Qiming and his wife only had 1 daughter. Seeing her in such a situation, they were naturally distressed and anxious. After he was transferred to Sanshan City to be the party secretary, he immediately brought his wife and daughter to Sanshan City. Moreover, through the family Song's connections, he found a national healer to treat Song Wei. They had almost no hope for Western medicine. Today, it was precisely because this national healer from Beijing was coming that Song Qiming, who was newly appointed, had to suspend his research activities and go home to receive him in person. However, the situation was similar to the previous few times. After the national healer took Song Wei's pulse, he did not have any particularly good methods. He felt that it might be the insufficiency of liver qi that caused the coma. This was similar to the judgment of several famous Chinese medicine doctors that Song Qiming had found before. Even the prescription given by this Chinese medicine master was similar to that of the previous famous doctors. Song Qiming was quite disappointed. After politely sending this Chinese medicine master away, he thought of the scene in Master Song's study that night. Master Song also knew about Song Wei's situation. At that time, Master Song said to Song Qiming meaningfully, "Qiming, if there is no other way to treat Weiwei's situation, you might as well find Xiaoxia." Xiaoxia? Song Qiming was very surprised. Master Song nodded and said, "If Xiaoxia is willing to help, there may be a turning point. But remember, if you can treat it through normal means, don't bother Xiaoxia. He doesn't like to be disturbed." Song Qiming was a little stunned. After being stunned for a moment, he nodded and said, "Chief, I will remember." Elder Song said with deep meaning, "Qiming, Xiaoxia is a strange person. Don't think of him as a young man who has a close relationship with an old man like me. It will be of great benefit to you to have a good relationship with him. Song Qiming said seriously, yes, chief, I will keep it in mind. Song Qiming valued Xiao Ruofei so much because of Master Song's advice. After the famous Chinese medicine master in Huaxia had no better way to treat Song Wei's condition, Song Qiming finally remembered Master Song's words. He thought for a long time and finally called Xiao Ruofei. After hearing about Song Wei's situation, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Secretary Song, I can't make any judgment before I see the patient. How about this? I drank a lot today, so it's not convenient for me to come over now. Why don't I come over the day after tomorrow to see the patient first? Although Song Wei's situation was strange and dangerous, it was not very critical. Now, in addition to the young expert from the History Museum who died early, another archaeologist was in a deep coma. The other male archaeologist was not too serious for the time being, but the frequency of his fainting was much higher than Song Wei's. He fainted almost every day. Therefore, Song Wei's life should not be in danger in the short term. Song Qiming said quickly, okay, Ruofei. Then I'll trouble you to come tomorrow. I'll send a driver to pick you up. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, no, it's more convenient for me to drive. Secretary Song, let's tentatively set tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Song Qiming said, thank you, Ruofei. You're welcome, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After Song Qiming hung up the phone, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He still couldn't imagine how Xiao Ruofei, a young man, would turn the situation around in the face of such a difficult and complicated disease that even the white-bearded old Chinese medicine doctors couldn't do anything about. However, he firmly believed in Master Song's words. He knew that Master Song would never speak without thinking. Since the old chief praised Xiao Ruofei so much, there must be a reason. Xiao Ruofei put away his mobile phone and walked back to the private room. Chao Guangji couldn't wait to ask, Ruofei, what instructions does Secretary Song have? Just now, Xiao Ruofei mentioned himself on the phone, so Chao Guangji was quite concerned about Secretary Song's attitude. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Secretary Song has instructed me to have a few drinks with you and test your alcohol tolerance. Ah? Chao Guangji couldn't help but say with a bitter face, no way. Although he looked bitter, he was happy in his heart. The more casual Secretary Song's tone was, the more he treated him as one of his own, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, why not? These are Secretary Song's original words. Mayor He, Secretary Song has given instructions. This time, can we form an offensive and defensive alliance? Both He Feng and Chao Guangji felt that the lunch was worth it. After interacting with them, Xiao Ruofei felt that the two of them were quite straightforward. Perhaps it was because they weren't very successful in their careers, so they didn't have many bad habits. Xiao Ruofei felt that the two of them were quite compatible with him, so he drank quite a bit during lunch. When the lunch was almost over, He Feng quietly got up and left the room. He went straight to the cashier. Lotus Pond Moonlight Room, please, He Feng said to the beautiful female cashier as he handed over his credit card. The female cashier smiled and said, Sir, the bill for Lotus Pond Moonlight Room has already been paid. He Feng's eyes widened and said, already paid? That's impossible. Is there a mistake? The cashier had a charming smile on her face and said, there's no mistake, sir. Mr. Xia has already paid for Lotus Pond Moonlight Room, Mr. Xia? He Feng paused and said, I know, thank you. He took his credit card and walked back. When He Feng returned to the room, Xiao Ruofei was chatting with Chao Guangji. He Feng yelled as soon as he entered the room, Ruofei. That's not very nice of you. Xiao Ruofei was confused. He smiled and said, Mayor He, I didn't do anything. Every time you toast to me, I'll drink with one glass. I've never cheated before. Chao Guangji also joked, Old He, could it be that you've taken a liking to some waitress, but Ruofei beat you to it? After an entire afternoon of drinking, Chao Guangji and He Feng had become much closer, so their conversation was much more casual than before. He Feng smiled bitterly, Director Chao, with my looks, how can I be Ruofei's opponent if I really want to snatch a girl? Xiao Ruofei and Chao Guangji couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two beautiful waitresses who stayed in the room couldn't help but chuckle as well. Their beautiful eyes frequently looked at Xiao Ruofei. After laughing, Xiao Ruofei asked, Mayor He, you haven't told me what's going on. Why are you criticizing me so harshly after coming back from a trip? He Feng glared at him and pretended to be angry. You're still talking about it. Didn't I say I was the host today? Why did you sneak out and pay for the bill? Do you think I can't afford to treat you to a drink? I paid for the bill? Xiao Ruofei was stunned. But he immediately understood what was going on and he smiled bitterly and said, Old Xing. Then, Xiao Ruofei turned his head and said to the waitress, Can I trouble you to call Mr. Xing over? Okay, please wait a moment. One of the waitresses, who was tall and slender, immediately walked out of the room and contacted Mr. Xing through the walkie-talkie. He Feng also noticed that something was wrong and asked, What? You didn't pay for the bill? Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, Of course not. I'm a stingy person. You said you'd pay for the meal today. Chao Guangji also laughed and said, Interesting, interesting. Soon, Zijianjiu's Mr. Xing came to the room and said with a smile, Boss Xia, 2 liters, are you done drinking today? Xiao Ruofei purposely said with a straight face, Mr. Xing, what's with the bill? Mr. Xing smiled and said, Boss Xia, I told the front desk to waive the bill. It's rare for you to come to our clubhouse and the 2 liters are honored guests. You want to charge for such a simple meal? Isn't this a slap in my face? He Feng and Chao Guangji looked at each other and were secretly shocked. They knew very well that Zijianjiu Clubhouse was not an ordinary restaurant. There was a membership system here. Although the entry threshold was not as high as the top clubhouses in Beijing, it was still not a place where just anyone could come in. Moreover, He Feng had accompanied some leaders here before and he had never seen Mr. Xing personally tell them to waive the bill. Xiao Ruofei's face was really big. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said helplessly, But Mayor He is the host today. I'm just here to freeload, He Feng quickly said, Yes, yes. Mr. Xing, you're not giving me a chance to suck up to Ruofei. That's not right. Mr. Xing quickly smiled and said, Mayor He, I just want to express my sincerity. Just don't do it again, just don't do it again. Then, Mr. Xing changed the topic and said, Besides, Boss Xia is the host this time. It's a chance for you to treat Boss Xia back next time. I promise to only give you a VIP discount next time. It won't be free. Also, I'll definitely reserve the Lotus Pond Moonlight Room for you. Chief Xing was indeed a smooth businessman. He Feng immediately beamed with joy after hearing what he had to say. What Mr. Xing said made sense. Since it was Xiao Ruofei's treat this time, it was a good reason for He Feng to treat him back. Huaxia was a social society. Didn't the friendship between people gradually deepen through banquets and exchanges? Therefore, He Feng said, You said it. If I can't get the Lotus Pond Moonlight Room next time, I'll look for you directly. No problem. Mr. Xing said straightforwardly. Chao Guangji also smiled and said, Mr. He, don't forget to invite me next time when you treat. He Feng said happily, Of course, of course. After the small episode of paying the bill, Xiao Ruofei and the others were almost done drinking. Therefore, they called Mr. Xing to drink a glass of reunion wine with everyone and ended the drinking party. He Feng and Chao Guangji both had drivers. They also enthusiastically said that they would send Xiao Ruofei back to the farm. After drinking so much in the afternoon, they definitely couldn't drive. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to leave his car at the clubhouse because he had to go to Song Qiming's house tomorrow morning to treat Song Wei. Therefore, he politely declined their good intentions. Xiao Ruofei asked Mr. Xing to prepare a guest room for him in the clubhouse. After sending He Feng and Chao Guangji off, he went straight to the guest room to rest. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's current alcohol tolerance, the amount of alcohol he drank in the afternoon was no problem for him to drive. However, he didn't want to get into trouble for no reason. After all, if he was checked for drunk driving, the alcohol content would definitely exceed the limit if he blew. However, his body was far stronger than the average person. This amount of alcohol wouldn't have any effect on his mind at all. Mr. Xing very attentively asked someone to prepare sobering tea in the room. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he drank the tea and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Nowadays, Sanshan City had become a hot and humid city. It was different from the dry and hot weather in the north. As long as he moved a little, he would definitely be covered in sweat. In the summer, it was quite normal to take 3 or 4 showers a day. The room was air-conditioned and maintained a constant temperature of about 24 degrees Celsius. After taking a shower, Xiao Ruofei lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Ruofei woke up around 5 in the afternoon. Mr. Zheng warmly invited Xiao Ruofei to have dinner and wait for the weather to cool down before going back. However, Xiao Ruofei politely declined. He greeted Mr. Zheng and left the clubhouse in his night 15. This was because when Xiao Ruofei woke up, Xiaoqing in the Ring 2 space communicated with him through divine telekinesis. The caterpillar fungus in the Archean realm had already grown purplish-red grass heads. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was in a hurry to return home. How could he be in the mood to stay for dinner? Xiao Ruofei drove under the speed limit and returned to the farm in half an hour. After parking the car in the villa's courtyard, Xiao Ruofei was not in the mood to play with Lightning and Xiao Hei in the courtyard. He quickly walked into the house. Huzi's mother, who was preparing dinner, heard the sound and poked her head out of the open kitchen. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she hurriedly asked, "Ruofei, you're back? How's Nanan's enrollment?" Xiao Ruofei walked up the stairs and said, "The procedures are all done. Just report to school on the first day." Huzi's mother said loudly, "Ruofei, dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Remember to come down and eat." "Got it, godmother." Xiao Ruofei was already upstairs when he said this. Huzi's mother could not help but shake her head and say with a smile, "This child. He's usually quite steady. Why is he in such a hurry today?" After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he immediately locked the doors and windows and pulled the curtains. Then, he summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm and entered the space with a thought. Xiaoqing was waiting in the primordial realm. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he hurriedly greeted him respectfully, "Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "How's the worm stock? The quality should be very high." Xiaoqing said, "But you didn't come back, so I didn't dig for it. Let's go and take a look together." Xiao Ruofei said. The two of them came to the side of the spatial spirit pool. There were 2 plastic boxes, one big and one small. The orange one was for breeding reticulated abalones, and the smaller one was for breeding worm stalks. The smaller one was compared to the plastic box for breeding abalones. In fact, the one here was quite big. It was the largest plastic sorting box in the space. It was 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter deep. The top of the plastic sorting box was covered with a layer of gauze. Xiao Ruofei could see through the gauze that the surface of the soil in the sorting box was covered with dense purplish-red grass. At a glance, it looked like a purple carpet. Xiao Ruofei had learned a lot about caterpillar fungus during this period of time. He knew that under every blade of grass was a caterpillar fungus. In this small area, there were at least a few hundred caterpillars. This density was quite frightening. If the Gesang father and son saw it, they would definitely think it was a miracle. It had to be known that traditional Naku grass gatherers would spend a long time searching for a caterpillar fungus on a hillside 4,000 to 5,000 meters above sea level. If they could find a second caterpillar fungus within a few meters, they would be considered quite lucky. For there to be hundreds of caterpillar fungus growing in such a small area was simply unimaginable. Not all the bat moth larvae were infected with the caterpillar fungus. Some lucky larvae grew up healthily and became bat moths. They attached themselves to the gauze or stayed between the blades of grass. Xiao Ruofei got Xiaoqing to find an empty plastic sorting box. Then, the two of them carefully opened the gauze and transferred the bat moths in the sorting box into the sorting box. They also covered the box with the gauze. In the mountain sea realm, there were still 2 acres of land that Xiao Ruofei had fenced off for breeding worm stalks. However, without the enhancement of the flow of time, the effects of the breeding couldn't be seen for the time being. These bat moths could still be placed in the mountain sea realm. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. More importantly, it wouldn't be a problem if they were allowed to fly around in the Archean realm. Furthermore, the environment in this space was so unique. They would definitely reproduce very quickly. When the time came, it would be a small problem. After carefully transferring all the bat moths to another plastic sorting box, Xiao Ruofei got Xia Qing to begin harvesting the caterpillar fungus. Although Xiao Ruofei had read a lot of information regarding the caterpillar fungus, he had never put it into practice. The professional matters were left to the professionals. Xia Qing's database had ready-made information regarding the harvesting of a precious herb like the caterpillar fungus. Xia Qing had already prepared a small and exquisite shovel. He carefully dug down from the outermost layer. His movements were very gentle, afraid that he would damage the caterpillar fungus under the soil. The soil was very soft. Soon, Xia Qing dug out a caterpillar fungus. Then, Xia Qing picked up a soft brush and carefully cleaned the soil on the surface of the caterpillar fungus. A huge caterpillar fungus appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took it and took a look. From the size, the caterpillar fungus was much thicker than the rank 1 grass he had bought from Gusang some time ago. It felt heavy in his hand. Xia Qing also put down his tools and came over. He said in pleasant surprise, "Master, this caterpillar fungus is of extremely high quality." "Congratulations, Master." Following that, Xia Qing pointed at the caterpillar fungus and explained, "Master, please take a look. The surface of the caterpillar fungus is very yellow, and the whole body is translucent and glossy. The ring pattern is very clear, 3 narrow and 1 wide. Among the 8 pairs of legs, 4 pairs in the middle are very obvious, while the other 3 pairs have basically degenerated. You can also see the brownish-red eyes on the head. The color of the caterpillar fungus is also very pure." Following that, Xia Qing leaned closer and sniffed hard. He said in pleasant surprise, "Even the rich butter fragrance is still preserved. It's even more authentic than the most authentic caterpillar fungus." Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Xia Qing, it seems that my method of bringing the plateau vegetation, soil, and caterpillar fungus mycelium into the space is feasible." Xia Qing nodded and said, "Yes. The characteristics of the caterpillar fungus are all preserved. Moreover, the environment of the Lingtu world is obviously better than the outside world, so the quality of the caterpillar fungus has also been greatly improved." "Then, will the medicinal properties of the caterpillar fungus also be improved?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "That's for sure." Xia Qing said proudly, "This caterpillar fungus is definitely a treasure in the secular world. Even if a cultivator consumes it, it will still have extraordinary effects." Xiao Ruofei laughed happily when he heard this. He had finally not wasted his time going to Tibet. Apart from the difference in the flow of time between the Archean realm and the Mountain Sea realm, the overall environment and spiritual energy density were basically the same. Therefore, if he could successfully cultivate high-grade caterpillar fungus in the Archean realm, it was only a matter of time before the caterpillar fungus in the Mountain Sea realm matured. Now, the only question Xiao Ruofei was concerned about was the grade of the caterpillar fungus he cultivated this time. Apart from the above characteristics, another important factor to determine the grade of the caterpillar fungus was its weight. On average, if 2,000 caterpillar fungus weighed 1 kilogram, it would be a first-grade grass. In the outside world, first-grade grass was sold for hundreds of thousands per kilogram. If a single caterpillar fungus was heavier, it would be even more priceless. The price would be even higher. "Yes, Master," Xia Qing said immediately. There were hundreds of caterpillar fungus here. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't stay here and wait. Anyway, Xia Qing would definitely be more professional than him in handling this kind of work. So, after Xiao Ruofei gave the task to Xia Qing, he left the space. He went to the bathroom and took a quick shower. Then, he changed into a fresh set of home clothes with short sleeves and cropped pants. He put on his slippers and went downstairs to eat. After Lin Qiao filled in her application form, the school matters were completely over. All that was left was to wait for the admission letter. Her grades were naturally in the bag for her to be admitted to Egret Island University. So, she continued to work at Xiao Ruofei's company as an internship to accumulate some work experience in advance. When Xiao Ruofei went downstairs, Lin Qiao had just returned from the company's office building. Although she was only interning at the company and the employees knew that she was the boss's sister and took good care of her, she still consciously followed the working hours. She even bought 2 sets of professional attire for work, which made her look more formal. Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Qiao, who was wearing a fitting professional attire, enter the house and change into slippers. He couldn't help but smile and say, not bad, not bad. Xiao is becoming more and more like a white-collar worker. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, Brother Ruofei, you're making fun of me again. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'm praising you. How's work recently? It's pretty good. Everyone is taking good care of me. Lin Xiao said happily. Recently, I've been busy with the renovation of the online shop with my two masters. All the web elements were designed by us. When the time comes, it will definitely make your eyes light up. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, and I have confidence in my sister. Lin Xiao said embarrassedly, actually, I'm just a helper. The main work is done by the masters. Brother Ruofei, after this job is done, you have to give them a bonus. Thank you for your hard work. My two masters are very serious people. They didn't download those ready-made templates. They wrote thousands of lines of code themselves. Every web page element was also designed by them. Xiao Ruofei rubbed Lin Xiao's head affectionately and said, okay. When the time comes, not only will I give them, but I will also give you a red packet of encouragement. At this time, Huzi's mother came out with a plate of food and said, Xiao, why are you pestering your brother as soon as you come back? Go change your clothes and wash your hands for dinner. Oh. Got it. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue mischievously and ran back to her room. After a while, Lin Xiao also changed into her home clothes and came out. Xiao Ruofei helped Huzi's mother bring out the food. The family happily sat around the table and ate dinner. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei accompanied Lin Xiao in the courtyard to play with Little Black and Lightning for a while before going upstairs to his room. After he locked the door and windows, he took out the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the space with a thought. Due to the 30 times faster flow of time, Xiaoqing, who was in the Archean realm, had already completed the work that Xiao Ruofei had given him. He was busy at the Dahong Pao tea tree not far away. When he saw Xiao Ruofei enter the space, he immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly walked over. Master. Xiaoqing called out respectfully. Xiao Ruofei asked, have you dug out all the caterpillar fungus? Yes, master. Xiaoqing hurriedly took a small plastic container from the side and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took it and took a look. It was densely packed with yellowish-brown caterpillar fungus. The head of each caterpillar fungus was connected to a small section of dark purple grass. With so many caterpillar fungus placed together, people with trypophobia or a natural fear of insects would probably feel numb in their hearts. However, this little thing that looked a little terrifying was a priceless precious herb. Xiao Ruofei took a rough look and found that the caterpillar fungus were relatively uniform in size. They were about the same size as the first caterpillar that Xiaoqing had dug out before dinner. Each caterpillar fungus was much larger than the grade 1 grass that Gusang had sold him previously. It was obvious that this batch of caterpillar fungus was of high quality. He asked, Xiaoqing, how many are there in total? Master, I've counted. There are a total of 597 caterpillars. Xiaoqing said respectfully, I've also weighed them. These caterpillars weigh about 490 grams in total. It's just a little bit short of one catty. Under the guidance of Xiao Ruofei, Xiaoqing had also learned to use modern precision weighing tools such as balance and electronic scales. Xiao Ruofei quickly calculated and said happily, that is to say, only about 1,200 caterpillars of this size are needed to weigh 1 kilogram. They are really the best caterpillars. The standard of grade 1 grass was about 2,000 caterpillars per kilogram. If a single caterpillar fungus was heavier than this, it would be the best. However, in the general sense, it was already quite amazing to reach 1,500 cordyceps per kilogram. Xiao Ruofei's experimental product actually reached 1,200 cordyceps per kilogram. This kind of supergrade cordyceps might occasionally appear 1 or 2 cordyceps, but it was almost impossible for it to appear in large quantities. Xiaoqing also said happily, yes, master. I took a caterpillar fungus and checked its medicinal properties. It is indeed much better than the grade 1 grass you bought last time. This kind of caterpillar fungus is far more effective than ordinary caterpillars. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, very good. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoqing, take care of the 2 acres of land in the Mountain Sea territory. I hope we can harvest a large amount of caterpillar fungus of this grade in a few months. Yes, master. Xiaoqing said immediately. Xiao Ruofei was going to contact Tong Rintang's boss Lin in the next 2 days and ask him to estimate the price of these caterpillars. However, he had to go to Song Qiming's house tomorrow to treat Song Wei, so he decided to put this matter aside for the time being. Xiao Ruofei asked Xiaoqing to put away about half a kilogram of caterpillar fungus. Then, he thought for a while and said, "Oh right, Xiaoqing, help me make a batch of pills with the petals of the spirit heart flower." Yes, master. Other than the petals of the spirit heart flower, do you have any other requirements? Xiaoqing asked. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "The main ingredients are the spirit heart flower's petals solution and honey. Also, find some Chinese medicine that has a nourishing effect on a girl's body and add them together." Xiao Ruofei prepared a batch of pills for Song Wei. He considered that every time he treated people, he would use the same medicinal decoction. If he used it too many times, it would inevitably arouse some suspicions. Therefore, he decided to use pills this time. Of course, in reality, the effective ingredients were still the spirit heart flower's petals. Xiaoqing immediately said, "I understand, master. How many pills do you need?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Use 2 petals of the spirit heart flower. As for the other ingredients, you decide the ratio of honey and Chinese medicine. You just need to make about 50 pills." "Yes, master. I'll start now," Xiaoqing said. Xiao Ruofei nodded. After patrolling around the space, he left. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to prepare the company's Mercedes-Benz in advance. At around 9 o'clock, he drove out of Taoyuan Farm. He mainly considered that he was going to the Municipal Party Committee's villa area. The Night 15 was too flashy, and the pickup truck was obviously not suitable. Therefore, he chose this Mercedes-Benz, which looked more stable. Just as Xiao Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz left Taoyuan Farm, a black Audi A8 slowly drove out of the Municipal Party Committee's compound and headed towards the Municipal Party Committee's villa by the Crescent Lake 3 kilometers away. Song Qiming was supposed to go to Chongping County this morning for research, but because he had an appointment with Xiao Ruofei to treat his daughter, Song Wei, he postponed the trip and changed it to a private talk with the team members in the office. At around 9:30, Song Qiming ended the conversation and took his secretary, Chao Guangji, back to the villa. The car drove steadily toward the villa area. Song Qiming's driver, Old Zhang, was brought over from the southwest. According to the regulations, secretaries couldn't be transferred by leaders, but drivers were staff members. Generally, the leaders would always have their drivers with them. Old Zhang was also a retired automobile soldier, and his driving skills were very solid. In addition, he came from Songzhou, the hometown of martial arts, and had been practicing martial arts since he was young. Therefore, he could also work as Song Qiming's bodyguard. Song Qiming also thought highly of him. In contrast, Chao Guangji, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was a little excited and nervous. This wasn't the first time he went to Song Qiming's villa. Ever since he was selected as Song Qiming's secretary, he had to send Song Qiming home every day. On the day Song Qiming's wife and daughter came to Sanshan, he was the one who went to the airport to pick them up. Also, that day was the first time he had dinner at Song Qiming's house. However, Chao Guangji still felt a little nervous. He knew that Secretary Song Qiming was going home for personal matters. Under such circumstances, Song Qiming still brought him along, which meant that Secretary Song Qiming was gradually treating him as one of his own. He didn't know if it was because of what Xiao Ruofei said on the phone yesterday, but Chao Guangji subconsciously felt that it had something to do with Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he felt a little more grateful to Xiao Ruofei in his heart. The villa area of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, which was located by Crescent Lake, wasn't far from the Municipal Party Committee's courtyard. The car quickly drove into the villa area and slowly drove to the entrance of Villa Number 1. In fact, because the transfer order was issued in a hurry, and Tian Huilan almost didn't stop at Sanshan after receiving the transfer order, she didn't have time to vacate the villa where she lived. The Government Affairs Bureau temporarily cleared out an empty villa with the same specifications as the one in Tian Huilan. They added furniture and appliances for Song Qiming to use. However, now that Song Qiming was the secretary, the villa he lived in naturally became villa number 1. Chao Guangji collected his thoughts and quickly got out of the car to open the door for Song Qiming. After Song Qiming got out of the car, Chao Guangji immediately carried Song Qiming's briefcase and followed him. The driver, old Zhang, didn't get out of the car. He just parked the car in the parking lot at the entrance and sat in the car to wait. Hearing the sound of the car, the organization's housekeeper, Xiao Luo, had already opened the door. When Song Qiming entered the house, she immediately handed him a pair of slippers. Song Qiming entered the house with Chao Guangji. A plump and graceful woman sat on the sofa in the living room. Song Qiming entered the house and asked, "Liyun, where's Wei Wei?" This woman was Song Qiming's wife, Feng Liyun. She said, "In the room upstairs." Chao Guangji quickly greeted her, "Hello, Auntie Feng." Feng Liyun smiled and said, "Xiao Chao, you're here too. Come and sit down for a while." "Thank you, Auntie," Chao Guangji quickly said. At this time, Song Qiming said, "Xiao Chao, sit down and drink some water. Then, go with old Jean to the entrance of the neighborhood to pick up Xianxia. I have an appointment with him at 10 o'clock. He should be here soon." Chao Guangji knew that the secretary had pushed back his original schedule to meet Xiao Ruofei. He quickly said, "Secretary, there's no need to drink water. I'll go over now." Feng Liyun chuckled and said, "It's still early. Don't worry. Xiao Chao, come here and drink some water. The weather in Xianxia is too hot." Feng Liyun had been living in the southwest with Song Qiming. She had just arrived in Xianxia and had seen the power of the new furnace city. She stayed in the air-conditioned room all day and didn't dare to go out. Chao Guangji quickly took the cup and said, "Thank you, Auntie." He hurriedly drank 2 mouthfuls and said, "Secretary, I'll go to the entrance and wait for Ruofei." "Okay. Go." Song Qiming nodded. Chao Guangji quickly said goodbye to Feng Liyun and then left the villa. He called the driver, old Zhang, and drove the Audi to the entrance of the residential area. He first told the armed police that a visitor of Secretary Song would come in a while. Then he stood by the gate and waited. The summer in Xianxia was very hot. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already very high. After a while, Chao Guangji was already sweating. Old Zhang called him several times and asked him to wait in the air-conditioned car, but he refused with a smile. Chao Guangji was worried that he wouldn't see Xiao Ruofei in the first place. When he found out that Xiao Ruofei was coming today, he was even more certain that the secretary had brought him along because of Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he was eager to have a chance to show his sincerity. After Chao Guangji waited for a while under the hot sun, Xiao Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz car arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Xiao Ruofei saw Chao Guangji from afar. It was so hot, and Chao Guangji was standing alone under the sun and constantly looking into the distance. It was hard not to notice him. Xiao Ruofei stopped the car in front of the prohibited line. He pressed down the window and waved to Chao Guangji. Chao Guangji saw Xiao Ruofei and quickly signaled the armed police to let him in. Then he trotted to the passenger seat of Xiao Ruofei's car and got in. Old Zhang also understood and started the Audi. Chao Guangji said, "Ruofei, just follow the Audi in front." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei stepped on the accelerator and the car slowly started. He said with a smile, "Brother Chao, why don't you hide from the sun in such a hot sun? If you get a heat stroke, won't I be guilty?" Chao Guangji said with a smile, "I just arrived." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Chao Guangji's sweat-soaked shirt, smiled, and didn't say anything. Soon, the 2 cars arrived at Villa number 1. As soon as Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he saw Song Qiming waiting at the door of the villa. He quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Secretary Song." Song Qiming said with a kind smile, "Xiaoxia, thank you for your hard work." "Secretary Song, you're welcome." Xiao Ruofei didn't say much and said directly, "Let's go in and see the patient." Yes, let's go in," Song Qiming said quickly. The 3 of them walked into the villa together. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Secretary Song, where is the patient?" "She was just in the room upstairs." Song Qiming said with a smile, "I've asked my wife to go up and call her." As soon as Song Qiming finished speaking, he heard Feng Liyun's exclamation from upstairs. "Wei Wei! Wei Wei!" Wei Wei, what happened to you? Xiao Ruofei was young and strong, so he was naturally faster than Song Qiming. He ran up the stairs in a few steps and followed the sound. Chao Guangji quickly followed behind Song Qiming and ran upstairs. Xiao Ruofei quickly arrived at the door of Song Wei's room. He saw a woman squatting on the floor, holding a young girl in her arms. The girl wore a light blue dress and had long hair that draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were tightly shut and her face was somewhat pale. Her skin was as white and flawless as jade. She had an exquisite oval face and her facial features were extremely delicate and soft. Her two faint black eyebrows made her entire person exude a classical beauty. This woman was Song Qiming's wife, Fang Liyun, and the classical girl who had fainted was Song Qiming's precious daughter, Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei quickly took 2 steps forward. He didn't have time to greet Fang Liyun and directly reached out to take Song Wei's pulse. At this time, Song Qiming and Chao Guangji had also arrived at the door. Fang Liyun shouted in a daze, "Old Song, Wei Wei, she fainted again." Song Qiming was an old man after all. He had used up a lot of energy to run upstairs. At this time, he was also panting, but he was still calm. Song Qiming calmly said, "Liyun, don't be nervous. Let Xiaoxia take a look first." Fang Liyun only then noticed the young man who rushed over to take Song Wei's pulse. She quickly said, "Dr. Xia, please check Wei Wei." When Chao Guangji heard Fang Liyun call Xiao Ruofei Dr. Xia, he couldn't help but stare. His understanding of Xiao Ruofei was limited to the fact that Xiao Ruofei opened a very famous agricultural product company in Southeast Province. Other than that, he seemed to have a lot of connections. Even Secretary Song took care of him. Chao Guangji didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to have such great medical skills. Even Secretary Song's family invited him to take a look at Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and seriously felt Song Wei's pulse. After being interrupted by Fang Liyun, Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes and said with a pleasant expression, "Auntie, don't be nervous. Let me check Song Wei first." Song Qiming also quickly said, "Liyun, keep quiet first. Don't disturb Ruofei." Okay, I won't talk. Fang Liyun quickly said. Xiao Ruofei simply asked Fang Liyun to lay Song Wei down and then asked Fang Liyun to wait on the side. After Song Wei lay flat on the floor, the peaks in front of her chest became more prominent. Through the light blue dress, a touch of pink could be faintly seen. Xiao Ruofei's gaze swept over and quickly moved away. Fortunately, Song Qiming, his wife, and Chao Guangji were in a hurry and didn't notice at all. Xiao Ruofei quickly cleared his mind and put his hand on Song Wei's wrist again. Now, Xiao Ruofei was no longer a rookie in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. His brain had long surpassed that of ordinary people. After a lot of theoretical learning, his real medical skills were not weaker than ordinary doctors. Through taking the pulse, Xiao Ruofei felt that Song Wei's pulse didn't have any obvious symptoms. Although it was calmer than ordinary people, it was still very strong. No wonder even a national healer couldn't find a cure. Xiao Ruofei thought inwardly. Song Wei's pulse could barely be considered as the liver's qi flowing in reverse, but it was very weak. Xiao Ruofei guessed that it wasn't the cause of the illness, but because Song Wei was frightened after this encounter. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't find the cause of the illness, it was caused by his depression. Xiao Ruofei's medical skills naturally couldn't be compared to a national healer. The reason why he took the pulse personally was because he wanted to feel Song Wei's condition. After knowing that he couldn't find anything, Xiao Ruofei immediately put his hand into his bag and took out a small bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. In the eyes of Song Qiming and the others, Xiao Ruofei only took out a small bottle from his bag. Xiao Ruofei opened the bottle and turned his head. "Auntie, please come over and help Song Wei up." Sure. Fang Liyun immediately responded. She came forward and squatted on the ground. Then, she picked up Song Wei's upper body and let Song Wei lean on her legs. She used her hands to support Song Wei's back so that Song Wei was in a half-lying position with her head raised. Xiao Ruofei pinched Song Wei's cheeks. The smooth touch made Xiao Ruofei's heart flutter. After he calmed himself down, he exerted some force, and the unconscious Song Wei unconsciously opened his cherry lips. Xiao Ruofei quickly put the bottle in his hand over and carefully fed Song Wei about half of the petal solution. Then Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "Auntie, hold on for a while. Keep this position. Song Wei should wake up soon." Xiao Ruofei was mainly worried that Song Wei didn't have a swallowing reaction when he was unconscious. There was still some petal solution in his throat. If he were to lie down now, it would be easy for him to cough. He was very confident in the efficacy of the petal solution. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Song Wei to wake up. "Okay. Thank you, Dr. Xia," Fang Liyun said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then he stood up and asked Song Qiming, "Secretary Song, how long has Song Wei been in this coma?" "How often?" Song Qiming quickly said, "She first fainted 2 months ago. In general, the frequency is getting higher and higher." Speaking of this, Song Qiming couldn't help but frown. There was a trace of worry on his face as he continued, "In the first month, she fainted twice, but this month, including today, it's already the 4th time, and the last time she fainted was 4 days ago." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "It seems that it's getting worse." Fang Liyun, who had been squatting next to him, also quickly asked, "Dr. Xia, do you have any way to treat Wei Wei's condition?" Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly. When he was about to speak, Song Wei's eyelashes suddenly moved. Then he frowned slightly, sighed deeply, and slowly opened his eyes. Fang Liyun's eyes were slightly red. She quickly cried, Wei Wei, you're awake. Did you know? You fainted again just now. You scared your mother to death." Song Wei gently shook her head. There was a trace of confusion and helplessness on her face. Yesterday, she knew that her father had called a doctor for her. In the morning, she was resting in her room. When she heard her mother calling her at the door, she got up and walked out. She didn't expect that after just 2 steps, she would feel darkness in front of her and then suddenly lose consciousness. "If I'm not wrong, this is the 4th time I've fainted this month, right?" Song Wei sighed secretly. She felt that she was slowly following in the footsteps of the male archaeologists. She didn't know when she would fall into the endless darkness and never wake up again. So far, no treatment or examination had made any progress. What happened to the male archaeologists today was Song Wei's tomorrow. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was the process of sliding step by step toward death. Especially when you knew what the problem was, but you couldn't stop the process at all. Every day, you felt like your life was counting down. This was the most terrifying situation. Although Song Wei was a very independent girl, she still felt a deep sense of helplessness in this situation. Although Song Qiming was also looking at his daughter with concern, he was still keenly aware of one thing: his daughter was in a coma for a much shorter period of time this time. The first time Song Wei fainted, it lasted about 5 minutes. After that, the time she fainted grew longer and longer. 4 days ago, it took her a full 15 minutes to wake up. Today, from the time they stopped at the door, to Fang Liyun's scream, to Xiao Ruofei running upstairs for emergency treatment, to Song Wei waking up, the whole process took about 4 to 5 minutes. It was much shorter than last time. Song Qiming immediately realized that this must have something to do with the drug Xiao Ruofei fed Song Wei. This ignited the fire of hope in Song Qiming. The drug was effective this time. Did it mean that Xiao Ruofei had a way to cure Song Wei's poison? Song Qiming looked at Xiao Ruofei with burning eyes and asked, "Ruofei, after Wei Wei took your drug, the time she fainted was obviously shortened. You must have a way to get rid of the poison in her body, right?" Hearing this, Fang Liyun immediately realized this point. She quickly said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, you must save Wei Wei." "You? Do you still have that drug?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Secretary Song, Auntie, I've done a preliminary examination. The poison in the patient's body is very hidden, but it's also very dangerous. It's really quite troublesome, but I already have a preliminary idea of treatment. I'll go back and think about it carefully. Then I'll give you the medicine after I'm done." Just now, the situation was urgent, so Xiao Ruofei directly used the solution of the petal of the spirit flower. Only when the treatment was official could he take out the pills made by Xia Qing. Otherwise, it would be too illogical for him to prepare the medicine directly without even seeing the patient. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ruofei," Song Qiming said quickly. At this moment, Song Wei finally noticed Xiao Ruofei. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help shooting out a curious gaze. So the doctor that her father mentioned yesterday was so young. Xiao Ruofei wasn't fond of luxurious clothes, and his dressing was also clean and comfortable. Today, he wore a simple t-shirt, jeans, and white canvas shoes. They weren't branded, and they didn't cost more than 1,000 yen. But after absorbing the petals of the spirit flower and taking the body-tempering soup and spirit-nourishing soup, his temperament had unknowingly become transcendent. His refreshing short hair paired with a simple t-shirt, jeans, and white canvas shoes gave off a comfortable and intimate feeling. Song Wei couldn't help taking a few more glances at Xiao Ruofei. After all, even the national healer yesterday couldn't do anything about the poison in her body. Yet, her father actually invited Xiao Ruofei over today, which meant that Xiao Ruofei must be really capable. But since when did Huaxia have such a young TCM expert? People who studied archaeology were always curious about everything. Thus, Song Wei was already curious about Xiao Ruofei. The poison in her body didn't show any signs when it flared up. She would be fine one moment and lose consciousness in the next. But when she woke up, she would be like an ordinary person. Even the most advanced equipment couldn't detect anything. Song Wei tidied her clothes and walked over to Xiao Ruofei with a smile. Dr. Xia, thank you for saving me. Xiao Ruofei was not as flattered as the average person when facing a beauty with a classic temperament, the little princess of a provincial official's family, nor was he nervous at all. He only faintly smiled. You're welcome. Actually, even if I didn't do anything, you would still wake up. It's just that it would take a little longer. There was a trace of expectation in Song Wei's eyes. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Dr. Xia, do you really have a way to get rid of the poison in my body? I might lose consciousness at any time and I might never wake up again. This kind of life is really too torturous. Xiao Ruofei seriously said, to be honest, I'm not absolutely confident. But I have a certain idea, so I can only say that I'll do my best. Song Qiming hurriedly said, Ruofei, just do your best. Wei Wei's condition is very complicated. Even many experts in 301 hospital can't do anything about it. We've also tried a lot of methods in TCM, but none of them worked. So don't feel pressured. Fang Liyun also said, yeah, Dr. Xia, no matter what the result is, we're very grateful to you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Relax a little. Don't keep thinking about it. It'll help with your recovery. Xiao Ruofei's words were directed at Song Wei. Song Wei nodded gently and said, I know, thank you. She secretly sighed in her heart. This kind of pain of walking step by step towards death, this kind of helplessness of knowing that not far ahead of you is a bottomless abyss, but you can't help but keep moving forward. How could people who have never experienced it understand? Song Wei didn't have much hope for Xiao Ruofei. In fact, she had already experienced the process of going from anxiety to disappointment, to rekindled hope, and finally, to complete despair. Now, even she didn't dare to hope that her condition would improve. Song Wei could only stay at home every day. In addition to watching movies and TV on the internet, she kept in touch with her friends in the archaeological team through social media. She kept updated on the situation of the 2 team members who had been poisoned. Their conditions were also deteriorating rapidly. One of them had already fallen into a deep coma. According to the condition of the team member who had passed away first, this one would probably last for about a week at most. In fact, in Song Qiming's family, Fang Liyun and Song Wei didn't have much confidence in Xiao Ruofei. Song Qiming, on the other hand, always had a trace of hope for a miracle because of Master Song. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Secretary Song, Aunt Fang, I'll leave this half bottle of medicine to you. Remember, only take it when the patient faints again. Okay, thank you, Dr. Xia. Fang Liyun quickly took the small porcelain bottle and held it in her arms like a treasure. Xiao Ruofei said again, then I'll go back first. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to make the medicine in 2 or 3 days. I'll come back then. Song Qiming quickly said, Ruofei, it's almost time for dinner. Let's go after dinner. Fang Liyun immediately said, yes. I've already asked Xiao Luo to prepare it. It's just a simple meal. Well. Song Qiming couldn't help but feel awkward. From the bottom of his heart, he definitely hoped that Xiao Ruofei would be able to concoct the medicine as soon as possible. However, it was almost lunchtime now. Xiao Ruofei had specially come to treat his daughter and did not even ask him to stay for a meal. It was unreasonable no matter what. Song Wei was more free and easy. She smiled and said, "Dad, since Dr. Xia said so, let him go back. There will be many opportunities to thank him in the future." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's right. I'd better get down to business first. The sooner I relieve Song Wei's pain, the sooner you can rest assured." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "By the way, Auntie, Song Wei, don't call me Dr. Xia. I'm not a professional doctor. You can call me by my name. It's more intimate." Although Master Song had personally settled the issue of Xiao Ruofei's medical qualifications, Xiao Ruofei really didn't practice medicine as a profession. When he heard Fang Liyun and Song Wei call him Dr. Xia, he felt strange. Song Qiming couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He said, "Yes, yes, yes. We're all family. It's too distant to call each other that. We'll call you Ruofei in the future. Also, Ruofei, don't call me Secretary Song. I should be older than your parents. You can call me Uncle Song." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, Uncle Song." Although Song Qiming was the deputy secretary of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee and the secretary of the Sanshan Municipal Committee, Xiao Ruofei even called Master Song's son, Song Jingping, Uncle Song, not to mention that Song Qiming was only Master Song's distant nephew. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei already had several Song Qiming. One more Song Qiming was nothing. Song Qiming laughed happily and said, "Good, good, good. Ruofei, then Uncle Song won't keep you. I'll leave Weiwei's matter to you." "Don't worry, Uncle Song. I'll do my best," Xiao Ruofei said. Song Qiming and his family personally sent Xiao Ruofei to the entrance of the villa. They watched as Xiao Ruofei drove away before returning to the villa. Song Qiming seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chao, why don't you and Lao Zhang stay for lunch? Your auntie has prepared a lot of good dishes for Ruofei. He doesn't have the fortune to enjoy them." Chao Guangji was flattered and quickly said, "Thank you, Secretary." Song Wei had a quiet temperament. She said goodbye to her parents, nodded slightly to Chao Guangji, and then went upstairs to her room. Song Qiming asked Chao Guangji and Lao Zhang to sit down in the living room. Fang Liyun poured a cup of tea for Song Qiming. Chao Guangji quickly got up and took the cup from Fang Liyun's hands. He carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of Song Qiming. He saw Fang Liyun pouring water for him and Lao Zhang again, so he quickly said, "Auntie, don't be busy. Let me do it." Chao Guangji still had the consciousness of a secretary. Although he was in Song Qiming's house, he was still busy and did a good job of service. In contrast, Lao Zhang, who had been with Song Qiming for many years, was much more at ease. He sat upright on the sofa and wasn't as nervous as Chao Guangji. Song Qiming's frown also eased a lot. He smiled and chatted with Chao Guangji and Lao Zhang about daily life. Song Qiming had just taken office, so his understanding of Chao Guangji was limited to the surface. Therefore, Song Qiming took the opportunity to ask about Chao Guangji's family situation, his wife and children, and so on. Chao Guangji was a little flattered, but after all, he had been in the government for many years, so his response was decent. Chao Guangji knew that as a secretary of a leader, it wasn't good to flatter too much. The key was to give the leader an impression that he was neither servile nor overbearing, and that he was reliable. Clearly, his performance was pretty good, and Song Qiming was in a good mood today. Therefore, he was satisfied with Chao Guangji and inwardly nodded his head. On the other hand, Fang Liyun still wasn't confident. She also sat by the side and waited for Song Qiming and Chao Guangji to chat for a while before she interrupted, "Old Song, do you think that Ruofei has a way to treat Weiwei? Her illness is something that many famous doctors have." Song Qiming slightly knitted his brows and said, "Liyun, Ruofei isn't like other young people. Even the leader admires his medical skills. This time, the leader personally instructed me, so I invited Ruofei over. Since he said that he has a treatment plan, then there must be hope." Song Qiming's words were very certain. Fang Liyun was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. She seemed to have lost her composure. This was because she knew very well that Song Qiming would only address one person as leader. That person was the one who sponsored Song Qiming from primary school to university. Furthermore, he was the one who helped Song Qiming grow up, Master Song. Even the highly respected leader, who was known by everyone in the country, personally recommended Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming had never mentioned this in front of her before, so she couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. After Fang Liyun came back to her senses, she quickly said, since the leader personally recommended him, then there must be no problem. Fang Liyun and Song Qiming respected Master Song even more than Master Song's own children. They believed in Master Song's words without a doubt. Song Qiming nodded slightly and said, yes, the leader and Ruofei both told me that Ruofei wants to keep a low profile when it comes to medical skills. Otherwise, there will be an endless stream of people coming to him for treatment. He will be annoyed to death. Therefore, it's fine if you know this in your heart. Don't spread it around. Fang Liyun quickly said, I know. I won't spread it around. Song Qiming then looked at Chao Guangji and Old Zhang and said, you guys do the same. Just keep this to yourself. Old Zhang immediately said, understood, Secretary Song. Chao Guangji's heart was already surging. Although he didn't know who the leader in Song Qiming's words was, if even Secretary Song called him leader, how great must he be? Even such an unreachable big shot praised Xia Ruofei so much, which made Chao Guangji feel that Xia Ruofei was even more unfathomable. He was secretly glad that he had the opportunity to meet such a noble person like Xia Ruofei. After listening to Song Qiming's words, he quickly said, Secretary, I will remember. Don't worry, I will definitely not blabber. As a secretary of a senior leader, the most important quality was to keep his mouth shut. A secretary was the closest staff to the leader. If a person couldn't even keep his mouth shut, which leader would dare to hire such a secretary? After Xia Ruofei left Song Qiming's house, he directly drove back to Taoyuan Farm. Because of the 30x time flow, Xia Qing had already prepared the 50 pills that Xia Ruofei needed. However, Xia Ruofei didn't plan to take them out so quickly. First of all, Song Wei had just fainted. According to the usual pattern, the poison would only act up again after a few days. Moreover, he left half a bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution for Song Qiming. Even if Song Wei fainted again, there wouldn't be any danger. Second of all, the poison was very difficult to deal with. It would be illogical to take out the right medicine so quickly. It would be more believable if he gave the pills to Song Qiming and the others after a few days. When Xia Ruofei returned to the farm, Huzi's mother had just finished preparing lunch. After he finished eating with Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao, he returned to his room. He took out his phone and was about to contact Tong Rentang's boss Lin. Boss Xia. Boss Lin was very enthusiastic. He smiled and said, is there a new iron maple bucket? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Boss Lin, there's still a long way to go before the new batch arrives. Aren't you a little too impatient? Boss Lin said a little embarrassedly, Boss Xia, it's mainly because your company's iron maple bucket is very popular. We have so many stores in the country. Every time we get a new batch, we'll distribute it to everyone and it'll be sold out in a few days. I didn't know that there were so many rich people in Huaxia. As long as something is good, they don't even bat an eyelid when it comes to spending money. Isn't that great? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, the more rich people there are, the more we can earn. Moreover, these nourishing herbs are all consumables. The better the effect, the more repeat customers we'll have. Isn't that right? Those repeat customers are always asking me to get more, Boss Lin said. Our stock has been sold out a long time ago. How can we have more for them? Haha. That's a happy problem. Xia Ruofei said, but there's nothing I can do. Boss Lin, our raw material production is limited. We're already doing our best to maintain the current supply cycle and scale. In fact, Xia Ruofei had reserved some stock. However, their company's online store was about to be restocked. How could they not reserve some good stuff for the store? Therefore, these stocks were definitely not going to be given to Boss Lin. Boss Lin also knew that Xia Ruofei had the upper hand. As long as Xia Ruofei supplied the full amount according to the contract, he would not be able to find any fault with it. Therefore, all he did was complain. Boss Lin said with a smile, Boss Xia, since it's not about the iron maple bucket, there must be other opportunities to make a fortune for me? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, didn't you tell me about the caterpillar fungus last time? Caterpillar fungus? Boss Lin was suddenly energized. He quickly said, Boss Xia, Tong Rentang will buy all the caterpillar fungus you have. We can follow the old rules and use your brand and packaging. Tong Rentang will provide the channels and only take a percentage of the sales. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh and said, Boss Lin, you don't even know the quality of my caterpillar fungus. Why are you in such a hurry to act as a distributor? Boss Lin smiled and said, Brother Xia, when has your Taoyuan company ever produced anything of low quality? I have confidence in you, Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face and said, Boss Lin, after what you said last time, I've used almost all the channels. Recently, there's finally some progress. I brought back some samples in the past 2 days, so I'd like you and Tong Rentang's experts to help identify them and estimate the price. Boss Lin heard this and said without hesitation, no problem. Boss Xia, I'll book a ticket right away and fly over in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. For a moment, then he smiled and said, Boss Lin, this. You don't have to be in such a hurry, right? You can come over whenever you're free. Boss Lin said, my brother Xia. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. I have a feeling that this is another high-quality source of goods. I don't want others to beat me to it. Boss Lin then said, Brother Xia, let's talk when we meet. I'll book a ticket first, hey. Boss Lin, remember the flight number. Xiao Ruofei was only halfway through his sentence when the busy tone came from the phone. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could imagine Boss Lin's impatient look. However, since Boss Lin was so eager, Xiao Ruofei couldn't stop him from coming. Therefore, he sent him a WeChat message and asked him to send the flight number after he booked the ticket so that he could arrange for someone to pick him up. Within a few minutes, Xiao Ruofei received the flight information from Boss Lin. The flight was at 1:30 in the afternoon and he would arrive at Sanshan around 3:00 p.m. Thus, Xiao Ruofei forwarded the flight information to Lei Hu and gave him a call, telling him to pick her up at the airport on time. It wasn't Lei Hu's first time picking up Boss Lin. Everyone already knew each other, so Xiao Ruofei didn't have to specifically instruct him on other matters. Xiao Ruofei rested for a while at noon and walked slowly to the company's office building after 3:00 p.m. At this time, Lin Xiao had already come to work. Compared to this hard-working intern, Xiao Ruofei, the boss, was too lazy. However, everyone was already used to Xiao Ruofei's style. On the contrary, if Xiao Ruofei came to work on time, the employees would feel very strange. Xiao Ruofei sat in the office for a while before he received a call from Lei Hu. He told him that the car was about to arrive at the farm. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei got up and walked downstairs. After waiting for a minute or two, the company's black Mercedes-Benz drove up to the building. Boss Lin didn't wait for Lei Hu to open the door for him. He pushed the door open and got out of the car. Then, he quickly walked towards Xiao Ruofei and reached out his hand from afar. He said enthusiastically, Brother Xia, why did you come down personally to wait for me? I'm flattered, I'm flattered. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Boss Lin came all the way here to help me. It's only right for me to welcome you. Then, Xiao Ruofei nodded at the person behind Boss Lin in a friendly manner. This time, Boss Lin brought the old Chinese medicine doctor with the surname Huang. Everyone was familiar with each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries downstairs, Xiao Ruofei invited Boss Lin and Dr. Huang upstairs to his office. Brother Xia, where's the caterpillar fungus? Boss Lin couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the door. Let's open our eyes first. Xiao Ruofei was going to make a cup of tea for the two of them. Seeing that Boss Lin was so anxious, he smiled and put down the teacup. He walked to the safe in the corner, entered the password, and verified his fingerprint. After that, he took out the small plastic container that he put in the afternoon. There were about 600 strands of the best caterpillar fungus in it. Xiao Ruofei opened the lid and pushed the small plastic container in front of Boss Lin and Dr. Huang. He smiled and said, both of you, please take a good look at it for me. How much can this caterpillar fungus sell for? Boss Lin and Dr. Huang were stunned for a few seconds before they rushed over at the same time. They grabbed the small plastic box and carefully took out a few strands of caterpillar fungus to observe them carefully. Especially Dr. Huang, who was wearing reading glasses, his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. He repeatedly observed the various details of the caterpillar fungus in his hands. Finally, he brought it to his nose and sniffed it deeply a few times. Then, he couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. Xiao Ruofei sat down in the big chair behind the desk and looked at the two with a faint smile on his face. Boss Lin and Xiao Ruofei's reactions were also within Xiao Ruofei's expectations. He still had a basic understanding of the caterpillar fungus produced in the space. After a long while, Boss Lin and Dr. Huang reluctantly put the caterpillar fungus back into the plastic box. Then, the two of them looked at each other. Finally, Boss Lin said, "Brother Xia, you gave me a big surprise." "No, it was simply a shock. The product you took out of the blue is really too scary." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Boss Lin, if these medicinal materials were of average quality, your Tongren Tang wouldn't be interested. What do you think? My samples are good enough for you, right?" Boss Lin said with a bitter smile, "Brother Xia. Your words are like a slap in the face. I've been in the business for so many years and have seen a lot of precious medicinal materials, but this is the first time I've seen such a high-quality caterpillar fungus." Dr. Huang also added, "What's even rarer is that the quality of this batch of caterpillar fungus is very average. There are almost none that are particularly small, which means that the overall quality is extremely high." "Yes, yes." Boss Lin asked hopefully, "Brother Xia, has the caterpillar fungus of the same quality been mass-produced?" Xiao Ruofei smiled noncommittally. He didn't answer Boss Lin's question directly. Instead, he asked, "Boss Lin, Dr. Huang, based on your experience, what is the market price of caterpillar fungus of this quality?" Boss Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xia, you really gave me a difficult question. Old Huang, why don't you talk to Chairman Xia?" Dr. Huang took off his reading glasses and said, "Boss Xia, the current market price is about 2,000 strands per kilogram. Depending on the quality, the price is about 300,000 to 350,000 yuan. However, the quality of your batch of caterpillar fungus is comparable to level," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I weighed it after it was made into hay. It's about 1,200 strands per kilogram." Although the experienced Boss Lin and Dr. Huang already had a rough estimate in their hearts after looking at the caterpillar fungus, they still couldn't help but exclaim when Xiao Ruofei confirmed it personally. Dr. Huang thought for a moment and said, "Boss Xia, the price of special-grade caterpillar fungus is about 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. However, the largest special-grade caterpillar fungus I've seen was about 1,500 strands per kilogram. The one you have has reached the level of 1,200 strands and the quality is very pure. I believe that the results of the medical analysis must be quite good. This price is really hard to determine." At this time, Boss Lin said, "Brother Xia, I personally feel that, if this level of caterpillar fungus is priced at 600,000 to 700,000 yuan per kilogram, there will definitely be rich people rushing to buy it." Xiao Ruofei heard this and said with a smile, "Okay, with Boss Lin and Dr. Huang's judgment, I have a rough idea in my heart. Thank you." Then Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Come, have some tea. I've already asked the restaurant to prepare dinner. Let's have a few drinks tonight." After that, Xiao Ruofei picked up the lid of the small plastic container and was about to put away the caterpillar fungus. Boss Lin hesitated for a moment and called out, "Brother Xia, wait." Xiao Ruofei stopped and asked in confusion, "Boss Lin, is there anything else?" Boss Lin smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xia, these samples of yours, can you sell them to us, Tongren Tang?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "There's only about 500 grams of caterpillar fungus here. You're buying such a small amount? Since we've come across such a good caterpillar fungus, it would be a dereliction of my duties as a manager if I didn't take it to our Tongren Tang." Boss Lin said half-jokingly, "Brother Xia, don't tell me you're reluctant to part with it?" In fact, when Boss Lin saw the caterpillar fungus, he already had the idea of buying it. As he said, after so many years in the business, this was the first time he had seen such a high-quality caterpillar fungus. Although the amount here was not large, it could be used as the shop's signature. These caterpillar fungus could be made into at least 10 to 20 gift boxes through exquisite packaging. Just thinking about it in an eye-catching position in Qiantang Tongrentang would be a symbol of the strength of the business. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand indifferently and said, "There's nothing to be reluctant about. I just thought that the business was too small and I thought that Boss Lin wouldn't be interested. Since you want it, I'll sell it to you." Boss Lin was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Thank you so much, Brother Xia. After we take this batch of caterpillar fungus back, we'll take 1 or 2 samples and send them to an authoritative organization to test their medicinal properties. This way, when you're able to supply them in batches in the future, you'll have a more specific reference standard for pricing." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Boss Lin." Boss Lin quickly said, "No trouble at all." Dr. Huang also joked, "Our Boss Lin can't wait for more trouble like this." Boss Lin laughed and said, "Dr. Huang is right, Brother Xia. If there's such trouble in the future, you have to consider me first." "No problem. We're old friends, so we can work together without worry," Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile. Boss Lin thought for a moment and said, "Brother Xia, for now, there's no reference price for this kind of top-grade caterpillar fungus. Let's just set it at 700,000 yuan per kilogram. How much do you have in total?" Xiao Ruofei said, "We weigh it ourselves around 490 grams. Boss Lin, when we trade, you can use a more precise weighing tool." No need. Boss Lin quickly said, 700,000 yuan is a bit conservative. Let's just set it at 500 grams. How about 350,000 yuan in total?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Okay. We'll do as you say." Boss Lin seemed to be afraid that Xiao Ruofei would go back on his word. He immediately took out his phone and called the staff at Qiantang Tongrentang. He asked them to immediately prepare the contract according to the agreed price and inform the finance department to transfer the money to the Taoyuan company's account in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei knew that Boss Lin was so enthusiastic because he wanted to cooperate with the Taoyuan company's caterpillar fungus in the future. Therefore, after the deal was finalized, Xiao Ruofei invited Boss Lin and Dr. Huang to sit at the coffee table and personally made tea for them. At the same time, he took the initiative to talk about cooperation in the future. "Boss Lin, let's not beat around the bush. This batch of caterpillar fungus is just a sample. I'm afraid it'll take a few months for it to be mass-produced." Xiao Ruofei poured a cup of tea for Boss Lin and said, "If Tongrentang is interested, we can consider it first." Of course we're interested," Boss Lin quickly said. What a joke. Wasn't he rushing over this time to be the agent of the Taoyuan company's caterpillar fungus in the future? Boss Lin also knew very well that in theory, authentic caterpillar fungus was a natural product. Even the iron maple bucket from before was of wild quality. It was not something that could be produced in Taoyuan farm. However, he was a smart person. Xiao Ruofei had the means and channels to get these top-grade medicinal materials, so he was his most important partner. It was also because of his blind confidence in Xiao Ruofei that when Boss Lin received the call this time, he immediately decided to rush to Sanshan Mountain on the same day without even asking Xiao Ruofei about the quality of the caterpillar fungus on hand. As it turned out, Xiao Ruofei did not let him down. He even gave him a big surprise. Boss Lin continued, "Brother Xia, our Tongrentang's reputation and channels are the best in the country. Also, we're old friends. You must let us be the agent of the caterpillar fungus this time." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry, Boss Lin. We've been working together very happily these days. When there's a new product, I'll definitely think of you first." At this time, the automatic fax machine in Xiao Ruofei's office made a few buzzing sounds and slowly spat out a few pieces of paper. Boss Lin immediately said, "Brother Xia, it must be the contract from our side that was sent over. Take a look." Xiao Ruofei got up and walked to the desk. He picked up the printed paper and took a look. It was indeed from Qiantang Tongrentang. The contract was in a fixed format. It was a special document for Tongrentang's purchase of precious Chinese medicinal materials, such as wild ginseng of a certain age, iron maple bucket, caterpillar fungus, and so on. They only needed to fill in the name, grade, weight, unit price, and other parameters of the medicinal materials to be traded. It was not the first time that Xiao Ruofei had signed such a transfer contract. Naturally, he was quite familiar with the contract. He quickly checked the amount and other important figures, then nodded with a smile and said, "There's no problem with the contract." After that, Xiao Ruofei picked up a pen and signed his name. At the same time, he took out the company's official seal from the drawer and stamped it. Then, Xiao Ruofei called the finance department to inform them that there would be 350,000 yuan in payment today. Xiao Ruofei handed the signed contract to Boss Lin. There were 2 copies of the contract. In the end, Boss Lin had to take it back and stamp it with the Tongren Tang seal before mailing it over. However, with Xiao Ruofei's signature and the company's official seal, Tongren Tang could already make the payment. Since establishing a close cooperation with the Taoyuan company, Boss Lin's status in Tongren Tang had greatly increased. He could make the decision for a small transaction of 350,000 yuan by himself. Boss Lin took the contract and handed it to Dr. Huang. Then, he said, "Brother Xia, thank you. This. Do you have any thoughts on the cooperative sales model of caterpillar fungus?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I still need to discuss this with my colleagues in the company. In any case, we don't have a way to supply the caterpillar fungus in bulk for the time being. When the time comes, we'll discuss the specific issues." Then, Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "Boss Lin, regarding the cooperative sales, I can't sign any written agreement with you right now. I can only give you a verbal promise. I hope you can understand." Although the experiment had been successful in the Archean realm, Xiao Ruofei wasn't 100% confident that such a success could be replicated in the Mountain Sea realm. Even if the possibility of failure was very small, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't sign any agreement with Tongren Tang before he really obtained a large amount of caterpillar fungus, including an agreement of intent. Boss Lin hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao's words are more useful than any agreement. Since you've agreed to prioritize our cooperation, I'm relieved. There's no need to sign anything in writing." The initiative of the cooperation was completely on Xiao Ruofei's side. Even if Boss Lin wanted to sign a written agreement, he didn't have any bargaining chips. Furthermore, he had worked with Xiao Ruofei more than once or twice. He was still confident in Xiao Ruofei's reputation. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to praise Xiao Ruofei. This way, Xiao Ruofei would be even more embarrassed to go back on his word. In the future. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and gestured for the 2 of them to continue making tea. In the evening, Xiao Ruofei called Feng Jing, Peng Hao, and the others to entertain Boss Lin and Dr. Huang in the company's cafeteria. The next morning, Boss Lin took the 500 grams of caterpillar fungus, said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei, and returned to Qiantang City. In the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to contact Song Qiming. Instead, he stayed in the company to deal with some daily affairs. At night, he entered the Ring 2 space to continue practicing using his mental strength to construct the complicated rune key. Now, Xiao Ruofei was able to use his mental strength to carve the entire rune. However, first of all, his proficiency was far from enough. In addition, the mental strength he infused into the rune wasn't stable enough. Xiao Ruofei felt that there were some subtle flaws in the rune he carved. Although he could barely maintain the entire rune, it wasn't in the best state. Of course, this had a lot to do with his lack of proficiency. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to unlock the human rune. After all, the rune wasn't operating smoothly. If something went wrong during the unlocking process and caused the jade talisman to be damaged, it wouldn't be worth it. Besides, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any sense of urgency when it came to cultivation. Therefore, he maintained a leisurely attitude and took a certain amount of time to practice every day. On the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei called Song Qiming and told him that he had prepared the medicine. Song Qiming was overjoyed. He thanked him profusely and said that he would personally bring Song Wei to the farm. Xiao Ruofei quickly declined. If a leader of Song Qiming's level came out, it would definitely alarm the leaders at all levels below. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's home was in the farm. When the time came, the entire farm would be affected. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei said that he would send the medicine over himself. The two agreed to meet at around 10:30 in the morning at his house. Xiao Ruofei knew that Song Qiming would definitely ask him to stay for lunch. This was human nature, so he smiled and agreed. At the entrance of the villa area, Song Qiming's secretary, Chao Guangxi, was waiting at the gate, just like last time. Today's temperature was higher than a few days ago. The scorching sun shone on Chao Guangxi's body. His forehead was also full of sweat, and his white shirt was almost soaked, but his mood was quite good. In the past few days, he could clearly feel that Song Qiming's attitude towards him had become much closer, which meant that he had gained the initial trust of the secretary. As long as he continued to work steadily and conscientiously in the future, a great future awaited him. And all of this was inextricably related to Xiao Ruofei. Not to mention waiting for Xiao Ruofei under the scorching sun, even if it was a more difficult environment, Chao Guangxi would still be willing to endure it. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the gate, Chao Guangxi immediately asked the armed police to let him in, and then got into Xiao Ruofei's car. Xiao Ruofei said somewhat helplessly, "Brother Chao, we are so familiar with each other. There is really no need to wait for me under the sun. If you get a heat stroke, I will be guilty." Chao Guangxi said with a smile, "Don't I have you, the godly doctor? What's a heat stroke? Besides, I don't dare to discount the task given by the secretary." Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a wry smile and didn't say anything more. When they arrived at Song Qiming's villa number 1, the family of 3 was waiting at the gate of the villa. Fortunately, there weren't any idle people in the villa area of the municipal party committee, and the distance between each villa was relatively far. There were some landscape trees and the like in the middle to block the view, which maintained a good privacy. Otherwise, if people saw the dignified deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, the secretary of Sanshan City, standing at the gate of the villa with his wife and daughter to welcome a young man, who knew how many people would be surprised. Ruofei. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun both warmly greeted Xiao Ruofei. Although Song Wei didn't say anything, there was a gentle smile on his face. His pair of beautiful eyes also shone when he saw Xiao Ruofei. "Uncle Song, Auntie Fang, why are you still waiting outside on such a hot day?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "I can't afford to be so polite." Song Qiming laughed and said, "You're my daughter's doctor. What's there to be afraid of? Come, let's go inside. It's really too hot here." After they entered the house, everyone sat down on the sofa in the living room. The housekeeper, Xiao Luo, quickly served everyone a cup of tea. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun both looked at Xiao Ruofei expectantly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Song Wei hasn't fainted in the past few days, right?" Fang Liyun said, "No, but it's only been 3 days since he fainted." "I don't know if he'll." Song Qiming waved his hand and said, "Liyun, since Ruofei has already prepared the medicine, there won't be any problems." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let me check Song Wei's pulse again." Okay, Wei, quickly go check on Ruofei." Fang Liyun said quickly. Song Wei got up and walked to Xiao Ruofei's side and sat down. He smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and put his fingers on Song Wei's smooth wrist. Although Song Wei was in her 4th year of university, she hadn't had a boyfriend yet. Although Xiao Ruofei had checked her pulse last time and she even heard that Xiao Ruofei had pinched her cheeks and fed her medicine, she was unconscious at that time and didn't feel anything. But this time, she was completely awake and her wrist was grabbed by a young man. Song Wei's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. She felt that Xiao Ruofei's fingers seemed to have a trace of warmth. Being touched by him, she instinctively felt comfortable, so she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xiao Ruofei. She saw that Xiao Ruofei's eyes were slightly closed and his expression was very serious. The sun shone in from the side window. From Song Wei's angle, she could see Xiao Ruofei's side profile. It was as if there was a faint halo covering it. A man is most attractive when he is focused. Song Wei was originally full of curiosity about Xiao Ruofei, so she couldn't help but stare. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses. Her face was slightly hot and she quickly withdrew her gaze. Fortunately, the others in the living room were looking at Xiao Ruofei nervously and didn't notice Song Wei's slight loss of composure. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't notice Song Wei's expression. He was very serious about feeling Song Wei's pulse. Xiao Ruofei discovered a very strange phenomenon. The last time he felt Song Wei's pulse when she was unconscious, although it was basically normal, Xiao Ruofei could at least feel that it was a little flat. But today, when Song Wei was awake, Xiao Ruofei felt that her pulse was completely normal and could even be said to be very healthy. Last time, after Xiao Ruofei gave Song Wei the solution of the spirit heart flower petal, the duration of her coma was obviously shortened. So Xiao Ruofei actually knew that the composition of the spirit heart flower petal could definitely deal with this strange poison. However, Xiao Ruofei was more interested in the poison itself, so he still hoped to find out through the means of traditional Chinese medicine. However, it seemed that he was destined to be disappointed. With Xiao Ruofei's self-taught medical skills, there was no way for him to find out what was wrong with Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The scene of him using his mental strength to draw the rune out of thin air in the Ring 2 space appeared in his mind. If I use my mental strength to investigate, will I find anything? Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei immediately calmed down and focused his mind. He slowly released his mental strength from his fingers and slowly probed through Song Wei's meridians. Mental strength was originally invisible and intangible, so Song Wei didn't feel any discomfort. However, she felt that Xiao Ruofei seemed to take a very long time to feel her pulse. Even the white-bearded old traditional Chinese medicine doctors didn't take so long. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't withdraw his hand, so she didn't dare to move. Her body was a little stiff as she sat on the sofa. Because of the pulse feeling, their bodies were relatively close. Song Wei could even feel Xiao Ruofei's breath. She felt her face heat up and couldn't help but want to twist her body. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice Song Wei's embarrassment. At this time, he was completely immersed in a new world. Even he himself found that mental strength could be used in this way for the first time. After his mental strength probed Song Wei's meridians, it was like a holographic camera, feeding back the probed situation to Xiao Ruofei's mind without missing anything. Soon, an incomplete meridian map was formed. The flow of qi and blood in Song Wei's body, the size of the meridians it flowed through, and whether there was any delay in each meridian, and so on were all seen at a glance. Xiao Ruofei then compared these situations with his self-taught traditional Chinese medicine theory. Many of the doubts that had been difficult to solve in the past seemed to suddenly become clear. Traditional Chinese medicine doctors also hoped to judge the condition of the patient through the delay of the pulse. How could this be compared to Xiao Ruofei's direct inner vision of the patient's qi and blood flow in the body, which was more intuitive and accurate? Xiao Ruofei was completely immersed in this new discovery. He subconsciously compared his self-taught traditional Chinese medicine knowledge with what he saw through his mental strength. To put it simply, Song Wei became Xiao Ruofei's teaching tool. Song Qiming, Feng Liyun, and others had been watching Xiao Ruofei nervously. They felt that Xiao Ruofei took a particularly long time to feel the pulse, and Xiao Ruofei sometimes frowned and sometimes relaxed his eyebrows. Sometimes he was even beaming with joy. His expressions were very varied. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was personally recommended by Master Song. Song Qiming and Feng Liyun were more assured of his character. Otherwise, they might misunderstand that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately taking advantage of Song Wei. However, the longer Xiao Ruofei took the pulse, the more anxious they became. Could it be that the condition was very complicated, and the treatment plan they had come up with before was not necessarily effective? Otherwise, why would Xiao Ruofei be so embarrassed? They were worried and anxious, but they did not dare to disturb Xiao Ruofei. They could only wait by the side. Xiao Ruofei wandered in the sea of traditional Chinese medicine theory. After a long time, he came to his senses. He quickly ignored the various changes of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the essence of qi and began to carefully check the situation in Song Wei's body. Xiao Ruofei's attention focused on the cunning poison and soon made a new discovery. His spiritual power sensed that there seemed to be some tiny black particles floating in the meridians of Song Wei's body. Following the circulation of qi and blood, there were also many small black particles attached to the meridians. Especially in the heart meridian of Han's Shaoyin, these small black particles were especially abundant. About half of the inner walls of the meridians had already turned black. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also noticed that these small black particles seemed to be regenerating and multiplying. He even saw a small black particle decompose into two particles, and then the two particles would absorb the energy of qi and blood and slowly grow. Finally, I found you. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. Even the most advanced medical equipment could not detect the toxin. Many famous Chinese medicine experts could not detect it. However, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength could not hide it all. After this discovery, Xiao Ruofei tried to use his mental strength to influence these small black particles. Xiao Ruofei found that when his mental strength wrapped around the black particles, he could move them and change their trajectory. This meant that even without the petals of the spiritual heart flower, Xiao Ruofei could get rid of this troublesome toxin. However, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was not strong enough. Moreover, there were too many black particles. Therefore, even if he knew the principle, Xiao Ruofei could not use such a stupid method. However, Xiao Ruofei was not satisfied with just finding this toxin. Although he could not completely use his mental strength to get rid of the toxin, he could still bring out a few black particles. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength wrapped around about 10 small black particles. They moved along Song Wei's meridians and quickly passed through the meridians on his wrist and were brought out of Song Wei's body by Xiao Ruofei. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei let out a sigh of relief and withdrew his finger. No one noticed that there was an almost undetectable small black dot on Xiao Ruofei's fingertip. The black particles were extremely small. When dozens of them were gathered together, they were only the size of a needle tip. Xiao Ruofei wanted to study this toxin, so he took some samples. He knew that once he started using the medicine, the toxin in Song Wei's body would be slowly removed. Once the toxin was removed, it would be difficult to find more samples. This toxin was invisible, colorless, and odorless. Modern instruments and traditional Chinese medicine that had been passed down for thousands of years could not detect its existence. It even had the ability to reproduce. All of this made Xiao Ruofei very interested. After collecting the samples, Xiao Ruofei released the mental strength wrapping around the black particles. After the black particles were released, they quickly entered Xiao Ruofei's body. If Xiao Ruofei did not have his mental strength, this black toxin would definitely continue to expand in his body. In the end, Xiao Ruofei would be like Song Wei and the others. He would start to fall into a coma and eventually lose his life. However, Xiao Ruofei was not worried at all. Because once the toxin entered his body, it was immediately wrapped up by his mental strength and controlled within a very small area around his finger. It could not cause any trouble at all. Even if he was really infected with this terrifying toxin, he only needed to take some spirit heart flower petal solution to get rid of it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was still very confident. Seeing Xiao Ruofei withdraw his hand, Fang Liyan hurriedly asked worriedly, "Ruofei, how's the situation? Has the condition become more complicated?" Song Qiming also asked with concern. Xiao Ruofei knew that they became so worried because he took too long to check the pulse. He felt ashamed in his heart. Then, he quickly showed a confident smile and said, "Uncle Song, Auntie Fang, you don't have to worry. Everything is under control. The toxin has only eroded Song Wei's showing heart meridian." Because of this, Song Wei fainted before. Song Qiming was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Ruofei, you noticed the toxin?" Song Wei also had a look of disbelief. After all, the 301 hospital's many world-class advanced instruments could not detect any abnormalities. How could Xiao Ruofei really notice the toxin that was like a nightmare to her? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Although the toxin is very cunning, I was lucky enough to find it." At this point, Xiao Ruofei paused. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his bag and said, "Now that I know the cause of the disease, I have more confidence in the treatment." Song Wei subconsciously took the small porcelain bottle. She was both surprised and worried. Her lips trembled slightly as she said, "Ruofei, can I really recover completely?" Song Qiming and Fang Liyun were also a little dizzy from the huge surprise. Fang Liyun quickly said, "Ruofei, we don't know how to thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Auntie Fang, you're welcome. Besides, we'll only know the real effect after Song Wei takes it for a while." Song Qiming said excitedly, "Ruofei, the medicine you personally made will definitely be fine. 2 days ago, when he had called Master Song to report on his work, he had also mentioned asking Xiao Ruofei to treat Song Wei. Master Song just said lightly, since Xiaoxia has done it, you don't have to worry anymore. Song Qiming knew the weight of Master Song's words, so he had never had such strong confidence in Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Song, you think too highly of me. By the way, I'll send them medicine for the next course of treatment in half a month's time. The main thing is that these pills are not easy to make, and some of the herbs are relatively rare. In addition, I also have to make some adjustments to the formula according to Song Wei's condition after the first course of treatment, so I haven't made the medicine yet. In fact, the 50 pills were ready-made, but Xiao Ruofei definitely didn't want to leave Song Qiming and the others with the impression that it was easy to make. The poison itself was quite difficult to deal with. The best hospital and the most advanced equipment, as well as those famous Chinese medicine doctors, couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Ruofei's ability to deal with it was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it was easy to deal with it without any difficulty, it would be too shocking. Song Qiming said gratefully, okay, thank you, Ruofei. By the way, the herbs you used must be very precious, right? This expense. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Song Qiming. Uncle Song, Master Song is the old chief I admired the most when I was in the army. You are his junior and have a good reputation in the southwest. That's why I'm helping you. You don't have to talk about money with me. Besides, there are some medicines that can't be bought with money. That's right. Song Qiming no longer had the arrogance of a provincial minister. He was full of gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. He even said half-jokingly, in terms of seniority, I'm Master Song's grandnephew, so we should be on the same level. The last time I asked you to call me Uncle Song, it seems like I took advantage of you. Chao Guangji, who was standing to the side, almost cried out in surprise. If an ordinary person could call someone like Song Qiming Uncle Song, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. However, this young Master Xia was on the same level as Secretary Song. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to call him Uncle Xia? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He then said, Uncle Song, how can you talk like that? I'm not related to Master Song by blood. Let's just call each other our own. Otherwise, wouldn't Song Wei have to call me uncle? Wouldn't that make me feel uncomfortable? Song Wei's pretty face was slightly hot. He revealed a coquettish expression and said, how is this related to me? Song Qiming laughed and said, Wei, if you really want to talk about it, you should call Ruofei uncle. Don't. I'm about the same age as Song Wei. Don't call me old. Xiao Ruofei quickly said. Song Wei couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then looked down at the porcelain bottle in his hand that carried his hope. His beautiful eyes revealed a trace of splendor. Fang Lian rolled her eyes at her husband and said, Old Song, you're in front of the child. You don't act like an elder. Song Qiming's face revealed a rare childlike smile. For a leader of his level, his emotions were rarely written on his face. Today, he was really happy. Fang Lian couldn't help but roll her eyes at Song Qiming again. Then, she asked, Ruofei, is there anything I need to pay attention to when taking this medicine? Yes, tell us quickly. Song Qiming quickly said, this is such a precious medicine. Don't waste it because you don't take it properly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, there's nothing special to pay attention to, but it's best to take it after meals. Remember, take it once a day. Don't take it too often. At this point, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, if there's still a situation of fainting while taking the medicine, give Song Wei the half bottle of medicine that I left last time. The treatment needs a process. Fainting during this period is normal. You don't have to be too nervous. Xiao Ruofei was clear about the situation of the poison in Song Wei's body. At the beginning of the treatment, when she didn't take too much of the spiritual heart flower's petals, the poison was wreaking havoc in the Shaoyin heart meridian of Hanshaoyin. It was still possible to cause 1 or 2 fainting spells. However, as the consumption increased, the poison was gradually removed. Under this condition, Song Wei naturally wouldn't faint anymore. Xiao Ruofei was also worried that Song Qiming and the others would be nervous, so he gave them a heads up in advance. Okay, okay. Fang Liyun quickly said. Although Xiao Ruofei's medical advice was very simple, she still memorized it carefully. That nervous look of hers was as if she was memorizing a very complicated scientific formula. As long as it involved their children, all parents in the world would be nervous. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Song Wei, while this medicine of mine is removing the poison, it also has the effect of regulating the body. Therefore, under normal circumstances, not only will the poison be completely removed after you take 3 courses, but your chronic gastritis and slight menstrual pain should also be cured together. A trace of shyness instinctively appeared on Song Wei's beautiful face, followed by an extremely shocked expression. She covered her mouth and said, How did you know? Didn't I take your pulse? Xiao Ruofei faintly smiled and said, Chinese medicine is broad and profound. Sometimes, it's even more accurate than those precision instruments of Western medicine. If Xiao Ruofei only pointed out the chronic gastritis, Song Wei might have thought that her parents had told him in advance. However, her menstrual pain wasn't very obvious, and she didn't even mention it to her mother. Although the pain was within the tolerable range, it still felt a little uncomfortable every time it happened. Fang Liyun also widened her mouth in shock as she looked at Song Wei with an inquiring gaze. Song Wei's face blushed as she gently nodded her head. Fang Liyun happily said, Ruofei, looks like Master Song's eyesight is really accurate. Your medical skills are much better than those national healers, and they couldn't even tell that Weiwei has chronic gastritis. As for menstrual pain, Fang Liyun naturally ignored it. After all, Chao Guangji and old Zhang were still in the house. Girls were thin-skinned, so how could they keep talking about this kind of thing? Xiao Ruofei faintly smiled and said, If it's chronic gastritis, I don't think those famous Chinese medicine doctors can't tell. It's just that their attention is focused on the nameless poison. For a chronic disease that isn't immediately life-threatening, even if they discovered it, they probably wouldn't care. That's not the same. It's said that Western medicine doctors treat the head and foot pain, but Chinese medicine doctors consider the overall situation, Song Qiming said. This means that Ruofei, your medical skills are better than theirs. They had invited so many doctors, but they couldn't find the root of the problem. However, Xiao Ruofei, a young man, gave them hope as soon as he came over. Therefore, Song Qiming felt angry when he thought of those famous doctors. However, the reason why Xiao Ruofei could so accurately judge Song Wei's condition and discover the existence of the poison was all due to his mental strength. If he only relied on pulse feeling, Xiao Ruofei's current medical skills couldn't compare to those experienced Chinese medicine doctors. However, Xiao Ruofei had the magical weapon of mental strength. It was like he had a cheat code when it came to learning Chinese medicine. After all, no doctor could be as unique as Xiao Ruofei, who could see the situation of the meridians in the human body so clearly. Therefore, as long as Xiao Ruofei was given some time, his level of Chinese medicine would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Xiao Ruofei inadvertently showed his skills, which made Song Qiming's family more confident. Liyun, go to the kitchen and see if Xiao Luo has finished preparing lunch, Song Qiming said. Okay, Ruofei, sit down and chat for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and see, Fang Liyun said quickly. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Qiming said again, remember to take out my bottle of 30-year-old Mao Tai. I want to have a few drinks with Ruofei at noon. Got it. Drink your tea. Fang Liyun glanced at Song Qiming and said. Usually, she was strict with Song Qiming's drinking. However, she was in a good mood today, so she didn't care much about Song Qiming's drinking. She even took the initiative to take out the Mao Tai that Song Qiming had kept for many years from the wine cabinet. Song Qiming directly pushed back his work in the afternoon and accompanied Xiao Ruofei at home for lunch. Even Chao Guangji and the driver, old Zhang, were ordered by Song Qiming to sit down and drink together. In Song Qiming's words, there was no other work in the afternoon. They, a driver and a secretary, just drank some wine and went back to rest. Fang Liyun and Song Wei also raised their red wine glasses to toast Xiao Ruofei several times. Xiao Ruofei was a good drinker, so naturally, he also drank the wine. Song Qiming and the others all gave him a thumbs up. The bottle of Mao Tai was quickly finished. When Song Qiming was about to open another bottle of ordinary Mao Tai, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Song, try our company's bar. Song Qiming was stunned and said, "Does your company have a winery?" Chao Guangji quickly said, "Secretary, Ruofei is the major shareholder of our city's Dingfeng Winery, which is the producer of Zhui Baxian wine." "Oh. Zhui Baxian." Song Qiming couldn't help but say in surprise, "This wine is famous in the southeast province." "So, Ruofei, you're the boss?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's just a small business. How could it enter Uncle Song's eyes?" Song Qiming said with a smile, "This business is not small. I've been doing research for the past few days, and the table is basically filled with your Zhui Baxian wine." After Song Qiming took office, he began to do research in the districts and counties of Sanshan City. Naturally, he ate there. Now, many places in the southeast province used Zhui Baxian wine for official reception. Because its price was much cheaper than the traditional famous wine, Maotai Wuliangya, and the taste was quite good. Many old drinkers even thought that the taste of Zhui Baxian wine was not inferior to Maotai Wuliangya. At present, the standard of official reception was very strict. The situation of eating and drinking was completely restrained. Under such circumstances, the Zhui Baxian wine was naturally very popular. Song Qiming continued, "I drank your Zhui Baxian wine in several districts and counties. It's very good. Today, I'll have a good taste." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Song, my Zhui Baxian wine is not the same as the ones sold on the market. You'll know when you try it." Song Qiming's eyes lit up and asked, "So, it's definitely better than the wine sold in batches?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course, good wine is naturally reserved for me, the boss." Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Ruofei, after hearing what you said, I also want to try it." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's all drink and see if Ruofei is bragging." Fang Liyun also joined in the fun. Chao Guangji and the driver, old Zhang, naturally did not dare to make such a joke. They just sat aside with a smile and looked at Xiao Ruofei with some envy. Even old Zhang, who had followed Song Qiming for many years, was very envious of him being able to joke with the secretary's family so easily. Xiao Ruofei got up and said, "Everyone, wait a moment. I'll go get the wine." Having said that, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the villa and went to the side of his Mercedes-Benz and opened the trunk. After blocking everyone's line of sight with his body, Xiao Ruofei took out 2 small jars of Zhui Baxian from the space. He had originally bought them from the Dingfeng Winery and added a small amount of spirit heart flower petals. These wines had a longer shelf life than the Mei Zhui Baxian that was currently sold on the market. Moreover, with the addition of spirit heart flower petals, it was definitely a veritable top-grade health wine. Xiao Ruofei closed the trunk and carried the 2 small jars of Zhui Baxian without any labels into the villa's dining room. Then, he opened the mud seal of one of the jars in front of everyone. Suddenly, an extremely rich and intoxicating wine aroma drifted in the dining room. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Song Qiming revealed an intoxicated expression. Everyone was silent for a while. Obviously, they were shocked by the wine aroma. After a long while, Song Qiming came back to his senses and quickly shouted, "Ruofei, this wine is too fragrant. Quick, let me have a taste." Chao Guangji quickly got up and took the wine jar from Xiao Ruofei's hand. He first poured the wine into the small pot of white wine and then went to pour a glass for Song Qiming. Then, he poured a small glass for Fang Liyun and Song Wei. Soon, everyone's glasses were filled with Zhui Baxian. After drinking the liquor in the small cup, Song Qiming smacked his lips, then closed his eyes slightly and showed an intoxicated expression. Chao Guangji and the others also showed a look of admiration. Even Fang Liyun and Song Wei, who didn't drink much white wine, after taking a light sip, they also felt the mellow fragrance of the white wine leave a lasting aftertaste. After a long while, Song Qiming sighed and said, "Good liquor. Ruofei, I've been treasuring that bottle of 30-year-old Maotai. I didn't expect the liquor produced by your own winery to have reached such a level. I think it doesn't lose to that bottle of Maotai. I think your Zhui Baxian wine is amazing." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Song, there are only a few jars of this wine in total, and I kept them all. It's different from the Zhui Baxian wine sold on the market. There's no comparison. Our winery, whether it's the scale or the background, is still very far from those big brands. Song Qiming laughed and pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, have a clear head. I believe that if you guys are steady, in a few years, your Zui Ba Xian wine will also become a famous Huaxia brand. Then I'll take advantage of Uncle Song's auspicious words. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Qiming said, little Chow, pour the liquor, pour the liquor. Just now there was only one bottle of Maotai, so I had to drink it sparingly. Now I don't need it, but I have to drink a few more cups with Ruofei. Chao Guangji quickly got up and poured the liquor for everyone. After the meal, Xiao Ruofei's 2 jars of liquor were almost empty. Song Qiming, who was in a good mood, wanted to drink more, but Xiao Ruofei quickly stopped him and said that he couldn't drink any more. The other jar of liquor should be left for him to drink slowly in the future. Song Qiming thought about it and felt that it was a waste to drink such good wine in one go. Moreover, he had drunk a lot today, so he gave up. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was still far from drinking, but he could tell that Song Qiming was almost done. This was because the volume of Song Qiming's speech had started to rise, and the range of some of his gestures when he spoke was quite large. For a leader, he definitely wouldn't do this under normal circumstances. Xiao Ruofei did not want the municipal committee secretary to get drunk on their first drinking session, so he ended the session at the right time. After dinner, Song Qiming dragged Xiao Ruofei to the living room to make some tea so that everyone could sober up. Song Wei rested for a while after the meal and took the first pill according to Xiao Ruofei's medical advice. After sitting for a while, Xiao Ruofei considered that Song Qiming had drunk a lot and that it was best to rest at noon, so he got up and said goodbye. Song Qiming immediately asked Chao Guangji to call the driver's team and asked them to send 2 drivers and a car to send Xiao Ruofei. In fact, the alcohol at noon did not affect Xiao Ruofei at all, but he could not openly drink and drive in front of the secretary, so he did not reject Song Qiming's kindness. The municipal committee compound was not far from the standing committee villa district. Soon, the 2 drivers drove a car to Villa No. 1. Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Song Qiming's family and got into his Mercedes-Benz. One of the drivers from the municipal committee drivers team drove his Mercedes-Benz, while the other drove an empty car behind him. Taoyuan Farm was relatively remote, so after sending Xiao Ruofei there, the driver could directly drive back to the city. Song Qiming's family personally sent him to the door, which made the 2 drivers secretly speechless, especially the driver who drove Xiao Ruofei. He was very careful and did not even slam on the brakes, so the car was very stable along the way. After sending off Xiao Ruofei, Song Qiming also felt a little sleepy and wanted to go back to his room to sleep for a while. He asked Chao Guangji and Lao Zhang to go back and rest by themselves, giving them half a day off. Chao Guangji hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said in a low voice, Secretary, I have something to report to you. It's about Xiao Ruofei. Song Qiming was stunned for a moment, and then his face returned to normal. He said lightly, let's talk in the study. Chao Guangji wanted to report to Song Qiming what happened at the Shijiang Moon Club that day. He had been hesitating. After all, it was just a verbal conflict that day. There was no need to report such a small thing to the secretary. But today, he felt that Song Qiming valued Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was still treating Song Wei. In Song Qiming's heart, Song Qiming valued Xiao Ruofei even more. So after thinking for a while, he finally decided to report it. The 2 of them went to the study. After Song Qiming sat down, he pointed to the chair opposite him and said, sit down and talk. What's the matter? After Chao Guangji sat down, he calmed down and quickly organized his words. He said, Secretary, when I was eating with Ruofei at the Shijiang Moon Club that day, Yang Qianzhen, the child of Deputy Minister Yang of the organization department, had some verbal conflict with him because of the private room. Yang Qianzhen's words were not very nice at that time. Song Qiming raised his eyebrows and said calmly, tell me more about the situation. So, Chao Guangji reported to Song Qiming what he saw and heard after he went to the Shijiang Moon Club that day. After Song Qiming heard it, he didn't speak for a long time. Chao Guangji didn't dare to make a sound. He sat on the chair with his body tense and looked at Song Qiming. After a while, Song Qiming asked, this Yang Qianzhen. Do you know him? What kind of person is he? When Chao Guangji heard this, he quickly said, Secretary, Before I was transferred to the first secretary department, I worked in the organization department for a period of time and had some contact with Xianxia. He's a bit flamboyant, and his lifestyle doesn't seem to be very good. Chao Guangji spoke more tactfully, but Song Qiming naturally understood. He nodded gently and asked, "What does he do for a living?" Yang Qianzhen isn't in the organization. He opened a trading company. Chao Guangji said, "I don't know how much business this company has, but he usually spends a lot of money." Song Qiming nodded and said lightly, "I see." Chao Guangji looked at Song Qiming and said tactfully, "Secretary, I'll go back first." "Okay." Song Qiming nodded. Just as Chao Guangji got up, Song Qiming said, "Little Chao, you did the right thing today. A secretary's job needs to be meticulous enough. If there's anything, report to the leader in a timely manner and provide a reference for the leader to make decisions." Chao Guangji suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Yes, Secretary, I'll work harder." Song Qiming smiled pleasantly and said, "Okay, go back and have a good rest in the afternoon. You've worked hard these past few days. Thank you for your concern." Chao Guangji said, "Secretary, you should also rest for a while. I'll take my leave." After Chao Guangji left, Song Qiming didn't immediately go back to his room to rest. Instead, he sat down in the study room. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it. He sat in the study room for a while, then opened the desk drawer and took out a document to read carefully. This wasn't an official document. It was just a document sent by the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department to each member of the Standing Committee. It was about the candidates who were going to be promoted. Recently, the province was indeed going to promote a group of cadres. This was a normal cadre adjustment. The organization department compiled the information about the candidates to be promoted and sent it to each member of the standing committee. Next, according to the organization's procedures, these people would be organized and inspected to provide a basis for the next step of the standing committee's formal discussion. Of course, being inspected didn't necessarily mean that they would be promoted. However, those who weren't inspected definitely wouldn't be promoted. Song Qiming quickly flipped to Yang Jinqing's page. It was a simple page of cadre information and experience. He read it for a full 5 or 6 minutes. After closing the document, Song Qiming pondered for a while. Finally, he picked up the red phone on the table and dialed a number. "Hello, Secretary Lin." After the call was connected, Song Qiming smiled and said, "I'm Song Qiming." The person that Song Qiming called was the head of the Southeastern Province, Provincial Party Secretary Lin Xingyun. Lin Xingyun laughed heartily and said, "It's Comrade Qiming." "What's the matter?" "Secretary Lin, I have something to report to you." Song Qiming said, "I've seen the situation of the candidates sent by the organization department. My opinion is that the deputy minister of the organization department of the Municipal Party Committee, Comrade Yang Jinqing, won't be inspected this time." Lin Xingyun was a little surprised. Song Qiming had just been appointed, so he wasn't familiar with the situation. Usually, under these circumstances, he wouldn't express his opinion on personnel matters. Even if he went to the standing committee, he would at most raise his hand. He didn't expect that Song Qiming would actually express his opposition to promoting Yang Jinqing. Moreover, he couldn't ignore Song Qiming's opinion because Song Qiming was not only the party secretary of Sanshan City, but also the deputy party secretary of Southeastern Province. Song Qiming was ranked third in the standing committee of the Provincial Party Committee, just below the party secretary and the provincial governor. In addition, Song Qiming mentioned that Yang Jinqing was a cadre of Sanshan City. As the party secretary of Sanshan City, Song Qiming naturally had the right to speak. "Comrade Qiming, is there a problem with Comrade Yang Jinqing?" Lin Xingyun asked with a smile. "Secretary Lin, please don't misunderstand." Song Qiming said, "Here's what I'm thinking. I've just been appointed, so I'm not completely familiar with the team members, let alone the cadre below. Comrade Yang Jinqing's proposed position is the head of the Municipal Party Committee, so I hope the Provincial Party Committee can give me some time to familiarize myself with the situation, and then I'll consider it thoroughly." Song Qiming paused, then said, "Also, Minister Niu of our organization department is almost 2 months away from retirement. I don't think there's a need to rush the allocation of this position. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Lin Xingyun pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, Comrade Qiming, I understand your opinion. I'll seriously consider it. Okay, thank you, Secretary Lin. Song Qiming said, I'll report to you in detail when I go to the Provincial Party Committee tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Song Qiming let out a long sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Although Lin Xingyun didn't make a clear statement, Song Qiming knew the weight of his opinion, and the probability of Lin Xingyun accepting it was still very high. Song Qiming naturally wouldn't make such a hasty decision just because of Yang Jinqing's son, Yang Qianzhen's conflict in a small private room. Even if Yang Qianzhen's conflict was with Xiao Ruofei, it wasn't enough to make Song Qiming make up his mind. In fact, when Song Qiming and Tian Huilan were handing over their positions, the two had a long talk. This was normal, because the two's political positions were the same. The handover between the two was a real handover. Tian Huilan unreservedly told Song Qiming about the situation of the team members, including the leaders of some important departments. At that time, the two of them talked about Yang Jinqing. Because Minister Niu of the Municipal Party Organization Department was about to reach the age limit, there were rumors about the candidate for the position of minister. Yang Jinqing was going to take over and step into the standing committee. On the other hand, Tian Huilan was hesitant about promoting Yang Jinqing. She even had reservations about it. This was because Yang Jinqing's reputation wasn't very good. Therefore, Song Qiming was originally hesitant. Today, Chao Guangxi's report was tantamount to further strengthening his determination. As a leader in the prime of his life who wanted to do things and was able to do things, he naturally didn't want to see problems in the team he was leading. Although the incident happened to Yang Jianren, the small details revealed the general situation. This also reflected many problems from a side perspective. Before these problems were investigated clearly, Song Qiming decided to stop the investigation of Yang Jinqing. If Yang Jinqing really didn't have problems, then it wouldn't affect his progress. Minister Niu was almost 2 months old, so there was no problem at all. Song Qiming closed his eyes for a while, then picked up the phone and called the secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Lu Weiye. Lu Weiye was Tian Huilan's old subordinate, and was a cadre that Song Qiming could completely trust. He ordered Lu Weiye to pay attention to confidentiality and conduct a side investigation of Yang Jinqing's situation, focusing on Yang Qianzhen's company. For the people in the Commission for Discipline Inspection, this kind of confidential investigation was a walk in the park. After the entire administrative machinery was activated, Yang Qianzhen's company's accounts and business situation would be clearly investigated without him knowing. Song Qiming put down the phone and underlined Yang Jinqing's name twice with a red pencil. Then, he said to himself, I hope you can withstand the investigation. Otherwise, the taste of my first fire won't be very good. After that, Song Qiming locked the document in his desk drawer, got up, and went back to his room to rest. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that Chao Guangxi had reported to Song Qiming, and he also didn't know that the small conflict that day would be the catalyst for Song Qiming's determination. He took the car back to the farm, thanked the 2 drivers, and went straight upstairs to his room. After locking the door and windows, Xiao Ruofei took out the spiritual map scroll and flashed into the space. The unknown poison was still entrenched in his fingertips. After entering Xiao Ruofei's body, the poison was tightly wrapped by Xiao Ruofei's mental strength. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. In the end, it obediently shrank in a corner. After Xiao Ruofei entered the Archean realm, he didn't see Xia Qing. He was probably busy in the Mountain Sea realm. Now, Xia Qing had a lot of work to do. He had to take care of the herb garden, cut Dendrobium candium and expand the planting area, cut succulents, take care of the 2 mu of land used to cultivate caterpillar fungus, and so on. Furthermore, Xia Qing often traveled between the Mountain Sea realm and the Archean realm. This was because the abalones in the Archean realm needed to be changed regularly. Furthermore, there were many crops in the Archean realm that needed to be taken care of. However, when Xiao Ruofei entered the space, Xia Qing sensed it. Therefore, he quickly appeared in the Archean realm. Master, you're here. Xia Qing greeted respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Yes, go do your work. I have nothing to do here. Yes, master. Xiaoqing said, I was just about to change the water for these abalones. Xiao Ruofei asked with interest, how are the abalones growing recently? Master, they're growing very well. Xiaoqing replied, at this speed, they should reach the level of a one-headed abalone in a few days. Well done. Xiao Ruofei said happily, go do your work. When the size of the abalones exceeds the standard of a one-headed abalone, remember to inform me. When the time comes, you can directly put them in the sea of the mountain sea realm. This way, you won't need to change the water frequently. Yes, master. Xiaoqing naturally obeyed Xiao Ruofei's orders. The growth curve of abalones became more and more flat. The bigger the abalones, the more difficult it was for them to continue growing. The time it took to grow from a two-headed abalone to a one-headed abalone was even longer than the time it took to grow from an abalone seedling to a two-headed abalone. After reaching the standard of a one-headed abalone, its growth rate became even slower. These 30 abalones were only experimental products in the Archean realm. By the time they grew to the size of a one-headed abalone, there would be no need to continue using the convenience of time flow. Furthermore, it was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to rear them forever. One-headed abalones were already heaven-defying existences. He could find a time to cash them out. Of course, one-headed abalones were incomparably precious. As for how exactly they were going to sell them, they still had to plan carefully. Xiaoqing walked to the large orange plastic box that was used to rear the reticulated abalones. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from the Archean realm along with the box. Xiaoqing could also use a portion of the invisible spatial forces to freely travel between two spaces. Of course, the premise was that he had Xiao Ruofei's permission. It was like a supercomputer. Although it was powerful, it couldn't even perform simple calculations without instructions. After Xiaoqing left, Xiao Ruofei focused his attention on the strange poison on his fingertips. With a slight movement of his mind, he effortlessly forced the toxins out of his body. In the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei had almost absolute control. Therefore, after the poison was expelled, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it was tightly wrapped by an invisible spatial force and hovered in front of Xiao Ruofei. The target of the poison was very small, just a tiny black dot. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was astonishing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to discover it. In fact, the black dot that was about the size of a needle tip was made up of dozens of extremely small black particles. If they dissipated in space, it would be impossible to see them with the naked eye. Therefore, Song Wei and the other members of the archaeological team were unknowingly poisoned. Xiao Ruofei extended his mental strength and locked onto the tiny black particles. Then, he removed the spatial restraints on them. He discovered that the black particles immediately became very active in an environment rich in spiritual energy and began to disperse in all directions. In the process of dispersing, the black particles seemed to absorb the spiritual energy in the space and began to grow slowly. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was locked onto the black particles, so he could clearly feel the process of them growing slowly. Soon, the black particles dispersed to a range of 5 to 6 meters and were almost invisible to the naked eye. Xiao Ruofei didn't use his spatial power to retrieve them. Instead, he continued to observe them. After a while, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength finally observed that one of the black particles had expanded to a certain extent and then split into two identical particles. In other words, the black particles could multiply and grow in the Ring 2 space. However, he didn't know if this phenomenon was caused by the rich spiritual energy in the space or if they had the ability to do so. Xiao Ruofei continued to observe for a while. The dozens of black particles began to split one after another and the number of poisonous particles almost doubled. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved. An invisible spatial power immediately restrained the black particles and quickly compressed them. Under the power of absolute control, the black particles couldn't resist at all. Soon, they were compressed into a very small range by the spatial power and became a visible black dot. The black dot was about twice as big as before. Xiao Ruofei planned to return to the room in the outside world to release them again to see if they continued to split and grow. If they were still able to grow in the outside world, the poison would be quite terrifying. Although the archaeological team sealed the main tomb back then, nobody could guarantee that the invisible poison wouldn't leak out at all. If the poison slowly gathered and grew in the outside world, it would cause great harm to the people around it. The most terrifying thing was that the poison was invisible and odorless, so there was no way to guard against it. Now, Xiao Ruofei could only use the spirit heart flower's petals to get rid of the poison. If it caused a large-scale infection, he wouldn't have enough spirit heart flower petals no matter how many he had. With this in mind, Xiao Ruofei couldn't stay any longer. He immediately planned to return to the outside world and observe in a normal environment to see if the poison would automatically multiply. At this moment, Xiaqing returned to the primordial realm's spatial spirit pool with the orange plastic box. In fact, he had only changed the water in the orange plastic box for a short period of time. However, there was a 30-fold difference in the flow of time between the two spaces. Therefore, it took Xiao Ruofei a long time to study it before Xiaqing brought the plastic box over. After Xiaqing placed the plastic box by the pool, he quickly walked towards Xiao Ruofei. "Master, the water has been changed," said Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei's mind was focused on the unknown poison. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Then, he prepared to leave the ring to space. At this moment, Xiaqing's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at the tiny black dot formed by extremely small black particles in front of Xiao Ruofei and said in surprise, "Master, this." Xiao Ruofei raised his brows and hurriedly asked, "Xiaqing, do you recognize this thing?" Xiaqing shook his head and said, "I don't recognize it, but I can sense the aura of a world stone from it." "That's impossible." Xiao Ruofei cried out. "I've always had the sensory jade leaf hanging on me. There's no reaction at all." Xiaqing said, "Master, the aura of the world stone is very weak. The array formation I set up can't sense it." Xiao Ruofei felt a wave of excitement and asked, "In that case, these small black particles might be something that fell from the world stone?" Xiaqing also revealed a perplexed expression and said, "I can't be sure because its aura is very strange. Other than the weak aura of the world stone, there's also a cold and evil aura. This can't be something that came from the world stone." Xiao Ruofei said thoughtfully, "These strange particles came from the main burial chamber of an ancient tomb. There were already people who entered the main burial chamber and were attacked by these black particles. Then, they fainted one after another. The person with the most serious condition has already passed away." Xiaqing also sank into deep thought. It was as if a computer had entered search mode. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Master, there must be a world stone in that burial chamber. As for these black particles, there's a possibility that the ancient tomb is located in the land of extreme negative energy. Part of the surface of the world stone has been peeled off over the long years. After being contaminated with yin qi, it formed its current state." When Xiao Ruofei heard that there was a world stone in the burial chamber, he was first overjoyed. Then, he asked in confusion, "As far as I know, that's an ancient tomb from the Ming dynasty. It's at most 700 to 800 years old. The world stone shouldn't be able to withstand the passage of time for only a few hundred years, right?" Xiao Ruofei knew very well how magical the world stone was. Under its seemingly unremarkable black appearance, it contained a large amount of energy and spiritual energy. "Such a magical thing shouldn't be so fragile," Xiaqing said, "Master, it's possible that the world stone already existed before the ancient tomb was built. The Ming dynasty tomb just happened to be built on top of it. Moreover, the land of extreme negative energy is not suitable for a burial chamber. The existence of this tomb is very strange." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems that if there's a chance, I have to go to the Ming dynasty tomb to take a look." Xiaqing agreed and said, "Yes, Master. At the very least, there's a high possibility that there's a world stone there. If the spirit map world can absorb another world stone, the possibility of completing this evolution is very high." "Didn't you say that the world stone was tainted with a cold and evil aura?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "That should only be a part of the surface of the world stone," Xiaqing said. "The world stone itself is extremely sturdy. It's very difficult for ordinary yin qi to corrode it. By the way." Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of something and said, "Since these small black particles also contain the aura of the world stone, can the spirit map world absorb them? If absorbing these small black particles was also useful for the evolution of the ring to space, then Xiao Ruofei could continue to cultivate them in the outside world. Even if they couldn't reproduce in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei could find some experimental animals, such as white mice, and implant these small black particles into the bodies of the animals. When they reproduced to a certain scale, he could harvest them all at once for the Ring 2 space to absorb. This was equivalent to having a fixed source of energy. It was easier to obtain than the World Stone, which could only be found by chance. More importantly, if the Ring 2 space could absorb these small black particles, then even if the poison in the ancient tomb leaked due to the previous archaeology and grew stronger in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei would have a way to deal with it. End of chapter 574. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.